partners and close proximity to one another, this was a interesting example of what the tzaddik is referring to. Here you have an individual who just says a statement. He's not quoting a pasuk. He's not quoting the Raisa. He's not quoting all he's quoting. Is a dynamic in life. A dynamic in life. Just the way kind of relationships go. And the thing says, wow. Because that simple statement of a Jew to a certain degree captures the essence of the relationship between Shekhinah and the Ribono Shel Olam. So back up top to the topic. So just if you look in the footnote, by the way, footnote Cook Your Days is a whole bunch of examples from this Gemara, really wonderful examples. Fascinating. So Tzaddik goes on, he says, so what's the pshat? What's the pshat? So if you take a look, we're at Osman Gimel on page Kuf Chav Zayin, the left-hand paragraph. In the Orient Hasidus. So the Rebbe says, what do we learn from here? He says, Ki konevesh mi Yisrael, afilu ha'adam ha'adoni ba'aposhet yoser, yesh lo b'shoresh nafsho elokis, achiza b'divrei Torah miluchayas. So listen, this is so incredibly beautiful. This is what we learn from here. That every Jew, even the simplest Jew, the essence of his soul is rooted in Torah. In other words, I will say, the notion that regular people, says the Prophet, are espousing wisdom, and then that wisdom, the great Rabbanim, the great Chazal, go ahead and say, oh, by the way, that statement, that's a pasuk, that's a dynamic, that's a brisa. Tells you that even the simplest Jew is rooted in Torah. He doesn't realize he's speaking Torah. He doesn't realize that he's quoting Torah wisdom. But what he says is Torah. So listen, again, I just want to point out, when a tzaddik over here is doing this progression from what we said before. Remember again, the tzaddik said in Osborne days, why is instantaneous change possible? Why is instantaneous change? Right? Why is there the ability for a person even who has made catastrophic life mistakes to turn himself around? Remember, I said, because the nefesh hapanis, the inner nefesh, which is running to life, like the Baal Tanya says, the spark, the mitzvot elokim ma'aman, the spark is untainted. There's a piece of us that is very Hashem. There's a piece of me that literally is a derivative from God. That's why, no matter how badly I mess up in life, change is always possible. Because that one piece is never tainted. By the way, even the simplest Jew talks Torah, and maybe he never learned Torah. Or maybe if he learned Torah, he didn't pay attention to Torah. Or maybe he's never. So how is something says that's because again, the nafsho, yishto b'shorish nafsho kis achizo b'divrei Torah miyuchadas. The nefesh, the soul of the Jew, has an achiza. As a whole, is rooted in Torah. This is what an incredibly powerful yisod. That's why the Gemara is filled with examples. Margula bekume. Oh, the habaragil inish, the amri inish. Like people say, who cares what people say? Because it's important to hear what the Jew says. Because at the end of the day, a Jew's soul is rooted in Torah. And therefore, this Torah that comes out of his mouth, even if he doesn't realize that he's quoting from it. So profound. Kanoda, turn the page. Kanoda move on the Mila. Shekivai Torah has come into people. Ukiskam Shemargala Bekumei. Shuragila Omra Betiv. Ushagar. So Zivar Torah Zeh. Zehu Shoresh Nafshal Be'elokim. So I say, so this is really an incredibly beautiful episode. It says that something. This is why Chazal referred to this as Margula Bekume, right? Margula Bekume means a jewel, right? A precious gem in a person's life. But again, the phrase of the Amir Inshi, people say, I understand that, according to what people say. It's good to know what people say. If they say, you have Margula Bekume, they say, the jewel in the mouth, the jewel has been a piece of. Also, by the way, you see this all the time. This is the love. So we're let that go. So the Tzaddik says this so that the Jew has an achisa, as a whole in Torah, is reflective of the innate holiness of the Jew. The Jew has the ability to speak words of wisdom that are reflective of the Ribono Shel Olam's wisdom, without him even realizing what it is that he is saying. there's a hold, there's a root. He goes on, Rabbi Rothschild says, Bear Darazeh, Bikukar Chadiba, we'll say page Kufkafkas, right. I can't count, I'm just going one way, I have to stop for today. He says, Bear Darazeh, Bikukar Chadiba Shava Adam, to Yisod HaNefesh Va'apiyus Shalom. So the Tzaddik says that the Koach HaDibur, right, the power of speech that is within a person, is the Yisod HaNefesh, is the essence of his soul and the essence of his speech. That's also you know this concept. Because remember again, the Torah itself, when it speaks about the fact that HaKadosh Baruch Hu created man, so what does the Torah say? Vayipach ba'apav ruach hayim. The Torah says HaKadosh Baruch Hu blew life into the nose, into the nostrils of man. And remember again, Onkelos, in his commentary on Ruach Hayim says, Ruach Memalava, speech, that speech is the greatest manifestation of the ruchnius of man. In fact, again, meaning this idea that speech, right, a cohesive speech, comprehensive speech, is ultimately what differentiates man from the rest of the Bria. That's reflective of man's neshama. That's reflective of man's soul. Man's soul, a spark of the ownership. Therefore, it makes sense. I'm going to stop you. I'll pick up with you tomorrow. But therefore, because it makes sense that man's innate kedusha is expressed through speech. That's why the Margal of Bethune, sometimes a person will say something, not even realizing that what it is that they're saying is words of Torah, but it's almost as if the Hebrew has the ability to express the most innate kedusha of man. All right, but we'll stop over here. We'll pick up with this idea tomorrow. Of course, conversely, what's fascinating is that one of man's greatest abilities to debase himself is through speech as well, which makes sense. Because remember, again, wherever there is the greatest capacity for holiness, there is also the greatest capacity for tumah, or for debasement. So if Dibur is going to be the way that I can articulate and I can express my most innate kedusha, it's also the way that, unfortunately, again, I can express my most innate tumah as well. All right, well, we'll both pick up in Meretz Hashem with this piece tomorrow. But just make sure you're not. I'm not big into the guys who do that. It can work. You can do whatever you want, but for me, it's good with the mindset. You can see my now. So I mean, you're doing that. Thing that you just be aware of that. But I mean, you got a good style. You just keep doing it over the years. Yeah. How can you do it? You started a year ago. I started a year ago. I usually go. I have set up for a while. All right. So let's begin. We are picking up the Meretz Hashem with Os Nun Gimel in Rav Tzaddik. So we're gonna continue this piece. Meretz Hashem in the coming days. We'll start some of the piece out. And here Rav Tzaddik continues really on his fascinating trajectory. So if you take a look, we're page Kuf Chaf Zav. Let's pick up with the beat where we have Chassidus on the left-hand column. It says La'el, his buyer, he called Echad Nibra L'tikun Izadam Prati. Shebonis Yachdo Nafsho B'Prat. Kain Yisbar. So remember, in Osman Test, what Tzaddik said is that every person is created in order to go ahead and literally the taki, fix, to remedy, to address one specific thing that is highlighted in his neshama. Some of the way of Tzaddik illustrated this was every person, although many of us struggle with many things, often most of us have one thing which we struggle with acutely. That one struggle is the very passion, the very purpose of my existence, and have even given the passion in order to go ahead and address that struggle, that actually can become my greatest strength. So Rav Tzaddik goes on, he says, behind this fire, Shemiyuchados Kufim, Yuchados Kidam, the signal Hadibor Shakolah Kodah. So Rav Tzaddik is going to posit that individual's singularity, person's singularity, uniqueness, comes out ultimately again through his speech as well. For example, you also say, the truth is also continuing from the previous post. In those days, Tzaddik highlighted the idea that a person has a certain innate kedusha, which is not subject to change. In other words, innate kedusha, which cannot be damaged and harnessed as a result of inappropriate behavior. The idea that there is a kedusha atzmis, which is a personalistic holiness which we each possess, which by definition is there no matter what wrong decisions we make. We're going to see now in Gimel that the Tzaddik is really going to build on that theme as well. So look what he writes. Afilu Dibur Shalchot is really a beautiful observation. Afilu Dibur Shalchot Amrogo B'Jiyad. Even just what he calls Dibur Shalchot, general speech, which a person, which people talk every day. There he goes on, he says, Hainu, Piskam V'Dibur Chulim Ba'alma, Shein Bo Divrei Torah. He's talking about general speech, right? The way a person talks each and every day, not words of Torah, just general, what he calls sichas chulim, regular mundane talk. Ashal Isa Denise Rav Ragelash, now she's specifically talking about something. So we'll say sometimes each of us has things that are our common adages, right? Our common phrases, our common statements that we often share. He says, K'moshe Chazal, Machnin Piskam Kigun Zeh, Margola B'Kumei. So in the Gemara you often have the expression Margola B'Kumei. Margola B'Kumei literally means Margola is a jewel or a gem, B'Kumei, in the mouth of. So that's why Chazal say Margola B'Kumei means a common expression. That is, because when Chazal use it, they often use it not just as a common expression, but a common expression which possesses much wisdom. So Margola B'Kumei, a jewel in the mouth of people, a common expression which contains much wisdom. Davar Zeh Ragil B'Piv, on the page of Zion. So the Tzaddik quotes from Rashi and Brachos. What does it mean, Margola B'Kumei? This means something that a person is accustomed to say. Al-Af Shudvar Chulin, B'chol Zos, Nechshav L'Divrei Torah Mamish. Now, both here, the Tzaddik says something absolutely amazing. He says sometimes when Chazal will quote this idea of Margola B'Kumei, right, a jewel, a common expression, so Chazal aren't quoting Divrei Torah, right? They're not per se quoting Divrei Torah. They're just quoting a common expression. Yet the quoting common expression in the context of the Gemara, they're quoting a common expression, and they're using that quotation in a halachic discussion or in a hashkafic discussion. So what you see is something amazing. You see a common everyday expression that is becoming included in the Gemara and often being used to go ahead and highlight or bolster or bring out a halachic point, a hashkafic point, different musar. He says something amazing. Alaf Shulchulin, even though again the statement that the Gemara is quoting is Chulin, it's not necessarily the statement that's being quoted is not Torah. Nevertheless, Nechshav L'Divrei Torah Machamish. Ultimately, again, it's being quoted. I will say, remember again, we actually just had this. We had this just a week ago or so in that Yomi, where the Gemara quoted in its context. What was its context? It was before Agay Sachem, where the Gemara said that if a word is worth one selah, then shtika is worth two. It was the case, it was the last Mishnah before Agay Sachem. Right, the last Mishnah that we spoke about the individual. Sorry, let me just find it. It's a good illustration. If you remember again, this was the case. Yeah, this was the case where we had a Chavura, they lost the carbon Pesach. Right? One of the Chavura went out to go ahead and find the Pesach. Please tell me what text messages about this. Right. So we're speaking about the idea that you have a Chavura, and the Chavura goes ahead and loses their Pesach. They send out one of the members of the Chavura to go out on the cart. So remember, we had this whole Mishnah. There was a discussion, but then they end up finding a replacement animal, shechting a replacement animal. So there's a whole discussion about which animal is used for the cart. Pesach who uses what. So the Mishnah gave a case where, let's say, again, the Chabura has the carbon Pesach. They lost the carbon Pesach. Reuven goes out to find the carbon. In the interim, the Chabura appoints a new carbon. Identifies, sets aside a new carbon. And then Mishnah said, if neither party said anything to the other, right? Reuven didn't say anything to the Chabura, right? Pretty much he acted unilaterally. The Chabura didn't say anything to Reuven. So what's the halacha? Reuven uses the current Pesach that he found. The Chabura uses the replacement current Pesach and Shalom al Yisrael. So the Gemara points out the idea that there's something very profound when people don't talk to each other. There's a profundity when people talk, and there's a profundity when people are silent. So the Gemara, this was on Tzadik Chesed Down, said, "Mikana l'chachamim, yafesh tika l'chachamim, habachomer l'tipshim." Right. So here the wise men said, so silence is good for wise men. Habachomer alachas come all the more so for fools. Here's a perfect example of where you see. Now, again, is that a statement of truth? Is that a religious statement? Is that so it's a life statement. It was quite fascinating about this, and you find this all the time, where the Gemara will quote something. Sometimes it'll quote it with the introduction of Margola Betumei, a jewel, right, or a gem in the mouth of people. So you see the Gemara will quote statements, and again, that's not a statement of Torah. That's a statement of life wisdom. Yet, interestingly enough, remember, it is brought down in the midst of a halachic discussion, and it's brought as a proof for halachic discussion. So the Tzaddik says, what do you see from here? He says, "Afilu zibur kazeh haragil itzel ish ha'hamoni va'achoshet yosem Yisrael." So you see again a statement. What it is a simple statement. It happens to be in this time, quoting the sages. But many times when the Gemara does this, it's not quoting a sage. It's not quoting anyone of particular piety. Often, Margul of the Kumei is just a thing that people say all of the time. He goes on, he says, you find this very often throughout the Gemara. Maybe the Gemara is mad the Amri in Shi, where the Gemara will quote that which regular people say. Sha'anoshim regilin lomar. Those Divrei Torah, and ultimately again when it's quoted by the Gemara, it's quoted in the context of the quotation, acting makes it into Divrei Torah. Even Shakomi Chachma Ami Inshi, Yakshu Chachma Amitis Uspas Anes, Hiram Zabak Torah. Ukinoki Muban Tarakama de Sanhedrin, Harbei Gamim, shall how who the Havaka Amaga Azia. So, for example, Kosovo will see some examples of this. That the Gemara Masechta Sanhedrin quotes the idea, or quotes many sayings. Just quotes sayings in the name of people. Like this was something that people were accustomed to say. Adam Echad Haya Royal, Lomar Piskam Kaf Bekaf, Ra'am Shmuel Ala Piskam Ahu, Klov Ksiv, Hari Sha'av Shvik, 2 more lines, Hari Sha'av Shabala Piskam, Lo Yoda Shvish the Dvarav Korbatora, Apa Piking Gila Shmuel Shin Divrei Torah, Beish Lahadi Smach Umakodah Dvar Min HaTorah. This is fascinating. So the quotes over here, we'll see this inside a bit more tomorrow, but it does quotes from the Gemara Masechta Sanhedrin, and the Gemara Masechta Sanhedrin quotes just a number of pitgamim, right? A number of sayings of just regular people, right? Regular people used to say this, used to say that, and what Shmuel would then do is something fascinating, is he would take these regular sayings of ordinary people, and he would say, oh, there's a pasuk that supports this idea. So Tzaddik says, so you see something fascinating developing over here. You see Chazal taking quotations of ordinary, everyday people, what we call margul of the Tunei, a jewel, right, a gem in the mouth of an individual. We see again Gemara Masechta Sanhedrin quoting in the Gemara statements of regular, everyday people, and then we find Shmuel going ahead and saying, oh, by the way, those statements that you thought was an ordinary statement, there's a Gemara, there's a pasuk Here's a Mishnah. There's different, again, sources of halacha and hashkafa, Torah, that support these very assertions. So we'll say, what does this mean? Right? What's the deeper meaning of this? What does this mean? It's ultimately, again, the Gemara is quoting from regular people. The Meretz will stop over here. We'll pick up with this idea tomorrow. So we'll understand that something is going to develop this quite beautifully and dramatically as a continuation of that which was said in the previous oaths, as well as building what I think is just an incredible paradigm for us going forward. So we'll stop over here. We are picking up the Meretz in Rabbi Rothschild. So we're going to continue this section in the community while discussing many things out. I think Rabbi Rothschild continues really on this fascinating trajectory. If you take a look, there's page Kuf. Let's pick up with the people we have to see this on the left-hand column. This is La'el, his buyer. כל אחד מכל הסופר איזה דבר פרטי, שבו נשגח בו נפשו בכך. כאן יסבר, so remember in Osman test, what the topic said is that every person is created in order to go ahead and literally with passion, fix, to remedy, to address one specific thing that is highlighted in his neshama. Some of the way that Tzaddik demonstrated this was every person, although many of us struggle with many things, often most of us have one thing which we struggle with completely. That's one struggle is the very purpose, the very purpose of my existence, and I'm able to be in the passion, I'm able to go ahead and address that struggle, that can become my greatest strength. So Tzaddik is going to say, I'm inspired. שמיוחדות זו ניכרת גם בסגנון הדיבור של כל אחד ואחד. So Tzaddik is going to posit that an individual's singularity, person's singularity, uniqueness, comes out ultimately again through his speech as well. So which is also continuing from the previous post, in those days where Tzaddik highlighted the idea that a person has a certain innate kedusha, which is not subject to change. Otherwise, innate kedusha which cannot be damaged or tarnished as a result of inappropriate behavior. The idea that there is a kedusha atzmis, there's just a personalistic holiness which we possess, which by definition is there no matter what wrong decisions we make. We're going to see now in the Gimel that the Tzaddik is really going to build on that theme of that. So what could be right? Afilu Dibur Shalchot is really a beautiful observation. Afilu Dibur Shalchot Amurgo is the other. Even just because Dibur Shalchot, general speech, which a person, which people talk every day. He goes on and says, Hainu, Piskam the Dibur Kulim Ba'alma, She'ebo Dibur Torah. He's talking about general speech, right? Where a person talks each and every day, not words of Torah, just general, what he calls sichas chulun, regular mundane talk. He's talking about Ragelaskilo. Now, he's specifically talking about something. They will say, sometimes each of us has things that are common adages, right? Are common phrases and common statements that we often share. He says, Moshe Chazal, Mashin Pisam Kigonzeh, Margola Bepune. So in the Gemara you often have the expression Margola Bepune. Margola Bepune literally means Margola is a jewel or a gem, Bepune, in the mouth of. So that's the Chazal say, Margola Bepune means a common expression. A common expression. That is when Chazal uses they often use it not just as a common expression, but a common expression which possesses much wisdom. So Margala Betume, a jewel in the mouth of people, a common expression which contains much wisdom. Davar Zeh Ragil Bepiv. So I'm in page of Zion. So the Tzaddik quotes from Rashi in the office. What does it mean, the Margala Betume? This means something that a person is accustomed to say. Al Af Shidvar Chilin, Bechol Zos, Nechshach L'Divrei Torah Mamish. Now, both here, the Tzaddik says something absolutely amazing. He says sometimes when Chazal will quote this idea of Margala Betume, right, a jewel, a common expression, so Chazal aren't quoting Divrei Torah, right? They're not per se quoting Divrei Torah. They're just quoting a common expression. Yes, they're quoting common expression in the context of the Gemara. They're quoting a common expression, and they're using that quotation in a halachic discussion or in a hashkafic discussion. So what you see is something amazing. You see a common everyday expression that is becoming included in the Gemara and often being used to go ahead and highlight or bolster or bring out a halachic point, a hashkafic point, different musar. So he says something amazing. Alaf Shuchule, even though again the statement that the Gemara is quoting is quoted, it's not necessarily, the statement that's being quoted is not Torah. Nevertheless, Nechshav L'Divrei Torah.
What up, Joe?
Again, it's being quoted as the Torah. Remember again, we just had this. We had this also. The Gemara quoted.
No one can hear you. What'd you say?
What? You want the good news or the bad news?
You want the bad news.
Are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me? Just a moment. Just a moment.
I'm sorry. If a word is worth one selah, then shtika is worth two. Oh, it was the case. It was the last Mishnah before Arvei Tzachim. Right, the last Mishnah when we spoke about the individual. Sorry, let me just find it. It's a good illustration. If you remember again, this was the case. Yeah, this was the case where the Chabura, they lost the Korban Pesach. Right, one of the Chabura went out to go ahead and find the Pesach. All right. Can you tell me a text messages at 5:50 in the morning? Sorry. Anyway, so we're speaking about the idea that if you have a Chabura and the Chabura goes ahead and loses their Pesach, they send out one of the members of the Chabura to go ahead and look for it. So remember, we have this whole Mishnah. There was a discussion, but then they end up finding a replacement animal, shechting a replacement animal. So there's a whole discussion about which animal is used for the Korban Pesach, who uses what. So the Mishnah gave a case where, let's say again, the Chabura has the Korban Pesach. They lost the Korban Pesach. Reuven goes out to find the Korban. In the interim, the Chabura appoints a new Korban. Identifies, sets aside a new Korban. And then Mishnah said, if neither party said anything to the other, right? Reuven didn't say anything to the Chabura. Very pretty much he acted unilaterally. The Chabura didn't say anything to Reuven. So what's the halacha? Reuven uses the Korban Pesach that he found. The Chabura uses the replacement Korban Pesach and Shalom al Yisrael. So the Gemara points out the idea that there's something very profound when people don't talk to each other. There's a profundity when people talk, and there's a profundity when people are silent. So the Gemara, this goes on Sabbath chapter 1, said, "Mekana l'chachamim, yafesh tika l'chachamim, chabechomer l'tivshu." Right. So from here, the wise men said, so silence is good. The wise men, chabechomer alachas come all the more so for fools. So here's a perfect example of where you see. Now, again, is that a statement of Torah? Is that a religious statement? Is that so it's a life statement. It's quite fascinating about something we find this all the time. Where the Gemara will quote something, sometimes it'll quote it with the introduction of Marg. full of the kumei, a jewel, right, or a gem in the mouth of people. So you see, the Gemara will quote statements, and again, that's not a statement of Torah. That's a statement of life wisdom, Yet it's just enough. Remember, it's brought down in the midst of a halachic discussion, and it's brought as we'll call it as a proof to our halachic discussion. So if David says, "What do you see from here?" He says, "Zavai, afilu dibur kazeh halad yochi tzal ish hahamoni va'achoshet yosem Yisrael." See again, a statement that is a simple statement. It's not, it happens to be in this, quoting a sage. But many times in the Gemara does this, it's not quoting a sage, it's not quoting anyone of particular piety. Often, Margul of the Tumei the Inchi is just a thing that people say all of the time. He goes on, he says, you find this very often throughout the Gemara. Shemevi the Gemara is not the Amri Inchi, where the Gemara will quote that which regular people say. Sha'anoshim regilim lomar. Those divrei Torah, and ultimately, again, when it's quoted by the Gemara, it's quoted in the context of the quotation, actually makes it into divrei Torah. Mechivan shekom min chachma da'am inshi, rak shu chachma amitis uspas emes, yiram zabat Torah. Ukimoki muvan parakama d'Sanhedrin, Harbei Iskamim shall hahu lahava ka'amar ba'azia. So, for example, it goes over here, we'll see some examples of this. That the Gemara Masechta Sanhedrin quotes the idea of quotes many sayings. Just quotes sayings in the name of people. Like this is something that people were accustomed to say. Adam afat haya royal, haya royal, lomar piskam kaf bekaf. Ra'amar shmuel ala piskam ahu, kroksiv, hari sha'av sh'tumalai, hari sha'av shabala piskam, lo yodev sh'dus b'dvarav v'korba Torah, Apa Pikin Gila Shmuel Shem Divrei Torah, Deish Lahan Yismach U'Mekadud Bar Min HaTorah. This is fascinating. So the quotes over here, we'll see this inside a bit more tomorrow, but it probably quotes in the Gemara Masechta Sanhedrin, and the Gemara Masechta Sanhedrin quotes just a number of piskamim, right? A number of sayings of just regular people. Right? Regular people used to say this, used to say that, and what Shmuel would then do is something fascinating. Is he would take these regular sayings of ordinary people and he would say, "Oh, there's a pasuk that supports this idea." So Tavik says, so also see something fascinating developing over here. You see Chazal taking quotations of ordinary, everyday people, what we call margul of the Tumei, a jewel, right, a gem in the mouth of an individual. We see again Gemara Masechta Sanhedrin quoting in the Gemara statements of regular, everyday people, and then we find Shmuel going ahead and saying, "Oh, by the way, those statements that you thought was an ordinary statement, there's a Gemara, there's a pasuk, there's a Mishnah, there's different against sources of halacha and hashkafa, Torah that support these various sources." So we'll say, what does this mean? Right? What's the deeper meaning of this? What does this mean? Which ultimately, again, the Gemara is quoting from regular people. And we're going to stop over here and pick up with this idea tomorrow. So we'll understand that David is going to develop this quite beautifully and dramatically as a continuation of that which was said in the previous studies, as well as building what I think is just an incredible paradigm for us. So we'll stop over here. All right, Shabbos, say good morning. Let us begin. We hope to let Hashem finish Oslo, continuing Oslo days. Today in topic, so we are picking up great let's pick up the Gibori Hasidus on the left hand side. So we actually began this discussion. So just refresh us a little bit. So the topic in Oslo days is focusing on the abilities of transformative change, or the concept of transformative change. And we'll be focusing again, the anchor of this discussion is the Messianic era, and the idea being that the Rebbe highlighted this concept of V'ita Ahishana, that Gula really comes in one of two ways. V'ita, in its just simple approach, or Ahishana, expedited salvation, expedited salvation. So the idea of V'ita means that at a certain point in time, even if Klal Yisrael appears, even if Klal Yisrael is undeserving, HaKadosh Baruch Hu will somehow bring Mashiach anyway. But they were upset because if you heard what it was, it's not really the way that it works. In other words, that V'ita means even if Klal Yisrael is undeserving right now, there'll be some type of transformative change which will make Klal Yisrael deserve. So interestingly enough, so Tzaddik has been focusing on it. How do we see that level of change? The ability to take a generation that's undeserving and suddenly go ahead and make it deserving, which is a pretty dramatic idea. So Tzaddik says we see examples of it by the Doha Midbar. And he gives other examples of where you find instantaneous transformative change. So let's pick up with A, left-hand column, the area has the same PDF from last week. So the Rebbe says, and this is important, we mentioned this we actually began this last week. The Rebbe says, unless we think that this concept of transformative change is impossible, then they will say, when we get to the Gemara from the Gemara Second Condition, and the Kaddish will say, Isha, Manas Shani Tzadik Lama. If a man says to a woman, become Mikudeshes to the condition that I'm Tzadik Lama, absolutely righteous. The Gemara says, Mikudeshes, she is betrothed to, even if he's Mamish Rasha. Even if he's Mamish Rasha. Why? Shema hear her tshuva b'libo. Because ultimately, he did tshuva. Maybe he did tshuva. And the Tzaddik says, you see from it, what do you mean maybe he did tshuva? The idea being, even though externally the person did not change anything about his behavior, and even though again a person maybe did not change anything about his lifestyle, but there's a hint of tshuva, a thought of tshuva, some type of cognitive transfer, cognitive shift. So the Rebbe says that also constitutes tshuva. So you see here where that transformative instantaneous change can take place. Because often the greatest tshuva is not even something that occurs behaviorally. The greatest tshuva is a type of tshuva which occurs with a mindset shift. Or a shift of a reorientation of the way one thinks about themselves, the way one thinks about life. So the Rebbe goes down once in this huge with the piece. This is Mahari Adu B'nai Yisrael. Shakal Ados, redaction me'Hashem Yisbara. Hashivinu Hashem Ilacha B'Nashuva, Hashivinu Hashem Ilacha B'Nashuva, the Gomor. So go to the Pasuk in Eish. And the Pasuk in Eish says, Hashivinu Hashem Ilacha B'Nashuva, Hashem, bring us back to you, and we will return. Bring us back to you, and we will return. So once I bring over the meaning of this passage, the Rabbi said, so who Yachol La'orenu Yashuv B'Tshua Shem B'Ragah? When Klal Yisrael says to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Ribono Shel Olam, we have so much difficulty doing tshuva, so much difficulty coming back to you. But you could bring us back. You could awaken us to tshuva in a moment. But it's a very strange concept. Hashem, you bring us back and we'll return. What does that mean? What does it mean? what we're to a certain degree doing is we're shifting the responsibility of our tshuva to the Ribbon Shalom. You know you could inspire us, you know you could awaken us, you know you could bring us back to you, and if you would bring us back to you, we would do everything we're supposed to be doing. So why don't you just go ahead and do that? It's an incredible chutzpah, but it's incredibly profound. But who yachol lo'in lashim tzorushem l'rega echad? Rak shashem yizbarach tzavach, it's good above, open the Yisrael. Yet the Ribbon Shalom, he screams back, so to speak. Right? He calls back and he says, what are the pasuk in Zechariah? Shuva Elai Me'il Hashem Tzavachos Va'ashuv Aleikum. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says back to us, Shuva Elai, you come back to me. You come back to me. So there is this tug of, not tug of war is the wrong word, but there is this tension between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and Klal Yisrael. Klal Yisrael says to you, Hashem Elach Avon God, it's your responsibility to make us do tshuva. Bring us back to you, and you'll see that if you awaken within us the spark of tshuva, we'll do great things. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu says to us, tshuva Elai, what do you mean I should bring you back to me? You come back to me. You have the tshuva. You have free choice. You make the decision to return to me. That's what the Bible says. When you start, it's almost like, so this of course, if you take a look at footnote Chacham, this is very beautiful. Go to the Medrash. The Medrash says, Amra Knesset Yisrael HaKadosh Baruch Hu Ribbon Shalom Shalchahu Hashiveinu. So the Medrash says that Klal Yisrael says to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Ribbon Shalom, we belong to you. We belong to you. So because we belong to you, Hashiveinu, bring us back. Bring us back. Amar lahem shalachenu shene'emar shuva elai me'il Hashem tzavachos va'ashuv aleichem. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, no, you belong to you. So we say to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, we belong to you. Right? Or the power of our tshuva belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu responds to us and he says, no, the power of your tshuva belongs to you. Amar l'fanav Ribbon Shalom shene'emar shuveinu elokei yishenu. So this is the tension between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and Klal Yisrael. You said that there was something so fascinating in the stomach. So sheyagia zman hagula, the dor garua mode, ad sheyihi kulo chayiv kidoel. Let's remember again, going back to this messianic tug of war, the ita achishana. Achishana, expedited salvation occurs if the generation deserves it. Ita sounds like even if it's a generation shapiro chayiv that is so fundamentally compromised, what's going to happen? Bari halochihi she'im yisod mid'orim ella in osim tshuva k'dura'el. So here's the problem. This is a topic mentioned in passing before, but now it comes to light. With messianic salvation, so I understand achishana. I understand expedited. That is salvation if we are worthy of it. I understand that piece. The ita sounds like that even if Klal Yisrael doesn't deserve it, there's a certain time by which Mashiach has to come no matter what. There's like a deadline, right? There's a messianic deadline, right? There's Mashiach must come by a certain time, which makes it sound like even if Klal Yisrael is not deserving, Mashiach will come. The problem with that, and this is what Tzaddik is driving at, is we have other statements in Chazal of Ein Yisrael Nigalim Elim Osim Tshuva. Just Klal Yisrael can't be redeemed without Tshuva. So how does this all work? How can I have a deadline? Or let's say a deadline makes it sound like Mashiach is coming no matter what. No matter what the Klal Yisrael is. But yet, Chazal tell us that Klal Yisrael can only be redeemed if we do Tshuva. So how do you reconcile this? Listen, I watch this. This is incredible. So Tzaddik says it has to be on karka. Sheyihi az matzav shall be done matzav. The only way to reconcile these concepts is if you say we win. We win. What does this mean? Shalom yinatzach, kilomar שכנסת ישראל תנצח כביכול עשה הקדוש ברוך הוא בבקשתו, השיבינו אליו, שיהיה גם הישראל יוסר בתשובה מהשם יתברך. So this is actually quite beautiful. So Tzaddik says, the Indian reconcile is as follows. The halach l'maisa is going to end up happening is we win. We win meaning what? That when that deadline occurs, when that deadline comes about, mamish now, it is time to go ahead and bring Mashiach. The problem is, Klal Yisrael has not done tshuva. So we'll say what's going to happen. Klal Yisrael will win, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu ultimately again will be forced to Hashivenu Hashem Eilecha V'Nashim. Now what's going to end up happening? The Rebbe Hashem is going to have to do Mashiach. Klal Yisrael will not have done tshuva. And the only way to ultimately bring Mashiach is for HaKadosh Baruch Hu to inspire us to do tshuva. He's going to have to take ownership over our tshuva. Hashivenu Hashem Eilecha. The Rebbe Hashem light the fire, kindle the spark, bring us back to you, and you will see that we will do something absolutely incredible. So we'll say, isn't this amazing? So Tzaddik says, there's a number of things happening over here. And by the way, I just want to point out, all our Kadosh Baruch Hu does is light the spark. We do the rest. But Lamaisa, I need the Ribono Shel Olam at times to take the responsibility to bring me back. So this highlights a number of different things. Number one, once it gives us a fascinating window into Messianic redemption. Halavai will result in Ta'afishena, to expedited salvation through positive dynamic activity. If not, if it's going to be for salvation, so then I've also one of two things happen. Either probably so will be true, or if we don't, but if we done Natzach, remember that phrase from the Rebbe, if we done Natzach, we win. There's always this ongoing tug of war. We say Hashivinu Hashem Eilecha V'Nashuvah. Hashem, bring us back. Hashem says, Shuva Elai, come back yourself. So normally it's three Banshal words, except when the deadline of Messianic redemption approaches, and Mashiach has to come, and we're still not doing tshuva. We win. Hashivinu Hashem Eilecha V'Nashuvah will have to go ahead and light the fire and kindle the spark. But the greater lesson that the Tzaddik is teaching us in the midst of all this is the ability and the power of transformative change. And sometimes that ability to even engage in instantaneous transformative change. Sometimes, again, there is the ability for a person to so fundamentally turn himself around. And yes, although sometimes it's gradual, and most times it's good for it to be gradual, at the end of the day, instantaneous, transformative, cathartic change is possible as well. That's the Gemara Masechus Kedushin. That's ultimately, again, Hari Akin Kudesh Tamanashi Tzadi Gomer. And why is instantaneous, transformative, cathartic change possible? That goes back to Shoshana Ben HaCholkin. Because at the end of the day, even when I commit Averos, the Rebbe says, that's not my Pneumius. My Pneumius is Kaddish. My Pneumius, my inner essence is Tahar, and remains untainted forever. No matter what happens in the rest of my life, I am the Kishoshana Ben HaCholkin. I am the rose amongst the weeds. It's true, the weeds are there, but Lamaisa, the rose never loses its rose identity. So because I never lose my Pneumius, because I never lose that, therefore again, even when I sin, I don't fundamentally alter who I am on the inside, and because of that, instantaneous, transformative, cathartic change always remains. All right, then let's stop over here. We'll pick up in the next Hashem with me in Gimel tomorrow. Alright, friends, and good morning. Let us begin our meditation. Towards the end of Ocean Days, we are picking up on page Kufay in Sifat HaSad. So, as we mentioned yesterday, the Rebbe has taught us something incredibly amazing, which was based on the idea of the Yerushalmi. The Yerushalmi says, who was the Ribono Shel Olam's favorite generation? It was the Dor HaMidbar. Generation of the desert. And although at first glance it seems a little bit strange, especially given the fact that, again, as you mentioned, this means Parsha, Chita Ego, Chita Meraglim, all of the tragic, sinful activity. Nevertheless, what's upsetting to say is, yet that's the same generation that said Masavish. So if you want to speak about a generation that is demonstrative of the contrast, the different extremes which man can reach, Dor HaMidbar is a wonderful example. And the reason why ultimately, again, Dor HaMidbar is treated with Kol HaDoros is because Dor HaMidbar teaches us the power of change. The power of change. And no matter what an individual has done, no matter how badly I've messed up in life, personalistic redemption is always possible. The Rebbe then quoted the beautiful pasuk from Shir Hashirim, Kishoshana bin HaChochim, like a rose amongst the thorns. Thorns, of course, representing the sins. The Adiyadeh of a rose. Nevertheless, the identity of the rose can be preserved even in the midst of all of the thorns. If you pick up on page Kufay, the Rebbe says something so beautiful. It's in the Adarabah, it's in the right-hand column. I'm reading in the Ulya Hasidus, the right-hand column, 5 lines in. The Adarabah, as Chashivos Nafsho Tia Yisera, Achari Sheshava Adam B'Tshuva Shlema Me'achid. It's like, the Rebbe is going to talk about certain concepts which we are also familiar with. But the way he frames them is so beautiful. So the Rebbe says, everyone knows that the Hashivos of the Neshama, the importance of the Neshama, is manifest, especially in the aftermath of sin. The aftermath of sin. He says, Shahari, listen to this, Shoshana, she Mitsuya ben HaChochim, Yichashuvi Yosem and Shoshana ben HaShoshana. The Bible says that it's so beautiful that there are different types of roses. Some roses grow amongst roses, and some roses grow amongst thorns. The most beautiful rose is the one that does not grow amongst roses. The most beautiful roses are the ones that grow amongst the thorns. So beautiful. The Bible says, the passage quotes over here in Zohar, Shoshana Shema'ala Reach, Ubucheres Mikol Shar HaGadim Ba'olam. The most beautiful rose, the most fragrant rose amongst all of the roses in the world, Eina Rak Taki Ha'ora Miben HaKotim, is the one which grows amongst the thorns. Is the one which grows amongst the thorns. So we'll say, here's the Rebbe saying over here. This is so incredibly profound. The truest fragrance is not when you're surrounded all by thorns. The truest fragrance in life is when you're surrounded all by roses. The truest fragrance emerges when the rose is surrounded by thorns, but still manages to be a rose, which is a truly incredible and beautiful idea. The Rebbe goes on and explains, "V'divrei Hazor halalu asain ba'im l'shidas k'ma'adamar sheba'ali tshuva aditi v'goyim b'ma'alasan v'tzadikim v'nuyim." And this statement of the Zohar is very much in line with the statement from Mamsech that Bali Tshuva are able to occupy a spiritual space that is much greater than tzaddikim v'nuyim. Now, obviously, this notion of a tzaddik gomer being someone who never sins, we saw this in the tzaddik. There's no such thing as someone who never sins. But you understand this point. Someone who struggles, someone who to frame it a little bit differently. someone who is constantly struggling with the thorns, but still manages to preserve the rose, is so much greater than someone who is just always a rose amongst the roses. Because it tells you something so. I know you've heard these concepts before, it's nothing new. But the Tzaddik brings it, it's so beautiful. Tzaddik is saying is, you know, the essence of that, you know, like the Shkara who appreciates most in this world? Struggle. Struggle. When I am willing to engage in the struggle, when I say, Bono Shalom, I saw many thorns, and the thorns are always around me. It's talking about, no, only external adversity. That's true also. Also, I think, you know, there are moments in life, Halavai, you have the Bracha, where maybe there's no external adversity. But there's always internal adversity. And these are internal thorns that I'm always struggling with them. And then I see people who are roses who live amongst the roses. And I'm always surrounded by the thorns, right? And I'm always surrounded by the thorns. But often I'm going ahead and often getting hit by the thorns. I'm getting cut by the thorns. I'm bleeding because of the thorns. And even today I avoid the thorns. Tomorrow I get stuck on the thorns. And yesterday I got stuck on the thorns. And the Tzaddik says, just understand two things. Number one, your rose is always there. Your rose is always there. The rose never withers, the rose never dies. This goes back to what the Tzaddik said 2 days ago. He said a little bit longer than 2 days ago. But we learned 2 days ago, where the Rebbe says the reason why change is possible is because faith never impacts the nefesh hachaim. Sin never impacts the core identity of who you are. That always remains intact. Therefore, change is possible. So the rose is always there. And what HaKadosh Baruch Hu appreciates more than anything in life is not when I am a Shoshana bein HaShoshana. Because the truth is, it's easy to be a rose amongst the challenging life. And the real success story in life is that you can be a Shoshana bein HaKosim. You need to be a rose amongst the thorns. And you could preserve the beauty of your rose while battling your thorns each and every day. That HaKadosh Baruch Hu says is thy success. Okay. So skip a little bit to the left-hand paragraph. So now, whoever takes this concept, and really expands it a little bit. So look what he writes. On the left-hand column, the Uriah Hasidus, page Kufchatay. The Al-Ya'ala al-Adas, Sheitayat al-Zezmanat. I'm side-stepping a little bit some of this other theme, which is Mashiach. Now, we're going to come back to Mashiach also, but what really started this whole conversation is that the Rebbe was exceptionally intrigued by the concept that the God, the generation of Mashiach, may not initially be worthy, but then ultimately again they are transformed into being worthy. So the Gemara discusses, remember again, we saw this a number of days ago, how does this happen? Sometimes Baruch Hu goes ahead and is Na'amu, another Shekzerosa, first of all, this is out the spot of fever, the Xeris motivate us to do tshuva, and the entire generation changes. So that was the springboard for this conversation. That was intrigued by that change model. You could have the generation that begins being quote unquote unworthy, but then morphs into something incredibly worthy. So he goes on, he says, this is incredible. The Ayala Aladah, Sheikh or Zezman Rab. So there's two things happening over here. There's a national conversation and a personal conversation. It's the same conversation. It's the conversation of change. Conversation of change. In a messianic context, so the conversation of change tells me that the generation is undeserving in one moment and then it's transformed into deserving in the next moment. That's the national conversation. On the personal level, the same thing is true. That I could be a Shoshana, I could find my rose, even though again I am surrounded by the thorns. So the Rebbe says something amazing. He says, don't think, Ayala aladas, Sheikh or Zezman. Don't think that dynamic change has to go ahead and take a lot of time. Gavi Yisrael is called Shvavi V'Dargis HaTshuva Ad She'Agia L'Tshuva Shlema. Don't think that it has to take a long time until Klal Yisrael comes to the level of Tshuva Shlema. Don't say again on a national level or on a personal level. Why? Tshuva Gimura Eino Orefes Zman Klal Ve'efsha Shiyeh Berega Echad. Wow. Let's say now we're beginning something that is transformative. Rebbe says, tshuva doesn't have to be a prolonged process. Real tshuva has happened in a moment. It happened in a moment. Rega achaz, kidemuchach beperek days b'kiddushin. As now, two steps in perek days b'kiddushin. Let me show you his example, and then we're going to have to back up a little bit and understand this. What's his example? So the Gemara, what's the famous Gemara? Shamekadish Sa'isha Al-Banas Sha'ani Sadik. If a man is Mekadish and a man comes and betroths a woman, conditional condition. Hari'at Mekudesh Li Al-Banas Sha'ani Sadik. Man says to woman, you come and Kudesh to me on the condition that I'm absolutely righteous. What's the halacha says the Gemara? Afilu Rashagab Mikudeshes. Even if the guy is managed a Rasha Gamar, nevertheless, the condition is good. Why, says the Gemara? Koshishin Shemehir Tshuva V'Zaito. Because maybe the Tshuva. Never say, understand why that's a strange Gemara? Because, again, the guy goes down and says, become a condition on the condition of a Tzadik Gamar. And now we say, we're Koshish, maybe he did Tshuva V'Zaito. That means that externally, what does the guy still look like? What does he look like? A Russia. Right? I don't mean externally how he just. I mean like externally, as far as we know, he's still a Russia. There's nothing to indicate to us that he has abandoned his wishes. The only thing that could possibly be happening is that internally something switched. Like Shemehir Tshuva Kedaita. Maybe he did Tshuva in his mind. So externally nothing looks different. But yet, also, what do you see? That ability to be not. Now, again, even look here. Shemehir her Tshuva Kedaito. Here means what? Means what? A thought. He didn't do anything. He didn't change anything. The only possibility is that maybe he had a thought of tshuva. And yet, it's clear from the Gemara, that's enough. It's clear from the Gemara that is enough, again, on a halachic level, to allow the condition to take effect. Right? He's in the Kaddish when we look at tonight. We bring the Kaddish. This is tonight. I'm going to marry you on the condition you give me $1 million. Okay, so if the woman gives me $1 million, then we'll make marry me on the condition I'm a tzaddik gomer. If I'm a tzaddik gomer, good. Even though the guy doesn't look at tzaddik gomer, we brought him up until this point as a rasha. Shemehir Tshuva V'Zaito, which tells you two things. Number one, tells you the power of thought and tshuva, which we're getting to. But according to Rabbi also tells us that tshuva could be instantaneous. Tshuva could be instantaneous. We have to stop over here. How that works, how you can have instantaneous tshuva. Let's say again, we know tshuva is a process. Tshuva is a mahala. So the dynamic of that, and there we will see on Monday. All right, gentlemen, so good morning. Let us begin. We are continuing this morning in Eretz Hashem opening days in Tzidkas HaTzad. So the Rebbe, let's just pick up where we left off. We left off in on page Kuf Chaf Gimel, opening days, page Kuf Chaf Gimel, the Uri HaChasidus to the left, and column in the bottom. So this is actually quite beautiful. The Rebbe writes as follows: so remember again, the Tzaddik was developing a theme which is not novel, because we've learned this concept before, but you're going to see that what the Tzaddik is going to do today, I think is actually quite novel. So Tzaddik spoke about the idea about messianic redemption. Mashiach could come either to a generation that is deserving or to a generation that's kulochai, that's undeserving. But the incredible thing is that the generation that's undeserving often can be transformed into a deserving one through the process of shuvah, as we'll discuss. And we're going to be highlighting the idea. Well, actually, let's see. So, actually, we left off, I think, page Kuf Chaf Daled, excuse me. So let's pick up page Kuf Chaf Daled. Rabbi Rothschild Amru Chazal. This is actually a very beautiful idea. In the eyes of the Ribono Shel Olam, what is considered to be like the most, when Ribono Shel Olam looks at the generations, which generation is considered to be the most beloved of all the generations? So the Rebbe says, quoting over the Yerushalmi, Ezu D'Chavnu Kol Hadoros, Zeh Dor HaMidbar. Generation of the desert, which is really quite interesting. Now, think about this, and the timing of this is quite amazing. Parshas Kisisa this week, Chita Egel this week, one of the worst averos committed in the history of the Jewish people. Because, if you think about the top two averos committed by the Jewish people, Chita Egel, well, Chita Meraglim, committed by the same generation. That's again also one of people, in general in life, you never stand in judgment of someone else. Judging other people is never really a beneficial exercise, especially given the fact that we truly never understand the circumstances. We don't understand what it means to live under 210 years of servitude and then suddenly be emancipated. We recognize that there's a residual impact on being a slave for so many generations. So Chas v'Shalom, no level of judgment. But nevertheless, it's fascinating to see a statement like this, that the most beloved generation in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu is the Dor HaMidbar, the generation that still objectively committed so many dramatic acts. Well, two major dramatic averos. So the Rebbe says, but on the other hand, as much as God had committed the Chita Egel, they also were the generation who brings Kabbalah Satorah. Kabbalah Satorah, saying it comes relation, seventh the Torah. The Gamla Achar Madrigasim Hanamut Kabbalah Mitzrayim is Alu Lidios Hadar Hakab with the Yosim Kalador. So they will say the Tzaddik says something absolutely amazing. What does it mean when the Yerushalmi says that the most beloved generation in the eyes of the Baruch is the Dor HaMidbar? The Tzaddik posits that if we look at the generation, the Dor HaMidbar, perhaps there's been no other generation who has undergone such a dramatic transformative change as the Dor HaMidbar. It's because that's what Chazal is, and that's what Tzaddik is trying to bring out. Think about this in first. It's true. They committed some significant averos. But where else did you ever find a generation who could go from slaves to Nasa Nishma in 49 days? Where else did you ever see an entire generation who could undergo such cathartic, transformative change within such a relatively short amount of time? The Rebbe says, in the eyes of This is the thing that Tzaddik is going to highlight over here. Number one is the power of change, or the ability to change. Number two, how in the eyes of the Ribono Shel Olam, when we exercise that ability to change, that is the most beloved thing in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Okay, let's actually skip a little bit, skip to the bottom on page 12 of Dalit, in the Orech HaKadosh. Skip to the bottom of the right-hand column. So the present name, the abstract, here's the question. The Tzaddik asks on a different level. I think that this is a question that any of us that we ask ourselves many times when we learn the stories of the Zohar Mitzvah. How could this be? How can you have a generation? Who could exhibit the worst kinds of behavior? The worst kinds of behavior. Right? See, they can go ahead and they can build the ego. They can go ahead and commit the Chita Marak. I will say, by the way, those are just the two major ones, right? Remember, again, there's a lot of other small stuff which unfolds over the course of 30 years in the desert. How could it be that you could have the same generation engage in all of this negative activity and yet also say Nasa Rishon? How does that work? It almost appears to be an inherent person, or mystic contradiction, to which the present me she'efshar she'yihya hadar hahu mikodem tchilo chayiv ולאחר מכן, לפני הכול יסחפו also many hadar v'yis'alu at shiodar shichav yosef. So again, the Tzaddik brings in the Dvar Shlomo Melech, which I'm laying these out for today. But the Tzaddik says in general, how could it be that you could have a generation that essentially is what he calls kulo chayiv, or committing the worst kinds of activity, and yet again could then in the next moment raise themselves up to the pinnacle of holiness and spiritual accomplishment. So the Rebbe says something so beautiful. The Rebbe says, because you have to understand something, that the neshama of the Jew comes from a place that is Gavoa Yosef. That wording is so profound. The neshama comes from a place that is Gavoa Yosef. Gavoa Yosef, not just high, but more high. The highest of the high. If you skip down a few lines, the MS, Kol Chatai Yisrael, Einam Better. We'll say this is perhaps one of the most important lines in Kol HaTorah Kula, because this is the right. He says the MS, because in reality, Kol Chatai Yisrael in the Better. We'll say when a Jew sins, it's not the essence. When I sin, that's not in my essence. It's not my essence. When I sin, I'm making a dramatic mistake. I'm abusing my koach habechira, my power of free choice. And when I sin, ultimately again I'm making a poor decision. But that sin does not reflect who I am in my essence. Rak, listen to this. Rak nafshos Yisrael HaChakev, Yeshiva Husseinu, he quoted a beautiful Gemara in Sanhedrin, that when a Jew sins, what is this comparable to? La'asa v'koi b'nei chilfi. So he says it is comparable to a hadas, a myrtle branch that is growing amongst a southern road. Bad grass, I don't know, weeds. It's like a myrtle branch that is growing amongst these. Klomar, she'pnimius nafshem, not nish'eres b'kdushasam, v'ha'atoim mastir u'mechasim etzim laki lahutz, ve'inam kovnim es k'miniyusam. So we'll say, the Tzaddik over here is discussing the very essence of the Jew. How is it that one generation could engage in such deleterious activity, such terrible chassan, ego, raglim, and a lot of other stuff, They also say Nasa Nishon. How does that happen? We'll say it's the same about remember how Tzaddik went back. How is it that a generation could be so bad and yet HaKadosh Baruch Hu could bring about circumstances and they do tshuva and could transform themselves into a generation that's right to be Mekabel and Mashiach? How does that happen? Tzaddik says because you need to understand the essence of the dynamic of the Jew. The essence of the dynamic of the Jew is number one, Shoresh Nishmasam Mimakam Gabal. Remember that phrase. Shoresh Nishmasam Mimakam Gabal. The essence of my soul is from the highest of the high. I come from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I am a Nitzutz Elokim Mina'amam, as the Balatanya writes. I am a spark from the Ribbon. So that's what I am. And that is my essence. I bet I sin. I bet I do things wrong. That's true. But those sins, those averos, as the Tzaddik says, they are not, they're inam the essence. They're inam the essence. They're not my essence. They're bad things I do. It says that I am like the myrtle branch that grows amongst the weeds. There's a lot of weeds. Those weeds represent my bad decisions. Those weeds represent my wrong turns. Those weeds represent all the negative things I do in life. And sometimes there's a lot of weeds. So many weeds that you can't even see the myrtle branch. But at the end of the day, the myrtle branch is always there. The faith never impacts my essence. Never impacts my essence. The Rebbe goes on, the Lachim Bible place. So he goes on, if you turn the page in just a moment. Okay, so he says, Aval Mizem Muvan, Shekashe Yagiaz Mara, Shishishwa Chotim, Shesiros and Nefesh Hanshal Shoshana, Ad Tishael HaShoshana, Ainu HaNefesh, so he uses the metaphor in Shea Shirin as well. Shoshana Ben HaChotim, like the rose amongst the thorns. So what does that mean, like the rose amongst the thorns? That statement is the ultimate essence of the Jew. A lot of times, I think a lot of thorns do my negative activities. But just because there's a lot of thorns doesn't negate the fact that there's a beautiful rose. That's my essence so. The essence of who I am. The hados that grows amongst the weeds. So I'm going to say, why is this important? Because of Tzaddik is describing over here why change is possible. Like the say, why assume that change is possible? Why is that? Why not say that after you make certain bad decisions, you've locked yourself into a certain way, and that's who you are. That's what you are. You've gone down a particular derech. That's what it is. They say that change is personal. Why do you assume that? To which the Rebbe said, because of all, I'm not going to repeat everything again, but because of everything he said, when I sin, it's not because when I sin, for one thing, I may change my behaviors, and I may change as a result of my bad decisions, certain realities in my life, but I never change who I am. I never change my communities. The communities remain, the rose remains, the hadas remains. Because those things remain, therefore by definition, change is always possible. That's how a Zohar HaMitzvah goes ahead and kills the ego, commits Chesed Meraglim, but at the same time also goes ahead and says, Nasa V'Lishma. It's a Sfira Minei based on inherent contradiction. It is an inherent contradiction. But Lamaisa, because the inner rose, because the inner hadas is never tainted, never compromised, therefore change always remains possible. I'll drop and stop over here. But again, you can see the power of the Tzadik's words. This entire Yisod, this is the key to Shuvah, this is the key to optimism in life. Because if you don't believe this, if you don't subscribe to this, then the truth is, life is very depressing. Because every day is filled with dramatic mistakes. And if you don't accept this ideology of the Tzaddik, it's not just a Tzaddik, an ideology of Yiddishkeit. And at the end of the day, I make mistakes, and essentially I've locked myself into an ongoing downward spiral. But if I believe in the inner rose, I believe in the inner hadas, which is always possible. happens every time somebody gets blacklisted. Every time you say well, we have figured out that since he's from Texas and he's very goofy, he has a bit of natural accidental racism. Is an ongoing thing with him. Sometimes you'll just notice him say things that are like, what's that song about the girl named LaQuisha? You see what I'm talking about? Accidental racism. He doesn't even know when it's happening. He doesn't even know when it's happening. I really want to feel bad for these guys because you didn't put a tweet on it. Did you do that on purpose so I couldn't go back? Yes. What do you know about these two guys? I don't know anything because usually you put the tweet where I see the guests are going to be on, but it was straight today. I kept checking. Well, off of the intros that I gave them. All right, good morning. Let us begin. We are picking up. The session is going to host many days in Sukkot. So a new host, which was subject really conveying to us another incredible life lesson. Although there was still a little bit more to go through in host and Aleph, we really captured the essence of what Trump is here. This idea of the Shekel HaHor, the Hevel HaYofi, Isha Yiras Hashem, this highlights the Yosef and Boaz model versus the healthy Ben Laish model, where lesson, very incredible lesson being that if one wants to go ahead and truly be successful in their quest against the personalistic inside, in their quest ultimately again just against their own individual challenges, so the individual must enlist the help of the Ribono Shel Olam. That although a person may be able to encounter some level of temporal success, right? However, again, long-term success requires one to enlist the partnerships of the fight against the Sahara. So remember again, that was between Boaz and Yosef on one end, who had challenges, but whose challenges was of a limited consideration, because the Ribono saw that since they were very on their own, their staying power would only be so long, versus Halki Ben Laish, who was able to resist a more than 2-decade temptation. And how was he able to do that? Solely because he enlisted the help of the Ribono Shel Olam. And the lesson, of course, incredibly obvious and self-evident, that whenever we go out to meet our challenges in life, we need to invite HaKadosh Baruch Hu to be our partner in those endeavors. Then, I don't know that we're guaranteed success. There's no guaranteed success in anything in life, but at least it's a heightened probability of success in life. So with that, today, so we're going to begin by taking a look at the introduction here in the Uri HaChasidus. The Rabbi writes as follows: the Nun Day paragraph Uri HaChasidus right next to the column page El is dire Shazman Shel B'Tika B'Vi'es HaMashiach U'Kasher Yukol Shneim Mashiach. Let's remember again in Osnun two sections ago, we spoke about the concept of B'Tika Hashem. That's the Uber comes in one of two ways. Uber can come in its appointed time, B'Ika, or Ahishana, expedited gula, right? So remember again, on a messianic level, what that teaches me is there is a time by which Mashiach is going to come, no matter what we do or what we don't do. That being said, we have the ability to hasten his arrival by going ahead and engaging in positive dynamic activity. So the Rebbe says, when ultimately again is this man of B'Ika, he says, when everyone ultimately again thirsts for the Yeshua, for the salvation of the Ribono Shel Olam, Ot is bar le'el, shetokef v'chozek hayitzahara ba'adam mochiach al tokef v'chozek kedushas ha'adam le'umas hazeh v'al yicholoso la'chasik hashlimos ha'makbir hazeh. We'll say, so Tzaddik is kind of giving us a little bit of a summary. So in Os Nun, we saw the concept of the Ikra regarding the two different stages of Gula. In the previous Osos, Mendalit and Memtes, the Tzaddik spoke about, which was an incredible idea, this concept that which I struggle with most, in fact, could turn out to be my greatest source of strength. Meaning what? If I struggle in a particular area, and it's an ongoing struggle, my ability to overcome that particular struggle, in fact, shows what my greatest source of koach truly is. So we have again, so the Oracle so now if we bring all of these concepts together, says that the Oracle inspire chants, eight ish manera harik asakisha hatmina idal safir. So Rabbi says now we can begin to see. Now we can begin to see ultimately again how everything is embedded in the latter generation. So Tzaddik says sometimes we go ahead. Sometimes we go ahead and we look at the generation. And sometimes it appears that the generation in which we live in is so compromised. Right? And ultimately, again, has so many dramatic and difficult challenges. And sometimes we look around and we wonder to ourselves, are we actually ever going to be worthy of salvation? So Tzaddik says we're going to see now how even sometimes when things don't look so great, there's the ability to pull out a message of positivity, even from a compromised generation. Okay, so here we go. I don't know if that introduction was helpful or not, but Lamais again, essentially, what Tzaddik is going to say, and this is part of the beauty of the Sefer, is that as much as each Oz often contains its own individualized message, what Tzaddik often does is he's begun to see is go ahead and kind of merge individual messages into one greater, larger message as well. So with that to begin. So left hand column, a person shouldn't wonder to himself, in Mira B'Doro Sharishorim, Afilu Mibnei Aminu Misrabim Ba'olam. So sometimes a person looks around and he says to himself, there are a lot of Rishonim. There's a lot of evil in the world. A lot of negativity. Sometimes it seems that evil in the world is so dramatic, and there's no countermeasure. The guy and sometimes it appears like the rot in this world seems to intensify, right? It seems to grow with each given day. And sometimes there has the appearance that it's hefty. Let's say it's really an incredible statement, and I think it's very applicable for our time, right? Sometimes we look around and there's so much good in the world, there really is, but there's also so much moral decay on so many different levels. So Tzaddik says you look around, and ultimately again, you're only sometimes the world looks like it's hefty. That's the MS is, it's not like that. Sometimes even though the world looks hefker, the world is not actually hefker. Ein Am Yisrael Ne'ezav U'Mufta. Klal Yisrael, so remember here, the Tzaddik is also talking about even just the mass of a cup of Israel. There's something when you look at Klal Yisrael, and again, everything seems configured in such different times. But to understand how historically the Jews sort of looked around, especially at the mass of Klal Yisrael, and felt ne'ezad v'nesrad, forsaken and just totally hefted. Yeda Adam. Yassim Yido, Shashem Yisparach Yusha Balakan. This is so beautiful. It's important for a Jew to remember that the Ribono Shel Olam is always the one who is in charge of the vineyard. V'Yam Yisrael in Carmel Shel HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So this is absolutely beautiful. The Ribono Shel Olam is a vineyard, and we are the vineyard. Klal Yisrael is a vineyard, and we are the vineyard of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And who tends to the vineyard? Who's in charge of the vineyard? None other than the Ribono Shel Olam. Ba'adam Yisrael V'Adas B'Deir She'agia HaKadosh Baruch Hu Estivo U'Mahuso Shel Kerem Chapim Zeh Yosem Menu. So you know, it's the mushel. Why does there have to be the mushel of a vineyard? Right? In other words, the message is clear. That even though sometimes our circumstances look ne'ezad u'mufkar, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is always in charge. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is always running the show. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu always tends to us. So why does the tzaddik give the example of a vineyard? There's something interesting about vineyards. Also, vineyards, each type of vineyard produces a different type of grape. Right? So you know, for example, if you have a vineyard that produces Cabernet Sauvignon, that's different than a vineyard that has grapes that produce Merlot, which is different than a vineyard which produces grapes for a late harvest wine. Each of those vineyards must be tended to in different ways. And each of those clusters of grapes, or those families of grapes, need different things in order to thrive. So the tzaddik says there's something so beautiful. Sometimes you look around and things may appear to seem ne'ezav and mufkar. But a Jew always has to remember that I am the Ribono Shel Olam vineyard, and he is my Balak. And as the Balak, as the person in charge of the vineyard, it doesn't mean that he's in charge of the events as they unfold. That's obvious. That's obviously he's in charge of the events. What it means is he knows exactly what the grapes need in order to grow and thrive. And he also knows, by the way, see, here's the difference, that for a regular Balak Kerem, so the whole vineyard might be dedicated to this type of grape, the whole vineyard dedicated to in the Ribono Shel Olam vineyard, in any one particular vineyard, there's a vine of this and a vine of that. There's this type of grape, there's that type of grape. And the Ribono Shel Olam, as the ultimate Balak Kerem, knows how to nurture and sustain each grape in accordance with what it needs. It's such a beautiful imagery. Let's just finish this paragraph as Chazal says. Yala Adam Liskar V'Ladas B'Berer She'Yadei HaKadosh Baruch Hu Estivo U'Mahuso Shel Kerem Chavim Zeh Yosem Menu. The person has to believe that the Ribono Shel Olam knows what the grapes of the vineyard needs even more than the grape itself. The grapes might think it knows what it needs, but the Balak Kerem truly knows what the grapes need in order to thrive. And the Balak Kerem, the Ribono Shel Olam, is taking care of the needs of the vineyard at every single moment. Vadai, Shetagia Ha'is Haroi Lekach, Yochish HaKadosh Baruch Hu is HaGeula, the Romim is carrying Yisrael, Gabi Shefer HaMadregos Ad Rom HaMaz. So we get to the Geula piece of from tomorrow. They also say, but the point is the Tzaddik makes here, which is really incredibly profound, that in those moments when the world looks, or when we feel ne'ezav u'mufkar, keep using those words because they're very profound words. In those moments when I feel ne'ezav u'mufkar, either on a personal level or I look around on a national level, and I just feel proud of someone who looks ne'ezav u'mufkar in those moments. Just always remember, I am the Karen, I am the cluster of roots in the Ribono Shel Olam's business. The Balak Karen not only knows how to produce a working wine, but also he knows what every sort of grapes need in order to go ahead and actualize and maximize its potential. The Balak Karen knows exactly how to take care of his grapes. See, one of those moments when I look, when I feel Ne'ezah Mufkar, have belief that the Balak Karen knows what he's doing. We're going to stop over here. We're going to continue in this theme. Again, this is not a Kiddush. We're going to see that the power of this message lies in the metaphor, ultimately, of the vineyard. And there's Hashem to continue tomorrow.
Oh my God. We should take all this material and use it on this material. It really did find a condensation.
All right, good morning. Let us continue. So we are finishing up meditation today.
Your finger, all of a sudden there's a condom on your face. That really happened. When the fuck do you do that? You finger her and pretend like what's going on? What's going on? Let's talk in the room. And I was like, what was that? I was like, oh my God.
I was going to pass outside this morning again.
She thanked me. She's like, I was looking for that. She was like, oh my God, I was looking for that. She really was looking for that. Yeah. She spent time with that. And it wasn't here. And it wasn't here. No, but I've heard comedians say, I was having sex.
Yeah, Bob. Really picking up from one of the second Sanhedrin. So the Gemara Dash from the Pasuk Shefra in the Heber Ayot. Yiras Hashem Zikis Hamad. And the Gemara explained that Shefra is Yosef. And Heber Ayot is Boaz, which we pick up today. And as we're developing the theme, that in the battle against the Yisrael, there are two ways that a person could approach it. A person can go and try to go at it themselves, and a person can just summon up the personal strength, summon up courage to be able to go ahead and combat and vanquish the Yisrael. But at the end of the day, because the person is going at it themselves, and because they are not enlisting the help of the Ribono Shel Olam, their efforts will not be fully successful. Or a person can go ahead and understand that I cannot be successful in anything in life without the assistance of the Ribono Shel Olam. Without HaKadosh Baruch Hu, there is no success. Without HaKadosh Baruch Hu, there is no enduring success. And therefore, before I tackle any challenge, specifically one which requires me to go to battle against my Yitzhara, I must absolutely enlist the help of the Ribono Shel Olam. So the topic is giving an example for this. So last week we spoke about Yosef. Today we're going to pick up with Boaz. So if you take a look at this page, Chutz Days, same PDF that I sent out last week. And the Bi'orei HaChasidus in the right hand column about halfway down. The Mizeh Shakasa the Hevel HaYosef. Remember again, the Tzaddik quoting the Gemara. The Gemara explained Sheker HaChini as a reference to Yosef. Hevel HaYosef. Hevel HaYosef. So beauty is fleeting, what beauty is gain. Mashakasa Sham the Hevel HaYosef. Zem Rameis Amis. Total Hamid Shal Boaz. Neged Tokef Hiskabros HaChayda. So Hevel HaYosef refers to Boaz's battle against the Israel. Now, where do we see, where do we look that Boaz had a battle against the Israel? So remember again, this is in the story of in the Megillah source, where again, remember Naomi, he tried this entire time for Ruth to go to Boaz, laid down by his feet. And ultimately to be Merames that Boaz is supposed to marry Ruth. So remember again, that night, Boaz and Ruth are alone in the greenery. And as the W going to say, he says as follows, He says Boaz could have easily sinned with Ruth that night, and no one would have ever known. והקם שגם דיבור איזו חסיד ושני מוסד ניצחון, ומפני שאמרה לסדר בזימה בסוטה, שם גם כן שנזכר שאז ביזרו, בעל קורחו ונסוסו. When that night, when Ruth was there with Boaz in the greenery, Boaz was tempted to sin. Boaz was understanding what he said. Boaz was a beautiful woman who was laying down by his feet, and ultimately again, pretty much gave himself over to him. He was tempted to sin with her. The last soul says, "Oh, salvation." He had a desire. He had a desire to sin with her. Yeah, this Hamid's next door, the Tokef Ayuda, but he resisted the temptation. So Boaz resisted the temptation to sin with Ruth, and he resisted this temptation by summoning up within himself his inner courage. V'achiv yatzanaki l'gamrei v'lo chak. Therefore, Boaz was able to emerge victorious. So this is very interesting. So once again, the reason why this book by Rothschild is so profoundly astounding and surprising is because what Rothschild is describing as a less than perfect victory against the Sahara, I think for many of us, the focus of this piece of Rothschild to assume that it is the perfect victory against the Sahara. But at the end of the day, Boaz was able to overcome this type himself, just like Joseph was able to overcome the type himself. Yet the subject says here, such a victory is imperfect, because any victory where a person relies solely on himself is not a victory which can be relied upon long term. That's why he explains over here that the Nisayon of Boaz only lasted for a couple of hours, just that night. It was not this ongoing Nisayon. The Nisayon of Yosef only lasted for a particular duration. Because at the end of the day, when you are going to out of yourself and not rely on the assistance of the Ribono Shel Olam, your staying power to resist sin is limited. Now the Rebbe contrasts this. The last piece of this Gemara is Isha Yiras Hashem Hechus Halav. It's interesting, by the way, that beauty and women, the Gemara stands over here, is a reference to men. Very interesting, right? Sheker Achim is Yosef, Hevel HaYofi is Boaz, Isha Yiras Hashem Hechus Halav. Who is the woman ultimately again? The Yiras HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That is, this refers in the Prophet's model, Hainani Tzachon Sheneachshav Be'ini HaKadosh Baruch Hu K'nitzachon Amiti U'Muchlak Al HaYisrael. So this is the victory, which is considered to be a complete victory against the Yitzhara. Who does this refer to? The amazing Halki Bermayish. So who's Halki Bermayish? Shalom Naga B'Michal Bashol Kol Osel Hashem. So a little bit of background. So remember again, David HaMelech is married to Michal, the daughter of Shaul. That shidduch came about after David HaMelech rose in prominence, after he killed Goliath. After he killed Goliath, so he became a general in David HaMelech's army. The king then invites him ultimately to become his son-in-law. David HaMelech marries Michal. Now remember again, as David HaMelech's fame rises, so Shaul becomes more and more jealous, to the point where Shaul is ready to kill David. Michal is the one who tells her husband, David, my father is coming to kill you. So this is a famous story where David HaMelech essentially stuffed pillows under his cover to make it look like he was sleeping in bed. She lowered him down through the window, and David HaMelech escaped. The next morning, Shaul's soldiers burst into David HaMelech's home, and again, but by that time, David HaMelech already had a number of hours starved. start. Unsure. I think this is the beginning of the entire story. When David goes to know, he is planning, tells them that he's on a secret mission, and give him food and weapons. This is where Doeg sees that even though he tells Shaul, you see that they're going back in there, they're eating it. That he doesn't oh myself. To make matters worse, Shaul as an ultimate affront to David HaMelech goes ahead and gives away David's wife Michal to another man. A man by the name of Palti ben Laish, who was an incredibly pious individual. Now, the issue over here is that Palti ben Laish didn't exactly have that much of a say in this because the king ordered him. There was a remarkable miracle. Palti ben Laish was quote unquote married to Michal for 20 years, over 20 years, and in that time never laid a hand on her. It was an absolutely remarkable display of personal strength. Personal strength. Literally, he's living with this woman. The king is given to her because a very beautiful woman. The king had given her to him as his wife, but Adonai recognized all too well she was married to someone else. So because she was married to someone else, he did not lay a hand on her. Shelo naga b'micha b'shol kol osim eshrim shana v'sheno sa'at shetzil David HaMelech. He did not lay a hand on her for 20 years. The son that he married her until he returned her to her husband to David. ורק ניצחון כזה מוכיח על יראת השם המחשבת גם בעיני הקדוש ברוך הוא לאמיתוס ומוחלטת לגמרי. So Rabbi Rothschild says this Palti ben Laish is called in the eyes of Chazal Isha Yir'as Hashem Mitzvah. This is a woman who's Yareh Hashem. It's interesting, say to yourself, why does the Gemara, why does Shlomo HaMelech refer to righteous men? Why does the Gemara refer to righteous men as women? And it's interesting because in the eyes of Chazal, a woman is like the parabolic high. So even when you want to describe righteous men, you often describe the feminine. It's really quite fascinating. So Palti ben Laish, as the topic explains, is going to be the fundamental distinction to a Boaz and a Yosef. All three are righteous, and all three overcame the Yetzer Hara. The difference is that in Yosef, the Boaz went at it on their own. And because they went at it on their own, they were successful, but their success was of limited duration, which is why their Nisayon was only able to last a short amount of time. Because when you go at things on your own, your staying power is limited. Palti ben Laish, on the other hand, enlisted the help of the Ribono Shel Olam in his war against Yetzer Hara. And because he had enlisted God as a partner, he was able to successfully combat Yetzer Hara for over 2 decades. So we'll have to stop over here for today. We'll pick up in Yetz Hashem with this last piece of Palti ben Laish in Yetz Hashem tomorrow. But I want to say the lesson of Rabbi Rothschild is screaming out loud and clear, which is the ability to engage in long-term success against Yetzer Hara is fundamentally predicated on one's willingness to enlist the Ribono Shel Olam as a partner in this effort. If Hashem is not a partner, you can be successful on a short-term level, but you can't be successful in an ongoing effort. Right, let's stop here. We'll spend one more day in there.
I love that you have your own sexual maneuver called the banana split, and you've only done it on a dog. I should be convinced I gave my dog a nice treat. No, you gave him poison. Chocolate is poisonous for your dog. Suck your dick. Just lick on it. Oh, yeah. Quiet animal. I mean, what else would it even be? Right. Yeah, it's like something. You can't wrap his lips around it. I didn't come on the test or nothing. Come on,
Right, that will say, good morning, let us begin. We are continuing with Eretz Hashem in Eis Nun Alifun Tzipras Atzah. Let's remember again, yesterday, two days ago, we began with particular Eis, and the Tzaddik introduced this fascinating idea, namely that the greatest accomplishment in life is not simply combating the Yitzhara. When a person combats the Yitzhara and is successful against the Yitzhara, but does so on their own without enlisting the help of the Ribono Shel Olam, so it's something called such a success, such a thing, the Hava Hayom. It's beautiful and it's wonderful, but it's not easily viewed. We spoke about the idea that the Tzaddik is going to introducing us to is that although sometimes we might have thought that the Tzaddik consciousness is the putting Hishtadlus and quote unquote not to bother the Ribono Shel Olam until I effectively done my part, it turns out that the path to success requires me to invite the Ribono Shel Olam as my partner at the beginning of any life endeavor, including combat against my Yitzhara. Because it is only when you invite God as your partner that your success is true success, and that your success has the ability to endure. Incredibly so. So now, Reb Tzaddik gives a couple of examples of this. So we're picking up on page Kuf in the B'nai Hasidus, the left-hand column, bottom side, bottom left-hand column. וזה מה שדרשו חז"ל על החוסר כמושל, שקר אחים בהר היהודי, איש היראת השם מתסחלה. Literally again, and also we know this, so sheker achim, so grace is false, hef vel hayoti, beauty is vain, ish yiras Hashem tishala. A woman who fears God, she shall be praised. Of course, the other things are amazing. In the introduction, we didn't do it inside, but the Gemara Masechah Sanhedrin actually darshans that these three statements refer to three great men. It's interesting. So again, we'll see how this is, but we're going to go through this now. So take a look. He says, Sheker Achayim. What does it mean, Sheker Achayim? So he says, Merames Mitzvono Shel Yosef HaTzadik. B'koach Atzmo Neged Givui Eishes Shetibar. These are things. Sheker Achayim, that refers to, so literally again, so thing, I don't know how to put English word for thing, but I think we normally translate it as favor or grace, right? So Sheker Achayim, so favor, grace is false. That's a reference to Yosef. Yosef in his fight against the seduction of the wife of Potiphar, his tough days. וניצוחו זה מכונה רק כן בפני שאינו יופי גמור, משום שלא יצא נקי לגמרי מחטא זה לחלוטין. This is a very dramatic piece. So the Rebbe says over here that Yosef, remember again, Yosef's battle, his inner battle against the seduction of the wife of Potiphar, it is a very big discussion in Chazal. Remember again, based on the pasuk, that the Torah says that Yosef returned home. Lasos melachto. Remember again, this was Rashi said on the day when everybody was out by their avodah zarah. Right? So Yosef comes back to the house to do his work. There's a focus in the Gemara. What does he need to do his work? So one opinion says do his work, his household responsibilities. Others see his work ultimately again was a metaphor for the fact that he is actually ready to give in for the seduction of the life of God. They say, we read these stories, and sometimes, well, there's a couple of things. Sometimes when we read about great people, we tend to one of the beautiful things in this character is you do not deify people. Right? This is why the Torah Kedosha goes out of its way to tell us about the mistakes of those people, right? You think about this. Why does the Torah have to tell us that Moshe Rabbeinu is the rock? Right? The man counts the number of mistakes he made in life on one hand. I can't count the number of mistakes I've made since I've woken up on one hand. Right? There's Moshe Rabbeinu an entire lifetime. So why did he come with the story? Got it? 100%. And every single person knows that Moshe Rabbeinu hit the rock. Didn't matter what. Just come out and say Moshe Rabbeinu was incredible. Something happened. He couldn't go into Eretz Yisrael for 20 years. Right? But what does this? Everything is transparent. You have to know everything. Elamai. So Rabbi Rothschild understood that the notion of ascribing infallibility to a religious leader is very tempting. It's very tempting. Right? It's nice. Right? It's nice to say someone's infallible. It's very nice, except false. It's fundamentally false. No one is infallible. It's impossible. If you're human, the only source of infallibility in this universe is the Ribono Shel Olam. And that's what makes that Baruch Hu great. It doesn't make mistakes. But unless you're God, you're going to make mistakes. So it's fascinating. So sometimes we have a notion of fallibility by the greatest of people. The other piece is, even the greatest tzaddik is a human being. And that's what the Torah Kedosha often tells us about their struggles. The struggles of Yosef Hatzadik, with Isha Spotifar V'Sefer. I think that this is the kind of Nisayon that 99.999% of people would fail. For one simple reason. There's a beautiful, attractive woman actively trying to seduce you every single day. Every single day. Like the Gemara says, she will change her clothing multiple times throughout the day in order to look more beautiful. Remember, that by itself is an awesome, overwhelming challenge. Couple that with the fact that Yosef has no wealth. Yosef has no wealth. This ability to enter into this illicit relationship gives him a relationship with someone. His own family rejected him. He's still the Hebrew servant. He's still the Hebrew slave. He has nothing. He lived in a relationship with him. So besides just the carnal desire,
Give me the bad news and then the good news.
The opportunity, the illicit opportunity that's constantly being put in front of him. The ability to forge a relationship with another human being, especially
the bad news is that our gang forfeited for inactivity. The good news is that I stuck up on everything.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Good job, Lou. Good job. All right, Lou. Lou, come back in an hour and we'll play.
That's why it's a prophet.
Okay.
The entire universe, the entire history of man, we're talking about dealing with personal struggles. So it's interesting yet the Gemara says that Yosef is called Sheker Achem. Yosef Sheker Achem. Yosef Sheker Achem. I don't understand. It's the pinnacle of human accomplishment that he did. Yet the Sheker Achem, which means, remember again, it's called Sudden. What does Sheker Achem mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? It means nice, very nice, but not really great. What's the shot? So the Tzaddik explains over here in the Baruch Hasidus. He says, because Yosef did in fact overcome the desire to be with Isha's Potiphar. So listen to this. But Mishum Shalom Yotza Naki L'Gachta Nefesh Elachim. But he did not escape the clutches of sin in totality. What does that mean? Right hand column, 4 lines down. Close over here, the Gemara second so. Yosef ba'osa ma'isa shel Ishes Potiphar sheyatzu tipin shel shichvas zera yibein tziparnei yada. So the Gemara gives you interesting which literally means droplets of shichvas zera, droplets of semen emerge from his fingertip. So to give us the context in this Gemara, the Gemara says that he was ready to sin with Ishes Potiphar. Remember, again, if you go with the approach that that he came back to the house to go ahead and do his work. metaphor for God that he's ready to give in to his desires. So the Gemara records two interesting ideas. That not Sipana Bakarka, he plunged his fingers into the earth, which almost sounds like what he did is he did something like physically painful in order to go ahead and remove the desire. And the Gemara says the Yatsa Shifa and semen came out of the sea. So the Kashtas, what it means is that Yosef experienced some type of Hatzas Zera. He experienced some type of semi-release as a result of the desire to be patient with people. Somehow there was something happened, that there was some type of release of desire from Yosef. The point that Tzedek is making over here is that Yosef escapes the clutches of the sin. He doesn't sin with Patient 55. But Lo Yatsa Naki Legamre L'Chali. He doesn't emerge from sin without something. Right? He wasn't totally cleansed of sin. And again, the Tzaddik goes on and he says, "V'chein nikra v'nechshav nitzachon zeh al yitzahara ki nitzachon shel sheker ve'achar shafilu az lo hayez nitzachon kamra b'chlat nevi yitzahara v'zeh mishum she'efshar b'koach hanosh lo yachol kadosh." We'll have to stop over here. That's a dramatic piece. So the Tzaddik says, so why is that? Why is that? How can it be that a young man like Yosef would assert the most dramatic self-control? You know, listen, like I said, I really think that 99.999% of people would fail this recital. Would fail this recital. A beautiful woman trying to seduce you each and every day. Each and every day, you are alone in a foreign land, rejected by your family. I think if any person is honest with themselves, there's no way that a person will reject the advances of this man. Yet he does so. And yet the Tzaddik calls it, and his mother calls it, Shakirachim. It's nice, but Shakirachim. The Tzaddik says, and we'll have to stop here about it, the Tzaddik says, because Yosef didn't enlist the help of the Rebbeinu Shalom to combat this Yitzhak. In other words, he did a great job. But he assumed that the only way to combat this Yitzhara is on his own. He didn't enlist the help of the Rebbeinu Shalom. And I will say this goes back to the Tzaddik's central theme. That when you go out to battle against Yitzhara, never think for a moment you can do it on your own. You're going to see this. It's Yitzhak Shel Adam Mischadish Rav Mishabra Rav B'Chol Yom. I need himself. I need God's assistance for anything and everything. Which is why even when I go out to battle against the Yitzhara, the first step in that battle is to invite the Rebbeinu Shalom to join me on that mission. And if I don't enlist the help of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, even if I'm successful, my success ultimately is going to be the mission. All right, we'll stop over here. We'll pick up over here. Hashem.
We mentioned any of them brought this up, or any of them over 18. I don't want to, but like people have urge of like they about the pedophile. So you're saying, what if the pedophile? How do you get away with that bill? I feel kind of. I mean, some states 16-year-old, like Las Vegas. It's legal to fuck a 16-year-old, like Las Vegas. Like you think of Las Vegas, you think of Nevada, you can fuck her there. This they actually Nevada, you can fuck her there. Got your search history book of you. Just in case I have I love that. So you're just getting road head. Let's see, we're miles from getting road for a mile. We're either gonna wait a year or go the other direction. State of Las Vegas. Yeah, stay in the pocket with it. That's Josh Martin. I'm Josh Martin. He's got a speech impediment. If you didn't notice. It is when you couldn't do that. You technically could do that. If you took out of it, Say you could rape a woman. They give her good dick. I think you have a good dick. Jokes are like worst jokes. Well, it is. Yeah. Well, unless you're talking about raping babies, and then that's one level worse. Yeah. I think raping adults is right. That is raping kids, right? Josh, leaving us the tough questions to answer. I just shit with that joke outside. Actually, I just changed your diaper right out of his name. Your next comedian.
All right, Jabo, say good morning. Let us begin. So we are starting this morning in Sikas Sadik. We are picking up in Os Ayin, and we left off on page of Sameh. So we can just reorient ourselves a little bit. The Tzaddik is speaking about this incredible idea, namely that the area in life in which we experience profound deficiency is often the area of life in which we could find the greatest amount of strength. So, the Tzaddik essentially is teaching us the idea that our weaknesses really highlight or show us what our potential strengths truly are. So, the Tzaddik gave a couple of examples of this. Today, we're going to focus on one incredible example. So, if we're on page Kufsanefes, the right-hand column in the Uriah Hasidus, first paragraph on top, about 4 lines in. Ba'al derech zeh, gan kim matzin, ma'sha'amnu chachamim uzal. We also find what Chazal said, and they wrote, Shebiyom shenechrav bo habayis. The day on which the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed, bo bayom nolad Melech Mashiach. On the day on which the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed, the Melech Mashiach was born. The Gemara says, it says, Hare, Shish Skula Shadavka Bisman Akilkul, Yivali Batikinat. I think something amazing. Where do we get this idea? I mean, we've all heard of this idea. That on the day that the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed, Mashiach was born. So it's Yerushalmi. He quotes it over here in paragraph Reish Nun Hey. It's actually a very beautiful Gemara. Let's take a look at it together. Yerushalmi. Of the Hava B'chad Yehudai, the Hava Koim Radei. There was a Jew, there was a particular Jew who was plowing with his ox. What happened? Ga'as Persei Kumai. The ox, he let out a groan, whatever the groan of an ox is technically called. Right? The ox let out a groan. Ava Chad Argon, the Shamakala, it was an Arab who was passing by. He heard the ox making this sound. Amalei Bar Yudai, Shari Turecha, Shari Kankanecha, V'Hacharit Beis Mikdasha. Jew, go ahead and unhitch your ox and unhitch the plow because the Beis Hamikdash, the temple, has been destroyed. The Arab was saying to the Jew, there's no point in doing anything. Your Beis Hamikdash has been destroyed. Gas is managed. So then the ox groaned a second time. Amalei Bar Yudai, Chater Turecha V'Chater Kankanecha. Said, Jew, whatever the Al-Sin will say, resaddle or reattach your ox to the plow. The Hayalid Malka Mashiach. For your Mashiach was just born. This is the source for this idea. So right, on one moment, the Beis HaMikdash is destroyed, and in the very next moment, Mashiach is born. Amalei Mashmei, so the Jew asks the Arab, what is the name of Mashiach? And to which the Arab responded, Amalei Mashmei Menachem. Ultimately, what's the name of the Mashiach? What's the name of this Mashiach? His name is Menachem. Amalei Mashma Dabli. What's the name of Menachem, of Mashiach's father? Amalei Chizkiah. It's a very, the Gemara itself is a very gripping story. The Gemara then goes on to discuss how this particular Jew tried to do anything and everything in order to be able to find the Mashiach. The point of the story is that in the very moment that the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, the Mashiach was born. Why? Because again, this is Rabbi Tzadik's thesis that from Kilkel, from destruction, whether it's personal destruction or whether it's national destruction, in that destruction are the very seeds, are the very catalyst for dynamic, cathartic growth. So on a personal level, it's often because when we, as we mentioned already last week, when we sin and when we make mistakes and when we destroy ourselves, we begin to see what our weaknesses are. And when we see what our weaknesses are, now I know what I can work on. It's very important. Speaking about this a little bit, people rarely improve when life is going well. Right? Usually, again, when everything is firing on all cylinders and everything is doing what it's supposed to do, people generally don't change. People change when things go horribly wrong. People change when they hit a brick wall. People change when they make mistakes. That's how change in life truly works. And that's what Tzaddik is saying over here also. When is Mashiach born? Mashiach is born when the Beis Hamikdash is destroyed. When do Adam and Chava begin their redemption? When they're covered with the fig leaves, the very thing with which they sin. When do we begin to make dramatic changes in life? When we make mistakes and I realize, you know what? I'm pretty broken, or I'm broken in this area, or I'm deficient over here, and now I know exactly what it is that I have to fix. So Tzaddik goes on, he says, this is so beautiful. So the Gemara in the second Sanhedrin discusses the idea from where do we know that there's a concept of Tchias HaMesim, resurrection of the dead? Where do I know that that concept exists? And the Tzaddik goes on and he says, the Gemara brings a number of different proofs. So the Tzaddik then goes on to say something so beautiful. He says, what is the concept of Tchias HaMesim? Think about this for just a moment. And this is such an interesting insight. What's Tchias HaMesim? Again, on the most basic level, something that is dead comes back to life. Why is Tchias HaMesim the paradigmatic example of what it is that occurs over the course of the Messianic era? Right? What is that? What is that? And the Tzaddik says something so beautiful. Tchias HaMesim is the paradigmatic example of the ability to take something that is broken and to go ahead and once again make it whole. Isn't that and that's why, what's the Amos Mashiach? What is Mashiach all about? Mashiach is all about repairing the world. Mashiach is all about going ahead and repairing ourselves. We have to repair ourselves before Mashiach comes. And once Mashiach comes, often that opportunity is lost. But the Maisa Tzaddik says, the fact that the concept of Tchias HaMesim tells you that no matter how badly something is broken, it can be repaired. Isn't that incredible? See, each and every day, in Mishmar Esrei, right? We speak of if I believe in Mashiach, if I believe in Tchias HaMesim, if I believe that the dead can come back to life, then no matter what is broken inside of me can be fixed as well. He goes on, he says, take a look on the left hand paragraph on page Kuf Samches. Again, Tzaddik just goes on and he's just giving a number of examples like this, but the reason why it's kedai to go through the examples, even though they're all highlighting the same point, is because it is interesting to see how reinforced this concept is within our tradition. That you see example after example, situation after situation, where over and over again you see the notion that from that which is broken, emerges that which is whole. From the mistakes we made, we learn how to build. From that which is dead, has the ability to come back to life. He gives one last example, we'll stop for today. He says, "V'zeu inyan paraduma." He says, "The inyan paraduma." Shebekolcha lekar esa adam mitumas meis. What does paraduma have the ability to do? Paraduma has the ability to purify someone from ritual purity with a corpse. Tumas meis. Now, what's unique about that? Paraduma corresponds to which avera? To the Egelaz, to the Egelazov, to the Chet Egel, the sin of the golden calf. The sin of the golden calf. Right? The Egel caused so much death and destruction. It caused so much terrible fallout. Not just the thousands of people who died because of the Chet Egel, but the stain that the Chet Egel left on the spiritual consciousness of Klal Yisrael, a stain that has followed us throughout the generations. And yet again, it's the Egla Arufa, it's the Para Aduma, right, the red heifer, that has the ability to cleanse us from the most profound, intense source of Tumah, from Tumas Meis. So once again, the Tzaddik says, from the destruction, from the weaknesses, from that which is broken, ultimately, again, we begin to see the ability of the very building blocks to go to rest. So Tzaddik goes on. But again, we'll stop over here for today. But the Yesod is a very profound one. Because very often, when we make, on a personal level, when we make mistakes in life, so we look at them just as that, as mistakes. And clearly, again, this mistake is something that's broken in me, but we forget the second part of the sentence. Yes, the mistake represents or is a manifestation of that which is broken, of that which is deficient, of that which is in a state of disrepair. But now, what's the bracha? The bracha is I know what to work on. I know exactly what to work on. I know exactly what my next area of growth has to be. And therefore, says the Tzaddik, that's the bracha of sin. You can say something like that. The bracha of hate is that now I know exactly what it is that I need to work on. I know what my avoda is, and therefore it turns out, says the Tzaddik, that hate itself becomes the very building block for personalistic growth. So we'll stop over here. We'll pick up the next session with Ayin Aleph tomorrow. B'Shem Tova u'Mitzlachim.
What kind did you get? How did you get? Chocolate, peanut butter in there, don't have like the generic fudge stripes, some shit like that, Shortbread, whatever. No, they're sitting outside of the grocery store. How did the grocery store even let that go down? Josh would just rate them. They don't go door to door. That's really tired. Imagine how they used to do these, like these little girls street. That's crazy. I wonder how many of them went up this thing, you know what I mean? Okay, that got weird. Wait a second, Josh Meyer has a question. Wait for the microphone so no one can hear him. Josh Meyerowitz. They will go door to door if it's Calabasas because it's private. Raises Anderson. Oh, let us know the Girl Scouts do during Calabasas. There he goes, Pete Cornacchione. P-E-T-E-T-E-T-E on Twitter. Josh brought up one good point. I would love to see Josh on to his Girl Scouts. Oh, that'd be amazing. That's what you sound like. Alright, just relax. Son of a bitch. Yeah. Well, we've come to that part of the show. We come to our
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin. So we are continuing in Mirz Hashem in Os Ayin in Sitzkas HaTzadik. So we began this particular piece by the Rebbe in yesterday's shir, and the Rebbe really highlighted this incredibly profound yesod. This idea, just to quote his lashon again, "Ba'oso davar shebo nimtza chisron hamiyuchad shel kol adam." In the very thing in life in which you find your deficiency, in the very thing in life in which you find you're lacking, that is the thing where the Rebbe says, "Umuchan lahagia al ma'alaso hayuchadas." That is the way that you will come to recognize and to actualize your singular and your unique maila, your unique character trait or attribute or strength. So also, remember, on a basic level, what the Rebbe is really highlighting to us, is this idea that, and we've seen this before in Sitzkas HaTzadik, that it's our weaknesses that truly teach us or show us what our actual strengths are. Like we mentioned yesterday, we often think, right, there are two buckets, there are weaknesses and there are strengths. But the truth is, there's only really one bucket. There are strengths. There are strengths that I know about, and then there are strengths that I don't yet know about. How do you find out about your unactualized strengths? How do you find out about the kochos you possess but you don't yet know about? So Tzaddik posits something amazing. He says, you find that out through the expression of your weaknesses. When you fail, or when you fall, or when you find a weakness in a particular area of life, that shows that weakness is actually a koach that is waiting to be harnessed and rechanneled. We gave the example of Abaye. Where Abaye felt that perhaps he was lacking morally because he had such a taiva, where he felt he could not resist the taiva to be able to sin in a particular situation. The Saba, Ivyanavi, shows up and tells him, no, that's the fact that you're about taiva, the fact that you have desires, it shows that you possess passion. And that in and of itself, that passion, if channeled in the right way, becomes your greatest strength. So the Rebbe gives another example. So please put some Zion, bottom left hand column. We're reading in the Geulei Hasidus about 5 lines up. He says, this is incredible. Allah pasuk, vayisparu alei te'ina, vayasu lahem taguros. The pasuk says, after Adam and Chava sinned, so what they do, they made for themselves clothing out of fig leaves. Clothing out of fig leaves. So in other words, why fig leaves? Why make themselves clothing out of fig leaves? So the Rebbe says, quoting Rashi, because the very thing that Adam and Chava sinned with, very interesting, by the way. There was a machlokes in Chazal. What was the eighth das Tovara? What was the truth? The one thing that everyone agrees with, it wasn't an apple. It wasn't an apple. But it's actually interesting. So why is it that the apple is so closely associated with Gan Eden and the fruit? So remember again, if you fast forward a little bit, to Precious Toldos. And remember again, we have the story of Yaakov and Esau. And Yaakov dresses up as Esau to go ahead and get the fruit. So Yaakov comes to get the brachas. So Yaakov comes in to his father Yaakov. Yaakov comes into Yitzchak, and Yitzchak says, Re'eh, Re'ach b'ni shereach hasada. The scent of my son is like the scent of the field. And that was a compliment. Rashi says a compliment. If after you go hunting, everyone knows after hunting, the smell of the slaughter was disgusting. It's horrible. So Rashi says over there, Re'eh b'ni shereach hasada kisada shel tapukim. Like an apple orchard. Like an apple orchard. And now she says the scent of the apple orchard is the scent of Gan Eden. So somehow the scent is the same, so kind of that association over time leads us to think that the fruit that Adam and Chava ate was an apple, but in fact, again, quotes in Chazal. Was it wheat? Was it grapes? Was it te'inim? Was it figs? Interesting that the machlokes all revolve around items that are shivas hamim, 7 pieces of itself. In any event, we'll go with the Pashup shot that they ate from the fig trees. They ate figs. That the fig was the forbidden fruit. So listen to this. So the Hainu, Bachila Safri, right? Kibo Atzmo Miskinu. Well, see here the Tzaddik says, here's the expression of my idea. Remember, the very thing with which they sinned was the very thing through which they were remedied. They ate from the fig tree, they ate from the te'ina, and ultimately, again, what covered their nakedness? What covered their quote-unquote shame in the aftermath of the sin? The fig tree. The fig tree. Bol miskinu atzmo b'kaf sha'asu me'ale ita te'ina kaduros kedei lechasos es kuf samechas es marameim. Kedavka mikaf lamdu chazal she'et hadas haya et te'ina. So Tzaddik says something absolutely amazing, and this, I think that this is an incredible chiddush. The Tzaddik says, how did Chazal know that it was a fig tree? How did they know? From where did they get this idea that the forbidden fruit was a fig? Which was such a lesson, by the way, such a lesson. Throw it all away for a fig. If it was a steak with a nice bottle of wine, I'm here to tell you, right? Throw it all the way for a fig. Listen, don't we do that every single day? Throw it all the way for a fig. The things that we think are worth it to sin for in life, right? The shortcuts we think are worth it. We look back and we say, oh my gosh, I threw away opportunity. I threw away witness. I threw away kedusha. They lost. For what? For a fig. But you know, in the moment, the fig looks like the most decent thing in the world. So it says, how did Chazal know that the forbidden fruit was a fig? Where did they glean that from? Where did they get that from? So Tzaddik posits, and this is the incredible chiddush. So Tzaddik posits that Chazal worked backwards. The fact that HaKadosh Baruch Hu clothed Adam and Chava in the alei te'ina, in the fig leaves, taught Chazal that it must be that the fruit they ate was the fig. Why? Because the Tzaddik says here is always the model. The thing with which you ruin yourself with, the thing with which you sin, becomes the very thing through which you are uplifted and remedied. That's the way life works, says the Tzaddik. So if they were remedied with the fig leaves, it must mean, says the Tzaddik, Chazal understood that they sinned with the fig as well. Harei sheyish ba'oseh te'ina Mailam Yuchades, Uskuli Yisera, Letakin, Es Akilkul Shenigra Minachila Mimenu. So we'll say, so this model that Tzaddik is espousing is an incredibly profound one. Because essentially what Tzaddik says again is that the very things with which we sin, the very things through which we go ahead and sometimes spiritually demolish ourselves, become the very things through which we are able to attain unprecedented levels of growth. So let's finish this section. Listen to this. This is. So I'll say before we get to this piece. So again, I just want to crystallize this idea that a tzaddik is creating a model, and the model is the thing with which you destroy is the very thing through which you build. The thing through which you sin is the very thing which is responsible for the creation of a beautiful spiritual edifice. When we sin, we see weakness. When we sin, we see fractures in the spiritual edifice. When I sin, I now know what's wrong with me. If I know, people say, I'm giving this much like lahavdil. Person's not feeling well. The only way to remedy illness is how? But before the medicine, right? Okay, assuming you're not self-medicating, right? Before the medicine, what do you need to do? You have to get a diagnosis. Right? In other words, if I'm suffering from chronic pain, if I'm suffering from chronic pain and I just keep taking medication, right? And then I realized, why am I not getting better? I'm taking all this medication. Well, because maybe taking the wrong medication. Maybe you don't know what's happening. In other words, that if I don't know what the diagnosis is, and I mean, if I fall and I break my arm, and I take Advil, and I realize I don't know why am I not getting better. It's because the bone hasn't been set. In other words, just because you're taking something that has a curative effect doesn't mean it's going to work for your particular malady. So the incredible Yisod says Rabbi Tzaddik is, I have to know what's broken in life in order to fix it. Well, how do you find out in life what's broken? How do I find out what I have to fix? That, says Rabbi Tzaddik, is the beauty, it sounds strange, but the beauty of sin. The beauty of hate is hate tells me exactly what's broken. And if I know what's broken, I now know what it is that I have to fix. So Rabbi said that's what Tzaddik says. It's the very thing that undermines us that becomes the very catalyst for growth. We'll have to stop over here. We're going to pick up tomorrow morning with an incredible example by Mashiach. Tomorrow morning, Mashiach and Tchias HaMesim. Mashiach, Tchias HaMesim tomorrow morning at 5:45. Probably could to be on time.
Money it made, and you're playing it, and the hours and hours and the hours and hours on playing it is a constant reminder of how you were hooked with that. Like it almost seems worse to have lived in the video game. And you see where City never really played it. The places where like you were making up stuff that you would never even know.
No, I played it at Red Band. Sounds like it was like you would get a 5S, and I went over to house and we an hour before we went. So I played it there. I played it there.
No. Trust me, it was a weird ass experience for me. I tweeted it. Does anyone want to go with me? Anyone want to get an iPhone 5S? And you're like, I'm down. And I'm like, okay. And then she waits, she comes over, and then we go over to the iPhone store, and I go sit there for a while, and then like we're there for a while. She's like, wait, why? And I'm like, I'm not getting an iPhone. So it's like you're just all for the ride.
No, I never gone to like the opening, like a first day sale of an Apple product. And I was just curious. So I wanted to hang out with you too. I wanted to smell your pillow.
All right, I will say good morning. Let us begin. So we're going to start this morning in Eretz Hashem, resuming our Seder in Tzidkas HaTzadik. So then on Eretz Hashem we'll start the daf at 5:55. So just public service announcement. If you're not on the WhatsApp chat, you can see me asking to share, and I'll add you to the WhatsApp chat. And because I sent out the PDF of what we're going to be doing in Eretz Hashem today, but it's kidai to invest in a set of Tzidkas HaTzadik. I'll send out the edition that we use. You can order it online. It's a beautiful sefer and an important addition to one's library. And also, it's good to learn from a sefer rather than from sheets or other things like that. So I'll send that information out today. But at least for today, we'll get started. So we are picking up in Eretz Hashem this morning in Os Ayin in Tzidkas HaTzadik. And here, the Rebbe says something truly beautiful. He says on page Kuf Samach Zayin, if you're following along on the PDF, so the Rebbe says as follows: we'll translate the words, and then we'll try to understand with a little bit more depth what the Rebbe is saying. He's saying in that particular area of life where you find your greatest chisaron. Chisaron represents that which you are lacking. So in that area of life where you find that which you are lacking, that in that area in which you are most deficient, dafka ba'osa davar, ba'osa in mamish, va'al yada asma, dafka through that very thing through which you are deficient, it is in that area that you have the ability to achieve your most unique and singular accomplishment. Now, what the Rebbe is describing here, we've actually spoken about in previous pieces, in previous sections, that often we look at our struggles and our faults and the areas of deficiency as weaknesses. Now, in fact, they are. So they're dealt with their weaknesses, but they also represent, says the Rebbe, the greatest opportunity for growth. My deficiencies, my weaknesses, my areas in which I am deficient represents what the Rebbe says, my ma'ala hamiyuchedes, my most unique ability for accomplishment. What does this mean? So first of all, if you take a quick look, he says in footnote Reish Nun Gimel, he says, Ra mashakasa Rabbeinu La'el, mishi yesh lo teshuka gidola, mishi yesh lo teshuka gidola, l'tavas haguf. He gives an example that if someone has incredible typhus, incredible desires, so a person might take a look at their desires and they say, "Oh, what a lowly individual I am. Look at these things I want. Look at these things that I desire." So the Rebbe says something amazing. He says, "Kiad Rabba, ukli muchan litokef avos uteshuka derisha sa'emes." So we'll say, for example, he actually quotes over here a little bit of good chazara, the Gemara in Maseches Sukkah, where the Gemara quotes this. Remember again that Abaye one time overheard a man and a woman having a conversation in an inn. Right? You remember again the story that they said, "Oh, let's travel with each other tomorrow." So Abaye said, "Oh, you know what? I'm going to follow them because there's no doubt that they're going to sin." And Abaye felt, "I'll be the chaperone. They're not going to know I'm the chaperone. I'll be the chaperone. I'll follow them. And this way, when they're ready to commit an avera, I'll be there to stop them from sinning." Remember the Maisa? He follows them. They get to the crossroads. And they say, "Oh, how nice it's been to travel together. But, alas, you have to go this way. I have to go that way. Hatzlacha Rabba. Hatzlacha Rabba. Have a good journey." And Abaye was so upset. Abaye said, "Wow." He said, "If I was in that situation and I had the opportunity to sin and no one was around, I don't think I could have resisted temptation." So here the irony of the story was that Abaye was following the couple because he thought that he was going to be the shomer, right? He thought he was going to be the chaperone. He was going to be the one to prevent something from occurring. And meanwhile, he sees that these people were to a certain degree even greater than he was. They resisted a temptation that he thought he could not have resisted. So the Gemara says, Havisaba, there was an old man who appeared to Abaye. Now, of course, whenever mysterious old men appear in the Gemara, usually, it's going to be Hanavi. And Eliyahu told Abaye, Abaye was very dejected. He was very dejected because he thought that what is highlighted was such a fundamental deficiency in who and what he was. But the Saba, the old man, appears to Abaye, and he says to Abaye, "Don't be upset." He says, he goes on, he says, I'll tell you the rest of it outside. He says to Abaye, the greater the tzaddik, the greater the Yetzer Hara. Right? The more, see, interestingly enough, in the world of spirituality, the greatest anomaly is that in general, the more proficient you become in something, the easier it becomes. Right? The person wants to hone a skill. Right? I want to be a good basketball player. The more I play, the more I practice, the better I become. I want to become better in my profession. Right? The more I learn and the more time I spend in it, the better I become. The one area of life where this formula doesn't work is when it comes to one's ruchnius. That the more I do it and the more time I put into it, sometimes the greater the challenge becomes. Because as I grow, my Yetzer Hara grows along with me. What the tzaddik is pointing out over here is something very interesting. that the Saba, Eliyahu Hanavi, was not simply comforting Abaye by telling him, don't worry, because you're a greater tzaddik, ultimately you have a greater Yitzhara. He was comforting Abaye in a different way as well. He was telling Abaye that at the end of the day, the fact that you have this Yitzhara, the fact that you have these taivas, that's not a weakness. That's a strength. That's a strength. It's just a shayla of how you choose to channel it. Sometimes says the Rabbi, this is what he's saying, that which is our greatest deficiency, that which is our Achilles heel, actually, if channeled the right way, can become your greatest strength. Sa'abaye, you're upset, you're dejected, because you say to yourself, oh, if I was alone with this woman, I would have committed an Aveira with her, right? I could not have resist the temptation. What does that say, Abaye? That you have great desire. That you have great desire. So you're dejected because you think that you would have channeled that desire in the wrong direction to sin. But Abaye, that same desire, if harnessed and channeled in the right way, could accomplish incredible things. And that is what Rabbi Rothschild is saying. Look once again at the Lashon in Ayin. And the boss I sent out today the link to buy this farm because it's so important. First of all, to have your own tzidkas tzaddik is such a schos. So just look at these words again. But also davar shebanim sabah hisaron amiyuchad shel kol adam. In that particular area where you find the hisaron, in that particular area where you are deficient, dafka, ba'osa davar uba'osa inyan mamish. It's dafka in that thing, in that deficiency, in that struggle. Hu muchan lahagia ma'alas lahamiyuchades. You see, we'll say, often Tzaddik is saying, we have to stop this. What Tzaddik is saying is, in life, we think that there are like two buckets. There are my strengths and there are my weaknesses, right? The strengths are the things I want to build on. The weaknesses are the things I have to leverage against. And Tzaddik says it's not true. There's only one bucket. What's the one bucket? Strength. There are two kinds of strengths. There are strengths that you know about and strengths that you don't know about. And then there are actually three parts. Strengths you know about, strengths you don't know about, and then weaknesses. And what are weaknesses? Weaknesses are just strengths that have to be converted and channeled in the right way. It says Tzaddik, not only that, but sometimes the greatest strengths that we cultivate in life is when we're able to harness and turn around those very weaknesses. We'll have to stop over here. Again, Eretz Hashem, over the next 2 days, we'll spend 2 more days on this oath, but over the next 2 days in Eretz Hashem, we'll see some examples of this, which will make this concept. At least today, hopefully, we establish the conceptual or intellectual framework, and in Eretz Hashem tomorrow, we'll begin to plug in the Metziastic examples.
Like I said, shows before have been amazing, but it seems like it's just getting so much bigger and more exciting. I mean, not only are the turnouts or the numbers great, but it's like just the quality of the actual fans. Like, I almost feel like at times they're joking with me when they're like, "Oh my God, I listen to every episode. I know every single thing. I can't believe the Patriot with his banana." They just handle so many everything facts, and they just go on, and it's so exciting because I can talk about this show forever, you know. But to find out that so many other people, Christina and Tom's thing is your mom's house fans, that huge podcast in which I talk about both my parents did illegal mom work to raise me as a kid at one point in my life, and they love that episode. It was a fun little Nope, stayed in Columbus. Normally she comes down for their shows, but she did not come down. She comes down for their shows, but saw my mom? Yeah, I saw Red Man's mom, you're right. I saw my dad. You come any other direction? I saw my dad and my stepmom, and I brought my friend there, who's a very attractive female, and I was like, hey, well, you want to go hang out with my dad? shower, and the whole time I'm watching my dad just briefly check out my friend, like just eyeing her up and down, and getting hot like over and over by her. And I never realized how dad is. He's been married for like 25 years. Very dead. I can't break down around my dad. I don't think. Well, I mean, for the kind of women that you're a mogul and a podcast. I mean, not only are you, it's not like you're just.
All right, so let's say good morning.
What kind of dad isn't going to sit there used to the same wife that he's been with for how many years? 25 years. Think of you.
All right, we'll say good morning. Let us begin. So today's daf, today's person, since that's outside the community of Ocean Summit Society. If you remember again that I introduced us to a fascinating idea, namely the concept that as a person grows in their ruchnius, person grows in their spiritual level, by definition that requires a new process of tshuva for one's past averos. Remember again, as I mentioned in yesterday's shir, this discussion, the subject is choosing the side, so to speak, in a machlokes that we saw in the Sefas Sima about what one does with the averos of their past. I committed an avera, I did tshuva, I didn't repeat the mistake. What do I do? How do I relate to that past? So this is a very significant theological dispute. One of being saying that once you're done, file it away, and assuming you're not committed the same avera again, leave it alone. You did the tshuva, case is closed, shut it out. Second opinion, quoting the pasuk and putting the chapasim like Jesus, my sin is constantly performing the work of David Amara, that a person has to constantly do tshuva to the averos of the past, even if one has not gone ahead and repeated that mistake. But I will say, students that I think that's just what I mentioned now. What's the svara for that? Right? I understand. I think most of us understand and relate very well to the first point, which is you made a mistake, you do tshuva, let it go. Let it go. It's done. It's time to move on. Right? It sounds psychologically healthy. The relationship-wise is healthy. What's the svara for the second approach of the chatasim like Yisrael? Keep my averos in front of me at all times to never go ahead and forget to constantly do tshuva, even though I've done tshuva and haven't repeated the mistake. On a basic level, the svara is it's always good to remember what you're capable of. I remember someone once called me, going back a little while, someone once called me and asked me a particular shayla. He wanted to do something that was not committed, which I have as well as I called me. But I said, like, he wanted to do something that wasn't committed, but he wanted to do something that wasn't committed, was a zera. Right? When he wanted to do X was prohibited because it's an issue to Rabbanon, because it may come to Y. And the person said to me, I'm telling you, I'm never going to do Y. I'm never going to do it. So I don't need to worry about this. I said to the person, I said, Tony, I'm like in awe of you. Because the truth is, when I think about myself, there's nothing I can say I wouldn't do. There's nothing I can say that I don't have the potential to do. Right? I would never, ever do that. There are things that I say I can never imagine myself doing that now, but then again, when I look back at my life, there are areas that I did that I never thought I would do that I didn't do. So, how can a person ever say, I would never ever do something like that? The world is filled with people who never thought they would do certain things and unfortunately did those very things and worse things. So the idea of constantly remembering your averos, I think, on a basic level, is to sensitize you to your weaknesses. I have frailties. I have temptations. And as much as I would like to think that I could stand up when the Messiah faces me, it's not necessarily. Baharitis, that is, look at what I've done in the past. I'm a good person. I've done many good things, but I've also done many averos, which tells me that I am prone to temptation, which tells me that I am prone to sin, which tells me that I'm a fragile individual. And again, that's okay. I'm a human being. So by constantly remembering my Avedas, it's not that I'm beating myself up over what I've done. It's that I'm being real with myself. Because when people think that they're above temptation, and people think, I would never, ever do that, usually they do that. But if I remember all of the things I've done, again, not as if beating myself up or making myself feel bad, but just as of reminding myself how incredibly fragile and prone to temptation I am, that allows me to lead life with a different level of awareness. I think that was the basic story we saw in the Gemara. What Rabbi Rothschild is introducing is something a little bit different. What Rothschild is saying is, as you climb the ladder of spiritual accomplishment and become a better person, you begin to actualize your potential. And to a certain degree, when you begin to actualize your potential, it magnifies the sins of the past, which is very interesting. Because you're going to say, as I begin to actualize my potential, it shows what I really could be. Well, once I show what I really could be, then to a certain degree, it amplifies the failures of the past. If I'm capable of being this, but whatever the this is, what I'm holding in life, how could I have done that? Right? So before I became this, before I reached this new level of spirituality, that, the simple things, it might have been justified over the month, like real silly meals, okay, stuff like that happens to people on that darga, on that level. But once I reach this new level of accomplishment, I'm capable of this. I'm capable of this greatness. But once I'm capable of this greatness, this failure becomes even more magnified. So the topic says, therefore, it's this kind of like almost strange dialectic on the more I grow, the more I have to reconcile for the mistakes of the past. It just requires a new tshuva. So according to the tzaddik, I am perpetually locked in this cycle of tshuva, which again, and the tzaddik didn't make this up. This is the Gemara. The Gemara has an opinion that says you constantly doing tshuva for the ideas of the past. Just from the tzaddik, it's incredible. The more I grow, the more I grow, the more I have to, the more I see my capacity for greatness, the more I have to reconcile the mistakes I've made in my life. That was the typical page Kufsanashkimo, which is really an incredible idea. Page Kufsanashkimo, bottom left hand side, you're going to skip things down this piece from the Arizal, which is actually quite amazing. And it has to do with the fact that how the Neshama is judged in Gan Eden. So I'm going to skip that for now because I want to get to this last piece. So he says, come, Shirish Kam Beruchim Yisrael Shal Yevido V'Tzorech Aliyah. Because we're all familiar with this concept of Yevido V'Tzorech Aliyah. That literally a descent for the sake of a future ascent. And the word is started. שמזדמנת לכל אדם מפעם לפעם ירידה ממדרגתו בקודש, אולם תכלית סופי לגרום לו עלייה. She will say the path of Ruchnius, like the path of spiritual growth, is not even linear one, but rather again there is this concept of Yerida Tzorech Aliyah. And more often than not, what happens in life is I take 2 steps back in order to take 3 steps forward. That's the way it works. But often when I fail, failure in life itself becomes the catalyst for future growth for a variety of different reasons. When I fail, often we become much more introspective in moments of failure than we do in moments of success. When I fail, I recognize what my weaknesses are, and therefore I know what it is that I have to work on. And when I fail, those moments, I realize life has not gone as I planned it to, and therefore I really need to really get both hands on the wheel. But some will say that concept of Yerida Tzorech Aliyah, by the way, because of Yerida Tzorech Aliyah is in and of itself, I think, the most profound concept of this life. Because again, I will say, if you don't have the right perspective when it comes to failure, you get very easily derailed in life. The failure is just that, failure. That every time I fail, which is pretty often, it's just to give up. Masha Inki, the concept of Yerida Tzorech Aliyah says, no, every failure the way for some greater future ascent. I know my weaknesses. I know what I have to work on. I know what I have to do. I know how I have to focus. Again, that becomes something dramatically amazing. But look at the episode because we'll have to end. He says, "She'is shebebeis din shalamala medaktikim bo ba'adam umakpidim al kol kasher yishlo ואז הוא איס הירידה ואז צריך האדם לעשות תשובה ולהכניס בליבו חייתה יוסר עמוקה." Listen to this. The Tzaddik says, in my model, you know what you read in the Torah Chalyonim, you know what it means? It means that every single time it changes the meaning a little bit. It's Aliyah.
I feel like you secretly have this giant, like,
sorry, you read the Torah Aliyah. This is, sorry, yeah, read. The Torah Aliyah means that Yerida is a necessary part of every Aliyah. What does that mean, says the Tzaddik? That whenever I ascend the ladder of spiritual accomplishment, there's an automatic Yerida involved. What's the Yerida? What's the descent? The need to go back and do tshuva for my previous actions. I say every time there's an aliyah, I'm pulled back a little bit. There's a yerida into that which was. There's a descent back into faith. There's a descent back into the mistakes and the missteps of the past. There's a descent, there's a yerida back to go ahead and reconcile my behaviors. That's what's so incredible, no? So every single so there's a yerida that is a tzorech aliyah. Every single time I grow, I have to now take a step back, reconcile into the past. Now, once again, that I see my capacity for greatness, to a certain degree, it amplifies the baton of the past. Because how could I have done those things if I'm capable of doing this? And the Rebbe goes on. He says, "Va'ad mas nefesh v'atzar yesh lo mima sheniska b'chatav u'atzma b'eresh." Now, once again, I'm going to point out that to a certain degree, so how do you do trip? In other words, this is a pretty intense model, right? In this intense model, pretty much my entire life is over tshuva, right? So remember, I'm doing tshuva for the averos that I've done now, and when I grew up doing tshuva for the averos of the past, it's like tshuva. So the simple answer is yes. Yeah, that's actually how it works. Life is actually constant and perpetual tshuva. But also, a number of you learn in the Tzaddik the idea that sometimes the pain that you feel over having sin is in and of itself the tshuva. That is in and of itself the tshuva. So the Tzaddik says, Lav Dafka said this Yerida L'Tzorech Aliyah is, let's say, an in-depth process of tshuva. Sometimes it's just the pain and the agnes nefesh. You know, as I grow in life and I realize my mistakes, I have another epiphany, which is that how much greater I could have been had I not got sidelined by the ability of the past. Right? Because, you see this in life. Sometimes we see, sometimes you see, I think often I find this with children. You see with children, you see them doing something beautiful, learning, or testing, or this, that, you think to yourself, if I was doing that at that age, what I could have become, right? What I could have been, had I not made this mistake, or not made that mistake, or not gone down this road, all these different things. You can't live life too much like that. If you're certainly, that's the agmas nefesh of faith. And that agmas nefesh is in and of itself the form of strength. So we'll say, so if you just bring this together, then we'll have to stop. What the Tzaddik introduces us to is this idea that every time we grow, spiritual growth requires some level of introspection into the past. Because as I grow and I realize what I can become, I am once again held accountable for what I have or have not done. And the Tzaddik says, this is the meaning of the concept of Yerida Yitzor aliyah. But at the end of the day, every aliyah, every ascent always comes with the necessary descent. What's the descent? As I go up, I am forced to also now go down and re-examine the sins of the past. Tshuva again, reflecting now that I know that I'm capable of so much, I must reconcile with the mistakes of the past once again. But we'll stop over here. We'll be doing Rez Hashem next week.
You know what? I'm not going to argue that because I don't have any basis with the slide or natural. They usually have not as tight of not as well. That's actually true. Oh, wow. Wikipedia, actually. All you need is one other guy to agree. Adrian, now why is that? I mean, your voice box is coming from it isn't a chest. That looks like it's pointing out, which is like a chest. I got a cord going from my mouth down in my chest. The sound's not coming out in that direction, so we figured out this is the best. Adrian, have you ever measured your penis? Nobody's ever asked. You've never had any complaints, but you've only gotten laid a handful of times. You want to work on yourself so that when the next time happens, you'll make sure you're bringing the best picture. Now let me ask you this: do you like how midgets like the robots? So Scarlett Johansson.
All right, good morning. Let us begin. So we are actually going to move on this morning to Sif Taos Samech Zayit. I sent it out on the chat yesterday. And let's begin. Very, very beautiful piece by the Rabbi. So we're going to Samech Ches, Samech Vav. It's how it's Tzilah, and the need for Tzilah to allow the Rebbeinu Shem to deliver even brachos which were already promised, even brachos which were already pledged, even brachos which were already committed by HaKadosh Baruch Hu to us. Tzilah is still needed in order to ultimately deliver those to our threshold. So it's not Zion. Rabbi gives us something absolutely beautiful. So we are in the Biguri of Hasidus. Misha over al Iza Avira. Someone goes ahead and violates a particular Avira. Then what happens? Gam in Shav the Tshuva Shteim Aleh. And that's even see why this is so special, because this relates back to something we just learned in Yuga, towards the end of Yuga. So a person commits an Avira, whatever the Avira is. Gam in Shav the Tshuva Shteim Aleh. Let's say a person, Baruch Hashem, the Tshuva Shteim. A person managed to complete and total tshuva for the particular faith. Nikomakom, the Chomadrega Shu'ola, the Hisronis Nafshoyos, said the Kusha, this Orer Azad, Titrot Alakatan Shekhatavara. Listen, this is fascinating. So listen to the progression of events. A person commits an Avera. Person does tshuva, engages in the act of repentance for that particular Avera. And now what happens? A person builds themselves up. Literally, his lesson is, and now I work on myself to become a better person. And I'm successful. I'm able to reach an elevated level of holiness. In every level of elevation, I should say, in every new degree of holiness which I reach, this Orer Alav Kitrug Ala Hatam Shekata Ba'ala. Once again, there is a kitrug, there is a judgment that is awakened against me from the Averos I committed in the past. Because I hear this at first glance, it seems very strange and to fly in the face of that which we learn from. So again, I committed an Avera, I did tshuva for the Avera. I became holier. I became holier. Again, I realized my downside. I realized my weakness. I did tshuva for it and worked on myself. And now I find myself on a new level of elevated holiness. As a result of that elevated level of new holiness, of the new level of elevated holiness, there is a judgment that is once again awakened against me for the Averos of my past. Okay? In the field Madriga Chadasha, Ein Zu Nechshavas Tshuvaso She'asur Uya. Why is it because now in this new level, in this new darga, in this new madriga, in which I find myself, currently, this new elevated level of holiness, the tshuva that I did in the past is no longer sufficient. Based on where I'm holding now, the tshuva of my past is no longer sufficient to remedy the averos. Therefore, it says upside. Therefore, again, it says that when I reach this new elevated level of holiness, really I need to do tshuva again. For all of my past averos. The charata, yoser amuka, with a sense of remorse, it's even deeper. Amashachat Hashem is done. So let's say, you hear this? Again, when I said it, it's trying to say every single thing that you know about tshuva. Right? So remember again, I commit an avera, I do tshuva shlema. Now again, I grow, I become better. I always thought that what's the process? You shut the door. You shut the door. You did tshuva, and when you do tshuva, you become a better person. Shut the door. Shut the door. No, just the opposite. When you commit an avera, do tshuva, now become even a better person. Taking the level of holiness where I'm holding now, the tshuva of my past is insufficient. I need to do tshuva again for my averos of the past. And also look what he writes. This is what David HaMelech said about him. Also, this is the Gemara Masechet Sima. V'chatasi negdi samid. My hate, my sin, is always the opposite. Also, remember again, we had this machlokes in the Gemara about averos that you did tshuva for in the past. Do you have to, let's say you did not repeat the same sin over the course of the last year, do you have to do tshuva for it or not? So again, remember we had the conflicting psukim. Ashrei nisui kasha, right? Praiseworthy is the word, or is the person whose sin is covered up. And then we had again this pasuk. David says that you always have to, as you grow in life, you have to go ahead and do new tshuva on the averos of the past, because based on where I'm holding now, the tshuva of the past is no longer sufficient. Afapi shehem min David HaMelech shekar niskablu tshuvaso Hashem Yisparach. Even though David HaMelech knew that when he did tshuva, you see, we'll say David HaMelech knew that his tshuva was accepted. Now again, it's reference over here the episode of Bathsheba. And how did David HaMelech know that his tshuva was accepted after his death? David HaMelech had his gift. The gift was that Nasan HaNabi told him, Hashem forgives you. He was explicitly told that he forgives you. Hashem has removed your sin. Then nevertheless, even though again, David HaMelech is told that his sin was forgiven, ובכל יום תמיד היעולה ומסחר ליוסף בקדושתו הנשגבה ממדרגה למדרגה. But since David HaMelech is becoming greater day after day, and is going madrega to madrega, and the madrega of today is greater than the madrega of yesterday, which is greater than the madrega that he was on once he sinned. Therefore, David HaMelech had to perpetually do tshuva for his sins. Let's pause for just a moment and analyze this, because this is incredibly dramatic. So I think Rabbi Tzadok can be understood on two levels. On a basic level, I mean, none of this is basic, but on a basic level, also is like this. I commit an Avera. I do tshuva for the Avera. I grow. I become a better person. So we'll say, as I become the holier you become, the more profound your process of tshuva is. So on a basic level, what Tzadok is saying is like this. The tshuva I performed after the faith, represented the spiritual level I was on. That was the quote unquote the best tshuva I could deliver at the time. But now that I've grown and now that I've become someone better, I have the capacity to go ahead and do a better tshuva. And as a result of that, right, it's demanded of me to now put forward a better form of tshuva corresponding to the newly elevated spiritual status in which I find myself. The tshuva of the past worked fine because that was the level I was on. But now that I find myself on a new level and I have the ability to deliver a heightened level of tshuva, that's what I'm obligated to do. And that's what the study said. That's what the Lord meant when he said, as I grow in life, my spiritual growth demands a new tshuva. Because now I am capable of delivering a heightened level of tshuva. Incredible. Or perhaps we'll just off the stand. But perhaps the tzaddik is saying something else as well. So we'll say, when I commit an avera, so why is tshuva possible? Tshuva is possible because, again, you don't show me like I'm not perfect. And how does he know I'm not perfect? Because he knew me before. I have my imperfections. So that's the rationale for tshuva, that I recognize that at the end of the day, I am highly flawed, highly imperfect, and therefore I'm able to do tshuva. Let's say I watch this. After I commit the faith and I do an avera, and now Baruch Hashem, I grow. What is that growth highlights? What does that growth highlight? My capacity for greatness. But once you demonstrate your capacity for greatness, the culpability of sin becomes even more apparent. In other words, the most I think about this is just a moment. If your 3-year-old child goes ahead and your 2-year-old takes a cup of milk and pours it on the table, you get annoyed, but there's a limit to 2. The child is 2 years old. If your 12-year-old goes ahead and dumps out a cup of milk on the table, but there's a heightened level of responsibility. Why? Because you know better. So when I sin, when I commit an avera, there's forgiveness. Because again, okay, we all make mistakes. But then once I grow and I become a holier person, so the Rothschild says, wow, you have the capacity for greatness. And if you have the capacity for greatness, that highlights, that even brings it once again to the center stage, the culpability for sin. You're not incapable. You're not unable. Look at what you've accomplished. Look at what you've done. And now, once I see what I can do, the culpability for sin becomes even more manifest. So the great anomaly, says the tzaddik, is the more I grow in life, the more tshuva I have to do for my past. Because the more I grow in life, the more apparent it becomes how much I'm truly capable of. And the more I'm truly capable of, that highlights the culpability for sin even more. Therefore, says the tzaddik, remember again, going back to the Gemara, the Gemara made it all about, did you commit the averas again or not? Right? I did an avera in 5780. I did Shiva for Rosh Hashanah 5781. So now the Shabbos have to do the Shiva for it again in Rosh Hashanah 5782. So the Gemara made it kind of dependent on, well, did you commit the Avera again or not? Tzaddik says it actually has nothing to do with whether or not you committed the Avera. And the great anomaly is, did you grow? People say you're autistic. I was like the opposite. That the more you grow, the less you have to worry about the past. And instead it says it's the opposite. The more I grow to a certain degree, the more responsibility there is for the past. Because my growth shows how much greatness I am truly capable of. And then once I demonstrate and actualize that greatness, the Rothschild says, come on, what were you doing? That same greatness was there when I committed the Avera last time. That same Avera was there that same greatness was there when I committed the infraction, when I committed the transgression, and I misused that kohol, that koach. So the greater I become, says Reb Tzadok, the greater my responsibility to do tshuva again for the past. I want to point out, this is not a din in onesh. This has nothing to do with punishment. Right? Once I go out and I do tshuva, onesh is taken care of. It's just like this is a human personal responsibility. That the greater I become, the more I realize that I really do have the ability to control myself. And I really do have the ability to actualize my personalistic greatness. And I really do have the ability to accomplish great things in this world, which then heightens my culpability for the transgressions of the past. Therefore, says the Tzaddik something amazing. Whether or not I recommit the Averos of the past, if Eretz Hashem I'm on a trajectory of growth, the more I grow, the more I have to reflect and repent for that which I've done in the past. So we'll stop over here for today. We're going to spend one more day on this sif because it's a truly transformative sif, which again brings up the Gemara, but yet takes a dramatically different view of it.
That's not a good beginning to any porn when they tell you your part is to put your hands up against the wall. Yep. Double call back. Thank you. Yeah, the only thing I love all that, by the way. I didn't get the Boston Tea Party. Maybe I missed something. Because transsexuals, they use the letter T for anything. Like online, dating and shit. Theosaurus, you think the bitch named Tina. So you think, transsexuals. So they had a party and they called it the bar. You took 32 seconds. Because I wanted to hit that. Right, but that Boston Tea Party definitely needs the setup to do a lot of online dating. I love the Teosaurus. That's funny. So you can get a lot while setting it up. Still enough there's much. Just I don't know. I think the premise is better than the Boston Tea Party, if that makes sense. If that team thing and take it in a different direction. Plus T-Boz from TLC. I don't know. You get weird with it. That's just the first tea I thought of, by the way. Boys that are hating on my T-Boz shows right now. And it's still got some line. You're on a dating site.
All right, so this is good morning. Let us begin. Today's Let's pick up on days. In the Uriah Hasidus on the right hand column, second in the second paragraph. When we came yesterday, we had to introduce us to a really fascinating concept. The idea that even if after the Baruch Hu has something happening, some type of bracha in store for Israel, the only way to truly actualize that bracha is through tshuva, which is really a really profound idea. Because even though HaKadosh Baruch Hu is creed, it's a something positive, that something wonderful is supposed to occur. At the end of the day, if I do not activate that reality to zero, it will not happen. And we explained that the logic behind that is that when a Baruch gives you brachos, in whatever form they may be, the power of those brachos is the ability for them to create and to forge meaningful relationship with Hashem. But the brachos only create and forge meaningful relationship with Hashem if I acknowledge that they are in fact from Hashem. And the way I acknowledge that the blessings I have in life are from the Ribono Shel Olam is through tshuva. By davening to Hashem for the things that I need, by thanking Hashem for the things that I have received, I acknowledge that all comes from above. So to get bracha without tefillah tzaddik undermines the entire purpose of bracha. It's very important that everything in life is about the relationship with Hashem. Everything in life. And the goal and the purpose of everything in life is to create a relationship with the Ribono Shel Olam. So the moment that bracha doesn't create a relationship is the moment that bracha is not to be worth all that much. Here, so we have a brought Raya from Eliyahu Hanav. So take a look at page Kufsan page. Which is on the second paragraph, right hand side. This is truly beautiful. V'ilu hachachamim, because there the Yehuda, Daniel writes in the second Shana. So there, quotes over here, a fascinating Gemara on the Shana. That's like, the truth is, the Gemara, well, let's take a look. The Gemara says, Zardin shel Adam, v'nichtav b'Rosh Hashanah, v'nechtam b'Yom HaKippur. So there's actually an interesting discussion in general that the Gemara has about when a person is judged. So one school of thought, which is the dominant school of thought, says a man is judged on Rosh Hashanah and his judgment is sealed on Yom Kippur. There happens to be a second opinion, which we'll touch on as well. That Adam nidon b'chol yom. That a person is judged each and every day. Every day has its own independent judgment. So look at what Rabbi says. So he says, Rabbi writes, the Zardin shel Adam, v'nichtav b'Rosh Hashanah v'nechtam b'Yom Kippur. Let's just remember again. Rabbi Yehuda holds that a person is judged and his Zardin, his decree, is written on Rosh Hashanah and is sealed on Yom Kippur. Rabbi said, now think about this just a minute. If that's true, that I'm judged on Rosh Hashanah and then I'm sealed on Yom Kippur, then what don't I have to do? Daven. Daven for. In other words, if everything is, I have to daven maybe Elul, Rosh Hashanah, there's Tshuva, Yom Kippur. I think someone has to daven leading up to that judgment. But at the end of the day, if judgment is truly signed and sealed and running in the line, then you realize the power of tefillah for the rest of the year. Everything is already decided. So look at what Rabbi says. Zochokim al anshe knesses hagedola, shehem tiknu es seder hafilos, hariba sheshad v'asad b'chol. That even Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Meir will agree that a person has to daven Shemona Esrei every day. But what about the fact that judgment has been sealed on Yom Kippur? If judgment has been sealed on Yom Kippur, then why do I have to daven each and every day? I'll tell you why, says the Gemara. Ela sheladaitam mispalim gam ama shekvar nigzad Rosh Hashanah mishum shenitzrachas hatfilah kedei lahoties ha'gzardin b'chol l'tov. So this is incredible. Speaking of Zidon and Meir will agree that even if we accept the theological construct that all is decided on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, and comes Yom Kippur, the Zardin is sealed. The Meir and Yehuda will still say you still have to daven each and every day. Why? To bring the good that a Kodesh Baruch Hu has decreed for you to fruition. Because there is no such thing as experiencing bracha in this world without tefillah. Tefillah is there to activate the bracha. So it could very well be that HaKadosh Baruch Hu decreed it, signed and sealed. But at the end of the day, without tefillah, you cannot bring it into the realm of reality. In the Paul HaTov, tefillah is necessary in order to bring things into reality. We'll say it's such an incredible idea. Think about this. It's so profound because the topic is saying is like this: a person can have a whole life of bracha waiting for them at their fingertips, but without tefillah to make it into a reality, that bracha remains dormant. So we believe that the Torah always judges us favorably. So I can have a beautiful and favorable judgment on Yom Kippur, but at the end of the day, how much bracha do we leave on the table? How much bracha do we leave on the table, says the tzaddik, because I'm not davening, or because I'm not davening in the way that I could be davening. Tefillah is the way that I claim the bracha that has already been allocated to me. But you can't get it unless you pray for it. It's such an incredible yesod. He goes on, the tzaddik goes on. I'll also point out that there's another fascinating idea, which of course is that as much as there is a desire in general, one of the hardest things to kind of wrap our head around, sometimes with young and Noraim, is so there's a judgment on Rosh Hashanah, it's sealed on Yom Kippur, but is there the ability to alter that judgment? Right? The ability to alter that judgment. And if there is the ability to alter the judgment, then what's the point of the judgment? If there is no ability to go ahead and alter the judgment, I understand why I have to daven to go ahead and claim the brachos, but does tefillah help change constitutional negative decrees? So just as an aside, the answer to all of that is yes. Tefillah always helps alter everything, even if there was a desired din. Because remember, again, the way you look at it is, desired din, a decree, ultimately, again, is meaningful because it reflects where I am at the time the decree was handed down. But when I said the person chooses to change themselves, then it's possible sometimes, I'll give you a good mushroom. It's kind of like tax law. Right? Meaning, if you go ahead and you earn X amount of money, let's say a person earns $50,000. A person earns $50,000, they're taxed at a certain rate. If Baruch Hashem, you do well and you earn more money, and now you earn $100,000, so you're in a different tax bracket. Have the tax laws changed? Have the tax laws changed? No. What's changed? Your personal circumstances. So it's a good mushroom for how it works with the Ribono Shel Olam as well. But it's a good mushroom nevertheless. You understand? Which is that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives me a gzar din. He gives me a decree. Bein l'tov, bein l'ra, chas v'shalom. That's the decree. That decree applies to me based on where I'm holding. But if I change myself, I put myself kiviyachol in a different bracket. It's not the pshat that HaKadosh Baruch Hu changed his mind. It's not the pshat that HaKadosh Baruch Hu changed his decree. Just the decree that was handed down was for me in a certain place. If I move myself somewhere else, then by definition, just the original decree doesn't apply to me. The original, the taxes on $100,000 are different than the taxes on $50,000. And at the end of the tax law hasn't changed. My personal circumstances have changed. So what you see over here is, so obviously, tefillah has the ability to change us. But what Rabbi Tzaddik is highlighting over here is even if we accept the premise that everything is sealed and decreed on Yomim Noraim, at the end of the day, don't leave bracha on the table. And if I don't daven in order to forge a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I don't get the bracha. And I've also think about this. It could be that we go through life with so much bracha that is waiting to be claimed by us. Just perhaps because I'm not dialoguing with the Ribono Shel Olam, I'm not getting it. Because remember, again, looping back to what this we stopped, the whole point of the bracha is to forge relationship. And the only way the bracha forges relationship with Hashem if it's accessed through the portal of tefillah. Because it's tefillah that says, Ribono Shel Olam, I know this comes from you. I know it's only from you. And I thank you. If the bracha doesn't create biological and relationship connection, then ultimately, again, the bracha remains unclean. It says that a person can have a whole lifetime of bracha and bounty waiting for them. But it only becomes yours if you claim it. And we'll have to stop over here. We'll pick up the Meretz Hashem tomorrow.
I like talking about or like things that feel like matter. Is there a lot more behind that? Is there a lot more behind that? What's your child fucking opener that you that came off naturally? I like that one. Change depending on who we're smashing stars. Yeah, now everybody's gonna say your name pretty much not completely. Yeah, I had two sets tonight. I think maybe that was one what fucked me up. One to make some of my name right and one to get my name right. You got it right. And then I think too many options remain. Yeah. All in just a minute. How many options remain? Oh wow, Jesus. All right, so where are we going to start stand-up at? We're going to start stand-up in San Francisco. San Francisco. How long have you been in LA? About a year and a half. Your AT&T job was good, true. But it also made me not enjoy the joke so much because I was like kind of bummed out. Enjoy the joke so much? Yeah, man, he's right. Bummed out. You know, man, he's right. I don't know, most find something that's zany to put in there just so you don't bump it. I mean, it's funny. So the idea is very funny.
All right, so we'll say good morning. We're actually gonna skip a little bit to Os Samech Vav in Tzidkas.
How horrible the world is. Right. How much material would you say?
I think I sent it out last night on the WhatsApp chat, the PDF. And we're going to spend the next 2 mornings focusing on Samech Vav. Not that Samech is not important. We began Samech yesterday. We got the essence of Samech. The Rebbe explains some of his concepts about the willingness to lay down one's life if one is not going to live a life in conformity with Ratzon Hashem. So we discussed that already. So I'll move on to Samech Vav, because here the Rebbe really highlights something that I think is just fascinatingly amazing. So the Rebbe says as follows. On one page, Samech Aleph, we split Samech Aleph, in the beginning of Hasidus, the bottom left hand house. So the Rebbe says as follows. Lamod b'tfilah, Samech Vav, Lamod b'tfilah, al Hashem Yisparach, Tzarech ha'adam l'chol a person requires tefillah. A person requires tefillah for everything. Now, literally translated, it means to stand in prayer before Hashem is necessary for everything for which a person requires. Now, what does this mean? For example, even if HaKadosh Baruch Hu already ordained or decreed that a certain thing is in fact going to materialize or unfold, let's say there's a gzera, there's a decree, a good decree. So Baruch Hu has decided that I'm going to benefit or I'm going to be blessed in a particular way. The chozos started ha'adam le'espalo shachin kahiyadam. A person still needs to daven that the bracha will come to fruition, that the bracha will be actualized in the way in which HaKadosh Baruch Hu is. This is a very fascinating idea. We don't yet know why this is, but the Rebbe is introducing us to Tzedakah HaTefillah, that bracha cannot come about in this world without prayer. And even if something is ordained from the Ribono Shel Olam to happen in a particular way, which is beneficial to me, that benefit will not materialize, that benefit will not actualize if not preceded by prayer. So just to show you where the Rebbe gets this from, if you take a look at footnote Reish Lamed Daled, So here the footnote actually quotes, which really is the biblical makar, the biblical source for this idea. The Rebbe writes, Moshe Amar, B'chosiach hasoda teren yevaretz, B'chol isiv hasoda teren yitzmach, Ki lo himtir Hashem Elokim ala aretz, Va'adam, if you turn the pages, Va'adam ein la'avodes ha'adama. So the pasuk literally means as follows: that before any of the vegetation or herbage or grass began to grow, why didn't it grow? Because Hashem had not yet brought rain. That's why. So remember again, the Torah is painting the image that all of the necessary vegetation was literally sitting right beneath the top of the ground, ready to come out. Why didn't it come out? Because the Kodesh Baruch Hu did not yet bring rain. Why did it not yet? Why did the Kodesh Baruch Hu not yet bring rain? Because again, Va'adam ayin la'avodas ha'adam, for there was no man to yet go ahead and work the earth. Human beings were not yet created. Man was not seen as created, so there was no one to work the earth. And Rashi says, so beautiful. Rashi says, Rashi, Adayin lo haya ba'aretz kishem nigmara briyas ha'olam b'shishi kodem shnevra adam v'chal iseh b'asada lo tzamach v'lama kilohim. Again, Rashi says, so why was there no vegetation? Because Baruch Hu didn't cause it to rain. Why didn't Hashem cause it to rain? Ma tam there, with the sha'adam ayin la'avot this adama, ve'im makir b'kavas al-shad yishamah. This means the footnote. Ukishava adam b'yad shem tzarech li'olam sispalel aleh. Ultimately, again, so Rashi explains, because there wasn't no human being to daven for the rain. There was only one other than Savar on the earth, and they were able to daven for the rain, that the rain comes. So the rest, so we'll say, isn't this incredible? The vegetation is there, sitting there right beneath the top of the soil. It's all there. Because Baruch Hu has a plan. The plan is to bring forth the vegetation. But yet it cannot. Which Baruch Hu does not bring it forth until someone is there to die. So the Rebbe therefore goes ahead and essentially builds a philosophical or theological construct around this idea. What do you see? That even if the Ribono Shel Olam is ready and poised to give me bracha does not materialize in this world unless it is preceded by tefillah. Tefillah is the necessity to bring about divine blessing. Now, let's pause for a moment and analyze it, at least from the perspective of Bereshis. Because from Bereshis we can begin to ask, why is that? Why didn't the Baruch Hu bring rain until ultimately man was there to go ahead and daven for it? What's the whole point of a miracle? What's the whole point of bracha? The whole point of bracha is one of the ways in which we forge a connection with the Ribono Shel Olam. That's one of the ways. Right? So the whole everything that happens, Baruch Hu gives me my health, He gives me parnassus, He gives me a family, He gives me these things. And my goal is to see that these things don't just happen by themselves. They don't just occur if I put in effort. These things materialize only with incredible divine intervention, only the Baruch Hu is involved. Tefillah is the way that I recognize the Ribono Shel Olam's involvement in both what we'll call the miraculous and the mundane aspects of life. Without prayer, I could just as easily assume that these things occur on their own. With tefillah, I recognize that the things that I have in life are only because of the Ribono Shel Olam. Therefore, it says that selfish. I said, the Baruch Hu is not just going to bring about bracha, even if he's ready to, without tefillah, because then the bracha doesn't accomplish what it's supposed to accomplish. Listen, isn't this the same life? To recognize that everything I have is only because of the Ribono Shel Olam. So if there's no tefillah, which represents the theological awareness of this soul, at the end of the day, there's no bracha. There's no bracha. But what's the point? What's the point? Everything that the Baruch Hu does is to create an awareness of much involvement in his life. It's such a profound yesod. He goes on, he says, L'raya al-Kach, he gives an example. example of this. Halosira be'Elio. Also about Eliyahu Hanavi. Listen to this. Page flips on the page. Shekvar Amar Hashem Yisbarach Leich Hira'eh El Ha'achov Ve'etna Matar Apnei Ha'adam. So remember, this refers to the episode of Malachim Aleph, where Achov, who has Eliyahu, interesting enough decided on his own to withhold the rain. There's a whole discussion in general, but Eliyahu Hanavi decided to withhold the rain, even though the Gemara says that Mafkech Shal B'Shamet, the key for rain is something which is held onto by HaKadosh Baruch Hu exclusively, and he does not go ahead and hand it out to anyone. Okay, Eliyahu Hanavi got it. Doesn't have to keep yes and that's a different story. In any event, so what happens? HaKadosh Baruch Hu tells Eliyahu Hanavi, go to Achab. Achab is the reason Eliyahu withheld the rain was because of the ongoing evil perpetrated by Achab and his wife Sarah. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says to Eliyahu, go to Achab, it's going to rain. It's going to rain. That's not matter. Yahapike now Achakah. Allah l'rosh HaKarmel. Vayikar Artza Vayosem Panav Ben Birgav. Shenishtateach la'aretz v'sham Panav Ben Birgav Mispal Lamater. Shehirba b'tfila Ach Sheba Geshem. And yet, what does the Navi say? The Navi goes up to Har Carmel, and what does he do? He davens. Davening. Why davening? Why is davening? At the end of the day, we told you that the rain is going to come. Why is there a need for tefillah at all? Elamai, Apapishu Huftach Mipiakadosh Baruch Ushitin Matar, Harishagam La'achar Shenigzam and Hashamayim Adain Traku, Spano Shiabahadaba. Stephen here says that doesn't gather what we were saying before. Even if something is divinely ordained to happen for you in a positive way, it is only through the power of prayer that the bracha, that the blessing ultimately is materialized. Such an incredible switch. Let's think about this in just a moment. You know what this means? Pretty sure it means there could be a whole storehouse of blessing that is waiting for each of us that we have not yet received because we haven't properly utilized the power of prayer, the clock of Shiva, which is such an incredible yesod. See, in our theological context, we often assume if HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to give me something, he's going to give it to me. He's going to give it to me. Okay, of course, I have to be worthy of it. Or once I'm quote unquote worthy, then ultimately I'll receive it. That's what it says. It's not necessarily true. There's a din in tefillah. I can have all the requisite merits. Right? I can have all the personal pieties. But without tefillah, the brachos don't come. Without tefillah, the brachos don't come. And again, the reason for that is because the brachos are only meaningful if I recognize they come from Hashem. The brachos are only meaningful if they're used to build a bond, used to build a relationship between myself and my Creator. How is that relationship? How is that bond built? That's tefillah. Because tefillah is when I articulate and express everything I have in this world is from you, HaKadosh Baruch. So therefore, saying that even if HaKadosh Baruch promises it, ultimately the blessing of life only materialized if first it preceded ultimately by prayer. I think we're going to stop over here for today. We'll Hashem pick up. We'll spend one more day with this six tomorrow. It's a good catch, but that's the general tzaddik moral or Russia with Kovro discussion. So that's always the theological outlier.
I'm from Slidell, Louisiana. Yeah, you said that originally. You said that originally. You said it like this. Blur. You really do. You said that. I said that. Slidell, Louisiana. It's like almost all. Yeah, that's like almost all one word. Slidell. You know people with those. Have you had somebody that was I've had people while I'm doing it say, that's not funny, my uncle just died of cancer. I respond, I think this when I wrote Because when I wrote this 4 years ago, I thought, what the hell, shitty fucking pizza parlor in East LA. Wow, that was like a specific show that happened. Yeah, sorry. Have you ever gotten heckled by a person with one of those and just had a battle off? Why are you heckling me? It is interesting. So it was really 4 years ago that you wrote the that you got the prop? I have to say just because it cost $100. We'll stay back. So is that what's keeping you? So is that not using it? Not using it. Yeah, I mean that's probably why. That's what happened with Gallagher. That's what happened with Gallagher. He just bought a sledgehammer today. What's cheap and explosive that I can buy? Have you always used that? Yeah, actually, this is like one of the first ships I read. I bought the thing off of eBay. What was I doing?
Alright, so good morning. Let us begin. So we are picking up where we are continuing in Ocean Zion. We left off yesterday in the footnote 59 where we were focusing on the concept of the power of Rusha. We started to learn about the Office that said that when a person suffers from Daesh, the first part is to have his chocolate on his Daesh both in low. When a person is embarrassed that the Averos he has committed, that Rusha, that embarrassment, ultimately creates a sense of Mechila. So it creates forgiveness. So you're trying to figure out exactly what the nature of that dynamic is. Why is it that Rusha has the power to affect this level of tshuva? So we're picking up again in footnote Chuf Mem Vav, and we're picking up now in the second paragraph of that footnote, the right-hand side, with the Nesivas Olam. And the Nesivas Olam, the Nairav, the Nesivas Tshuva, Dover Zad Tzarech Ham, Lama Habusha Mechaber Umokum Lo Avarosa. Why is it that Rusha, why is it that embarrassment has the ability to go ahead and atone for one's sin? So again, I commit an Avera, I'm embarrassed about the fact that I committed that Avera, and in some way, somehow, because of that Rusha affects Tshuva, that Rusha affects Kahara. So why is that? He says, Aval Govers and Muflog being in Avusha. The Maharal explains this is a fundamental understanding, a fundamental concept within the reality of what it means to be embarrassed from Rusha. When a person is embarrassed, when I'm embarrassed because of an Avera I committed, Mora Shumsalik Atzmo Umachik Atzmo Minachit Legame. That shows, the embarrassment shows that I'm removing myself and distancing myself from that sin in totality. Because whenever I'm embarrassed about something, by definition, I remove myself, I distance myself from that thing. So say it's a simple yet incredibly profound idea. When I'm embarrassed about something, essentially what I'm saying is, I wish I had never done this. I don't want to be associated. I'm embarrassed with this. I don't want to be associated with this. So I distance myself from it. Looking at us upon it, this is different than someone who has us upon him, like someone who has a bit of arrogance. But ultimately, again, he strengthens himself. He's asking the faith. The kasher is atzim the faith. Ein hasor lechit. Hazak kasher achit is atzim do. Aval hamivayish me'achit. More she'ein achit is atzim do. So let's say, when you're proud of something, that thing becomes a part of who you want to self-identify with that thing. When you're embarrassed about something, I don't want to self-identify with that particular action. In fact, all I want is to place a distance between myself and that action. When I'm embarrassed, I don't want the connection to it. When I'm embarrassed, I don't want to be identified with it. When I'm embarrassed, I want to place a distance between myself and that action. These are Adam's Beispiel. It's not part of me. Martik Atzma Minachish, Moshe Hayushol Misbayish, Roratzel Ahaske Asapintas Neabishma Blachim, Mochirin Lo Achit, Me'achash Meruchak Minachit. Therefore, again, the Maharal explains on a very simple level. Where there is embarrassment, that I'm embarrassed about something, by definition, here says two words. Number one, English accent. It doesn't become part of the essence of the essence of who I am. That's number one. And by definition, I distance myself from that thing, which means I don't want to be associated with this action. I don't want to be associated with this behavior. I don't want to be associated with this state. This does not represent who and what I am. Says the Maharal, that's tshuva. So at the end of the day, what is the fundamental cornerstone of tshuva? It's the repudiation of the sin. I don't want to do this. I don't want to be part of this. I don't want this to be associated with me. It's a fundamental repudiation and then distancing oneself from that particular action. That's tshuva. Therefore, says the Maharal, that's why the Gemara says, if you're embarrassed about the faith, it means you don't want to be associated with it. It means that you feel that this does not reflect who I really am, which by definition means you don't want to keep doing this. I want to change this cycle of behavior. That's tshuva. ועוד איש לחלדס, מדרגס המסבייש, שיש לו מידס הפשיטוס ממשלנו, בושס פנים לנעידת. כי הבושות הוא פשיטוס על האדם הפך העז פנים. So this is actually very interesting. There's another piece says the Maharal, which is embarrassment. Embarrassment is the opposite of arrogance. See, you claim that Busha and Azus Panim. Right, Azus Panim. So many of us, we may be familiar with this word. We might have been called it when we were little also. This is a good parental term of rebuke, Azus Panim. So the idea over here is Busha and Azus Panim are opposites. Right, so Azus Panim means a certain arrogance, craziness. Busha is the opposite. It's interesting. We often think that the opposite of arrogance is humility, right? Humility. But the truth is,
I don't like you doing it. I like the natural twitch more. So does everybody else.
We all understand how arrogance manifests itself. So how does humility manifest itself? Right, so Hindu, how does humility? So it's interesting. The Maharal says humility manifests itself in embarrassment. In embarrassment, when I am embarrassed and I feel embarrassed about the avedas that I've committed, that in and of itself is a manifestation of one's inner humility. Because again, I can't believe I did this. I don't want to do this. I don't want to be associated with this. This is not who I am. This is not who I want to be. So, that's humility. That's the opposite of Azus Panim. Yeah, Abusha Shikus ala Adam Puppet Ha'az Panim. He defines it as that. Abusha is Shikus. Arrogance is incredibly complex. Right? Why is arrogance complex? Because arrogance requires a person to build themselves up on multiple levels, ultimately constructing false realities in order to inflate one's ego. Humility is easy. I mean, humility is not easy. It's not easy to achieve. Understanding? It's a struggle. It's not easy to achieve. But once you achieve it, it's a pshitos. Humility is in simplicity. It's in simplicity. Humility doesn't mean that I'm down on myself. Humility means I recognize what I am, but I also recognize what I'm not. It's a pshitos. So therefore, again, Azus Panim, the opposite of that, he's going to say is this pshitos, is this humility, is this simplicity, which is manifest in Busha. In Veikach Mochel Lo Kasha Yesh Lo Midas HaPshitos, so Mishpashit Menu. Therefore, again, when does Kapara occur? Kapara occurs when I possess this midah of Pshitos. When I possess this simplicity, and I possess this kedusha. Ulefnei kach mochel elo kasher yesh lo midas hapshitos shemes pashet mimenu achid. We'll say it's such a profound. Again, there's no confusion over here, but it is such an incredibly profound idea about the power of Busha, and the power of being embarrassed, and the power of allowing ourselves to feel that embarrassment. No one ever likes to feel embarrassed. Of course not. And often we mask those feelings in a variety. There's the one thing those feelings in a variety of ways, but they're not. What I was saying is, feeling embarrassed about my Averis is an incredibly profound and cathartic experience. And in fact, it's going to sound strange, there's a certain happiness that accompanies that embarrassment. Because if I feel the embarrassment, that means that the hate is not really part of me. Isn't that incredible? See, the problem is when I sin and I don't feel embarrassed, that's where the challenge begins. Because if I don't feel embarrassed, that means that I'm totally okay with self-identifying with particular behavior. But where there is a bush, where there's an element of embarrassment, that's an incredible bracha. That's almost like the reflex that says, this is not me. This is not me. This is not who I am. This is not what I want to be. This is not how I'm going to build myself into the person I truly desire to become. And that's why the Gemara says, those feelings of busha, by definition, are the process of tshuva. Because those feelings of busha, by definition, are the actual repudiation of the Avera. And I quote one more piece of here, which I think is also incredibly profound. This is Mesilas Yesharim, Hatshuva Tinasin Lechotin Bechased Gama. So here the Ramchal writes as follows. He says that tshuva in and of itself is an incredible test. We learn this together. The two cycles within Mesilas Yesharim, as the Yitzhahara to Mesilas Yesharim the third time. I think it's an incredible opportunity, but I tell about it from the Yitzhahara. The Ramchal writes as follows. He says that tshuva is a chesed. So what does this mean? So Ramchal explains very beautifully that the way the world should work is if you look at Avera, you get an onesh. That's the way it should work. There's chesed that HaKadosh Baruch Hu does. Actually, it's a twofold chesed. Chesed number one is that God does not punish us instantaneously. That's chesed number one, even though that's the way the world should work. If you look at Avera, you get an onesh. Chesed number one is that there's delayed punishment. Chesed number two is there's a concept called tshuva. And with children, you can obviate the punishment. And with children, you can turn your life around. With children, you can do anything. He goes on, Shetachshav akiras haratzon ke'akiras hamaisa. The Hainu, listen to this phrase. Literally, it means when you uproot your will, it's as if you are able to uproot the action. Now, what does this mean? The Hainu, Shepirios hashav makir eskashem, umodebo, umisponim al ra'asos, v'shavim nischarit alav charot v'gimura, me'ikara ki haratas hanedema. So this is what I'll explain. This is kind of this concept of tshuva even a little bit further. So which is this idea that when a person experiences haratas, we know this, right? Let me take this back just a little bit more. The Gemara says that when a person certain types of tshuva have the ability to go ahead and negate the punishment associated with a particular thing, right? For example, you could take the tshuva and you could transform your averos into shkagos, your intentional actions into unintentional actions. And then there's even a higher form of tshuva, where a person could take his averos and turn them into zechuyos, right? And turn them into mitzvahs. What Ramchal is focusing on over here is the ability of tshuva to go ahead and uproot the faith altogether. I will say, if I think about this for just a moment, it doesn't make any sense. In other words, I understand the concept of tshuva and its ability to negate punishment. Right? So I commit an avera. That avera, every avera, we'll say every sin, every avera big or small, comes with an owners, comes with a punishment. So when it's on me again, tshuva comes along, and I can do the process, and I can negate the punishment. I can hear that. I can hear that. There's what's the word? Not leniency, but whatever, forgiveness. Right? There's someone will be clemency. Right? Thank you. It's clemency. Right? So I did the crime. I should get the punishment. I did tshuva, this clemency. The notion that tshuva is powerful enough to actually uproot the act, to make it like the act never even happened. Forget about turning it into a mitzvah. That's even like another level. But the notion that tshuva is powerful enough to retroactively uproot an act like it never occurred. How is that possible? We'll have to stop over here. We'll spend one more day on tshuva. On this piece of the we'll pick up with this piece of the Siyat tomorrow, and then we'll link it back in there. The tomorrow shir back to the Sabbath. So yeah.
And I like how you played off of their response. You did that. I mean, for 18 weeks, whatever you're at, I mean, that's pretty cool that you're just naturally playing around and just feeding off of that. And since you've been, sort of just doing this as a regular thing, where it seems, at least it appears, that it's mostly about material, even though it's not. And the fact that you can balance off some people, obviously somebody back there, and that happens. No matter where you go, there's almost always somebody in the back of the room that's ready to try to be funny on somebody like sexual. So you can always count on that.
I kind of, what's really funny, and I think I learned this from someone else, like you kind of have those things prepared, but have those things reactions. You get like a positive, if you're expecting like a possibility of a positive, having something come back on that, naturally already prepared. So you're kind of prepared. And I know, even though I've been very on the show, I have been. You guys, hello.
What would you were in a thought? What would you not?
Well, that's why that was a bit short. I prepared that for this week. Like I've been doing that this whole past week. But I really needed to I do between 6 to 10 open mics. And this past week I've just kind of been running through stuff that I've done, because I'm constantly in a cycle of preparing for this. So I don't really get to perfect stuff and chisel stuff. Yeah. I actually first really good stuff that I did here was about theory. I'm like a gamer. And that whole set now has just become great because it started here, like Tony and Sarah Gianna, kind of helped me tag. A lot of people tweeted me or said a comment back, and it's just evolving.
Sorry, Triple says good morning. Sorry again for the delay. Alright, so I say good morning. So we are continuing in Eretz Hashem in Os Nun Zayin. So we started this Os last week a little bit, and in Eretz Hashem, let's just pick up quick review from the beginning. So Tzaddik introduced us to this concept, this incredible concept regarding the power of Busha, the power of embarrassment, specifically the embarrassment that one suffers from one's others. So let's actually pick up just from the beginning of the oath, just for a moment, because this way again we'll be able to get a bit more context. We spent one day on this so far. So the Rebbe is from the beginning of the area of Hasidus at this Lamed Zayin. The Rebbe writes, "Hayisurim hanitzrachim la'adam einam rak b'mashira imo b'chorim." So we're used to speaking about the concept of Yisurim, the concept of suffering. Right? So generally, we again we associate this idea. Person commits averos. Every avero brings with it an ownership. Always brings with it a punishment. Again, whether that's a punishment in this world or punishment in the next world, every action has a reaction, every action has a repercussion, and therefore by definition, every avera has an onesh. So says the tzaddik, when we speak about Yisurim suffering, we often think in terms of like physical suffering. He says, however, just reading the scripture, you read this already. So the Rebbe now points out something additional. He explains that when a person goes ahead and suffers agmas nefesh, now right now he's using the term agmas nefesh. Agmas nefesh literally means inner turmoil. A person suffers inner turmoil. So when a person suffers that feeling of inner turmoil as a result of their misdeeds, the Rebbe says that is also a form of suffering. That is also a form of suffering. But not only is it a form of suffering, that agmas nefesh that a person experiences as a result of his avera is also a form of tshuva, is also a form of repentance. V'lachin, we'll explain what that means. We'll explain how that works in just a moment. V'lachin, amru chazal b'sof parakama de mesachas brachas al kol ha'used devar avera dehamisbayish ba mochel lo. Both said this is incredibly profound. The Gemara Masechtas Brachos explains that when a person is embarrassed as a result of an avera that he has performed, that embarrassment seems to be the cause for his mechila, for his forgiveness. That's when just I mentioned before, what the Rebbe just did was just kind of interchange terms. Right? In the beginning, he was speaking about the concept of agmas nefesh, inner turmoil. And now the Rebbe replaced that with the word busha, embarrassment. When a person suffers embarrassment as a result of his averos, so again, I was putting the Gemara Masechtas Brachos, a person is forgiven for all of his errors. The power of busha, the power of embarrassment to allow for atonement for one's sins. Now we'll say, now what's the logic for this? What's the reason for this? He says, Saval Onesh Gehenom Ve'etzim Habusha Sheyesh Lo Machmas Asiyas Ha'averanti. Because through the embarrassment, it's clear that a person has already suffered in Gehenna. It's incredible that the power of embarrassment is such, the intensity of embarrassment is such, that it's ki'ilu I was already in Gehenna. That's the nature of Busha. Who said anybody who's ever suffered embarrassment, real embarrassment, knows that, yes, absolutely, the pain of embarrassment. I mean, none of us know the pain of Gehenna, but we know that certainly the pain of embarrassment can be quite intense and overwhelming. So let's talk about this for just a moment, because this idea of the Rebbe explaining over here is that Busha has these twofold aspects to it. Number one, Busha itself is a chilek of tshuva, right? When the Gemara speaks about Busha, the Gemara says that a person who doesn't have avera and then is embarrassed by that avera, is forgiven. So somehow the Busha itself, the embarrassment itself, is the vehicle for tshuva. And then the Rebbe says that Busha itself is so intense that Busha almost counts as Gehenna. Now the truth is those concepts are interrelated. According to Rabbi Rothschild, why is it that Busha has the ability to atone? Because Busha itself is the Gehenna. Gehenna, I want to point out something very interesting. The difference between the Judaic concept of Gehenna and let's say the Christian concept of hell are dramatically different. Right? Gehenna is a rehabilitative process. The reason that the Neshama goes to Gehenna is that ultimately, again, this way, one day, at some point in time, I'll be able to go to Gan Eden. That's the goal. Some neshamas could go right to Gan Eden. Others neshamas need to go through the purification process, the rehabilitative process of Gehenna. But Gehenna is not punitive. Gehenna is rehabilitative. Christian concept of hell could be a shtickle punitive. That's fun. So the idea over here is that somehow the busha is Gehenna is rehabilitative, and therefore by definition that affects tshuva. So we're going to kind of branch this out into two pieces. So let's speak about for a moment, or at least for a few moments today, and then in their session into tomorrow, the power of busha. If you take a look in footnote Kuf Mem Vav, a very, very profound piece over here that we're going to see. Interesting from the Shita Mikdases, first from the footnote of Shita Mikdases on the Shachas Brachos, and then we're going to see a piece from the Mesilas Yesharim. Incredibly profound. So footnote Kuf Mem Vav on the bottom, page Kuf on the Taz if you're following along, and footnote Kuf Mem Vav. I would say also we're going to be in the subject for a little while. It's a good investment for your library. We're using the Ozba Hadar, the Hadar version of Tzuklas, and Tzaddik. I'll send you the version. It's a beautiful set of sperm to own. So but of course I'll keep on with the PDF. But the footnote says Rabbi Shita Mikdases, Kala Usa Davar Umisbayish Bo, Mochla Kalbonosa, Shemisbayish Bohem, Shadusha the tshuva. You know, say so here. The Shita Mikdases expounds on the Gemara. It says that whoever goes ahead and does something and is embarrassed by it, he ultimately again is forgiven for all of his sins. Shamisbayish Bahem. Here it says it exclusively because the busha ola lo tshuva. Busha counts as tshuva. When you're embarrassed about the faith, that embarrassment in and of itself is the tshuva. So what's this? What's the shab? Busha sha'adam ispayish hamashachata v'yisod hacharata hacharata v'yisod hatshuva. This is incredible. Because we'll say now it comes to Meiri. This is interesting. And again, we're in a Sefer Chasidus recording the Shita Mikdases. That's recording the Meiri. So you're going to see this is going to come now. We're supposed to start. So right, so the Shita Mikdases says that what's the power of busha? The power of busha, as we said before, is the tshuva. Says the Meiri, why is busha tshuva? Why is embarrassment over the faith? Why is that the tshuva? So the Meiri says because the busha is the equivalent of charata, remorse. And the charata posits the Meiri is the yesod, is the basis, is the foundation stone of tshuva. That also has this interesting idea. So first of all, let's understand the Meiri, then we're going to have to back it out a little bit, then we're going to have to stop. But just interestingly enough, the Meiri positing this idea that charata, remorse, is the yesod of tshuva, which is a fascinating idea as well, which makes sense. We'll say if a person is not remorseful, then what? Then the truth is, how do you know if you really recognize that you didn't have it? So let's be honest. Sometimes I can make an idea, and the truth is there are two reactions I have. That was incredible. It was geschmack. It was such a great idea. I'm not going to do it again because it's aser. Do I regret it? No, I don't regret it because it was very enjoyable. I know I can't do it again, but at the end of the day, so we'll say this is what we call more like intellectual tshuva. And you see this a lot of times in this. A lot of times when people make profound changes in their life, so the way they react to their past is. It's hard for me to say that I regret it. That was who I was. So there's not a charata that's there. There's almost like an intellectual recognition. I can't live like that. I can't do that anymore. But there's not necessarily a sense of remorse. There's not a charata. The Meiri says that the true litmus test of tshuva is charata. Because if I'm remorseful about something, if I regret something, regret is such a powerful emotion. What regret says is, if I could turn back the hands of time, I wouldn't do this, because I recognize that this action so fundamentally undermines who I am, what I want to be, that I would have never done this before. I would have never done this. If I could go back, if I could take it back, I would. That's charata, to have remorse that I ever did this to begin with. It says in Iri, that piece of tshuva. How do you know if you have charata? So at least in the Iri posits, busha, embarrassed. If I'm embarrassed about something, that shows that I regret it. And if I regret it, that shows ultimately that if I could take it back, I would. And if I could take it back, I would. That's true. So we'll have to stop over here for today. We're going to pick up, there's one more piece that we're going to see, actually two more pieces. I'm going to see this Olam of the Maharal, and then I'm going to see Las Yisharim in Eretz Hashem. We'll go ahead and we'll go through these two pieces, and then we'll back into the subject's idea of the power of Busha as well.
One of my favorite comedians in the world, from his hit podcast WTF and from the hit show Marin on IFC. Put your hands together. Wowzers! Holy moly! This is like a dream come true, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Hello, my female brothers. I gotta ask, what's your initial reaction to the Iron Patriot? I was in the elevator with him. And then he said, "Oh, I'm on the same show as you." I'm like, "Oh, fuck." What is this circus? What is this red band fiasco? What sort of strange, desperate activity am I involved in? Is this something you do with parties or specifically for this? Yeah, I live down Hollywood Boulevard. I'll take pictures of people for tips. I come to the Comedy Store every Monday. Something I want to say to you, Mark. On the third episode of Kill Tony.
All right, everyone, say good morning. Let us begin. I'm also the copies of the new O's and that's not bad for the Rabbi Rothschild. If anybody would like it, the holiday is closest to Dr. Rothschild. The first two are Halacha, third one more over three. Yep, that one. You can even put the other two under the table. Alright, so we'll say, so with that, let us begin our beautiful new O's. Today, O's and Zion is skipping involved for now. And of course, we'll make our way back to everything one day in our system. So also take a look. Let's start from the Uri HaChasidus O's and Zion. So the Rebbe writes as follows. He says, Hayisurim HaMitzrachim LaAdam. Rak B'Mashira Imobukov. Suppose he speaks of the concept of Yisur. The concept of Yisur literally means suffering. That will say that the role of suffering in Yiddishkeit plays an incredibly pivotal role. Sometimes Yisurim are understood as onesh, as punishments, and sometimes Yisurim are just the way in which we are able to achieve some level of absolution or atonement. Again, every neshama, every individual needs some type of cleansing. Sometimes the cleansing is, again, because of averos we've committed. Sometimes the cleansing is a result, ultimately, again, of not living up to potential, not actualizing opportunities. But that's the role of Yisur. Again, we'll get into this a little bit more. But the Rebbe says, when we think about Yisur, when we think about suffering, we often think about physical suffering. That's how we normally understand it. And look what he writes. There's another form of Yisurim as well. Elegam duchamir hatar ba'azmas nefesh sheyesh la'adam belibo al haveros sha'asa. So the Rebbe writes something so profound that sometimes the most profound form of Yisurim, the most profound form of suffering, is not physical suffering, but rather, again, it's the suffering that comes in the form of the agmas nefesh. How do you translate agmas nefesh? Internal turmoil, right? Internal turmoil that comes about as a result of the averos that a person committed. And as I will say, what the Rebbe is saying is, I think, probably something that all of us heard from a parent or an authority figure growing up. That sometimes the worst result or the worst punishment for doing something wrong is how you feel after you committed the act. And I will say, we all know this just from our adult lives. Actually, why do I commit an avera? Because again, I think the Gemara says, a person doesn't sin unless, of course, thinks that there's something in it for him. In Adam, a person doesn't think below, that's Lamed Aleph, low, Lamed Vav. I don't sin unless there's something in it for me, which is Chazal's general understanding of man, which is people are very utilitarian. People do things if they're going to benefit from it in some way. If there's no benefit for me, generally I'm not going to do it. And then what happens? I sin, because again, I think I'm going to get something out of it. And then I go ahead and I sin, and maybe I even get out of it what I thought I was going to get out of it. But then afterwards, I realize how I feel. And the Rebbe says, that agmas nefesh, that inner turmoil, that feeling of profound sadness, the Rebbe says, is one of the greatest forms of yisur. That in and of itself is a form of suffering in this world. Turn the page, click on the press. Yachshavim im mamish. Kilu yisur, listen to these words. Kilu saval es yisurei gehenem. Hanitzratim lo kedei liyizdafeh uliyiznakos al usavira. Shemischayit al shasa. V'shav b'tshuva shlema. This is an overwhelming statement. The Rebbe says the feeling of agmas nefesh, the feeling ultimately again of embarrassment. We're going to see, he's going to call it bushan just a little bit, but the feeling of embarrassment and the agmas nefesh, the inner turmoil that I feel in the aftermath of having made a bad life decision, having committed an avera. The Rebbe says that feeling, that's Gehenna. That's Gehenna. That's Gehenna. That is Gehenna in this world. They will say, we don't need the Rebbe to tell us this, because I think many of us absolutely relate to this. The feeling of having made a bad decision, knowing that you made a bad decision, and knowing that you could have prevented this bad decision. You will say, how many times in the whole year I do something, and then afterwards, I can't believe I did it. So sometimes in life you make bad decisions, and you're upset, and you're angry, but then you realize, you know what, you made the best decision you could at the time you had to decide. And then there are other bad decisions where I knew it was a bad decision, but for whatever reason I chose anyway, and I will say this links back ultimately to Osman Hay. How did I choose badly? Because again, maybe I only knew things intellectually, but didn't internalize them emotionally. So I ignored that which I needed to do. I made a decision, and now I managed to feel like I'm in Gehenna. I managed to feel like I'm in Gehenna. But the Rebbe says something amazing. The Rebbe says, so listen, before we get to so, first of all, think about how powerful this yisod is. Because I would venture to say, sorry, I'm not going to take a shorthand, but I venture to say that we can all absolutely relate to what the Rebbe is saying. That we all make decisions in life where after I make the decision, I'm not Mishal Gaming Gehenna. I'm not Mishal Gaming Gehenna for these activities. So this is for two activities. Number one, the Rebbe says, Mishal B'tshuva Shlema. The good news is that you feel that level of agmas nefesh and busha in the aftermath of a bad decision. That's part of the tshuva. That's part of my tshuva. Because once I think about it, it's just like, why do I feel this way? Because there's a recognition that I chose poorly. I did the wrong thing. That recognition that I chose poorly, that recognition that I did the wrong thing is in and of itself a chilek of my tshuva. fulfillment of my tshuva, which is very profound. He goes on, he says, "V'lachin amru chazal." I just want to point out also, what this does is, the goal of this, says Rabbi, is to sensitize us to how we make decisions. How we make decisions. There are certain things you cannot save yourself from in life. There are certain things that occur that the truth is I'm powerless to stop them from occurring. But there are a whole bunch of things in life that I absolutely have the power of defeating. That I have the ability to say, you know what, I don't want to live in Gehenna. I don't want to live in Gehenna. I don't want to go ahead and be subject to those feelings of agmas nefesh. So if I know that a particular decision is going to place me in Gehenna, is going to give me that agmas nefesh, why do it? Why do it? So if I think about this concept, before the commission of the act, it could save me from engaging in such self-destructive behavior. But in the event that I didn't, the quote-unquote good news is those feelings of agmas nefesh ultimately again are in and of itself count as part of tshuva. The Rebbe goes on to one more line, and we'll stop. Listen to this. So this is just another formulation of the Rebbe's previous concept. The Gemara says, person committed an Hadera, the Hamisbayish Ba, Mokun Allah Kalvanos. This is very profound. If I commit an Hadera, and then I'm embarrassed as a result of the Hadera I committed, ultimately again, I am forgiven for it. Mokun Allah, I'll call up on myself. I will say, now why is it that busha, why is it that embarrassment serves ultimately again to atone for the sin? Right? Why does that work? So I committed an avera, that I am embarrassed that I did it. So such an individual is totally and wholly forgiven. What's the pshat? The Rebbe says, כי כבר סבל עונש גהנום בעצם הבושה שיש לו מחמת עשיית העבירה. And then we'll say it's very simple, because I've literally gone ahead and suffered my punishment. When the Gemara says that whoever is embarrassed in the aftermath of an Aveira is forgiven, it's not the pshat that I'm bypassing the punishment. It's that what? The busha is the punishment. The busha that I feel, I'm also now again, the incredible sad irony is I commit the act and I impose the punishment upon myself. It's amazing. It's not a lightning bolt coming down from Shemayim, right? It is not like a reversal of my life fortunes because you done something wrong. This is just the emotional result of realizing that I made a poor decision. I just made a poor decision. That busha, which is on one hand incredibly powerful, because of course the problem is, if I don't feel busha in the aftermath of sin, that means unfortunately that there is a terrible state of disrepair. But Lamaisa says that the feeling of that busha is in and of itself the Gehenna that I experienced in the aftermath of sin. And because that busha is the equivalent of Gehenna, therefore it almost has like a cleansing, cathartic effect of tshuva. So we'll stop here for today, but I'm saying that the takeaway of this, we'll say, is so profound. I could avoid this. Okay? Ask anyone who wants to sign up for Gehenna, right? Hands on one. So right, these people have Gehenna, and there's only one goal when it comes to Gehenna, and it is avoid it. Stay out of it. That's it. Avoid it. So we'll say, now I understand that in the aftermath of sin, I really create for myself Gehenna in this world. Then hopefully the goal of what that accomplishes is a greater sensitivity in decision making. And a recognition that I don't want the agmas nefesh. I don't want the busha. I don't want to give it as much as the agmas nefesh, busha, and Gehenna are the chaper in the aftermath of sin. I would so much rather save myself from that self-inflicted pain all of myself. Everybody, so stop over for today. We'll pick up in Me'at Hashem with the continuation of this concept tomorrow. So,
go to the saver on this one. Oh boy. What are we supposed to do now? Anything you want. Now you whatever actively criticize. What's your name? Ari. Ari, your name? Ari. Oh, surprisingly, yeah. First of all, I started. Are you a teacher? No. No. So what was the first bit? Oh, a teacher. Okay. It's good to know you lost one in your third word.
شنیده به میشنم شزیکی میدی خخامه خزمن چه مسکینن دیتان مسیشه بس حالیه و هاری بیت که هاری نیمسا شزیک نمتیو و مسیف لماس خخما. Remember, we have the opposite. Remember, again, what's a zaken? Zeshet kana chachma. We associate old age with the acquisition of wealth. And we assume that the older a person gets, the wiser. So again, now you see these opposite things. You're telling me again on one hand, and old age is called Yimei Hara. You're telling me woe to the one that leaves and never returns. Lament, and almost giving almost like a negative picture of old age. On the flip side, you tell me old age wisdom. How does a person acquire wisdom? By reaching in Hashem old age. So what's going on over here? So the Rabbi Zadik says, this is so beautiful. Rather, what was Shlomo HaMelech lamenting about old age? And what were Chazal lamenting about the loss of youth? They were lamenting the loss of the youth, the loss of the evil inclination, right? The loss of the desires of youth. The Bible says, see, when you're young and the fires of desire burn within you, there's an incredible amount of energy that you possess. But as we get
there he is. What up, Zeus? Congratulations on getting fixed again.
It's possible that the day-to-day struggles of life, perhaps.
Zeus, can you hear me?
Zeus, can you hear me? Struggles, along with the diminution
congratulations on getting your phone, man. I'm proud of you. Man, I'm proud of you. We can play whatever you want, man.
There are no good co-hosts.
What up, big dog?
What up, big dog? No bad midos. There's energy. And life is all about how you choose to channel your internal personalistic energy. When you're young, there's more energy.
How are you doing?
When you're older,
how are you doing?
There's less energy. So Shlomo says, remember your creator when you're young. Before the days of negativity come, Shlomo is just saying, channel when you're young. Remember Hashem. Use your energy so you have Hashem when you're young, because you won't have that same energy when you get older. And that's why he calls it Yimei Ra'ah. Yimei Ra'ah, the days you just won't have the same amount of Torah. Chazal say, woe to the thing that leaves us and never returns. Because the youthful vigor that we possess when we are young is something that when it ebbs and leaves us, it doesn't come back. So that's what Chazal, that's what Shlomo are lamenting. When you're young, you have so much of this koach, and you can use that koach. But when you're young, you have so many more tightness, you have so many more desires, so many more lusts and wants, and pulled in so many different directions. It's true. It's very true. But Lamaisa, at the end of the day, if you channel you also have the ability to go ahead and accomplish great things.
You say that you're
as you get older, the ability
you better find it
in a dynamic way diminishes as well. So I will say, so again, but I want to be clear, not to say chas v'shalom, that when you get older, you don't have the ability to look at it, but chas v'shalom. What a tzaddik is saying is energy. It's all about energy. And successful living is all about how you choose to channel that energy. And we would all agree that when a person has the they have more of that. So Chazal is saying, take advantage of channeling that
Dude, I'm
youthful
proud of
energy
you.
and vigor in the right direction. Because one day
Good
you
job
won't
getting your
have it.
phone fixed.
And one day
Yeah,
you won't have as
I didn't have a
much
choice.
of it.
Why didn't you have a choice?
Why didn't you have a choice? Ultimately, again, the potential.
My whole phone just would not turn
All right,
on.
so stop up here for
Oh,
today.
it got
We'll
worse.
pick up again with the last leg of.
Yeah.
If you don't mind me asking, how
You
much
don't mind me
was
asking how much was repair?
210 Australian.
Ooh, okay. You did what you had to
So
do.
you did what you had to do.
Actually, a pretty wild Gemara. So the Gemara says
The chicken is getting me fine.
Word, dog.
The Gemara says Imra Isa left hand column in the Be'urei Chasidus page.
I just lost.
I don't know about that.
Jud. Imra Isa Talmud Chacham Shenokin Benoter
Fucking just
Kadash.
one.
If you bump into or run into a Talmud Chacham, the Torah scholar, Shenokin Benoter. We'll say these words are very interesting. Nokain, right? Nekama, avenges, takes revenge. Noter, harbors animosity.
I'm actually going to play the challenge.
Like a snake. So I'll say, so what does that mean? He says, Kisha'anoshim mizalzim
You haven't played anything on the left side of the board yet?
Let's listen to this.
Oh, no, I haven't.
Things like this. If you see a Talmud Chacham who goes ahead and is vicious towards people. Now, again, the Gemara gives
4,
it
5,
context.
6.
When you see a Talmud Chacham, ultimately, again, who is trying to go ahead and advance the right
Going for a small straight?
right
This is
outlook on
ridiculous.
and people degrade it. People degrade it. Or people degrade HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Or they degrade Torah. And Chacham fights back with a venom,
23 is not a bad time.
viciousness. Chadreyu al masnecha. What does the
Oh,
Gemara
this
say?
is not a good roll.
Kidabikbo. If you find a Talmud Chacham like that,
I'm also going to take a huge risk here.
stick with him. Embrace someone like
You love
that.
Dice Party,
Embrace
don't you?
someone like
You
that.
love Dice Party, don't you?
Kidabikbo, shesorpech lehinav.
I'm good at it.
You can't really be good at it.
You can't
I'll
really
say,
do that.
it's actually a quite
Oh,
surprising.
How can't you be good at
Right,
it?
so what Chazal saying?
You can. I shouldn't say that.
But it's just like,
who
I say
possesses a
like
viciousness
you said,
to defend
Like
the
you said,
Shalom
like you said, you're
and to
like
defend
Like you
basically,
said, you're like basically.
the Torah, especially in the face of those who disparage them.
7-10 is a terrible shot.
there could be
Torah,
worse.
at the
There
end
could be worse.
of the day, that's a Talmud Chacham. That's the person you want as a red. Talmud Chacham, fortune actions in both sides. Again, now obviously we need
I'm going to play the 5 here.
context for this. What is Murray do? Because a fellow is doing like this.
2, 3,
You know, the time
4.
I just got fucked in the 1.
And there's
I would have played the 5s on the console, but I got fucked in the 1 at the end.
One of the most important things in life is, and this has been very
Are we
much
gonna
lost
just try to get a 5?
Are we gonna just try to get a 5?
just
1, 2,
because
3, 4,
someone
small.
1, 2, 3,
says
4,
something
something.
doesn't mean
I haven't even got a smoke straight yet.
interesting. It's been an incredible role reversal that adults in our greater society, and like now, what you see what's happening contemporarily, have been reduced to children. Like what do children do? Right? And one child says something,
I haven't played
and the other child reacts. And what do we teach our children? Just because there's a stimulus,
right.
it doesn't have to be a reaction. Just because someone says something to you, you don't have to say something.
What do you think that my chances of getting another times 4
So obviously, again, that becomes the goal
Like 1 and 6.
Like 1 and 6.
in much of interpersonal relationships. Sometimes you just don't have to respond. Someone says something, it's abrasive, it's hurtful, it's this, that. Sometimes you just move on, but sometimes you do have to react. Sometimes when someone says something that perhaps is damaging to Torah, that perhaps is damaging to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, someone says something that is a corruption of the Masorah, someone says something ultimately that underlines what.
Do I have anything here?
Whatever it is, sometimes there's a time to respond, and sometimes that response does have to be vicious. Sometimes that response does have to be sharp. I would venture to say the times that a response has to be vicious and sharp are very few and far between, but sometimes it does have to happen. So let's say, what do we call that? We call that kas. We call that kas. That is a form of anger. It's anger in the form of kanaos, of zealotry, but it's kas in some shape or form. And yet, what do you see? You see Chazal extolling it, right? You see the rabbi say, "Oh, you see a Tam Chacham like that? Chagreyu." Ultimately, again,
as a comedian, so controversial that we're trying to pick it. Like, he's so controversial in Adelaide that people go to his shows just to photograph him, and he was trying to book his agent, was trying to book him a spot at the Rhino Room. And the Rhino Room was like, no,
I want to put what's happening over here. What is it
and he's banned from the Rhino Room because they should just go to his shows before they throw glass at him.
Right, not only is the Gemara going ahead and saying, by the way, it's good.
Yeah, they threw glass at him. There was a room of 70 people at his show, and they threw glass at him.
Why did they throw glass at him? Why did they throw glass at him?
You should forge a relationship with such a time.
Someone was talking during his tournaments, and they said, fuck. And they told him to shut up, and then all these allegations came out about, like, domestic abuse and all this shit. He's like, I don't know, I think he's a crackhead now. But he was, like, really famous in Adelaide. He was like the biggest YouTuber in Adelaide. Like, he was a comedian, he was doing, like, gigs. But then he got banned. He went from having 1 million followers on Instagram to 70,000 on his new account.
Don't say it's a proof. Now I want to be clear.
He was the biggest guy on YouTube now.
Remember,
he was one of the biggest comedians on YouTube in like the 2010s, like from 2010 to 2015.
A lot of times in life you can't accomplish things.
And why did they throw glass? Why did they throw glass at me?
But if it's left unchecked,
because he told someone to shut up during his show because they were talking.
Dramatic, destructive.
I mean, that doesn't seem
I just want to be clear.
bad.
Rabbi is using this as an example.
No, he got angry. He got angry at said like really offensive stuff and told him to shut up. And they just started throwing glass at him.
Yes, but only when used as a way to bring about.
There's a video from 2020.
I would venture to say
before COVID.
99%
Just before COVID.
of time that there's
Might have been a year or two before COVID. There's a video. If you type in Rhino with glass throwing, it will come up.
But again, the point that
He was trying to book a show for Rhino Room, and the Rhino Room told him to fuck off.
And the same way empathy, which sound like those could be terrible things when they are used against the Ratzon Hashem. Something like kas can be something constructive and positive when used ultimately to bring about the Ratzon Hashem. An incredible idea. Then we'll say that Rabbi expounds on this a little bit. And I'll actually we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up. We're not finished with kas just yet, right? There's still more to discuss with kas. But if we'll stop over here, we'll pick up. I'll say because Rabbi Tzaddik is blown away by this expression of Chazal regarding kas. Since kas itself, we'll see. We'll just spend a few lines speaking about why kas is considered to be so incredibly destructive. So we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up. We'll spend another day or two. Zion.
Wow.
Clutch
is right. Clutch is right.
Can I get
the large strike? If I get the large strike, I hit everything on the board.
And he
gets 4 health.
It's over.
And
It's over.
It's over
For me.
I need a 4.
Fuck yeah.
321.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about high scores. You fucked me for that.
You would have got 400 out.
Easily.
What next?
I'll play Monopoly.
That's what?
Play Monopoly.
Play Monopoly.
Oh, that takes forever.
Like good morning, let us begin.
Yeah, but I want a game that goes like that.
A little bit of a head start.
You want a game that go like that? You want a game that go like that?
Yeah.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
So let's
I want a game that goes for a while.
In the bottom right hand in the Bikuria Hasidus. The Rebbe writes as follows.
Did they have to replace your whole screen? Did they have to replace your whole screen?
The Derech HaTorah, Af She'in Zeraton Shemem.
Yeah.
Seems to be working well, so that's great. Seems to be working well, so that's good.
The may allow a person to be successful in life,
There's no damage on
endeavor,
even though you threw it.
even though you threw it, does not feel that particular endeavor is a good idea. The individual truly feels,
It's still a little slow.
To the fact that they are performing the Ratzon Hashem, the fact that they are performing the will of God. A dramatic idea that Baderech Sha'adam Rotze Leilech Molichin also. Person truly believes that they're walking along with their
What's the name of the game?
Hashem, the proper path, even if the Olam disagrees.
What's the strongest point grain?
Here,
A Gorilla Glass one?
says
A Gorilla Glass one?
it says Be'emes Ne'emar Lo B'Shamayim Lomar
It's like a phone that's really sharp
She'Kaynas
glass.
Torah Me'Har
Gorilla Glass?
Ein Anu Mashkichim B'Bas Kol Min HaShamayim.
So if you drop it, will it survive?
There's a concept in Halacha of Lo B'Shamayim. What is Lo B'Shamayim?
That sounds dangerous.
Even if Halacha L'Maisa, a person were to go ahead and be supported by
On the iPhone,
like we're going to see in just a moment. The Baruch Hu were to come out and to say the halacha follows so and so, that would not be a definitive right.
Even you could kill someone with a glass.
Example.
Fine.
Uva b'Gemara k'shenechnu Rabbi Eliezer v'Chachamim b'din Tanur shechad v'chulios. Those remember again famous. Remember Sam's Bava Metzia of Tanur Shalach Noi. It was a focus of Tuma and Tara that specifically dealt with an oven that was comprised of different pieces. So there was a machlokas, and what happens?
I'm getting out now.
Sabas came out and said that the halacha always follows Rabbi Eliezer. Halacha always follows Rabbi Eliezer. So the Gemara says,
But I appreciate
and yet, interestingly enough, Rabbi
that.
Rothschild gets up and he says, even though the Baskol says that the halacha follows Rabbi Eliezer,
Depends what charge it.
What if it's for
ultimately halacha
What if it's for telling someone to go fuck themselves?
Halacha is not decided by the Rebbeinu
That's not bad.
The Rebbeinu gave us the Torah, and we decide the halacha. V'hainu shekvar nasna Torah mehar Sinai v'ne'emar b'shalacha kirabim v'alkin in anu mashkich b'baskol. Now, what does that mean? In mashkich b'baskol, what does that mean? Seems to it would appear to be.
As long as you didn't hurt an innocent person,
Compelling argument.
I'm paid
The halacha follows that particular opinion. Remember again, there's another principle.
Why didn't I get to buy that?
Why didn't I get to buy that? Follow the majority. Follow the majority. So in this case, the majority felt one way. Rabbi Eliezer felt a different way. And therefore the halacha follows the majority. The Bas Kol came along and said that Rabbi Eliezer is correct. Very nice. That's very nice. It's certainly incredibly impressive. But the Maisa does not alter the halacha.
I wanted to.
So Tzaddik deals with a very interesting question and said, I don't understand. So why did the Bas Kol come out? In other words, go say, you hear the Shiloh? The Shiloh is, okay, right? You go ahead and you follow the Rabbi, you follow the majority. Fine. I understand that concept. At the end of the day, so why did the heavenly voice come out in support of Rabbi Eliezer? In other words, the Rebbeinu Shalom also knows what's written in his Torah, right? After all, again, he also knows. Shalom said he knows. He also knows that there's a din of majority. If there's a din of majority, so why even have the Bas Kol come out at all? It's a good kasha. Which Reb Tzaddik says so beautifully. He says, nevertheless, who wrote that? Leilech b'derech zeh. So Reb Tzaddik says so profoundly. At the end of the day, Rabbi Eliezer was convinced that he was correct. And Rabbi Eliezer was convinced that his position was truly reflective of the Derech Hashem. And this goes with our general concept of Adam Rabbi Eliezer felt he was correct despite the fact that he was in the minority. Rabbi Eliezer felt that he was correct despite the fact that there is a biblical principle of Acharei Rabban Ma'atos. And when the Onoshel Olam sees that someone is convinced of their derech, of the correctness of their derech, and truly feels that their derech is the Ratzon Hashem, the Ribono Shel Olam lends his support to that individual, even if objectively
What do you want?
what the individual is doing is
What do you want to pay for? What do you want to pay for?
It's almost like, if I was thinking about this a little bit, that I think in parenting, you sometimes do this also. Like sometimes your child has an idea and wants to do something, and in your advanced parental mind, you're thinking to yourself, "That's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous, and it's such a bad idea on so many levels." But you see that your child is convinced about the correctness of it and the goodness of it, and that your child genuinely feels that this is
Or
derech.
it's not in a good situation
Your
here.
child wants to do something terrible. So I mean, that you just think it's just not a good life decision. But Lamaisa, my child is convinced of it, and every parent knows that there are times when you feel that Chas V'Shalom is going to be objectively harmful, that you step in. But then there are other times when you know what? Okay,
Rabbi?
okay, you know what?
What up, dude?
The child is old enough and mature, but old enough and mature enough to potentially make informed decisions. I disagree with you, but this is the way you grow, and this is the way you spread your wings, and this is the way you mature. So I have to give you that support, even if at the end of the day I fundamentally disagree. That's really what the Tzaddik ultimately again is really highlighting over here, is this idea that at times in life the Ribono Shel Olam goes in and says, "Listen, I don't agree with what you're doing." And of course, when God doesn't agree, that's a pretty good indicator that what I'm doing is wrong. But Lamaisa, if he sees my conviction,
This
and he sees
game's
my
already over.
dedication,
This game's already
and he
over.
sees that I'm really committed to this, Bro, okay, I'll give you the help to be able to do it. Objectively, it's not right. But Lamaisa, if you believe in it, and if you believe that it's the derech and the Ratzon Hashem, I'm not going to stand in your way. Not only will I not stand in your way, I'll even help you. That's why a bas kol comes down. Shabbos said, "Oh, who's bas?" It's interesting because we all know that story. And everybody's bothered by the same fundamental question, which is if Rabbi Eliezer was truly wrong, then why does the bas kol come out? Why does the bas kol come out? Especially when the bas kol stands in contradistinction to a halachic principle that the Rosh himself went ahead and espoused because Rabbi Eliezer was convinced that he was right, and he was convinced that it was the Ratzon Hashem. And the derech we'll say one last piece and we'll stop. You're probably not getting an early start from the doc, but all right. So Rav Tzaddik says as follows:
Did you?
About to win.
We'll say, listen to this. Going back a couple of weeks,
That's a good roll.
remembering that something amazing happens. The earth opens up, swallows up Korach and his followers, right?
If you roll two, I'm in trouble.
A pretty clear indication that that Korach was wrong, Moshe was right.
You're in trouble.
What's Klal Yisrael's response to the earth opening up and swallowing up Korach? Atem hamisem as am Hashem. They accuse Moshe.
You're gone. Take care, man.
Jews,
Gone. Take care, man.
kill Jews. What? First of all, Korach started. Second of all, it was an existential threat to Klal Yisrael. And by the way, as powerful as Moshe is, Moshe can't make the earth open. Hey, Moshe can't make the earth open. Only
Good job fixing your phone, though. That's big.
And yet they're accusing Moshe of killing Jews, of killing Am Hashem. What's the pshat? He says, turn page. Listen to this. So Tzaddik essentially says that Klal Yisrael said as follows. Klal Yisrael said, Moshe, you're Moshe. And the derech she'adam lo ze leilech molichin oso. You're a powerful man, Moshe. And there's no question in our minds that if you are convinced of a particular derech, and you are convinced that that derech is correct, and it is the Ratzon Hashem, the Ribono Shel Olam is going to help you down that derech. Did God want to open up the earth and swallow up Korach and his followers? No. You know why he did it? He did it because you were convinced of the correctness of that approach. But it is not indicative of the fact that that was the fate they truly deserved. So again, literally what they're saying is, Moshe, you know what you're like? You're like Rabbi Eliezer and Tanner Shalachnoi. You're like the Bas Kol. Rabbi Eliezer was wrong. He was the minority, and Allah was decided by the majority. When HaKadosh Baruch Hu sees that you have conviction and sees that you're dedicated to your cause, then at the end of the day, he'll support you, even if you're not correct. So Moshe, you have convictions. You're dedicated to your cause. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is supporting you, even though what? You're not really correct. That was their kind of Moshe. So I'll say this concludes the O's, and what comes out of this are a couple of, I think, are a number of different lessons, a couple of sub lessons. Number one, you see the power of having convictions and the power of believing in something. I'll say so many times in life we're like parov on things. Like if you ask people, yeah, I think you find it a lot. I think a lot of times like we're involved in a lot of things, and a lot of things are important to me. So what am I passionate about? What am I true? What are my convictions? What do I believe in so much that I would even be able to sway the opinion of the Ribono Shel Olam in a certain way? The power of conviction, the power of dedication to an idea, to a principle, to a cause that is so strong and so intense that it can even lobby the Ribono Shel Olam to my side. That's how phase, which is the primary lesson of Rothschild, which is how important Cheshbon Nefesh, introspection, is in life. And to really examine and to look at the derech, the path we have chosen for ourselves in life. Because very often we assume that if I'm successful, that's indicative that my path is blessed by God. And what the Tzaddik is highlighting for us is that's not necessarily the case. That a person could be enjoying life success, but nevertheless the path that I've chosen for myself is not the right path. How can you have success without divine approbation? It's very simple. Yeah, sometimes it happens. You could have success even if God says, I don't think that's really the right path. As long as I believe it's the right path, I'm asking the Baruch Hu to potentially give you success. But how important it is to be able to take a step back, to introspect, to look at the way we're living, to look at what we're doing, to look at how we're behaving, to look at what we're engaged in. Because even if we're successful, that doesn't always mean that it's the right path. Have the courage to be able to step back despite the success. It's almost like very easy to be introspective when things don't go well, because you don't really have much of a choice. Right? It's very easy to be introspective when you kind of hit a brick wall and the things you're engaged in are not yielding the fruits of success. That's easy. And the Tzaddik says it's no less important when everything is going great, and when everything is going beautifully, and life is going according to plan. So still take a step back, introspect, examine, to truly figure out and make sure that the way I'm living and what I'm doing is the true Ratzon Hashem. I can also stop over here. So yeah.
Always. That Artie man is on Twitter. You guys are here next meeting. The fun train moving along. It just never ends. Alright. Next comedian is Will Bro. Just moved down to LA. Don't have enough money to get back home. Met a chick online, and the bitch Mattateo. Because I pulled up like I met online, and I swear I felt like Lil Red Riding Hood, because the door opened, but I couldn't see her, and she stuck her foot out the door, and I was like, damn, the big feet you have. She stuck her leg out a little more, and her legs look like Earl Campbell. Look like Earl Campbell. Like Apollo Creed when he was running on the Apollo Creed when he was running on the TV show. I'm like, damn, what big legs you have. She finally came around the door. I'm like, bitch, is that an ass? Swear to God, because I go online for dating, and I don't want to click on the lady whose name starts with a T, like Tia Force Rex. Like, I'm thinking she a head, I'm thinking she a clown. She's like, that's the bear on that one. Every once in a while, Brian gets a little excited, and that bear comes out quick. What was the EJ thing? I love that little Red Riding Hood thing. Oh, if you lost this Magic Johnson sign. I always like, Five, 6, 7 wins. Why did you just go with the tie?
Good morning. Let us begin. So we're picking up today, continuing Ois Samech Tov. Let's pick up on each one. Samech days. In the Uriah Hasidus on the right-hand column, the second paragraph. That's when we came yesterday. The Rebbe introduced us to a really fascinating concept. The idea that even if HaKadosh Baruch Hu has something covered, some type of bracha in store for an individual, the only way to actualize that bracha is through tefillah, which is really a really profound idea. Because even though HaKadosh Baruch Hu decreed that something positive, that something wonderful is supposed to occur, at the end of the day, if I do not activate that reality through tefillah, it will not happen. And we think that the logic behind that is that when HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives me brachos, in whatever form they may be, the power of those brachos is the ability for them to create and to forge meaningful relationship with Hashem. But the brachos only create and forge meaningful relationship with Hashem if I acknowledge that they are in fact from Hashem. And the way I acknowledge that the blessings I have a right upon the Ribono Shel Olam is through tefillah. By davening to Hashem for the things that I need, by thanking Hashem for the things that I have received, I acknowledge that all comes from above. So to get the bracha without tefillah, says Rothschild, undermines the entire purpose of bracha. So it's very important that everything in life is about the relationship with Hashem. Everything in life, and the goal and the purpose of everything in life is to create a relationship with the Ribono Shel Olam. So the moment that bracha doesn't create a relationship, is the moment that bracha is not really worth all that much. So the Rebbe brought the rayas from Eliyahu Hanavi. So take a look on page Kuf Samech Beis. Second paragraph, right here. Inside. This is truly beautiful. The Ilu HaChachamim, that we wear at the Yigo, David Bryce, so a very close of your fascinating Gemara Neshama. We'll say the truth is the Gemara. Well, let's take a look. The Gemara said, "Zardim shel Adam, v'nichtav b'Rosh Hashanah, v'nechtam b'Yom HaKippur." So this is actually an interesting discussion in general the Gemara has about when a person is judged. So the one school of thought, which is the dominant school of thought, says a man is judged on Rosh Hashanah and his judgment is sealed on Yom Kippur. There happens to be a second opinion, which we'll touch on as well, after the Rosh Hashanah, that Adam Nidon B'chol Yom, that a person is judged each and every day as its own independent judgment. So look what the Rebbe says. So he says, Pharaoh writes, Rosh Hashanah, Zardim shel Adam, v'nichtav b'Rosh Hashanah v'nechtam b'Yom Kippur. Again, so Mary Yehuda holds that a person is judged and his judgment is written on Rosh Hashanah and is sealed on Yom Kippur. Now, also, don't think about it for a moment. If that's true, that I'm judged on Rosh Hashanah and then I'm sealed in Yom Kippur, then what don't I have to do? Daven work. If everything is, I have to daven maybe Elul, Rosh Hashanah, Aseret Tshuva, Yom Kippur. Obviously, I'm going to have to daven leading up to that judgment. But at the end of the day, if judgment is truly signed and sealed on Yom Noraim, then herein lies the power of tefillah for the rest of the year. Everything is already decided. So look at what the Rebbe says. He says, "Lo chokin al anshe knesses hagdola, shehem tiknu es seder hatfilos, hamida sheishad lo zabachol." Even Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Meir will agree that a person has to daven Shemona Esrei every day. But what about the fact that already again judgment has been sealed on Yom Kippur? If judgment has been sealed on Yom Kippur, then why do I have to daven each and every day? I'll tell you why, says the Gemara. Ela sheladaitam mispalalim gam ama shekar nigzad Rosh Hashanah mishum shenitrachas hatfilah kedei lahoties hagzardin l'kol l'tov. Listen, this is incredible. This is Rabbi Yehuda and Meir will agree that even if we accept the theological construct that all is decided on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, and comes Yom Kippur, the Gzardin is sealed. But Meir Rabbi Yehuda will still say you still have to daven each and every day. Why? To bring the good that HaKadosh Baruch Hu has decreed for you to fruition. Because there is no such thing as experiencing bracha in this world without tefillah. Tefillah is there to activate the bracha. So it could very well be that HaKadosh Baruch Hu decreed it. He decreed it, signed and sealed. But at the end of the day, without tefillah, you cannot bring it into the realm of reality. In the Paul Hatov, tefillah is necessary in order to bring things into reality. Also, it's such an incredible idea. If you think about this, it's so profound because the prophet is saying is like this: a person can have a whole life of bracha waiting for them at their fingertips, but without tefillah to make it into a reality, that bracha remains dormant. So we believe that Hashem will always judges us favorably. So I can have a beautiful and favorable judgment on Yom Kippur, but at the end of the day, how much bracha do we leave on the table? Right? How much bracha do we leave on the table, says the Tzaddik, because I'm not davening. Or because I'm not davening in the way that I could be davening. Tefillah is the way that I claim the bracha that has already been allocated to me. But you can't get it unless you pray for it. Such an incredible yesod. He goes on, the Tzaddik goes on. I'll also point out that there's another fascinating idea, which of course is that as much as there is a Gzardin, in general, one of the hardest things to kind of wrap our head around, sometimes with Yemin Noraim, is that there's a judgment on Rosh Hashanah, it's sealed on Yom Kippur, but is there the ability to alter that judgment? Right? The ability to alter that judgment. And if there is the ability to alter the judgment, then what's the point of the judgment? If there is no ability to go ahead and alter the judgment, I understand why I have to daven to go ahead and claim the brachas, because tefillah helps change concentration if there are negative decrees. So just as an aside, the answer to all of that is yes. Tefillah always helps to alter everything, even if there was a Gzardin. Remember again, the way you look at it is Gzardin, a decree, ultimately again is meaningful because it reflects where I am at the time the decree is handed down. But when I say if a person chooses to change themselves, then it's possible sometimes, I'll give you a good mushroom. It's kind of like tax law, right? Meaning, if you go ahead and you earn X amount of money, well, let's say a person earns $50,000. A person earns $50,000 in tax at a certain rate. If Baruch Hashem, you do well and you earn more money, and now you earn $100,000, so you're in a different tax bracket. Have the tax laws changed? Have the tax laws changed? No. What's changed? Your personal circumstances. So it's a good muscle for how it works with the Ribbon Shalom as well. But it's a good muscle nevertheless. You understand? Which is that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives me a Gzardin. He gives me a decree. That's the decree. That decree applies to me based on where I'm holding. But if I change myself, if I change myself, I put myself kiviyachol in a different bracket. It's not the pshat that HaKadosh Baruch Hu changed his mind. It's not the pshat that HaKadosh Baruch Hu changed his decree. Just the decree that was handed down was for me in a certain place. If I move myself somewhere else, then by definition, just the original decree doesn't apply to me. The original, right? The taxes on $100,000 are different than the taxes on $50,000. And at the end, the tax law hasn't changed. My personal circumstances have changed. So what you see over here is, obviously, Tefillah has the ability change us. But what the Tzaddik is highlighting over here is, even if we accept the premise that everything is sealed and decreed on Yamim Noraim, at the end of the day, don't leave bracha on the table. And if I don't daven in order to forge a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I don't get the bracha. The most important about this, it could be that we go through life with so much bracha that is waiting to be claimed by us. Just perhaps because I'm not dialoguing with the Ribono Shel Olam, I'm not getting it. Because remember, again, looping back to make this will stop, the whole point of the bracha is to forge relationship. And the only way the bracha forges relationship with Hashem if it's accessed through the portal of tefillah. Because it's tefillah that says, Ribono Shel Olam, I know this comes from you, I know it's only from you, and I thank you. If I'm not, if the bracha doesn't create dialogical and relationship connection, then ultimately, again, the bracha remains unclean. So the person can have a whole lifetime of bracha and bounty waiting for them, but it only becomes yours if you claim it is you. I'm going to drop the stop over here. We'll pick up the next session tomorrow.
Are you happy that we just liked it? That's the end of it, or do you see like so you should make
I'm glad you guys liked it. Yeah.
let's start with your face. No, I'm just joking around. Yeah, I know I'm just joking around. Yeah, I thought it was great.
Formats are shady. Spice. What did you make with Spice?
All right, so it's like good morning. Let us. We're actually gonna skip a little bit.
I don't understand them.
Well, they're trying to.
Samech Vav. Let's sit past that. I think I sent it out last night on the WhatsApp chat.
Host your show. Oh my God. Persian spice girl. Like that. All right. Not only is it this guy a funny producer of the show, but he's also a comedy store door guy and a speech impediment. Bring it together for Josh. Here he is. Recently found out that cannibalism still exists. That bill is crazy because we already know what stuff is.
And we're going to start in there for the next 2 mornings, focusing on some of the Vav. Not that Samech is not important. We began Samech yesterday. Then we got the essence of Samech. The Rebbe explains some of his concepts about the willingness to lay down one's life if one is not going to live a life in conforming to Ratzon Hashem. So we discussed that already. So move on to Samech Vav, because here the Rebbe really highlights something that I think is just fascinatingly amazing. So the Rebbe says as follows. I want to read Samech Aleph, which looks Samech Aleph, in the beginning of Hasidus, the bottom left-hand column. So the Rebbe says as follows. Lamod b'tfilah, Samech Vav, Lamod b'tfilah al Hashem Yisparach, tzarech ha'adam l'chol gavach ha'mitzvah. A person requires tefillah. A person requires tefillah for everything. Now, literally translated, it means to stand in prayer before Hashem is necessary for everything for which a person requires. And what does this mean? For example, even if HaKadosh Baruch Hu already ordained or decreed that a certain thing is in fact going to materialize or unfold, let's say there's a gzira, there's a decree, a good decree. HaKadosh Baruch Hu has decided that I'm going to benefit or I'm going to be blessed in a particular way. The chozos sarich ha'adam le'ismalo shachin kach yadam. A person still needs to daven that the bracha will come to fruition, that the bracha will be actualized in the way in which HaKadosh Baruch Hu intended. It feels like a very fascinating idea. We don't yet know why this is, but the Rebbe is introducing us to Simcha HaTfilah, that bracha cannot come about in this world without prayer. And even if something is ordained from the Ribono Shel Olam to happen in a particular way, which is beneficial to me, that benefit will not materialize, that benefit will not actualize if not preceded by prayer. So just to show you where the Rebbe gets this from, if you take a look at footnote Reish Lamed Daled, so here the footnote actually quotes, which really is the biblical makar, the biblical source for this idea. The Rebbe writes, Moshe Amar, V'chosiach hasoda terem yevaretz, v'chol isif hasoda terem yitzmach, ki lo yimtir Hashem Elokim ala aretz, v'adam, if you turn the pages, v'adam ein la'avodes ha'adama. So the pasuk literally means as follows, that before any of the vegetation or herbage or grass began to grow, why didn't it grow? Because Hashem had not yet brought rain. That's why. So remember again, the Torah is painting the image that all of the necessary vegetation was literally sitting right beneath the top of the ground, ready to come out. Why didn't it come out? Because the Kodesh Baruch Hu did not yet bring rain. Why did it not yet? Why did the Kodesh Baruch Hu not yet bring rain? Because again, the Adam Ayin La'avodas Adam, for there was no man to yet go ahead and work the earth. Human beings were not yet created. Man was not humans were created, so there was no one to work the earth. And Rashi says, so beautiful. Rashi says, in Rashi, Adayin lo haya ba'aretz kishe nigmara brias ha'olam b'shishi kodum shmei ba'adam v'chal iseh b'asada lo tzamach v'lama kilo himter. Again, Rashi says, so why was there no vegetation? Because Baruch Hu didn't cause it to rain. Ayin, why didn't Hashem cause it to rain? Not come over there. L'fisha adam ayin la'avodas ha'adama ve'in makir b'tavasa shal yishamim. Finish reading the footnote. Ultimately, again, so Rashi explains because there wasn't no human being to daven for the Lord. There was only one other than Chava on the earth, and they're able to daven for the rain, that the rain comes. That the rain comes. So the Rebbe, so also, isn't this incredible? The vegetation is there. It's sitting there right beneath the top of the soil. It's all there. Because Baruch Hu has a plan. The plan is to bring forth vegetation, but yet it cannot. Because Baruch Hu does not bring it forth until someone is there to die. So the Rebbe therefore goes ahead and essentially builds a philosophical or theological construct around this idea. What do you see? That even if the Ribono Shel Olam is ready and poised to give me bracha does not materialize in this world unless it is preceded by tefillah. Tefillah is the necessity to bring about divine blessing. Now, let's pause for a moment. And analyze it, at least from the perspective of Bereshis, because from Bereshis we can begin to ask, well, why is that? Why didn't HaKadosh Baruch Hu bring rain until ultimately man was there to go ahead and daven for it? What's the whole point of a miracle? What's the whole point of bracha? The whole point of bracha is one of the ways in which we forge a connection with the Ribono Shel Olam. That's one of the ways, right? So the whole everything that happens, right? It gives me my health, it gives me parnamos, it gives me a family, it gives me these things. And my rule is to see, what these things don't just happen by themselves. If I put in effort, these things materialize only through this incredible divine intervention, only the Baruch Hu's involvement. Tefillah is the way that I recognize the Ribono Shel Olam's involvement in both what we'll call the miraculous and the mundane aspects of life. Without prayer, I could just easily assume that these things occur on their own. With tefillah, I recognize that the things that I have in life are only because of the Ribono Shel Olam. Therefore, it says that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not going to bring about bracha, even if he's ready to, without tefillah, because then the bracha doesn't accomplish what it's supposed to accomplish. Listen, isn't this the yesod in life? To recognize that everything I have is only because of the Ribono Shel Olam. So if there's no tefillah, which represents the theological awareness of this yesod, then at the end of the day there's no bracha. There's no bracha. What's the point? What's the point? Everything that Kadosh Baruch Hu does is to create an awareness of my involvement in his life. It's such a profound yesod. He goes on, he says, L'raya al-kach, he gives an example of this. Halo tira be'ilio. Go to Rabbi Eliyahu, listen to this. Page goes on the face. Shekvar anolo Hashem yisparach, lech hira'eh el-achov, ve'etna mater al-panei ha'adama. So in other words, this refers to the episode of Malachim Aleph, where Eliyahu, interestingly enough, decided on his own to withhold the rain. There's a whole discussion in general, but Eliyahu decided to withhold the rain. Even the Gemara says that Mafech Shal Geshamim, the key for rain, is something which is held onto by HaKadosh Baruch Hu exclusively, and he does not go ahead and hand it out to anyone. Okay, Eliyahu got it. Doesn't have to keep the PSA, so that's a different story. In any event, so what happens? Baruch Hu tells Eliyahu Hanavi, go to Achav. Achav was thinking the reason Eliyahu withheld the rain was because of the ongoing evil perpetrated by Achav and his wife Sisera. Which Baruch Hu says to Eliyahu, go to Achav, it's going to rain. It's going to rain. That's not matter. Yeah, Papiki Nera Achakach, Sha'ala L'Rosh HaKarmel, Vayikar Artz Vayosem Panav Ben Birgov, Shenishtateach La'aretz, Sham Panav Ben Birgov Mispar Lamater, Sheherba B'Tfila Ad Sheva Geshem. And yet, what does the Navi say? Eliyahu Navi goes up to Har Carmel, and what does he do? He davens. Davens. Why is davening? Why is davening? At the end of the day, the Baruch Hu told you that the rain is going to come. Why is there a need for tefillah at all? Elamai, Abapishu Huftach Mipia Kadosh Baruch Hu Shehitin Matar, Hari Shegam La'achar Shenigzam Min HaShamayim Adayin Drach Yitzpalo Shiabu Hadava. You see from here, it says exactly what we were saying before. Even if something is divinely ordained to happen for you in a positive way, it is only through the power of prayer. That's the bracha, that the blessing ultimately is materialized. Such an incredible spiritual lesson. Think about this in just a moment. You know what this means? According to Tzaddik, it means that there could be a whole storehouse of blessing that is waiting for each of us that we have not yet received because we haven't properly utilized the power of prayer, the koach hativa, which is such an incredible yesod. See, in our theological context, we often assume if HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to give me something, he's going to give it to me. He's going to give it to me. Okay, of course, I have to be worthy of it. But once I'm quote-unquote worthy, then ultimately I'll receive it. But it says it's not necessarily true. There's a din in tefillah. I can have all the requisite merits. Right? I can have all the personal piety. But without tefillah, the brachos don't come. Without tefillah, the brachos don't come. And again, the reason for that is because the brachos are only meaningful if I recognize they come from Hashem. The brachos are only meaningful if they're used to build a bond, used to build a relationship between myself and my Creator. How is that relationship? How is that bond built? That's prayer. Because tefillah is when I articulate and express everything that's happened in this world is from you, HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So therefore, says the Tzaddik, even if HaKadosh Baruch Hu promises it, ultimately the blessing in life only materialized if first it proceeded ultimately by prayer. So we'll stop over here for today. Hashem, take on and spend one more day with this tomorrow. Okay, it's a good catch, though. That's the gem. little tzaddik Baralo in Russia with Tov world discussion. So that's always the theological outline.
What's up, guys? So I don't know if you've heard, but you can make your own dick hole now. And dick hole sounds weird. It sounds like an STD or something. But a dick hole is actually, you can get this kit at home. You can make a replica of your dick. And I'm thinking I might just make one and keep it in the drawer next to my bed. So when I get too drunk to butt, I'll just pull that out and use that. Kind of like a backup dick. I'm going to make copies for my gay friends and just let them borrow it and see how I am. Today's weed is so strong, and the edibles are even crazier. I had one weed M&M at high school graduation, and I was high for 6 years. I don't remember anything from college. I feel like it would be the worst thing ever to die from masturbating in an inappropriate place. Like while driving or at work. So I was thinking, what's the worst job to die while masturbating? Gardener? Elementary school janitor? Thanks.
All right, so this morning, not actually so we are picking up, or we are continuing with Osman Zion. We left off yesterday in the footnote of man's thought, and we were focusing on the concept of the power of Busha. We saw the Gemara Masechet Brachos that said that when a person suffers called Vaish, the first part of the God is called Vaish both in the when a person is embarrassed about the ability he has committed, that Busha, that embarrassment, ultimately creates a sense of Mechila. So creates forgiveness. So trying to figure out exactly what the nature of that dynamic is. Why is it that Busha has the power to affect this level of Tshuva? So we're picking up again in footnote Kuf Memvav, and we're picking up now in the second paragraph of that footnote, the right-hand side. There's been a Sivas Olam. And the Sivas Olam, the Malal, the Sivat Shiva, Dover Zed Tzedek Tam, Lama Habusha Mechaber Umokum Imo Obonosa. Why is it that Busha, why is it that embarrassment has the ability to go ahead and atone for one's sins? So again, I commit an Avira, I'm embarrassed about the fact that I committed that Avira, and in some way, somehow, because of that Busha affects Tshuva, that Busha affects power. So why is that? He says, about Dover Zed Muflog Be'in Abusha. So when Allah explains this is a fundamental understanding, a fundamental concept within the reality of what it means to be embarrassed and Busha. Kiperush Dover Zed. Kasher Adam Misbayish Minachit. When a person is embarrassed, when I'm embarrassed because of an Avira I committed, Mora, Shimisalik Atzmo, Umasik Atzmo Minachit Legami. That shows, that embarrassment shows that I'm removing myself and distancing myself from that sin in totality. Shekal Busha Shimisbayish Midavar, Masik Atzmo. Whenever I'm embarrassed about something, by definition, I remove myself, I distance myself from that thing. Let's say it's a simple yet incredibly profound idea. When I'm embarrassed about something, essentially what I'm saying is, I wish I had never done this. I don't want to be associated. I'm embarrassed with this. I don't want to be associated with this. I distance myself from it. Looking at Oz Hapanim, Shumis Atzim Bachim. This is different than someone who has Oz is Hapanim, like someone who has a bit of arrogance. That ultimately, again, strengthens himself. He's Atzim Bachim. He's proud of his sin. Because Shumis Atzim Bachim, Ein Hasar Lachim. As that, Hasher Achit is Atzim Bachim. Aval HaMetzai, HaMetzai Yishmenachim. Moresh She'ein HaChit is Atzim Bachim. We'll say, when you're proud of something, that thing becomes a part of you. You want to self-identify with that thing. When you're embarrassed about something, I definitely don't want to self-identify with that particular action. In fact, all I want is a distance between myself and that action. When I'm embarrassed, I definitely don't want the connection to it. When I'm embarrassed, I definitely don't want to be identified with it. When I'm embarrassed, I definitely want to put a distance between myself and that action. These are values Beispiel or She'inachit Mispatzim, it's not part of me. V'adarabba, Martit Atzmo Minachit, כמו שהיו שואו מספייש, לא רצה להסתיר את החטא והבושה. ולכן, מוכרים לו החטא, מאחר שמריחק מן החטא. Therefore, again, the Maharal explains on a very simple level. If there is embarrassment, when I'm embarrassed about something, by definition, he says two words. Number one, in this atzim, it doesn't become part of the etzem, of the essence of who I am. That's number one. And by definition, I distance myself from that thing, which means I don't want to be associated with this action. I don't want to be associated with this behavior. I don't want to be associated with this state. This does not represent who I am. What I am, says the Maharal, that's true. That's tshuva. Because at the end of the day, what is the fundamental cornerstone of tshuva? It's the repudiation of the sin. I don't want to do this. I don't want to be part of it. I don't want this to be associated with me. It's a fundamental repudiation and then distancing oneself from that particular action. That's tshuva. Therefore, says the Maharal, that's why the Gemara says, if you're embarrassed about the faith, it means you don't want to be associated with it. It means that you feel that this does not reflect who I really am, which by definition means I don't want to keep doing this. I want to change this cycle of behavior. That's true. ועוד יש לחרדת מדרגת המשפייש שיש במידס הפשיטוס ממשלנו סושס פנים לגן עדן כי הבושה הוא פשיטוס על האדם הפך העז פנים. So this is actually very interesting. There's another concept that I read, which is embarrassment. Embarrassment is the opposite of arrogance. See, you think that busha and azus panim, right? Azus panim. So many of us may be familiar with this word. We might have been called it when we were little. So, this is a good parental term of rebuke, azus panim. So the idea of the here is busha and azus panim are opposites. Right? So azus panim means a certain arrogance and brazeness. Busha is the opposite. Right? It's interesting. We often think that the opposite of arrogance is humility, right? Humility. But the truth is, we all think how arrogance manifests itself. So how does humility manifest itself? Right? Behavior, how does humility? So it's interesting. Now says humility manifests itself in embarrassment. In embarrassment, when I am embarrassed and I feel embarrassed about the avedas that I committed, that in and of itself is a manifestation of one's inner humility. Because again, I'm humbled. I can't believe I did this. I don't want to do this. I don't want to be associated with this. This is not who I am. This is not who I want to be. Says the Maharal, that's humility. That's the opposite of Azaz Panim. Yavusha Shikus ala Adam Hafet Ha'az Panim. He defines it as that. Yavusha the Shikus is the simplicity of the person. So we'll say arrogance is incredibly complex. Right? Why is arrogance complex? Because arrogance requires a person to build themselves up on multiple levels, ultimately constructing false realities in order to inflate one's ego. Humility is easy. I mean, humility is not easy. It's not easy to achieve. It's a struggle. It's not easy to achieve. But once you achieve it, it's a cheapness. Humility is a simplicity. It's a simplicity. Humility doesn't mean that I'm down on myself. Humility means I recognize what I am, but I also recognize what I'm not. It's just cheapness. So therefore, again, as this tongue, the opposite of that is a cheapness, is a humility, is a simplicity, which is manifested in Yusha. When they kach mocha lo Therefore, again, when does kapara occur? Kapara occurs when I possess this midah of pshitus, when I possess this simplicity, when I possess this kedusha. We'll say it's such a again, there's no solution over here, but it is such an incredibly profound idea about the power of Busha, and the power of being embarrassed, and the power of allowing ourselves to feel that embarrassment. No one ever likes to feel embarrassed, of course not. And often we mask those feelings in a variety of ways, and run from those feelings in a variety of ways. But what I was saying is, feeling embarrassed about my averus is an incredibly profound and cathartic experience. And in fact, it's going to sound strange, there's a certain happiness that accompanies that embarrassment. Because if I feel the embarrassment, that means that the fish is not really covered. Isn't that incredible? See, the problem is when I sin and I don't feel embarrassed, that's where the challenge begins. Because if I don't feel embarrassed, that means that I'm totally okay with self-identifying with this particular behavior. But where there is a fish, where there's an element of embarrassment, that's an incredible bracha. That's almost like the reflex that says, this is not me. This is not me. This is not who I am. This is not what I want to be. This is not how I'm going to build myself into the person I truly desire to become. And that's why the Gemara says those feelings of busha, by definition, are the process of tshuva. Those feelings of busha, by definition, are the actual repudiation of the Avera. And I quote one more piece of here, which I think is also incredibly profound, which is in Mesilas Yesharim. Tshuva tinasim lechotim bechesed gama. So here the Ramchal writes as follows. He says that tshuva in and of itself is an incredible chesed. We learn this together. The 3 times, the 3 cycles, we did Mesilas Yesharim, and we use Sahara to do Mesilas Yesharim the 3rd time. I think it's an incredible opportunity, but I tell my information. So anyway, the Ramchal writes as follows. He says that tshuva is a chesed. So we'll say, what does this mean? So the Ramchal explains very beautifully that the way the world should work is you commit an avira, you get an onesh. That's the way it should work. There's a chesed that HaKadosh Baruch Hu does. Actually, it's a twofold chesed. Chesed number 1 is that God does not punish us instantaneously. That's chesed number 1, even though that's the way the world should work. You commit an avira, you get an onesh. Chesed number 1 is that there's delayed punishment. Chesed number 2 is there's a concept called tshuva. And with tshuva, you can obviate the punishment. And with tshuva, you can turn your life around. With tshuva, you can do anything. It goes on, Shetachshav Ashkiras Halatzon Ka'akiras Hamaisa. The Hainu, listen to this phrase. Literally, it means when you uproot your will, it's as if you are able to uproot an action. Now, what does this mean? The Hainu, Shetiyos Hashar Maki Espechon, Umodebo, Umispoin Aura Asma, Vishavi Misharit Alav Karata Gimura, Umeikarat Kuharadat Hanedemah. So as Ramchal explains, this is kind of just taking the concept of tshuva even a little bit further. So we'll say, which is this idea that when a person experiences harata. So we'll say, we know this, right? Let me take you back just a little bit more. The Gemara says that when a person, certain types of tshuva have the ability to go ahead and negate the punishment associated with a particular thing, right? For example, you could take the tshuva and you could transform your averos into shkados, your intentional actions into unintentional actions. And then there's even a higher form of tshuva, where a person can take his averos and turn them into zechuyos, and turn them into mitzvahs. What Ramchal is focusing on over here is the ability of tshuva to go ahead and uproot the faith altogether. And we'll say, if I think about this in just a moment, it doesn't make any sense. In other words, I understand the concept of tshuva in its ability to negate punishment. Right? So I commit an avera. That avera, every avera, we'll say every sin, every avera, big or small, comes with an onesh, comes with a punishment. So when it's me again, tshuva comes along, and I do the process, and I can negate the punishment. I can hear that. There's what's the word? Whatever, forgiveness. Clemency. Right, thank you. It's clemency, right? So I did the crime, I should get the punishment. I do tshuva, this clemency. The notion that tshuva is powerful enough to actually uproot the act, to make it like the act never even happened. Forget about turning it into a mitzvah. That's even like another level. But the notion that tshuva is powerful enough to retroactively uproot an act like it never occurred. How is that dynamic possible? So we'll have to stop over here. We'll spend one more day on tshuva on this piece of the matter. We'll pick up with this piece of Masiyat Shem tomorrow, and then we'll link it back in the tomorrow shiur back to the tzaddik. But yeah.
They're also mad they're not even raising their hands. Tommy Moore says, somebody's I don't think so. I heard you're on Twitch. It's a very defined note. You ever think about using any WD-40 on that suit or anything?
You know he said it better.
I remember my first joke.
My eyes won't stand out. Right. And you won't see my eyes. It's a good contract.
I'm going to talk about this. Calling these people who are just trying for the first time mediocre is really not fair. Trying something new.
I know it's not easy to do.
Yeah, so we're not here to tell them they're mediocre.
No,
We're here to tell them they fucking suck. No, we're here to, try to hear the jokes over you. I just remember I had a lot of props. My first set was at the comedy store, and I had a bag full of props. Really? Yeah, at the comedy store. And I got laughs, and it encouraged me. So that's what I ended up trying it for the first time. Arcada, Marky Mark, got a really big laugh. I have to get something, right? I remember the mechanic. I never like you planning on that. Do these five steps. Maybe five. It wasn't the contract.
All right, everyone, so good morning. Sorry again for the delay. All right, fellas, say good morning. So we are continuing in Res Hashem in Os Nun Zayin. So we started this Os last week a little bit, and in Res Hashem, let's just pick up quick review from the beginning. So Tzaddik introduced us to this concept, this incredible concept regarding the power of Busha, the power of embarrassment, specifically the embarrassment that one suffers from one's aver. So let's actually pick up just from the beginning of the oath, just for a moment, because this way again we'll be able to get a bit more context. We only spent one day on this so far. So the Rebbe is in the beginning from the Uriah Hasidus Habuch Lamed Zayin. The Rebbe writes, "Yisurim hamitzrachim la'adam einam rak b'mashira imo b'koel." So basically, we're used to speaking about the concept of yisurim, the concept of suffering. Right, so generally, again, we associate this idea, person commits averos, every avera brings with it an onesh, always brings with it a punishment. Again, whether that's a punishment in this world, a punishment in the next world, every action has a reaction, every action has a repercussion, and therefore, by definition, every avera has an onesh. So it says the tzaddik, when we speak about yisurim suffering, we often think in terms of like physical suffering. He says, however, just reading the scriptures, we read this already. Page נחשבים הם ממש כאילו סבל הסיסורי גיהנום הנצרכים לו כדי להזדקק ולהסנקוס על עושה עבירה שנזכרת על שעשה בשם בתשובה שלנו. So the Rebbe now points out something additional. He explains that when a person goes ahead and suffers agmas nefesh. Now right now he's using the term agmas nefesh. Agmas nefesh literally means inner turmoil. A person suffers inner turmoil. So when a person suffers that feeling of inner turmoil as a result of their misdeeds, Rebbe says that is also a form of yisurim. That is also a form of suffering. But not only is it a form of suffering, that agmas nefesh that a person experiences as a result of his avera is also a form of tshuva. Is also a form of repentance. We'll explain how that works in just a moment. ולכן אמרו חז"ל בסוף פרק כ"ד במסכת ברכות, על כל העושה דבר עבירה, דהמספייש לו מוכלים לו על כל עוונותיו. First, this is incredibly profound. The Gemara Masechet Brakos explains that when a person is embarrassed as a result of an avera that he has performed, that embarrassment seems to be the cause for his mechila, for his forgiveness. That's when now I mentioned before. What the Rebbe just did was just kind of interchange terms. Right? In the beginning, he was speaking about the concept of agmas nefesh, inner turmoil. And now the Rebbe replaced that with the word busha, embarrassment. When a person suffers embarrassment as a result of his averos, so again, I was quoting the Gemara Masechet Brakos, a person is forgiven for all of his errors. The power of busha, the power of embarrassment to allow for atonement for one's sins. Now listen, now what's the logic for this? What's the reason for this? He says, Saval Onesh Gehenom Be'etzem Habusha Sheyesh Lo Matmas Asiyas Ha'averahi. Because through the embarrassment, it's true that a person has already suffered in Gehenna. Isn't this incredible? That the power of embarrassment is such, the intensity of embarrassment is such, that it's true I was already in Gehenna. That's the nature of Busha. Who's ever suffered embarrassment, real embarrassment, knows that, yes, absolutely, the pain of embarrassment. I mean, none of us know the pain of Gehenna, but we know that certainly the pain of embarrassment can be quite intense and overwhelming. So mostly, let's talk about this for just a moment, because this idea of, what the Rebbe is explaining over here is that Busha has this twofold aspect to it. Number one, Busha itself is a chilek of tshuva, right? When the Gemara speaks about busha, the Gemara says that a person who doesn't have avera and then is embarrassed by that avera, mochel is forgiven. So somehow the busha itself, the embarrassment itself, is the vehicle for tshuva. The vehicle for tshuva. And then the Rebbe says that busha itself is so intense that busha almost counts as Gehenna. Now the truth is those concepts are interrelated. According to Rabbi Rothschild, why is it that busha has the ability to atone? Because busha itself is the Gehenna. Gehenna, I want to point out something very interesting. The difference between the Judaic concept of Gehenna and let's say the Christian concept of hell are dramatically different. Right? Gehenna is a rehabilitative process. The reason a neshama goes to Gehenna is that ultimately, again, this way, one day, at some point in time, be able to go to Gan Eden. That's the goal. Some neshamas can go right to Gan Eden. Others neshamas need to go through the purification process, the rehabilitative process of Gehenna. But Gehenna is not punitive. Gehenna is rehabilitative. Christian concept of hell could be a shtickle punitive. That's fun. So the idea over here is that somehow the busha is Gehenna is rehabilitative, and therefore by definition that affects tshuva. So we're going to kind of branch this out into two pieces. So let's speak about for a moment, or at least for a few moments today, and then Amir Hashem into tomorrow, the power of busha. If you take a look in footnote 59, the very, very profound piece over here that we're going to see. Interesting from the Shita Mikubatzes. First, from the footnote, it goes to Shita Mikubatzes on the Shabbos Brachos. and then we're going to see a piece from the Mesilas Yesharim. Incredibly profound. So footnote Kuf Mem Vav on the bottom. Page Kuf Lam the Pes if you're following along, and footnote Kuf Mem Vav. Also, I would say also we're going to be in Rapsadi for a little while. It's Kedai. It's a good investment for your library. We're using the Ozba Hadar version of Tzidkas and Sadaka. Send you the version. It's the beautiful setup starting to own. So but of course I'll keep telling you the PDF. But the footnote says Rabbi Shita Mikubetes Halausa Davar Umisbayish Bo Bochno Kalvanosa Shem Isbayish Bohen Shabusha Ololo Tshuva. So here the Shita Mikubetes expounds on the Gemara and says that whoever goes ahead and does something and is embarrassed by it, he ultimately again is forgiven for all of his sins. Shamisbayish Bohen, here it says it explicitly, because the busha ola lo tshuva. Busha counts as tshuva. When you're embarrassed about the faith, that embarrassment in and of itself is the tshuva. So what's this? What's the pshat? The meiri shabusha sha'adam isbayish hamashechata hu yisod hacharata v'harata hu yisod hatshuva. This is incredible. Because it looks like now it goes to meiri. This is interesting. And again, we're in a sefer Hasidus recording the Shita Mikubetes, recording the meiri. So you're going to see this is going to kind of now we call it. So right, so the Shita Mikubetes says that what's the power of Busha? The power of Busha, as we said before, is the tshuva. Says the Meiri, why is Busha tshuva? Why is embarrassment over the faith? Why is that the tshuva? So the Meiri says because the Busha is the equivalent of charata, is the equivalent of remorse. And charata, the charata posits the Meiri, is the soul, is the basis, is the foundation for the tshuva. This interesting idea. So first of all, let's understand the Meiri, then we're going to have to back it out a little bit, then we're going to have to stop. But just interestingly enough, the Meiri positing this idea that charata, remorse, is the yesod of tshuva, which is a fascinating idea as well, which makes sense. They'll say if a person is not remorseful, then what? Then the truth is, how do you know if you really recognize that you're doing that? So let's be honest. Sometimes I can make an avera, and the truth is there are two reactions I have. That was incredible. It was chunk. It was such a great avera. I'm not going to do it again because it's answer. Do I regret it? No, I don't regret it because it was very enjoyable. I know I can't do it again, but at the end of the day, someone said what we call more like intellectual tshuva. Intellectual, and you see this a lot of times. A lot of times when people make profound changes in their life, so the way they react to their past is. It's hard for me to say that I regret it. That was who I was. So there's not a charata that's there. There's almost like intellectual recognition. I can't live like that. I can't do that anymore. But there's not necessarily a sense of remorse. It's not a charata. The Meiri says that the true litmus test of tshuva is charata. Because if I'm remorseful about something, if I regret something, regret is such a powerful emotion. What regret says is, if I could turn back the hands of time, I wouldn't do this because I recognize that this action so fundamentally undermines who I am, what I want to be, that I would have never done this before. I would have never done this. If I could go back, if I could take it back, I would. That's charata, to have remorse that I ever did this to begin with. It says Meiri, that's the sort of tshuva. How do you know if you had charata? At least the Meiri posits, busha, embarrassment. If I'm embarrassed about something, that shows that I regret it. And if I regret it, that shows ultimately that if I could take it back, I would. And if I can't take it back, I would. That's truly true. So we'll have to stop over here for today. We're going to pick up, there's one more piece that we're going to see, actually two more pieces. In the Mesilas Olam of the Maharal, and then of the Mesilas Yesharim in Eretz Hashem. We'll go ahead and we'll go through these two pieces, and then we'll back into the subject's idea of the power of Busha as well.
I really like to know what the
artificial heart in your chest. There you go. Wow. I've always liked the Patriot, but I did not know what a truth teller was. To close out every show, ever since they've had two lovely young ladies every single week, regulars on the show. Every week they started, yes, and they've been with us ever since. One of them's in the back right now.
All right, everyone, say good morning. Let us begin. Let's have the new old assistant outside the Rabbi Rothschild. If anybody would like it, the holidays are close to the Rabbi Rothschild. The first two are halacha, third one more over for you. Yeah, that one. You can even put the other two under the table. Alright, so we'll say, so with that, let us be in a beautiful, beautiful new host. Today, host on design, we're skipping one above for now. We'll make our way back to everything one day. Well, so take a look. Let's start in the Uri HaChasidus, host on design. So the Rebbe writes as follows. He says, Hayisurim HaNichantrachim La'adam Einam Rak B'Mash'ira Imobukot. So we'll say, speaks of the concept of Yisurim. The concept of Yisurim literally means suffering. And we'll say that the role of suffering in Yiddishkeit plays an incredibly pivotal role. Sometimes Yisurim are understood as onesh, as punishment. And sometimes Yisurim are just the way in which we are able to achieve some level of absolution or atonement. Again, every neshama, every individual needs some type of cleansing. Sometimes the cleansing is again because of Averos we committed. Sometimes the cleansing is a result ultimately again of not living up to potential, not actualizing opportunities. But that's the role of Yisurim. Again, we'll get into this a little bit more. But the Rebbe says when we think about Yisurim, when we think about suffering, we often think about physical suffering. That's how we normally understand it. But look what he writes. There's another form of Yisurim as well. Elegam b'chomri hatar ba'azmas nefesh sheyish la'adam b'libo al haveros sha'asa. So the Rebbe writes something so profound. That sometimes the most profound form of Yisurim, the most profound form of suffering, is not physical suffering. But rather, again, it's the suffering that comes in the form of the agmas nefesh. How do you translate agmas nefesh? Internal turmoil. Right? Internal turmoil that comes about as a result of the averos that a person committed. And as I say, what the Rebbe is saying is, I think, probably something that all of us heard from a parent or an authority figure growing up. That sometimes the worst result or the worst punishment for doing something wrong is how you feel after you committed the act. And I will say, we all know this from our adult lives. I committed an Adira. And why do I commit an Adira? Because again, the Gemara says, a person doesn't sin unless, of course, he thinks that there's something in it for him. In Adam, a person doesn't sin below, that's Lamed Aleph, low, Lamed Vav. I don't sin unless there's something in it for me, which is Chazal's general understanding of man, which is people are very utilitarian. People do things, but they're going to benefit from it in some way. There's no benefit for me. Generally, I'm not going to do it. And then what happens? I sin, because again, I think I'm going to get something out of it. And then I go ahead and I sin, and maybe I even get out of it what I thought I was going to get out of it. But then afterwards, I realize how I feel. And Mr. Rebbe says, that's agmas nefesh. That inner turmoil, that feeling of profound sadness, the Rebbe says, is one of the greatest forms of Yisurim. That in and of itself is a form of suffering in this world. Turn the page, Koflam and Fast. Nechshavim im mamish. Kilu Yisurim, listen to these words. Kilu saval es Yisurei Gehenim. Hanitzrachim motivated his dafe u'hisnakos al usadira, shemischarit al shasa, We'll say this is an overwhelming statement. The Rebbe says the feeling of Agmas Nefesh, the feeling ultimately again of embarrassment. We're going to see he's going to call it busha just a little bit, but the feeling of embarrassment and the Agmas Nefesh, the inner turmoil that I feel in the aftermath of having made a bad life decision, having committed an Avera. The Rebbe says that feeling, that's Gehenna. That's Gehenna. That's Gehenna. That is Gehenna in this world. They will say, the truth is, we don't need the Rebbe to tell us this, because I think many of us absolutely relate to this. The feeling of having made a bad decision, and knowing that you made a bad decision, and knowing that you could have prevented this bad decision. You'll say, how many times in the whole year I do something, and then afterwards, I can't believe I did that. I can't believe I did it. Just sometimes in life you make bad decisions, and you're upset, and you're angry, but then you realize, you know what? You made the best decision you could at the time you had to decide. And then there are other bad decisions where I knew it was a bad decision, but for whatever the reason, I chose anyway. And I will say this links back ultimately to Osman Hay. How did I choose badly? Because again, maybe I only knew things intellectually, but didn't internalize them emotionally. So I ignored that which I knew to be true. I made a decision, and I managed to feel like I'm in Gehenna. I managed to feel like I'm in Gehenna. But the Rebbe says something amazing. The Rebbe says, so we'll say, before we get to, so first of all, think about how powerful this Yisod is. Because I would venture to say, I'm not going to take a show of hands, but I venture to say that we can all absolutely relate what the Rebbe is saying. If we all make decisions in life, we're asked to make the decision, and Mom B'Shai can make it happen. And Mom B'Shai can make I can't believe I did this. So we'll say, so two Akudas. Number one, the Rebbe says, V'shav B'tshuva Shleim. You know what the good news is? The good news is if you feel that level of Agmas Nefesh and Busha in the aftermath of a bad decision, that's part of your Shiva. That's part of my Shiva. Because I will say, think about it just well, why do I feel this way? Because there's a hakar, there's a recognition that I chose poorly. I did the wrong thing. That recognition that I chose poorly, that recognition that I did the wrong thing is in and of itself a chilek of my tshuva. It's a chilek of my tshuva, which is very profound. He goes on, he says, but I want to point out also, what this does is, the goal of this, says Rabbi, is to sensitize us to how we make decisions. How we make decisions. There are certain things you cannot save yourself from in life. There are certain things that occur that the truth is I'm powerless to stop them from occurring. But there are a whole bunch of things in life that I absolutely have the power of the freedom. That I have the ability to say, you know what, I don't want to live in Gehenna. I don't want to live in Gehenna. I don't want to go ahead and be subject to the feelings of Agmas Nefesh. So if I know that a particular decision is going to place me in Gehenna, is going to give me an Agmas Nefesh, why do it? Why do it? So if I think about this concept before the commission of the act, it could save me from engaging in such self-destructive behavior. But in the event that I didn't, the quote-unquote good news is those feelings of Agmas Nefesh ultimately again are in and of itself count as part of tshuva. So we never goes on to see one more line and it stops. So this is just another formulation of the Rebbe's previous concept. The Gemara says, person committed an Adera, the Hamisbayish Ba, Mochel and Loch Harabanos. This is very profound. If I commit an Adera, and then I'm embarrassed as a result of the Adera I committed, ultimately again, I am forgiven. Mochel and Loch, I'll call up on also. I will say, now why is it that Busha, why is it that embarrassment serves ultimately again to atone for the sin? Right? Why does that work? So I commit an Avera, that I'm embarrassed that I did it. So such an individual is totally and wholly forgiven. What's the pshat? So the Rebbe says, Be'etzem habusha sheyish lo machmas b'siyas ha'avera. And then we'll say it's very simple, because I've literally gone ahead and suffered my punishment. In other words, when the Gemara says that whoever is embarrassed in the aftermath of an avera is forgiven, it's not the pshat that I'm bypassing the punishment. It's that what? The busha is the punishment. The busha that I feel, also again, the incredible like sad irony is I commit the act and I impose the punishment upon myself. It's amazing. This is not a lightning bolt coming down from Shammai. Right? This is not like a reversal of my life fortune because I've done something wrong. This is just the emotional result of realizing that I made a poor decision. I just made a poor decision. That busha, which is on one hand incredibly powerful, because of course the problem is if I don't feel busha in the aftermath of sin, that means unfortunately that there is a terrible state that is prepared. But the Maisa says that the feeling of that busha is in and of itself the Gehenna that I experience in the aftermath of sin. And because that busha is the equivalent of Gehenna, therefore it almost has like a cleansing, cathartic effect of Shuvah. So we'll stop here for today, but I understand that the takeaway of this little is so profound. I could avoid this. Right? Ask anyone who wants to sign up for Gehenna, right? So right, we speak about Gehenna, and the goal of there's only one goal when it comes to Gehenna, and it is avoid it. Stay out of it. That's it. Avoid it. So we'll say, now I understand that in the aftermath of sin, I really create for myself Gehenna in this world. Then hopefully the goal of what that accomplishes is a greater sensitivity and decision making. And a recognition that I don't want the Agmas Nefesh. I don't want the Busha. I don't want to get it. As much as the Agmas Nefesh, Busha, and Gehenna are not there, in the aftermath of sin, I would so much rather save myself from that self-inflicted pain and all of this. All right, so we'll stop over for today. We'll pick up in Eretz Hashem with the continuation of this concept tomorrow.
Wednesdays at 4:15 Pacific Standard Time. YouTube.com/WSOP. Jeff Ross is the next guest. Oh, my good friend. Dan Kiltony is every Monday night at 8 o'clock live from the Comedy Store. It's happening. This is episode 19. Join us Monday for 20. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you so much.
שנינו במשנה, שזיקני מידי חכמים, כל זמן שמסכינן דייתן מסיישבס עליהן, והרי בין כן הרי נמצא שהזיקנה מטיבה ומוסיפה למעש חכמה. Furthermore, we have the opposite. Remember, again, what's a zaken? Zeh shekara chachma. We associate old age with the acquisition of wealth. And we assume that the older a person gets, the wiser. So again, now you see these two opposite things. You're telling me again on one hand, and old age is called Gimei Hara. You're telling me woe to the one that leaves and never returns. Lament, and almost like a negative picture of old age. On the flip side, you tell me old age, how does a person acquire wisdom? By reaching in Eretz Hashem old age. So what's going on over here? So look what Rabbi Rothschild says, the Koach HaYetzer Hara Shel Taiva. I will say this is so beautiful. Rather, what was Shlomo HaMelech lamenting about old age, and what was Chazal lamenting about the loss of youth? They were lamenting the loss of the Yetzer Hara, the loss of the evil inclination, right? The loss of the desires of youth. But the verse says, see, when you're young and the fires of desire burn within you, there's an incredible amount of energy that you possess. But as you get older and those fires are diminished, on the one hand, it is possible that the day-to-day struggles of life perhaps diminish. But along with those struggles, along with the diminution of those struggles, is a diminution of that energy. Remember, again, as like Rabbi Rothschild was saying before, that in this world, there are no good co-hosts, bad co-hosts, or I should say inside of me. No good midos, no bad midos. There's energy. There's energy. And life is all about how you choose to channel your internal personalistic energy. When you're young, there's more energy. When you're older, there's less energy. So when Shlomo says, Zachar es barecha b'midu churutecha, remember your creator when you're young. Before Ad Shelo Yabo Yimei Hara, before the days of negativity come, Shlomo is just saying, channel when you're young, remember Hashem, use your energy sphere of Hashem when you're young, because you won't have that same energy when you get older. And that's why he calls it Yimei Ra, the days when you just won't have the same amount of Torah. Chazal say, woe to the thing that leaves us and never returns. Because the beautiful vigor that we possess when we are young is something that when it ebbs and we just it doesn't come back. So says that that's what Chazal, that's what Shlomo are lamenting. When you're young, you have so much of this Torah, and you can use that Torah. But when you're young, you have so many more titles, you have so many more desires, so many more lusts and wants, and holding so many different. It's true. It's very true. But Lamaisa, at the end of the day, if you channel those cohorts correctly, you also have the ability to go out and accomplish great things. Whereas when you get older and that energy is lost, the ability to accomplish in a dynamic way diminishes as well. So we'll say, so again, but I want to be clear, not to say chas v'shalom, that when you get older you don't have the ability to accomplish chas v'shalom. What a tzaddik is saying is energy. It's all about energy. And successful living is all about how you choose to channel that energy. And we know be that when a person has their youthful vigor, they have more of it. So as I was saying, take advantage of channeling that youthful energy and vigor in the right direction. Because one day you won't have it. Or one day you won't have as much of it. And when you don't have as much of it, ultimately, again, the potential diminishes as well. I think we'll stop up here for today. We'll pick up again with the last leg of it.
Yeah, as always, guess who's here, everybody? Our head of security. Iron Patriot. All right. It's always something a little bit different with them. Patriot, how have things been? I'm glad to be here in Columbus Day with you.
All right, can we say good morning? Let us begin. So we're continuing.
Columbus first landed in the Bahamas. It must have been a scary voyage for him, too. Why is that?
Eretz Hashem this morning at Osman Tess in Simchas Hatzadik. Simchas Hatzadik, right? So we're continuing this morning in Eretz Hashem in Osman Tess in Simchas Hatzadik. So let's remember again. On Erev Shabbos, we reviewed that which we have read in the previous year. And I think we're going to find that this particular teaching by Reb Tzaddik is going to be of incredible and exceptional profundity. The Rebbe is teaching us, introducing us to this idea that the more a person feels a potential proclivity or draw to sin, indicates a deep and profound level of holiness. Right? The Rebbe's lesson was Yeda Shukli Muchan Liyos Daika Ba'osa Davar Naki Ubar Liba. Now, literally translated, that thing, right? That thing which you struggle with the most, that thing which you have the greatest amount of difficulty within the realm of faith, is often the thing in which a person has the ability to shine. Which a person has the ability to go ahead and he says, Shelito Yuya Muvurar Bo Mishum Shamayim. That a person has the ability to kind of clarify and purify that drive, that desire for the sake of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So now, Bosha, let's explain this concept. So if we're picking up on page Kufta Zayin, left-hand column, in the Be'uriya Hasidus, therefore Rebbe Ziblachim Amur Chazal. Therefore Chazal said, B'vayik L'Rabba, Shava'osa Eder Shabo Chatabo, Ya'asa Mitzos Kedei L'Takinos. So first of all, let's say number one. Chazal said, the part of your body in which you sin, a person must go out of their way to do mitzvahs for that part of their body in order to rectify it. This is a very profound result. If you look in the footnote over here, footnote Samach Gimel, so you write over here, Emasisa chaviros shalaveros, asik neitem chaviros shalaveros. If you have performed, because chaviros literally means like bundles. If you have performed, bundles, right, piles of averos, so perform corresponding to them piles of mitzvahs. Einayim ramos. Let's say Einayim ramos literally means I gazed haughtily. Right? So let's say I've gone ahead and I've looked at things arrogantly, or again, perhaps a little bit more, myself. I've looked at things that are inappropriate. Einayim ramos. I haven't been careful with guarding my eyes with shneras hainayim. So what should I do? V'hayu l'totafos b'neinayim. Be makbid with the mitzvah of tefillin. Now, it's interesting, by the way, because the truth is, before this example, I wouldn't have thought that. In other words, I understand the logic of whichever part of your body I go ahead and I tarnish through the performance of averos, I should try to do mitzvahs with that very part of the body. If you notice over here, though, the Medrash is taking a little bit of liberty with it, because what he's saying over here is obviously tefillin, lav dafka have to do with my eyes. The only connection between tefillin and my eyes is the placement of tefillin, which is what Akadosh says is between my eyes. But again, same idea. Therefore, I've looked at inappropriate things, haven't been careful with Shneras be more makbid with tefillin. What's the connection? Misuse of my eyes, by you the tefillin will be a sign in between my eyes. Lashon sheker, let's say I've lied. I have not been careful with my tongue. Like I haven't been careful with the way that I speak. Ultimately, again, I should go ahead and teach my children Torah. Now, once again, remember, what he's saying over here, this is a little bit more direct. If I've used speech, and again, I've used it to slander, I've used it to hurt, I've used it to instruct people, so then use your lashon to teach your children. Use your lashon to build up. Use your lashon to construct. Yadayim shochos dam naki. If literally again my hands have spilled innocent blood. And I will say now again, what does this mean? What does this mean? So again, yadayim shochos dam naki could mean a person murdered, but it could also mean any avera that a person does with their hands. That a person is doing, and anything I do, well, see, in fact, so what is it? So Rabbi Rothschild says, by the way, Yadayim Shofos Dam Naki is also a reference to wasting of seed. So what happens? A person spills blood. A person, whether a person actively spills blood, a person wastes life in the form of wasting seed, or a person goes ahead and does anything negative with their hands. So what do? Shartam li os al yada. Put on forward that. So again, and I want to point out, the examples of the measures are not meant to be, this is the only thing we do, right? But what the measures is trying to do is create a paradigm. If I have negatively impacted a part of my body through negative actions, redeem that part of your body with something positive. So it's such a profound result. Because sometimes in life we do things wrong. Like part of life just sometimes. And sometimes in life I do things wrong. And I feel so damaged. And the truth is, the worst feeling in life is when you feel damaged. What the Medrash is saying is, don't spend your life feeling damaged. Remedy, rectify, elevate. So I've negatively impacted a part of my body. Okay, now do something positive. I haven't been careful with what I look at. I haven't been careful with the way that I speak. Use your speech in a constructive way. I've not been careful with what I do with my hands, so go ahead and put on tefillin with extra kavanah. Do something to redeem the parts of your body that I've negatively impacted through the commission of sin. He goes on. Ultimately, again, let's say again, I have just inappropriate thoughts. So again, if my thought is negatively impacted, positively impact my thought through infusing my mind with positive concepts. If again I have a problem with constantly running towards the wrong things, ultimately this is actually interesting. He says, go ahead and run to attend a bris milah. Run to attend a bris milah. So again, it was like it's the same he does again, because the milah takes place between the thighs. One moves by moving your thighs. Okay, so the idea being, if you run to the wrong things, then do that by running to the right things. Yafia, Kizovin, I ate sheker. And again, he goes on and gives examples after examples. If I go ahead and am the kind of person who loves to gossip, sow the seeds of discontent amongst my brethren, be the kind of person who seeks out and tries to make shalom. So both say, so this is on one level, this idea that because remember, what is the Rebbe talking about over here? The Rebbe is talking about over here that I struggle with something, right? As we spoke about when we started this seif, a little while ago, is that while we may struggle with many things, most of us, I would venture to say, have one thing with which we perpetually struggle. And what the Rebbe is saying is, how do I look at that one area with which I perpetually struggle? So the Rebbe posits that one area of weakness, in fact, is going to turn out to be my greatest strength. So how do I approach that area of weakness? Step one, says the Rebbe, whatever you've negatively impacted, whatever part of your body I have negatively impacted through negative behaviors, redeem it with something positive. We'll stop over here for today. In your session tomorrow, we'll pick up with step 2 in this training. It's going to be even more dramatic. But again, here the Rebbe gives us a big quoting in Vayikra Nava, a real incredible tool for helping to fix ourselves in the aftermath of faith. So we stop here. We'll pick up in the rest of this tomorrow.
I saw the Chronicles number 55 back in December of 2012. Wow. That's really like your probably favorite person. Let me ask you. The Rangers and noses names. Did you do that voice for the remainder of this show? Oh, yeah. You want me to do it the entire time? I don't think you can, because I'm not in it. It's all about him. So, it's like a shot. It's gotta be wide. It's gotta be organic. Oh, he just gave you the laser beam. The laser. This left hand. That means it's like getting the light.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin. We are picking up in Simchas outside this basement.
I'm dying here.
Yes. And also we are continuing in the incredible teaching of the Rebbe here. So we're picking up in the Orya Hasidus page Kuftas Zayin. So again, the Rebbe was speaking about the idea that when a person commits an avera with a particular part of their body, so the Rebbe introduced us to this concept that when I struggle with something habitually, that item which I struggle with, or I should say consistently, that item or that particular area in which I constantly struggle, in and of itself, highlights and portrays perhaps my greatest right strength. So by way of introduction, that explains when I commit an avera to a particular part of my body, so the goal is to then go ahead and enhance the kedusha of that part of the body by engaging in mitzvahs and by supporting good deeds, mitzvahs with that very part of the body. So we saw yesterday, quoted the Medrash from Baruch Rabba, to give us multiple examples of that concept. And that Rabbi goes on and he says, "Ve'in hato'elas bazeh, rak bichdei la'asos be'oso either tikun la'avira ha'kodemes, ba'ofen sheni detova ha'omedes l'tikun, kineged nida harasha." So obviously I will say, with this approach, there's of course, I will say in general, like theologically, we don't subscribe to an idea that if you do an avera, you just do 2 mitzvahs and you'll cancel it out, right? We're doing avera, do 1 mitzvah. We don't usually, we do not subscribe to this idea that somehow an avera cancels out the mitzvah cancels out the avera, and in the aftermath of sin, all I need to do in order to restore personalistic spiritual equilibrium is to do something of the opposite extreme. So I did an avera, the answer is do a mitzvah, balance it out. So whatever says, please don't understand what I'm saying to be a reference to that. What I'm highlighting here, says the Rebbe, is obviously, if I do something wrong, if I damage something, so we look at it as follows. If I get into a car accident, and I damage my door, then obviously the way to rectify the accident is to fix the door. So therefore, on a basic level, when I perform an avera with a particular part of my body, I dented that part of the body. And because I dented it, therefore, halakha v'maisa, I have to try to fix the damage. How do I fix the damage? Well, first, on the basic part, is I've used something for negative purposes, begin to repurpose it for something positive. But the Rebbe goes on and he says something amazing. There's something additional here, and this really gets to the essence of what the Rebbe is trying to convey in Oscar Test. Aval hunoyel gam b'hagia b'kach, v'tikun hayichudi shanafsho b'shvat. These are incredibly profound words. The Rebbe says, when I commit an idea with a particular part of my body, and then I begin to go ahead and utilize that part of the body for good, he says, I listen to these words. It helps in order to go ahead and achieve the very tikkun, the very purpose, the very rectification of my soul in this world. This banda v'hisbayer la'adam ve'ez ein b'kvisho kochol level Yosef. Yosef, listen to these words. When I sin, says Reb Tzaddik, when I sin, it becomes known to me the area where I possess the greatest spiritual strength. When I sin, so again, listen to these words. When I sin, so remember again, sin by definition is I just exposed my weakness. Right? When I commit an avera, I just highlighted here is where I'm weak. Here is where I'm weak. So when I go ahead and I show that weakness, then ultimately again that also shows the greatest source of my strength. But also we'll have to see what this means. We're just understanding the quantity of this. Now what the Tzaddik is saying is when I commit an avera, again, averas are bad. Is that right? Averas are not good. We want to avoid averas. But something amazing happens when I sin. What's amazing? I discover something new about myself. Through sin, I discover where my true spiritual, my true holy power and prowess lies. Because every single Jew, Nivra, L'tikun Ezed Dever Prati. We'll say, why are we put in this world? Why are we put in this world? Ultimately, again, we were put in this world to fix something. And again, on a personal level, I've been put into this world because there was something that needed to be fixed in my neshama. But because remember, if there was nothing to be fixed in the neshama, so why bother the neshama with a descent into this world? Just like the neshama remain without Hakadosh Baruch Hu, but if the neshama was sent here, says Rabbi Tzaddik, it means that I was created to fix something specific. B'shleimus b'yuchades, asher bo nishyachado nafsho b'prat, shetchunas nafsho mitzayenes bo yoser mishar Yisrael. See, I will say, I'm in this world to fix something. Now, this is a profound statement, and this statement has many different ramifications. It could very well be that I was put into this world to fix something in the world. It's possible. But before I even get to that, each of us has a more primary immediate mission. I was put into this world to fix something inside of myself. And each of us has something distinct and unique to fix. What I have to fix in me is different than what you have to fix in you. And none of us, right, what we have to fix, none of our missions resemble each other. Each of us has to go ahead and fix something specific within ourselves. And again, he says, and remember, listen, you see how Tabitha is going with this. What it is that I have to fix represents the unique koach that I possess. And the unique koach that I possess is different than the unique koach that you possess. He says, the same way that no two people look exactly alike. Every person has their own visage, right? Their own look, their own face, right? Their own surah, right? Surah spirits of Panamachitoni, Yomis are selling on the camp names and also just like a person has their own unique external appearance, so too each has our own unique internal spiritual appearance. שגם הוא נמצא בכל אחד באופן מיוחד שאין לאף אדם אחר. So also, this part of Torah, I think is just incredibly profound, because what the Rebbe is truly highlighting to us is as follows. When I struggle with something, so I learn sport. And again, I will say, we're acknowledging a dynamic. And the dynamic is that although I may struggle with many things, there's usually one or two things specifically that I struggle with. My ongoing struggles, the things that I just can't seem to get the right traction on, constantly difficult, constantly overwhelming. Says the Rebbe, understand that thing is the very reason I was put here in this world. That struggle is the thing that I have to fix inside of my neshama. I'm here because I have to fix something. How do I know what I have to fix? Generally, it's the very thing which we struggle with most is the thing you are put in this world to fix. How do you fix it? You have a unique co-op inside of yourself to fix it. The same way I struggle is the same way I have the ability to rectify. And when I find that co-op, to be able to fix that thing with which I struggle, that is the discovery of my greatest life strength. But the amazing part is, you only discover your strength because of the weaknesses. Right? Without the struggles, without the sin, and without the failure, I wouldn't discover what it is that I'm here to accomplish, and I wouldn't discover the true strength I have to be able to fix that which is broken. So it's this incredible insight that I was giving us, that sin, then this is what the Rebbe was saying, that Allah, that which I struggle with most, also tells me what my greatest strength is in this world. So we'll have to develop this. So, this was one to point out. So this is not his business. We find this already in the writings of the Aliyah Kadosh and the Arizal. With the Arizal writes, if you want to know why you're here in this world, look at the thing you struggle with most. That is the reason that's your mission. That's your mission. Now I want to point out that in our leader in life we have multiple missions, right? But that is one of my primary missions, to rectify the thing that I struggle with most. Because when I do that, I discover the incredible amount of koach I have. We'll just look at the next line. The Indian is page Kufil Zayin. The Indian Hatikun Hamiyuchad. Sheish B'chol Echad B'echad. You can know that. Actually, we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up the Be'er Hashem with this piece tomorrow, but we're going to go on. So mostly, I just want to point out, this is one of these life-altering pieces of Torah, because this, understand, is a dramatic way to look at hate. Because a lot of times when we sin and when we fail, especially in situations when I'm struggling with something over and over and over, the challenge is that sometimes I just begin to look at myself as a failure. Like, how do I not get traction on this thing? I've been dealing with this same Aveira for years. I don't say literally. Again, it's not an exaggeration. Sometimes I'm struggling with the same thing for decades. How do I not get traction on it? So first of all, the good news is my failure to get traction. It doesn't necessarily mean that I'm not trying. It doesn't mean I'm not a failure. It just means this is my Achilles heel. This is my acute struggle in life. This was the very reason that I put in here. By the way, that Rizal says it's also quite possible to get a little bit more esoteric. That my neshama was in this world many times beforehand and still didn't perfect it. So I'm here again to be able to try to rectify this particular weakness. But I can also say, but through rectifying the weakness, I discovered my greatest strength. So sin no longer becomes an opportunity for despair, for Yeish, but instead it becomes an incredible opportunity to discover my greatest life strength. So I'll have to stop over here. We'll pick up the answers from the rest of the Hasidus tomorrow. We'll say again, it gets incredible. We'll see some incredible Gemaras, and we'll continue in this journey of the subject.
I can tell it's amazing. We have a lot of videos. There you go.
All right, guys, let's say good morning. This morning, let us just as we're seeing in our session this morning in Osimem Test, in Tzidkas Atzadik, with the Rebbe's exceptionally profound insights on the notion of utilizing sin as a way of highlighting our strengths, which of course at first glance sounds a little bit counterintuitive, but as Rebbe's been explaining, it is through faith that we really discover what our true strengths are. So we're continuing on page Kufiyud Zayin today. So that in the Be'uriya Hasidus, it's actually really an incredible piece. So the Rebbe writes, the Inyan Hatikim Hamiyuchad, Sheyesh B'chol Echad Be'echad. This idea that each and every one of us is given this role to rectify something specific, fix something specific. So where do we know this concept from? You know the Ma'amar HaCharon, the Kubalim, cultivate in the Yitzchayim, Ma'amar Abbasin Uzam. Yitzchayim quotes a Gemara Masech Shabbos. And this Gemara says there's a discussion between various Tanoim, Avuch B'mai Zohir Tvei. I'm sorry, that Morag. They asked a number of the Amoraim a simple question. What was your father exceptionally careful with? Sheshadu v'kamen Amoraim Avicha b'ma hayaniz Rabbi Yosef. Interesting question. So they asked these individuals, these Amoraim, who hailed from Chosheва families, what was like the one thing your father was very careful with? Like, well, what was the one thing he was very medactic on? Ubevair. We'll say it's an interesting question. First of all, in general, it's an interesting question to think about. Again, what was your father exceptionally meticulous about? So the Gemara says. So what does this mean? will say what the question was presupposing and the question was focusing on was what is it that people generally gravitate towards a mitzvah. As we know, all mitzvahs are important. But people tend to gravitate towards certain things more than others. So this was an interesting discussion because when when the Rabbi Rothschild began his campaign, for Shabbos candles and for tefillin, which you think again would have kind of broad support. Many were against this notion, as they felt that you can't go ahead and put certain mitzvahs over others. All mitzvahs are important. So to go ahead and make a campaign for this and make a campaign for that, why would you place certain things on a platform over others? But yet it's interesting because in China, Koreans, Shabbos is bringing down that by definition people tend to gravitate towards certain mitzvahs more than others. What's the pshat? What's the pshat? First of all, just to illustrate the Gemara to you, if you look in the footnote, it's footnote Samech Vav, and it's all you see is a very, very long footnote. It's all the way on the bottom of the right-hand column. Bottom of the right-hand column. Hainu digasina b'Masechah Shabbos Perach Kol Kisvei. Rav Nachman. So say here the footnotes for the Gemara. It's actually it's a beautiful Gemara. We might actually look at it a bit more in depth, but for now, for our purposes this morning, this is good enough. So Rav Nachman, Tisili, Rav Nachman said, Tisili literally means it should come to me, give me a shkoyach. The kayam is shalosh sudos b'Shabbos, because I'm always makbid to have shalosh sudos, to have 3 meals on Shabbos. Amar Rabbi Yehuda, Tisili, the kayam is in tefillah. So Rabbi Yehuda says, give me a shkoyach because I daven with kavanah. Amar Rav Huna bar Rabbi Yoshua, I just in the footnote Samech Vav, page Kuf Yud Zayin, the left-hand column of the footnote. Amar Rav Huna bar Rabbi Yoshua, Tisili, the Losaga Arba Amos b'Gili Rosh. Give me a shkoyach, I never walk Daled Amos with an uncovered head. Amar Rav Sheshes, Tisili, the Kayemis Mitzvahs Tefillin. Give me a shkoyach, and that again, I always fulfill the mitzvah of tefillin. Rav Nachman, Tisili, the Kayemis Mitzvahs Tzitzis. Rav Nachman says, go ahead and give me a shkoyach because I always fulfill the mitzvah of tzitzis. Alright, let's say Rabbi Yehuda Rava, Avucha b'may zohar today. What was your father very careful with? Malay with tzitzis. My father very careful with tzitzis. And again, the Gemara tells the story. Yom Echad, but one day my father was walking up the stairs. If sikli chuta, and the string, his tzitzis got caught on something, and the string ripped. And he would not take another step until someone brought him a replacement string, and he was able to replace the string on his tzitzis. So here is Rashi, the Kayemis Mitzvahs Tefillin, Shna Halach Arba Amos Below Tefillin Between Tzitzis Adraniyeh. So we'll say, so the idea is, you see, it's interesting. Why are these particular Tanoim, why are these Amoraim, why are they focusing on, I fulfilled this mitzvah, I fulfilled that mitzvah? Again, we all have an obligation of tzitzis, we all have an obligation of tefillin, and we all have an obligation of wearing the yarmulke, we all have an obligation of, wearing yarmulke is a little bit different, but you have an obligation of shalosh sudos. So like, what's the chiddush? So the Eitz Chaim and Kostis Gemara is highlighting this yesod that we tend to gravitate towards certain things. People tend to, although I know that I have an obligation for all 613 mitzvahs, the reality is my relationship with the 613 mitzvahs is not the same. Certain mitzvahs I just find myself a bit more drawn to, and other mitzvahs, unfortunately, I find myself struggling with it a bit more. So now back up to the Orei Chasidus. So the Rebbe says over here as follows. The Rebbe says, "From the Vayar, she'inona shel she'idu zihu, she'hayu yodin kriyas hamitzos shoresh haneshama shalahem, v'hayu mistadkin liktas mitzos yosan achim." These particular Amoraim, they knew the essence of their neshama, and they realized that from the neshamatic level, they were drawn to certain mitzvahs more than others. In other words, I will say, this notion that one found himself connected with tzitzis, one found himself connected with tefillin, one found himself connected with shalosh sudos, they understood represented a neshamadik connection. This wasn't just, okay, I enjoy shalosh sudos, I enjoy having meals, so that's it. This was, they understood on a deeper level that there was some aspect of their neshama, of their very essence, which was drawn to this mitzvah. ועל ידי הפרושות המיוחדות שיש לכל אדם, אפשר לו להמתין את יחידיותו בזה, ואת עבודתו הפרטית המיוחדת רק לו. So we'll see what Rabbi Tzaddik now says is something really amazing. So what the Rebbe explains, is as follows, that in the same way that when I'm drawn to a particular mitzvah, I can see, I discover an element of my neshama. I discover an element of, if I find myself drawn to something, there's a message in that to me about me. The same applies with my struggles. When I struggle with a particular avera, when I have a particular spiritual weakness, I am able to discern through that weakness regarding a particular strength. Otherwise, we're going to stop over here for today, just because we have a lot to do in the daf. But we'll pick up with the last piece of this. I mean, we're not finished yet. But again, let's say we see the tzaddik kind of laying the groundwork for these various steps. So now, seeing I'm drawn to a mitzvah highlights a particular aspect of my neshama. Through my struggles, through my difficulties, I begin to see also my strengths as well. How that actually plays out in Yirtzeh Hashem, we will see exclusively tomorrow in the Rebbe's word. Right, so there's
one thing you got. Timing.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin, or let us continue with. It's Hashem. We're continuing today in Os Memphis.
Joe, you know what I liked about your material?
So remember again, we began yesterday this, we began a number of days ago. I think it's already our sixth year on Os Memphis. So remember again, the Rebbe yesterday quoted the Gemara Masechet Shabbos. We quoted the exchange between certain Amoraim, where one Amora would ask another, Avucha b'mai zohir tfei. What is it that your father was exceptionally careful with? Right? So they wanted to know, what is it that your father was particularly meticulous with? And again, the Gemara was using this idea to highlight this concept that often we find ourselves drawn to certain mitzvahs. Certain mitzvahs speak to us more than others. And then the Rebbe goes on, he says, it's incredible. The page Kufyud Zayin, in the Be'uya Hasidus, the left-hand column. The Al Inyan Chazeh Amru Chazal B'Gemara, Ein Adam Omer Al Divrei Torah, Ela Im Ki Nechshel. Yes, this is a truly beautiful piece. Chazal say that a person cannot, literally translated, cannot truly be successful in Torah unless, of course, he fails. Like, the prerequisite for success in life is failure. Now, of course, on a basic level, what that could tell us is that really you can't realize success in life without first undergoing failure. That's for sure. In other words, that at the end of the day, in order to taste the sweet waters of success, you must first be willing to undergo failure. The Rebbe understands this in a more profound way. He says, "Sheina v'omei al anisasan ad shikasha bahen laholos ta'os v'yachlimuhu." So the Rebbe quotes Rashi, and Rashi is like, what does this mean? That a person doesn't truly understand the truth of something until he makes a mistake, and he's embarrassed with his mistake, he pays attention, and he understands. So let's say, so again, according to Rashi, Rashi says you can't really, essentially, in Adam Omer al Divrei Torah means a person can't really reach a level of understanding until he has first failed, because it's only through failure that he truly is attentive to his actions. But here I will say, look what the Rebbe does with this. The deep meaning of this is Sha'ayidei Hamachshila. It is only through the missteps, only through the mistakes. He says, it is only through my personal weakness, which often causes me to stumble in certain inyanim of Torah. Umevin v'lamed mikach shelekach notzar l'takin osa davar shenichshal bo. This is it should be absolutely overwhelming. The Rebbe says that when I struggle, when I fail at something, so as what we mentioned before, I realize the very purpose for which I was created. Why was I put in this world? I was put in this world to fix something. I was put in this world to fix myself. Sometimes, if I'm privileged, I'm put in this world to fix the world. But how do I know what it is about myself that I am supposed to fix? To which the Rebbe explains so beautifully. That is what we started with. That which you struggle with most in life, that is what I was put in this world to fix. And I struggle with a variety of things. But there are usually one or two things which are the central struggles of my existence. That is the purpose of my creation. That is the purpose for which I was created. So the Rebbe says something as well, but it doesn't end there. It doesn't end there. It goes a step further. He says, so my entire purpose, so you understand what this means? We spend so much time trying to go ahead and figure out what is our purpose in this world. That is my purpose in this world. And the Rebbe says, you want to know what your purpose in this world is? To fix the thing with which you struggle with most. That is my purpose. That's my tikkun. I want to say that here's the clincher, because do you remember again, the Rebbe said in the beginning of Osman Hess that sometimes it's through your averos that you begin to recognize and realize your strengths. And we said, I understand this statement that he just made. In other words, that I'm put in this world to fix the very thing which I struggle with most. I understand that's my avoda, that's my tikkun, that's my calculus. So what does it mean that through my sin I come to discover my greatest strength? So we'll say, watch this. Because after I fix the thing that I struggle with most, but also in the Yasser says, my greatest strength comes through that very thing. Let me explain for just a moment. Let's say a person struggles with Shmira Sinai. Like being careful with what a person looks like, which is an overwhelming struggle in today's day and age. So let's say I struggle with that, making sure that I keep purity of thought, purity in my eyes. So let's say, so it could very well be that if that's my struggle, that's the very reason I was put in this world. So now, when I find the strength to go ahead and overcome that struggle, not only have I been mitaken, not only have I fixed something in myself, but that becomes my very strength. You know what my strength is? My strength is Shmira Sinai. My strength is restraint. My strength is self-control. So what starts as my greatest area of weakness, when I find the courage and I find the strength to overcome it, that's my tikkun. And from my tikkun, it becomes my very strength. The thing that started as my weakness, when I overcome it and demonstrate an incredible amount of mastery, personalistic self-control, and personal strength, that becomes my greatest strength. It's not just the pshat that when I overcome my weakness, the weakness is neutralized, and now I'm like powered. Now I'm kind of like back at baseline. When I overcome the avera, and I'm attacking the avera, attacking the weakness, that becomes my greatest strength. And therefore, the Rebbe says that's why it's through our Avedas. So what becomes fascinating is as follows: that when I know that I constantly struggle in a certain area of life over and over and over. So first of all, the good news is now I know why I'm here. Which is good news. I know I'm here. I'm here to combat that thing, and I also know where my greatest strength is. We're going to say, isn't it an irony? So let's just go to Shmuel Sinai idea. I don't have good self-control with what I look at. So the Rebbe says, okay, that's my weakness. That's why I'm here. And I'm going to say, remember, every struggle also is never just about the Avera. Often the struggle is about a lot of other things as well. So I'll just keep using the same example. If I struggle with Shmir Sinai and watching what I'm looking at, so I'm going to say that's an issue of self-control. But you can say that about every Avera, right? Every Avera is an issue of self-control. It's also an issue sometimes of like escapism. Maybe I'm just unhappy with my life. So I'm just kind of looking for an out, from whatever current circumstances are not so great. But either way, says that's my avera, that's my weakness. I know what I have to be attacking, but even what it shows me is that my greatest strength is the ability to exhibit self-restraint. And my greatest strength is the ability to exhibit self-control. So from the weakness, from the avera, I learn what my tikkun is, what my purpose, what my mission is, and I learn what my greatest strength is. That says the Rebbe is the power of faith. And therefore, it turns out that every Avera, and especially the ones that we struggle with, there are different Averas, right? There's, sometimes I'm just, an episodic offender, right? Just whatever. We all have our moments of weakness, but and then I could be a habitual offender. Like, I have a chronic issue with this one thing. It's been with me for years. I just can't shake it. That's my avoda. That's the reason I'm here. That's the tachlis for my entire existence. And once I overcome that avoda, that will become my greatest life strength. That nida that I need in order to overcome that avoda, or that nida which is the antithesis of that avoda, that becomes my greatest life strength. Right? So we'll stop over here for today. We're still not finished. The Mir Hashem, we're going to see an incredible and beautiful just bronze with Torah's Rosh Chodesh, right? Torah's Rosh Chodesh. Okay, so we'll see on Monday, Mir Hashem, an incredible and dramatic example of this. He's going to go over, he's going to show with King Achaz and King Hiskiah, father and son, who are polar opposites as an expression, as an example of this particular concept. I should have to look at this back here.
All right, Molly is on fire tonight. Unbelievable. Molly's killing. That was really good.
All right, then we'll say good morning. Let us begin. We are taking out the Mir Hashem. The end of Osman Tess. Insif Tess. Remember again, we were discussing the Rebbe was advancing the incredible idea that the person has to identify the greatest source of weakness. Both of them, my primary mission comes to go ahead and address that particular weakness. And then once I'm able to conquer that weakness, that weakness itself becomes the greatest source of strength. That's what the incredible and really, I think, life-altering perspective of the Rebbe. That's what we remember when we began Osman Pest. So the Rebbe spoke about this idea about the weakness becoming the greatest strength. At first, remember again, the way he spoke about it was that if you commit an avera to a particular part of your body, so the goal is to be able to do a mitzvah, do as many mitzvahs as you can with that same part of the body. So I used some part of my physicality to drive a wedge between myself and the Rebbe Shalom. So now my job is to go and use that same part of the body to do something productive, to do something meaningful, something holy. But now let's talk about that, and we explain this even in particular fashion, namely that we all have our struggle, the struggle, the thing that I've struggled with for so long. That is the reason why I'm here in this world. And if I find a way to address that, and I find a way to overcome that, that weakness in and of itself becomes the very source of my strength. So he gives an example of this. He says, Halokira. That's the point. He's going to finish. I spend time with this idea. Shalokira. Shahaya Achaz Melech Yehuda. Yuchasam HaTorah. Achaz was the king of Yehuda. And literally again, he closed up the Torah. He closed up the Torah. Achaz was an incredible overnight. But even sometimes in Jewish history, when there are points of incredible idolatry, the people still, interestingly enough, believed in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. As counterintuitive as that may seem, they worshipped idolatry, but they also worshipped Hashem. Achaz closed the door on Torah. Sealed up on the Torah. There was no Torah being released in Achaz. And the Shabbat comes out, the Gemara clearly production of Joseph Achazov. Surah Yehuda Chosm Torah B'Nivut. All Yosef Amru Bagish. Shemana Ashagim Shek Yokos B'Yisrael. He gave the Noah Kafir Shalom and Sashas Hashem of Israel. There was another piece. The other piece was that Achaz prevented children from learning. So Achaz went ahead and pretty much outlawed from the Torah, and he also prevented the children from learning. Sha'amar Achaz HaMelech, in Ein Yediyim, Ein Hayash. As Achaz said, literally again, if there are no lambs, there are no rams. Which means that if you go ahead and prevent children from learning, they cannot develop into Torah scholars. Torah scholars the guy can never. Ein Talmidim, Ein Chachamim. In Ein Yediyim, Ein HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Mashiach Shema Shalom. Ein Lechashad, Mashiach Shema. And the truth is, the days of Achaz were some of the darkest days in Jewish history. Some of the darkest days. Right? Where again, you had Achaz outgrowing the learning of Torah. No learning, shut down the yeshivas, prevent children from growing. He goes on, Harishiyitza Hara, Stabra Las Yosef, Ye'im B'Bla Torah. Zer Lefi Shachisa Tumuna Boas Ula, Da'Koach HaMilucha La'Avatas Torah. This is incredible. So you look at Achaz, and what was his greatest weakness? His greatest weakness was that he caused Bittul Torah. Caused the negation of Torah study. Don't get remember, based on what the subject said. Whatever your greatest weakness is, that also has the capacity to become your greatest strength. Once you identify it and remedy it, it becomes your greatest strength. He says, Shirun Hayakhu Mukhal. Sorry. He said, look, Shahaysa Tumula Bas Kumula Bar Haluka Lavatas Torah. So this is what is it because of the subject? Because Achaz's greatest weakness was Bittul Torah. Was this finance for as much as son is his greatest expression of what average student has inside. So Achaz, who was Mevatel Torah on every single level, birthed a son like this Yo. Now what happened to this Yo? He is very well considered to be best. Shahaya Marbit Torah before Hamid. There is another opportunity throughout Jewish history. Caused so much Torah, caused the proliferation of Torah within Klal Yisrael, like Hiskiah. Never happened. He says so far account of Kama Shebet Yirasa Mitzvah Kasmi Yisrael Tevit Torah Amikasa the Amru. We made Zama Shekasa Gaza. Hiskiah died. That was of his generation. This something that was never done for anyone else. He put the Sefer Torah on his bed next to him. They were carrying out a funeral here to bury him. He put a Sefer Torah on his bed. And they said, we made Zah Mashakasa Gaza. This one, that which was written in this book. וזה דבר שעושים לשום חכם אחר. They never did that for any other חכם besides Hiskiyo. כמו תדרשו חז"ל פרק הלכה סגירת השם ישאלה, זה דור של Hiskiyo, שיוסם דור של משה ויהושע. Hiskiyo's generation was greater than the generations of Moshe and Yehoshua. והכל מפני שהשנה של Hiskiyo היה דולת בבתי מדרשת. And again, the expression we use is that the oil never ran out in the days of Hiskiyo. What does that mean? That Hiskiyo himself created a revolution of Torah life. So the point of the Gemara says, listen to the statement. There was no Am Haaretz in the days of Hiskiyo. There was no Am Haaretz. There is no such thing as an unmarried person in the days of Hiskiyo. So what happened? I'm actually super. Hiskiyo HaMelech na'at Charav al Pesach Beis HaMedrash va'amar kanich she'eino osik b'Torah dafka b'Pharazut. That's an interesting approach. What did he do? Hiskiyo opened the Beis HaMedrash, put a sword into the earth, and he said, "No one leaves. No one leaves." It is an interesting methodology. Like no one leaves. And it works. And this is what the Gemara says. Because they checked throughout Eretz Yisrael, and there was no Amal. The point that every single man, woman, and child were proficient in the laws of Torah and Torah. They've been around the block enough to know that the laws of Torah and Torah are not cautious. But in the days of Hiskiyo, every single man, woman, and child was versed in those halachas. Alright, so what do you see over here? You see a father and son. Achaz and Hiskiyo, direct opposites of each other. Direct opposites of each other. Achaz negated Torah in every corner of the world. In every corner of Eretz Yisrael. Closed up the Torah. Prevented the children from learning. Hiskiyo went ahead and proliferation of Torah more than the days of Moshe and Yoshua. Hiskiyo's days were the golden age of Jewish scholarship. People knew Torah. There was no such thing as an Amalek. Said the Tzaddik, what is the year? See that Hiskiyo's greatest accomplishment was managed the polar opposite of his father's greatest avera. The closest Shofia Ba'achas Osach Yisrael. Catch people God Kalkak as a Torah in Am Yisrael. Then, Rav Tzaddik said, what do you see from this? Yam Rishon, Shetamid Hamala Miyutada Shasida Lios Ba'adam, Mofiya Mikodem Ol Bo Ol B'Kodmav, Ba'ose Aaron B'Sara Yisrael. This you see from here says Rav Tzaddik. Some Christ is our greatest strengths in our life come from our greatest weaknesses. So it is one very important story, which is the first thing that Hiskiyo did when he actually mentioned this in Dafyomi next time ago, was Yorav went ahead and dragged his father's body and he pushed up on a bed of rocks. The first thing meaning what he did is he repudiated his father's legacy. He said, I am not my father, I have nothing to do with my father, and I will be the exact opposite of my father. So instead it says we see from here something dramatically amazing. And this is how everything goes down. Look how he writes his book here, that's what this will conclude. He writes, the Oshikim Sheva Osa Adam Atzmo, Yesh Lahabin, Mikos, Ushasab, the Hizratuso, Mehar Hashem, Sarah, Ibn Suyam. So they'll say, it says the Tzaddik, this is the message in life. The message in life is identify your weaknesses. But more important is that the Tzaddik identify that weakness. Because although many of us struggle, or all of us struggle with many things, there's usually one thing that is my weakness. That is the weakness. But that weakness, as I said, is identified and is addressed, becomes the very source of my strength. When I identify the weakness and I combat that weakness, I overcome that weakness, strength that comes from that's going to be my greatest strength. The weakness I conquer becomes my greatest source of my strength. So this is, you have to think about it this way. You have to think that you have two buckets, right? There are my strengths and there are my weaknesses. And my goal is to build my strengths and to kind of manage and mitigate my weaknesses. And the brother says, that is not correct. That is not correct. There are strengths, absolutely, but the weakness is specifically the weakness. The thing that I have been struggling with for such a long and maybe my entire life, that's the reason I'm here in this world. That's the reason. That's my shlichus. That's the Habbanim, my shlichus. Like, that's my shlichus. That's why I am here. To fix that thing. When I fix that thing, that becomes my greatest life. That's the answer to that.
What's wrong with your feet? I don't know. It's just like freaks me out. Knowing that people are going to wear black.
Looks like you're not wearing shoes. You're not wearing shoes at all.
There you go. See, he already looked. That's why he said he wasn't going to look. He already looked.
He's not wearing open-toed sandals. I can already tell. What, the smell? I just looked. I glanced down there. You can't see nothing.
How long do you think she was on the stage until you had to look at her feet? Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
I'm always looking at everything and looking at everything.
Yeah. Actually, you're not. We can see where you're looking. It's only within like a 30-degree radius. So, seriously, Paige.
All right, then we'll say good morning. Let us begin. Some random oath. It's really fascinating. Really fascinating. Unfortunately, she did. So we're starting in sixth grade. So we're going to begin in the degree after this page. And the other sense is following. So just the introduction there is to the Apple Shem Ruach. Ra'os HaKodemes. Shachishanu Sinu Ma'ileh Shechapah V'yot Apollo. V'shekfi Erech HaMa'ileh Kenu Chol Shachishanu HaMakiro. Yeah, מספר כאן שכינו להשיג גם להנה הזמן הרי למשלח השני. But remember again, we've spoken extensively in Oath about the powerful soul of the Rebbe. The soul being that every person has that thing that they struggle with in life. My mission in this world is to go ahead and fix that thing. And when I'm able to fix that weakness, that actually becomes my greatest source of strength. The Rebbe is not going to go and extend this concept in an interesting way. Every type of salvation that HaKadosh Baruch Hu provides for us. He says, hey, Levane, Chaye, Mizone, hey, Yeshua Sanefesh, whether it's children, giving me life, giving me Panosa, spiritual salvation. There are two ways, I will say, in life that we come by way of life salvation. First of all, it's interesting what the Rebbe considers under the umbrella of Yeshua's Hashem. What's under the umbrella of HaKadosh Baruch Hu's salvation? Salvation of God, children, Parnasa, life, and ultimately spirituality. spirituality is Hashemim, but the notion of my ability to have circumstances which facilitate or to allow for the actualization of spirituality, that's a proper. So, yeah, this is something amazing. He says salvation, personal salvation, comes about in one of two ways. He says, Ani Hashem B'ita Hashem. And the Rebbe Yishaya is speaking about Messianic redemption. Mashiach says, Ani Hashem, I am God. B'ita Hashem. In its time, I will hasten it. In its time, I will hasten it. First, I said this is incredibly beautiful. The Rebbe does here. He says, open he understands B'ita Hashem is actually a reference to two modes, two constructs of salvation. There is B'ita and there is Hashem. For example, it says, open Hashem, the first way Hashem brings about salvation. He says, open Hashem, you should B'ita. The first form of salvation is for the salvation of Yeshua to occur in its time. What does this mean? ובזמנו המיועד לגאולה, באופן שני לגאולה, הוא שהשם יסבר חומר אחישנה. So the first form of geulah is when geulah occurs in some point in time. We'll see what this means, but in the quote-unquote the right time. The right time, that's a reference to the psuta, in its right time. The second way in which geulah occurs is achishana. Achishana means shalomar, Admire the ashes of Hagila, the Adriana, Hogan Shrikia's money. That's what happened as far as he says, I'm going to bring this to you. Even earlier, the context of the passage in Yeshaya is speaking about Messianic redemption. Right? That's clear. But the Rebbe is now doing this people to go ahead and highlight this concept really applies to all forms of geulah. It refers to Messianic geulah, but it also refers to personalistic geulah. The personalistic geulah, as Rabbi said in the introduction, manifests itself in a variety of ways. Persons privileged to have children, persons privileged to have parnasa, persons privileged to have lifestyle. All these different things, these are all different manifestations of personalistic geulah. How does geulah occur? One of two. It's done in its right time, or Hashem in a expedited fashion. So let's say, so watch this. We'll move over to different chazal. So let's analyze these two different timelines for geulah. So chazal explain, Shechuzachu Yisrael Iskaf. האם הגאולה באופן החישנו, דהיינו שכבר הגאולה לפני זמנו, שחז"ל explain that if Am Yisrael before Zocha, before privilege, before church, in other words, if we see what's correct, then HaKadosh Baruch Hu expedites or fast tracks the geulah process. דהיינו שכבר הגאולה לפני זמנו. Geulah will come before its time. אבל כאן אם חס ושלום לא זכה ישראל מצד מעשיהם, תהיה הגאולה מקומם בעיתו ובזמן המיועד. This is very important. So what is the difference in mind to say, if God Israel, if we exceed expectation, and if we do ultimately again that which we are supposed to be doing, then HaKadosh Baruch Hu expedites geulah. If at the end of the day we don't do what's expected of us, we don't live up to expectations, here's the good news. There's bad news and there's good news. The bad news is we're not living up to the expectation. The good news is HaKadosh Baruch Hu will send geulah regardless. Again, right now the context is Messianic redemption. The Baruch Hu saying there is a point at which Mashiach will come, whether we deserve it or not. That's the good news. And my goal is to go ahead and earn it and thereby expedite the process. That's Hashanah. But if not, ultimately, again, it'll still come. Mashiach will still come, quote unquote, in this non-coming world. He goes on. It's okay. There's like what applies to Messianic redemption applies to personalistic geula as well. This is incredibly profound. So Kimo gains Haga'os Kol Yeshua Pratis and Mitzrachas La'adam Me'izet Sarah Pratis. So to any type of personal salvation that I need from any type of personal tzara. Gam Hinasis Ba'ofen Shnei Ofanim. So also the same way that messianic redemption comes in one of two ways, V'isa or Achishana. It can come in its appointed time, or I don't deserve it, but there's a certain point when Mashiach will come. By or Achishana, I can expedite redemption through my personal behavior. So too personalistic geula comes through one of these two ways. Ha'ofen harishon, I'm on the left-hand column, page Kufyutes. Ha'ofen harishon shall be ita legabi Yeshuaso hapratis shala adam. Haynu kishegia hazman shekvar makir ha'adam umargish shechasar la'adavar. So now listen to this. So there's a little bit of a distinction. In national geula, national redemption, Mashiach. So the two models that the Rebbe is highlighting is geula comes in one of two ways. Ve'ita, which means again in the appointed time, which the Rebbe understands to mean I am not living up to expectations. I'm not doing that which HaKadosh Baruch Hu asked of me. But the way geula works is it comes to a certain point where HaKadosh Baruch Hu will send Mashiach regardless. But I have the ability through my actions, achishana, to expedite the process. When it comes to personal geula, my personal salvation, I must remember again, as the Tzavik said, personal salvation is manifest in children, parnasa, life, salvation from difficulties. There are two ways in which my personal geula can come: bi'ita and achishana. So he says over here something amazing. What does bi'ita mean for personal geula? In the time means I recognize that I am deficient. I recognize that I'm missing something. I'm missing something. So now the moment has come and I realize I don't have something that is personally salvational. I don't have children. I don't have parnasa. I don't have health. I recognize that there is something missing in my life right now, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I need your help. That's bi'ita. So bi'ita means I recognize the absence of something, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I'm reaching out to you to help me with it. But then there's another level of personalistic geula. Listen to this. The other level is, he says, I'm sorry, let me finish the paragraph here. A person desires that thing so badly. Yeshua. So we'll say, so the first level of personalistic geula is I feel a gaping hole in my life. I feel something is absent. I feel something is missing. I've identified the need that needs to be filled. That's bi'ita. So I'm going to leave you on a cliffhanger. We'll have to stop over here because we have to stop the daf. But Emir Hashem, we'll see tomorrow what achishena means. So okay, fine, I'll tell you. So say so. What achishena means says the Rebbe means sometimes HaKadosh Baruch Hu fills my need without me even realizing that I needed it. So sometimes in life, I am acutely aware of what I need, and I ask the Kodesh Baruch Hu to help me with that. And sometimes in life, the Ribono Shel Olam does something so incredible in that He fills the need. He gives me what I need. He provides personalistic salvation before I even realize that I was missing something. So we'll stop here. Well, the Mir Tashem continue. We'll say, I just want to tell you, this is a transformative piece. So you see, as you've seen, these last pieces by the Tzaddik are transformational. What we will see in Mir Hashem that this piece of the two models of personalistic geula are once again going to allow us to reframe the events of our lives in such a dramatically different way. I'm also stop here. Pick up Mir Hashem tomorrow. All right, Shalom. Good morning. Let us begin. So we're just going to spend a few moments this morning on Tzidkas Tzadik and Baruch Hashem. We have a lot to do. That we can't let a day go by. We just make sure that we don't let a day go by without learning some of the Rebbe's beautiful Torah. So we left off. We began yesterday Os Nun. So in Os Nun, so in Os Nun, so the Rebbe spoke about the passage from Yeshaya, where HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, Ani Hashem v'ita Hashem. I am Hashem. Now remember, v'ita Hashem, the Rebbe understood to really refer to two models or two parts of salvation. There's v'ita salvation and Hashem salvation. So yesterday, we began to discuss the concept of v'ita. So remember, Rebbe was discussing this concept both on the level of national salvation and personal salvation. So v'ita means HaKadosh Baruch Hu will bring Mashiach ultimately again at a particular time. Whether we deserve it or don't deserve it, there's a time when Mashiach will come in Hashem, and that's when the Ribono Shel Olam will go ahead and bring. But then there's also the ability and opportunity for Hashem to expedite the arrival of Mashiach by going ahead and engaging in this nice and open, by somehow earning an expedited process. Rather than discusses the idea that our personal salvation is true as well. Because Baruch Hu provides me a personal salvation when I need it. What do you mean when I need it? There are times in life when I recognize I'm missing something. I recognize there's something that's missing. And the Rebbe gave examples: parnasa, children, marriage, health, whatever it might be. I realize there's something that's missing in my life. There's a crisis, and I ask for HaKadosh Baruch Hu's assistance. That's big. So I realize that there's something lacking, and I ask for HaKadosh Baruch Hu's assistance in providing me with that which is good. In other words, he says there's another category of Hashem. What's that Hashem? So if you look at the last paragraph on page 2 in the Orech Hasidus, he says, "Ba'ofen tzniut shel agula, she'omer Hashem yisbarach Hashem amar ba'achus ha'yishua, ve'avi omer b'fnei zmano ha'mi'uad, yisfarish b'knizah, she'en Moshe omar haran yivru'u va'ani v'malos she'ilos levavam, ad shelo yivru'u v'hispalo b'kah." Says the Rebbe. Then there's another type of salvation. And it will say that again. These 2 models apply on a national and a personal level. Where HaKadosh Baruch Hu provides me with love even before I realize it. Even before I realize that there's a need. Even before I realize that there's something wrong. Even before I realize that there's something deficient. HaKadosh Baruch Hu already provides me with that which I require. Yes, think about this in this moment. So that Hashem means expedited. I didn't realize that there was something missing. I didn't realize that there was something lacking. I didn't even realize yet that I needed something. But yet HaKadosh Baruch Hu has already provided it for us. He says, "Hey, HaKadosh Baruch Hu maktim v'michas harafua v'adam ol tifnei sheba alav." This is follow a different thing. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu has provided the already provided the healing of the salvation even before the master said before the sickness. The master maybe is also you can also hold the challenge to guarantee as stronger that HaKadosh Baruch Hu brings Yeshua, seeking the salvation, brings the Yeshua even before I recognize that there is something. Therefore, they say, if you think about it, it's a really incredible construct. So I think that if you really look into the realm of Messianic redemption, you'll understand this from Mashiach comes in grace. B'ida, in its time, and in its time, we know, Chazal tell us that whether we deserve it or not, there's a certain heart stops. So there's a certain time by which the drug is going to react to the preserving after an appetite. That's the way the world is programmed. But that's not what we are learning. Instead, what we try to focus on is the action, the ability to somehow execute, the ability to do something within our power to move the thinker forward, to go ahead and preserve what she asked earlier. On a personal level, historically provides us with different vision that Moshe is speaking about the Sisei family. But the Rebbe is also realizing speaking about the concept of personal salvation in a different way. When we speak about the idea of personal salvation, often what we're focused on is I'm in a crisis. I'm in a crisis, I'm in trouble. Personal salvation is where I explore the most. But the Rebbe is saying is that's not true. Personalistic salvation really refers to any situation in life. So a person is not getting married, finding a spouse is salvation. A person doesn't get to have children, having children, salvation. Having parnasa, salvation. All these different things in life that we turn into different meanings are really salvation aspects of life. And when Rabbi Rothschild provides that salvation, he provides that to us in one of two ways. There's Gita, and a moment where I recognize I need something. I need it. The recognition of the need is there. I need something. And Rabbi Rothschild then hopefully provides that. Or Hashem expedited personalistic salvation. Where Rabbi Rothschild provides me what I need before I ever knew that I needed it, or before I ever realized that I was missing. I never even knew that there was something missing. I never even knew that this bracha was necessary before I even had a chance to articulate a request, before I even had a chance to feel, the aching voice of something that was lacking at the start of what we did. Two different stares. And I say, when you begin to look at your life through this lens, it does look like dramatic has happened through your mind. That we have a lot of brachas from the Shana stuff. A lot of things that the Torah gives us that we have, I'm having an aspect. We have not even things that I need, things that are necessary, and I never say yes for one simple reason. I did not ask for it. Why not? Because it's all repeated to me before I asked for it. Now it's true. There may be a lot of things that I need that I'm currently asking for as well. But it's an interesting thing, an interesting exercise to take things away in your life. And to try to look at the beautiful salvational blessings you have, but you never even experience. But it's a powerful just the living. Those are the actual blessings. So stop over for today. We'll pick up again the rest of post and we'll finish as tomorrow. Really kind of round out this concept of all of them.
Right there. Oh, right. It's what this program is brought to you by, not officially.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Snorter, would you be willing to snort some Hot Rod 5000? I wonder what would happen.
All right, so listen. Let us begin.
Wow. There goes Jeff McKinnon, everybody.
Alright, so we are here for some finishing up post one. Here for some morning. We're finishing up on page plus. So let's remember again, we're speaking of the concept of Gita Ash. The idea being that the public development is there are two models. Two models of Gita. National Gita, personal Gita. First model being trust, the intimacy again of the historical again on a national level, sense of quote unquote the appropriate time. The appropriate time being that whether we deserve it or not, the salvation is on us. Versus Hashem, where actually thought will expedite once the end arrival. Instead, we can apply that on a personal level as well. that sometimes there's bikita. I have a tzara, I recognize the tzara, or I require salvation, and I know that something is lacking, I know that something is missing, and I put it send the verses where before I even realize that something is lacking, before I even realize that there's something that is missing, the Rebbe Rothschild has already provided me with the salvation. So it was a very profound distinction, and also the other first. So let's continue on page 12. The Tzaddik brings a dramatic story. He says, "Ulefi Beir Habeir shenisbar b'shnei ofani hagar Yeshua." Or Mashem Gemara. So here over here he uses an incredible story in the Gemara. So Gemara about Master Koflam Gimel on the base. Shirav Ilish Ha'a Idvar Halacha. Rav Ilish made a mistake in Halacha. Rav Ilish was, they were discussing actually, in the footnotes, because then he was discussing it's a case of property conveyance that has to do with the inheritance. The details of the case we don't really have to get into today. But the point is, the Gemara is making over here that Rav Ilish was asking, it was about the asking actually, asking on a particular case. And what happens? He made a mistake. The Rava, Yitzilo Milipsok Bo Kinamaisa. Rava was there, and Rava essentially stepped in at the last minute, right before the time the Psak Halacha was executed. So Rav Ilish had stated his opinion, and then right before Rav Ilish had the opportunity to actually execute Psak Halacha, Rava was there, and Rava said, I think that may be incorrect. So what happens? So this Bayish was there. Rav Ilish was embarrassed. Right? The village was embarrassed that he had given over an erroneous psak. So what happens? So the is actually quite amazing. So the Gemara records that Rava, when he attempted to go ahead and the village, he used this lashon, he used this concept of V'ita Hashem. He literally said this concept. So if something what does this have to do with it? It's a dramatic story. What is the pasuk have to do with it? Just listen to this. So again, let's just point out, if you want to see the whole story, the whole Gemara, it's in the footnotes. I don't know where else you see the whole Gemara. So the Tzaddik writes as follows: Shezeh Masher Lamas B'Rabba B'Rav V'Mashikara Allah Pasukya Bo Ani Hashem Yitach Mishana Sherotza Lomar Ularami Zenitok Nechamizu Gam Tochacha Kedei Lazarzo Laso V'Minot HaTorah. What he said to me on that's very interesting. So Rava was actually trying to go ahead and give Rav Ilish both a little bit of Nechama as well as Musa. Trying to comfort it, but also give him Musa. How so? Because Rava felt that Rav Ilish's mistake was a function of not enough diligence in learning. Ba'inu, Shatzala Zuni Litos Ba'alacha, Haisa Ba'ofen Shabikita. Dahainu, Shahayala Akar Shekvar Ta'a, Umatzava Hayadakut Ma'od, Benitza Rak Lifnei Shenik Shabas Yes Dara Asvar Isabi Adayin. Vahoticho, Shalazacha Yeshua Ba'ofen Shabakishan. Now listen to this. What Trevor was saying to Rav Ilish was like this. Rav Ilish, you made a mistake. And Baruch Hashem, I was there to hear your mistake and to correct your mistakes before your Psak Halacha could be acted upon. So he said to Rav Ilish, your salvation was together B'Ita. In the time, in other words, here you issued with Psak Halacha which was wrong, and I was there to correct you and to quote unquote to save you, to provide you halachic salvation. But he gave Rav Ilish a little bit of mercy. He said, but if you're more diligent, if you're more vigilant in your learning, then ultimately you're going to do is result to the Yeshua of Achishana. What's Achishana? I will say in the world of learning. Achishana in the world of learning is that I'll save you before you even make the mistake. Before you make the mistake, before you even utter something that's wrong, I'll go ahead and I'll save you. That was the mission ultimately that Rabbi Rothschild finished. The application of this project, Tohichu Shelo Zacha Yeshua Ba'ofen Sha'achishana. Lamayas Hachaloso Od Lifnei Sheyita B'Psak Halacha. So he said, if you are worthy, ultimately again you would have been given the Yeshua of Ahushana. You would have been corrected even before you uttered anything erroneous. But obviously there was something deficient in you, and therefore again, halacha l'maisa, you were zocha to ita, which also is one small thing either. Because at least the image was corrected before the psak halacha was acted upon. But l'maisa, again, this is very interesting because now it appears that ultimately this is the third model. So we had the first model of national salvation. When it comes to national salvation, Mashiach, the tzaddik called, there are two models. The means there's a certain point by which Mashiach is going to come, whether we deserve it or we don't deserve it. And then there's Akushana. Akushana means I can do things, I can believe in a way which expedites Messianic arrival. On a personal level, there are things that I need in life, right? There's salvation that I need. Let's remember again that Tzaddik's idea of Yeshua, of salvation, is really anything you need in life. I need salvation for marriage, I need salvation for children, I need salvation for finance, I need salvation for everything. So there are two forms of personal salvation. I can also give me what I need once I recognize the loss, once I recognize once I recognize the need, once I find myself in personalistic crisis, then HaKadosh Baruch Hu can answer my tefillah. That's the Idol or Hashem. He can expedite my personal salvation by giving me what I need even before I need it. Now Rav Tzaddik introduces a third dimension. And the third dimension we'll say is we all make life mistakes. There are two models where HaKadosh Baruch Hu helps me make mistakes. Right? Model number one is the Ita. I make the mistake, I realize I've made the mistake, and ultimately again HaKadosh Baruch Hu helps me to navigate out of it. The case of the foolish is his salvation came in the form of the fact that Rava was right there when he issued the erroneous psak. But ultimately again, sometimes it's Hashem, where if I merit, HaKadosh Baruch Hu will help me to prevent my mistakes from ever being actualized. So three different models of Zikita Hashem, one on the national level, two on the personal level. So we're stopping here for today. We'll finish up this last piece, which is also going to be probably the most dramatic piece of the oath. We'll finish it up in the session tomorrow.
Maybe not make her 12, because that's like 12. I know. It's 12.
It's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, this is probably one of those that it would be funnier if it wasn't private jokes. That's not disturbing. That's not disturbing about her pussy there and stuff. It's like, it's 12 years old. Like, it's talking about pussy. Pussy. Right.
All right, so we'll say good morning and let us begin to hear Mirz Hashem beginning of the oath. This morning is Six Hashem. Thank you for being
Good morning, Mr. First. How are you? I'm lovely, thank you.
No, she like. Okay, she's really innocent.
All right. I'm gonna give her to work. I'll talk to you later, guys.
See you on the day. See you later.
Let's analyze a little bit. So remember, the Rebbe over here now is beginning to discuss, and I think there's some things incredibly important. And the soul that he's discussing over here is the battle against the Yitzhak. So remember again, we've been going through this, we've been going off. In the last sip, the Rebbe took a little bit of a chaotic for this instrument. We went in a little bit of a different direction, discussing the concept of B'ita Akishena. So now, about the form, if you remember, he was talking about the power of one's koach and the struggles that one has in life, and that how sometimes the greatest strength that you develop is a result of conquering your weakness. You don't struggle with specific things, when I go ahead and find the koach to be able to overcome my weakness, that often becomes the very source of my strength. So the Rebbe now says that here, any success I have, בכוח המוישה בשירס היצר היה, מלמלא אס חפצו ורצונו בתאווס הגוף. So I'm saying, I have a particular desire, a particular type, and I fight against that type. I go ahead and literally I do battle against it, and I'm able to overcome that type. And the way I'm able to overcome it, ultimately again, is through ishtadlus ha'adam, through human effort. So I struggle with something, I struggle with a particular desire, and I work hard to overcome it, and I'm able to overcome it. I'm able to resist the temptation of sin, and I'm able to do so literally through my own work, through my own resolve. Listen to this. Mikra v'nechshav lo hadavar ve'enei HaKadosh Baruch Hu rak lechein biyofi yoga. When HaKadosh Baruch Hu sees this, he says to himself, oh, that's very nice. That's very nice. Lechein biyofi yoga. Chein kishein nischono shalei biyofi kishein nischono shava elamuklas. So again, the introduction, which I did not go into over here, the Rebbe discusses the pasuk from Mishnah Sheker Achein Be'eval HaYofi. But suffice it to say that Chaim and Yofi refer to things that are very nice, but not complete. Not complete. So we're going to read these words, and at first glance, this makes absolutely no sense. So what the Rebbe is saying is, if I struggle with a particular desire, and I overcome it, how do I overcome it? I overcome it through my ability to work on myself to resist temptation. So the Rebbe says that's very nice, but at the end of the day, it's not complete. It's not complete. כמו שמבואר להלן, שמכונה בשמיים שקר החיים והבל היופי. So I don't understand what the Rebbe is describing over here. So just look at what the Rebbe just said. If I struggle with a particular desire, and I find the strength within myself to be able to overcome that desire, and I resist the temptation to sin, I resist the temptation to go ahead and give in to my wants and desires, the Rebbe says that's very nice, but it's okay. It's okay. It's not good. What? Isn't what the Rebbe is describing over here the pinnacle of human accomplishment? The ability to resist temptation, the ability to resist desire, the ability to go ahead and want to do something, but yet not give in, not do so because I'm able to overcome it. Again, that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. And here, the Rebbe is describing that as something nice. So what's the pshat? Also, this is incredible. So why is it that he describes it as shet? Remember, so Hevel and Yofi, or I should say what the Rebbe says, sorry, Chaim and Yofi, refers to things that are nice, but are incomplete. So Sheker HaChaim, the Hevel HaYofi, the Rebbe says, the Pasuk Mishnah says, there are things in it that are nice, but they're not all that great. So if I find the ability to overcome my desires through my own personal will, my own personal strength, that's nice, but it's not great. Why not? It's incomplete. Listen to what he writes. Zemishum shebenitzachon kazeh ha'adam eino batuach shiyuye lo kiyum la'ad ve'im kein eino amitzu b'kavua b'nafsho. So listen to this. Let me go ahead and go to the end first, and then I'll bring it back in. What the Rebbe is going to suggest is something phenomenally amazing. That in life, in order to be successful in any particular endeavor, you must make Hashem your partner. And if you don't make the Ribono Shel Olam your partner, by definition, even if you are quote-unquote successful, the effort is stunted. And even in working on myself, if I have a particular thing, a particular weakness, and I work on it, and I overcome it, but I think that the work is all me, and I don't rely on HaKadosh Baruch Hu's partnership, and I don't rely on the Ribono Shel Olam to help me, and I don't realize that I can't be successful without him, that is a stunted business. Even if it looks like I'm successful, the Rebbe says it's Shaker HaChaim V'Hevel Hayot. It's nice, but it's fundamentally incomplete. So let's. I went ahead. Let's see it now inside. He says as follows: V'zemishum shebenitzachon kazeh. When a person is successful with something in life, and this type of success, that the Rebbe is describing is the type of success where you do it all on your own. You do not invite the Ribono Shel Olam to be your partner. Eino batuach shielo kiyum la'ad. It's hard to say that it's going to endure. It's hard to say that a success that in which man does not invite God to be a partner in his endeavor is going to be a successful one. Ve'im kein, eino amiti v'kavua b'nafsho. Kihare, listen to this, because we know the way it works. Kihare hayetzahara, page kuf chaf aleph, left hand column. Kihare hayetzahara, miskaber u'mischadesh al ha'adam b'chol yom. The Yetzirah, let's say, the interesting part, the challenging part of the Yetzirah is I can work on most things in life, if you practice and you reinforce and you work harder and harder and harder to become better, more proficient, and the task becomes easier. Interestingly enough, the one thing that does not work that way in life is ruchnius. Because at the end of the day, you could try, and I can put in effort, and I can put in good effort, but a person never reaches the level where they say, okay, Baruch Hashem, now I've put in so much effort that the Sahara has been neutralized. Like, there's nothing more. The only time the Sahara is neutralized is when a person dies, after 120. The Rebbe is according to the Gemara over here that the Sahara is mischadesh, is miskaber b'chol yom. Every single day the Sahara goes up, so that's why sometimes we have these moments in life where we do something wrong, and I say to myself, I can't believe I did this. Right? I've been working so hard on myself, and I've been good for so long, and I have so many days of positive traction. I'm making so, and now I did this, and then we look at it. I look in the mirror and I say, my gosh, it just seems so counterintuitive that I behaved this way, and it makes no logical sense. But that's because sometimes we approach the world of ruchnius assuming that because I was good Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, that of course Friday should be easy. But that's not the way the world of ruchnius works. It's Yitzro Shal from the Skaba of the whole yom. Yitzhahara, just because you won on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday does not make Friday's battle any easier. Now the difference is now, once I overcome the entire number of times, I know how it works. I know what my triggers are. I know what my weaknesses are. But at the end of the day, the battle is still the battle. And therefore the Rebbe says, also, but it's very profound. If on one day I'm able to overcome the Yitzhara, עדיין יש לו לחשוש שעל אף שניצחה היום, אולי מחר לא ינצחנו. We'll say, what a profound statement. Just because I was successful today, I have to recognize that I may not be successful tomorrow. So this is sometimes the greatest mistake we make in life. Because like I said, in any other skill set in life, if I work hard, I build myself up, success today is a good indicator of success tomorrow. That's the way life works, right? Whatever it is, it doesn't look like whatever skills you're building up in your career. If I have a successful day today because I built a skill, chances are I'll be able to use that skill in a successful way tomorrow. That's just the way, right? Whatever the skill is, the one thing that doesn't work is ruchnius. I could be incredibly successful today. I could have a great day, and yet tomorrow, just make a dramatic mistake. And I think, I know maybe not, but I know it happens to me all the time. I think it happens to us, and it's so upsetting. And it's so profoundly like, I'm so angry at myself. I can't believe I did this, and I don't know where it comes from. I just came off of a great Shabbos. I just came off of an inspired moment. I just had this moment of Aliyah. How am I doing this? How am I doing this? That's because Yitzhak Shal Adam Miskabra Allah B'chol Yom. That's because the Sahara is the internal struggle is unlike anything else in this world. You can be successful for years and then have a dramatic failure that comes out of but again, so we'll have to stop over for today. I'm going to pick up with this in session tomorrow. But you see what Rebbe is going with this. That's why, in order to be spiritually successful in life, one must bring HaKadosh Baruch Hu as a partner. And therefore, anything that is done that a person thinks they do on their own, the Rebbe titles that as Sheker HaChein Vehevel Hayofi. I want to be clear. The Rebbe is not at all saying that the effort is not mine. Of course, the effort is not mine. But the Rebbe is trying to paint a picture that, by definition, any endeavor in life that only involves human effort is usually not going to endure. But any effort that is a synergistic partnership between me putting in my hishtadlus, but recognizing that my efforts are only blessed if the Ribono Shel Olam is involved, that's something that has staying power. We'll see it inside tomorrow. We'll stop over here.
Tony, when I get to know someone, I kind of like to know what they eat. Could you walk me through your day? What do you eat when you get up in the morning?
You really don't want to know. You really do. It would creep you out knowing what I eat.
But I've known you over 4 months now. I just feel like we're getting closer. And what do you do?
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin. So we are picking up in Mir Hashem.
That's good. You keep it shape.
It's very small. I don't know why you do that. It's like just
And Osman Aleph, we began to discuss yesterday the concept of a person actively taking steps in order to go ahead and combat the Sahara. So Tzadok made a very startling and amazing statement, which was that the person musters up the strength to be able to combat the Sahara, to be able to attack their weaknesses, to be able to overcome their weaknesses. So the Rebbe says that a person is successful in doing that, but they end up being successful in doing it on their own. It's what the Rebbe called Sheker HaChein Vehevel Hayofi. Sheker HaChein Vehevel Hayofi. So, and the Rabbi Rothschild explained that to me, that Chayin and Yofi, so again, he's going to discuss this more in today's piece. But Chayin and Yofi represent forms of beauty, but they are limited forms of beauty. So that when a person tries to go ahead and do something just by themselves, whatever level of success they may end up having will always be limited in nature. However, let's just pick up on page Aleph. Rak Misha wrote on the Be'orei Chasidus Lachkan Kalim. Rak Misha wrote to the Natzeh Asayim Zahar L'Chalutin. And we'll say the person who wants to go ahead and totally expunge the Yitzhara, and totally remove from the Yitzhara from their heart altogether, Iker, who should have lismok bekach rach akoach. It is so important not to solely rely on one's own koach, one's own strength. Elo, levakish me'Hashem yisbarach, sheyihyeh be'ezro lahatzilo me'chastis me'asasasi yitzhara. Rather than, as we began to discuss yesterday, the person must enlist the help of the Ribono Shel Olam in this battle. So I say, this piece, when you read it, to be a number of times before you got my head around it, because to a certain degree, it almost sounds like a little bit counterintuitive. In other words, that normally I assume that if I find the strength to combat my Yitzhara, and I muster up the strength, and I overcome that Yitzhara, and I do it by myself, because essentially what I'm doing is I'm taking up values. I'm taking responsibility over me. I would think that that is the pinnacle of human accomplishment. Yet the Tzaddik is saying it's not. It's not. It's incredible. It's incredible, but it's short-sighted. It's short-sighted in that anything I do by myself, without enlisting the help of the Ribbono Shel Olam, or without asking God to be my synergistic partner, whatever happens as a result, whatever actions happens, just through me without the partnership of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, are going to have a very limited success. And therefore, even though I've actively been able to combat my Yetzer Hara, at the end of the day, my success will be limited because I did not rely on HaKadosh Baruch Hu as well. Now again, to rely on HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't mean to allow the devotion to do all the heavy lifting. But to rely on HaKadosh Baruch Hu means that I recognize that my efforts cannot be blessed with success unless HaKadosh Baruch Hu is my dynamic partner. He goes on, he says, those mishum שתנסחונו של האדם על היצר הרע, בא מצד עזה האלוקי, when a person's success against the Yetzer Hara comes as a result of divine assistance, in other words, my effort coupled with divine assistance, he says, Zehu makom mitzvah nana, yishar kach b'nitzchon v'yolom. This is where I can be assured of my success. This is such an important line. When my success against the Yetzer Hara is a result of my activities, supplemented or compounded or bolstered by HaKadosh Baruch Hu's assistance, that is what he calls a mitkach ne'aman. Now, mitkach ne'aman will be tempted to go ahead and translate it as a guarantee, but that's not fair because remember, there are no guarantees against the Yetzer Hara. Mitkach ne'aman means that's a recipe for success. The yishar kach b'nitzchon v'olam. Ve'im lo lachshosh shemigiskabra alav Yetzer Hara ha'Yetzer Hara achaka. It's actually amazing. So Tzaddik actually seems to be saying that maybe there's a point where a person could even overcome the Yetzer Hara, where a person could totally vanquish it. Ki golo chai ki mi'achar shashem yispara hu agol oso miyad yitzro hamiskabra alav b'chol yom harehu yispara chai v'kayam la'ad v'koach mitzri l'tamid. Since at the end of the day, it is the eternal force, Kadosh Baruch Hu, who is helping me to overcome this Yetzer Hara, therefore it's possible that I can overcome it in perpetuity. So say, let's pull this apart a little bit, because I think that this isn't, to me, I have to tell you, meaning full disclosure, when I saw this at first, it was troubling to me, because I think the way we have to condition ourselves, I think sometimes, like, I speak about this sometimes in teach a college class from Marlowe, and I always like asking this question, essentially to young women. Because like generally women tend to be former than men, right? And especially again young idealistic women, right back from seminary. So I say like, if you're in trouble, what's the first thing you do? If you're in trouble, what's the first thing you do? And almost all the time, the answer always is daven. And I try to say, I don't think that's correct. I'm all for davening. I'm going to go on record that davening is good. The first thing you do if you're in trouble is roll up your sleeves and try to figure out how to extricate yourself from that trouble. Like you got yourself into a bad spot in life where you made a mistake. Figure out what to do to get yourself out of it. Now, the answer of davening is so beautiful. Sometimes I'm jealous when people answer like that, because if your instinct is to rely on HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that's exceptional. But as we get older in life, we recognize that the Ribbono Shel Olam is my partner. But what HaKadosh Baruch Hu often looks for from me is take the first step in dynamic activity. If I have a problem, the first step is what can I do to fix it? And we all know that in the fixing of our life problems, generally what happens is my effort will take me so far, but then that's it. Then often I hit a point where I say, you know what, I've done everything I can. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I need you to step in. So often the way I've imagined this synergistic partnership is I do everything, and if I could succeed, so to speak, without having to lift my eyes heavenward, then That sounds like a good approach. The First Baruch is proud of you. I've taken the reins. I've solved the problem. It's almost like sometimes when children get into an argument, so parents will often say to their kids, "Go figure it out. If you need me, I'm here." I'm happy to step in if you need me to step in. But what I really would like is for you to figure this out. You don't need me to intervene in every single situation. Because I often kind of look at the world philosophically a little bit like this as well. There are certain problems for which I have to enlist the help of our Kodesh Baruch Hu. I'm stuck. I can't navigate this. Help me out. But then there are other things where I say, "No, I got this. I got this. I can fix things. Either because I caused it, I can fix it. I made it, I can fix it. Or just I can fix it. And Kodesh Baruch Hu, I got this. You gave me confidence. I have this." And the Tzaddik said, I always thought this was like an optimal model. And the Tzaddik says, no, that's not the way to do things in life. The way to do things in life is, yes, if you find yourself in a problem, go ahead, roll up your sleeves to fix it. And sometimes the answer is in life when you run into a problem. Sometimes the first answer is not davening. Sometimes the first answer is figure out what you can do to ameliorate your difficulties, to address your suffering, and to somehow fix that which is broken. But if you think that you can do it alone, and even if you're successful without quote unquote enlisting the help of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, just know that success is limited in its scope, nature, and duration. If you want ongoing success, if you want success that has staying power, if you want success that, according to the subject, may even be somewhat eternal, I must enlist the help of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So what I said, the afternoon between what Tzaddik is saying and what I thought until I done two things like that. Because Tzaddik was, it's very simple. That according to Tzaddik, before you tackle any life initiative or any life challenge, a person must invite the Ribono Shel Olam to be their partner in this process. As opposed to, I used to think this like 2 days ago, you used to think that my job is, come on, get the job done, and where your effort ends, that's where you bring in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But Tzaddik says, no, hashkafati, the way this works is when tackling the Yizar or any life challenge, the first step is Ribono Shel Olam, I need you to partner with me. Right now, I'm going to do the heavy lifting. I'm going to do the work. I'm not asking you to partner with me so that I'm going to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show, and you're going to do all of the work. But I must invite you in now. That's what Tzaddik says. I must invite HaKadosh Baruch Hu in at the beginning of the process. Because if I don't invite him in at the beginning of the process, even if I am quote-unquote successful, the success is incredibly limited. And I will say, it's just, obviously, the Tzaddik's approach is much better than what I've done. But it's such a dramatic way to approach the challenges of life. I'm still going to do the same heavy lifting. I'm still going to do the work because the answer is that when you face crisis, the first answer is not davening. The first answer is, what can we do to address these circumstances? But before I lift the finger, I must actively invite the Ribono Shel Olam to partner with me in this journey. Such a dramatic way to live, and therefore when I face any crisis,
I fucking love it. He's so weird.
You're talking about fighting against the Sahara. He's not talking about battling with moments or battling with Carlos. So of course, those are included. He's talking about the internal challenges that I face. I be Sahara. And again, I will say, we've seen before in previous episodes, although many of us struggle with many things, I would venture to say most of us acutely struggle with one or two things that have been ongoing struggles in my life, my ongoing titles, my ongoing Sahara. Tzaddik says, when you start the day, you start to struggle. Invite HaKadosh Baruch Hu to be your partner. Just we'll stop over here. You're going to pick up tomorrow. Brings three incredible examples of this. He brings the example of Yosef HaTzadik, Boaz, and how
How you living, pimp?
We'll see all of these three individuals. Two of them.
All right. Yeah.
One of them adopted the approach of Reb Tzadok. Two of them did not.
Okay, well, let's
And we're
talk
going to
about
see
it.
the difference
It's
in
not
this.
land,
There is
so
a
it's
success
over water.
in combating
Over
Yitzhak.
water.
Right, the Western Shikaya.
So, just in case you weren't aware, it's impermanent from being able to go to, like, the South Pole. You can walk there, if you're protected and such. The North Pole only is available generally during the winter.
All right, I will say good morning. Let us begin.
And it's like
it's not real.
It's like a broken ice sheet. Okay, what do you think's there, Big Dog?
Santa Claus?
You're entitled to believe whatever you want. Hey, Zoo, you know that now that you got your phone fixed, we can play mini golf again?
Yes. Hey, Robert.
Yeah, well, hold on. I'm sending you a mini golf invite.
Let's remember again.
So you now have a miniature golf invite. You're good at this hole.
Yesterday, days ago, we began, 3 days ago, we began this particular OSIM of Tzad.
What is
a fascinating idea, namely that the greatest accomplishment in life is not simply combating the Yitzhak.
Are you serious?
And is successful against the Yitzhak, but does so on their own without enlisting the help of the Ribono Shel Olam.
Zoot! Oh, that was a bad shot.
It's beautiful and it's wonderful, but it's not enduring. We spoke about the idea of
Zoot, what are your thoughts on having a one-stroke lead on me?
The pinnacle of human accomplishment is to put in his status and
why do you think God created so many planets if we can't get to the other planets?
We can. It's just a matter of time, dog.
Invite the Ribono Shel Olam as my partner.
What if
of any life endeavor?
What if we've already been there?
Combat against my Yitzhak.
Where's your evidence that we've already been there?
That your success is true success, and that your success has
different lives.
Incredibly so.
Lives on other planets.
I mean, that's a possibility, big man. Who's to say this is the first planet on which we've been?
The left-hand column, bottom of left-hand column.
I want to come back.
Literally again.
Now here's my question. Do I go for it?
Grace is false.
Give it to me, baby. What a big risk.
In the introduction, we didn't do it inside.
What if we've had the previous life?
Alright, were you shitty at mini golf in the previous life? Dude, I hit 2 hole-in-ones in a row. This, to me, is where the hole is easiest to get. It's like,
mini golf the planet we were on.
How do you know?
Because
there's something cool with mini golf.
What's cool in mini golf?
That refers to literally again. So chaim, I don't have the good English word for chaim, but I think we normally translate it as favor or grace, right? So sheker chaim, so favor, grace is false. That's a reference to
no gravity golf.
Yosef in his fight against the seduction of the wife of Hafez.
It's kind of like soccer in Spain.
This is a very dramatic piece. So the Rebbe says over here that Yosef, remember again,
that's a mistake. That's a big mistake. That's a big mistake. You're going to hit the trees. You're going to go in the water.
You're going to go in the water. It's a very big discussion in Chazal. remember again, based on the pasuk,
Time is running down,
that
Zoo.
the Torah says that Yosef returned home. Lasos malach. Remember this verse Rashi says on the day when everybody was outside their avodah zarah, right? So Yosef comes back to the house to do his work.
This is my bowl.
Stop.
One of the things he says to do his work is household responsibilities. Others say to do his work ultimately was a metaphor
Go for it.
for the fact that he was actually ready to get into the seduction.
I know you're not gonna get it in the next show, so I'm just gonna play it safe here.
These stories, and sometimes
I should have water booked.
well, there's a couple of things. Sometimes when we read about great people,
You have to make it.
Turn to
How can I do that?
one of the beautiful things in Yiddishkeit is
Now you just lost.
I didn't lose.
Right? This is why the Torah Kedosha goes out of way to tell us about the mistakes of great people, right?
Am I really that terrible?
Yeah, you suck cock, man. I let you.
Like the man,
And I didn't even lose.
Life, on one hand, I can't count the number of mistakes I've made since I've woken up. On one hand,
Dude, look how good a shot.
Shut up,
baby.
What up, baby?
Monday night.
Every single person.
Oh, you performed?
The man alone.
Yeah.
Just go ahead and say, Moshe.
Oh, tight. How'd it go?
I got high. I don't even want to finish my set. Fuck this shit. And I walked up and maybe finish my set. So I started doing crowd work and I just like asked the crowd to do like trauma dance. And he answered. I asked, what was your worst trauma? I said, my dad. He said, my dad called me masturbating.
It's very nice.
My dad walked on him and he jerking off, and I was like, oh, my dad died when I won that. I could never have the man. And I started laughing.
The only fallibility in this universe is
Well, it's good that it went well.
And that's He doesn't make mistakes. But unless you're God, you're going to make mistakes. So it's fascinating. So sometimes
what a dangerous shot. What a dangerous shot.
The other piece is, even the greatest tzaddik is a human being. And that's what the Torah Kedosha
I talked with Jerry because like,
struggle
if I found out that I can't kick it, suck a dick, I'd suck a lot of dick.
What did they say?
That this is the kind of Zion
I got a lot of laughs.
99% of people
are the people back from Melbourne yet?
There's a beautiful, attractive woman actively trying to
go to Melbourne Friday.
Are you really?
I think Ali Chelsea.
Right? The Gemara says she would change her clothing.
Did everybody celebrate the girl who made it?
Remember, that by itself is an awesome, overwhelming challenge. Couple that with the fact that Yosef has no one.
I've also
This
got
ability
to
enter into this
also could have gone
relationship with someone.
How's the
His
beat
own
going?
family rejected him. He's still the Hebrew servant. He's still the Hebrew slave.
He's not come back.
Why do you think
From
that
a
is?
relationship perspective. So besides the
Yeah, why?
Because she
carnal
sucks.
Dude, she won her heat.
that's constantly being the opportunity, illicit opportunity. There's constantly
Anyone could have won that hit.
the ability to forge a relationship with another
Okay,
human
why do
being
you
is
say
that's
that?
Why do you say that? But Yosef stands up and says every single
First out
every
Gail.
single day this is happening to him. But yet Yosef manages to go ahead
I
and
don't know.
overcome this. Which was, I think, is probably one from just a personal struggle perspective, probably one of the most awesome stories in
Dude, you aren't very good at this.
the entire world, the entire universe, the entire history of man. We're talking about dealing with personal struggles.
And I think
So it's interesting that the Gemara says that Yosef is called Sheker Achim. Yosef Sheker Achim.
Show me up.
Go,
do it, dude.
Yosef
That's what I'm talking about.
I don't understand.
There might be more people
on it says Sheker Achim. It goes from again. What is Sheker Achim? What does it mean? What does it mean? It means nice.
gone on
Very
TV.
nice.
Made it to
But
national
now,
final of the top.
That's the shot. So Rav Tzadok explains over in the Berech Hasidus. He says, because Yosef did in fact
Don't say that's a bad thing.
Dude, you need to make this shot.
Well, listen to this.
You almost did.
But he did not escape the clutches of sin.
Dude, I was on a podcast on Monday.
What is that? Right hand column, 4 lines down. And close over here, the Gemara Masechah Sota.
Australian guy and I
Yosef ba'osa ma'isa shel
we
ishes
had a
kufar
heated debate
sheyotzu tipin shel shichvas zera mibein tziparnei yada. So the Gemara
3D
gives
printing.
the Gemara gives an interesting lashon over here, which literally means droplets of shichvas zera, droplets of semen emerge from the physical being. So to give us the context in this Gemara.
Oh, get there. What a great shot. Dude, look at this shot.
Dude, look at this shot. That and he came back to the house to go ahead and do his work is a metaphor for the fact that he was ready to give in to his desires. So the Gemara records 2 interesting ideas. That not part of the karka, he plunged
He's one of the best shots you've ever had.
Which almost sounds like what he did is he did something like physically painful in order to go ahead and remove the desire, and the Gemara says the Yatsa Shichva Zera and Siparnei Yadav, and semen came out of the sea. So the Pashtos, what it means is that Yosef experienced some type of Mitzvahs Zera. He experienced some type of seminal emission as a result of the desire to do with Eishes Potiphar. Somehow there was something happened that there was some type of release of desire from Yosef. The point that Tzaddik is making over here is that Yosef escapes the clutches of the sin.
What are your thoughts on my shot?
He doesn't emerge from sin without something. Right? He wasn't totally cleansed of sin. And again, the Tzaddik goes on and he says, "Nikra v'nechshav nitzachon zeh al yitzahara ki nitzachon shel sheker ve'achar shafilu az lo hayizani nitzachon kamra v'chlat neged yitzahara v'zeh mishum she'efshar b'koach hanosh." That's what I'm supposed to have to stop over here. It's a dramatic piece. So Tzaddik says, "Why is that? Why is that? How can it be that a young man like Yosef would assert the most dramatic self-control?" Again, like I said, I really think that 99.999% of people would fail this Nisai.
What else, Pam?
A beautiful woman trying to seduce you each and every day. You are alone in a foreign land, rejected by your family. Any person is bad for themselves. There is no way
other people
that a person can reject the cameras of this one. Yet he does so. And yet the Tzaddik calls it, or the Gemara calls it, Sheker Achim. It's nice, but Sheker Achim. Tzaddik says, we'll have to stop it. Tzaddik says, because Yosef didn't enlist the help of the Bethlehem.
Oh, dude, what are your thoughts on getting a large share?
In other words, he did a great job.
I don't think he would want
But he assumed
Look
that the
at
only
you.
way to come
Get
back
it. Get it.
is to
Get it. Get it.
Get it.
Get it. Get it. Get it, dude.
Get it, this goes back to Tzadik's central theme.
You know what?
That when you go out to battle against the Yetzer Hara, never think for a moment you could do it on your own. We're going to see this. It's Yitzro Shel Adam Mischadesh Lav Miskabel Lav Yom. I need HaKadosh Baruch Hu's help. I need God's assistance for anything and everything. Which is why even when I go out to battle against the Yetzer Hara, the first step in that battle is to invite me on that mission. And if I don't enlist the help of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, even if I'm successful, my success ultimately is going to be limited. All right, we'll stop over here. We'll pick up over here. It's Hashem.
Let me ask you another question. Have you ever felt like have you ever had a vision from previous life?
No. You have a small street, dog.
I just realized.
All right, well, that's good.
Have you ever seen incredible evidence for someone to have a vision from previous life?
So we have
Dude, this is not good. Dude, Not good at all.
I don't think you're playing that badly.
I've been making some really good moves. Look at you in these 4Xs. That's a big 4X.
That's a big 4X. I'm just gonna play that. I know I should 3 times.
I already have the large.
Pick up today,
Go for the small.
that in the battle against
Get that full house.
You
Why
nearly
did
wrote
you
a full
get
house. I wouldn't go to full
a
house.
person could go and try to go
Why
for
didn't you go full house?
And a
Why
person
didn't you go full house?
sum up the personal strength, summon up
That
courage
worked out better.
to be
That
able to
worked
go
out
ahead
better.
and
Because the amount of times you can get the amount of full houses you get during a game. Jam is like, yep, 3 full houses during a game.
Not good at all.
Not good at all.
Only 4 points behind me.
Not doing well. On the right side, you're up by
On the
7.
right side,
Left side,
you're
you're
up
by
by
7.
go ahead and
Left side, you're
It's a giant lead.
understand
giant
that
lead.
I cannot be successful
I haven't got a large straight yet.
without the assistance of the Ribbon Shalom. Without HaKadosh Baruch Hu,
You
there
might.
is no success. Without HaKadosh Baruch Hu, or I should say, without HaKadosh Baruch Hu,
You're winning on the list.
success. And therefore, before I tackle any challenge, specifically one which requires
You're losing on the left side.
I must absolutely
I'm mine.
of the Ribbon Shalom.
Wait,
So the topic
no.
example,
Doesn't matter.
last week we spoke about Yosef.
Now you're
Today we're
dominating.
going to pick up
Now
with
you're
Boaz.
dominating.
Take a look at this in page phase.
The only thing that could cement me. That's a good. That's a good. That's a good.
Column about halfway down. Remember again.
That's a good roll. That's a good roll. I think I like winning.
So beauty is fleeting, but beauty is fading. Neged tokef his kabros hatayra hayyitzahara. So Hevel Yofi refers to Boaz's battle.
Give me another
against
6.
Give me another 6.
Where do we
That's
see
big
where do
time,
we learn
big
that Boaz
time.
Big
had a
time.
battle against Yitzhara? So remember again, this is in the story of Rus. So in the Megillas Rus, where again, remember Naomi contrives this entire plan for Rus to go to Boaz to lay down by his
I was getting a history lesson about things that happened around
Rus.
the race.
Remember again, that
What happened?
Boaz and Rus.
There's a comedian who had the name Tom Ballard that everyone in Adelaide hates. I think he's from Melbourne or Sydney, can't remember. Ex-Sydney. But everyone hates him in Adelaide because there was a comedian that was like a local comedian here that he went to he was a straight, he's a gay guy. And this straight comedian went back to his hotel and he groped him, and all the comedians knew about it. So one of the comedians let her run lifeguard and pushed him down the stairs when he came here. One of the comedians from Sydney, who's not from here. He broke one of the local Adelaide comedians, so they pushed him downstairs when he came here because no one liked him because he did that. They tried because
Did he grope a girl? Did he grope a girl? Did he grope a guy?
He groped a guy?
Yeah, he's gay.
Oh, okay.
And they made police reports, and the police couldn't say they couldn't do anything, even though everything was true. There was to come in evidence, but everyone believed him.
So profoundly astounding and surprising is because what Rothschild is describing as a
That's wild.
less than perfect.
How long ago
He tried to fight off.
How long ago did this happen?
How long ago did this happen?
So the incident happened in 2014, but it wasn't reported until 2017, 2018 during the Me Too movement. And then
was able to overcome the taiba himself. And then it says here such a victory.
Then I think he was 2018. He was down the stairs.
Where a person relies solely on himself is not a victory which can be relied upon long term. That's why he explains over here that
is banned from the
for a couple of hours, just that night. It was not the ongoing Nisayon. The Nisayon of Yosef only
only two Canadians banned from the
duration. Because at the end of the day, when you are going at it yourself, not relying on yourself, your staying power to resist sin
What happened with that person?
Now the Rebbe contrasts this.
I told you the story earlier when they were finding lost and trying to study.
It's interesting, by the way, that beauty and women, the Gemara says over here, is a reference to men.
That's probably why those are the only two Canadian bands from
Yosef, Hevel Yofi is Boaz, Isha Yiras Hashem Yites Halal. Who is the woman ultimately again who fears HaKadosh Baruch Hu? That is, this refers in Rav Tzadik's model, Hainu Anitzachon Shenechshav Be'ini HaKadosh Baruch Hu Kinitzachon
I need to love straight. If I get a 5 here.
Against the Yitzhara. Who does this refer to? Amazing. Palti Ben Layish.
Can you come back?
So who's Palti Ben Layish? Shalom Naga B'Michal Bashol Kol Osam Eshim Shon. So a little bit of background. So remember again, David HaMelech is married to Michal, the daughter of Shaul. That's
he would never be able to go to the rock.
David HaMelech was prominence after he killed Goliath, after he killed Goliath.
Why do you think so many people didn't like him? The person, is that what you're talking about?
Son-in-law, David HaMelech marries
It's great, the person part of the local scene, but he still has a career, and he's still on the ABC, and he's bucking it off by nothing.
Oh, he's still on ABC? Oh, he's still on ABC?
Tells her husband,
You call it .ABC? You call it .ABC?
This is the famous story where they, David HaMelech essentially stuffed pillows.
Did I say that?
It looked like he was sleeping in bed. She lowered him down through the window, and David HaMelech escaped. The next morning, Shaul's soldiers burst into David HaMelech's home.
I'm going to beat you on pool, and I need a break.
David HaMelech had a number of hours.
We're just playing.
We're
not playing.
Give me a few seconds. I just played it up.
No, you're Kohanim. Tells them that he's on a secret mission. They give him food and weapons. This is where Doeg sees them eat him. Doeg tells Shaul, you see that they're going back in there, they're eating in a bed. Okay, all myself. To make matters worse, Shaul, as an ultimate affront to David HaMelech, goes ahead and gives away David's wife, Michal, to another man. A man by the name of Palti Ben Layish, who was an incredibly pious individual. Now, the issue over here is that Palti Ben Layish didn't exactly have that much of a say in this because the king ordered him. There was a remarkable miracle occurred. Palti Ben Layish was quote-unquote married to Michal for 20 years, over 20 years, and at that time, never laid a hand on her. It was an absolute remarkable display of personal strength. A personal strength. Literally, he's living with this woman. The king has given to her, Michal was a very beautiful woman. The king had given her to him as his wife, but Palti Ben Layish recognized all too well she was married to someone else. So because she was married to someone else, he did not lay a hand on her. Shalom naga b'michal bashol kol osim eshim shana yisheno sa'at shetzil David HaMelech. He did not lay a hand on her for 20 years, from the time that he married her until he returned her to her husband, to David. V'rak nitzachon kazeh mochiach al yiras Hashem hamechsheves gam be'inei HaKadosh Baruch Hu la'amitis u'muchletes legamrei. So Rav Tzaddik says this Palti Ben Layish
What up, big dog?
Isha Yiras
Yeah, most of the universe is we never met.
This is a woman who's Yareh Hashem. It's interesting.
Do you believe in the multiverse?
Why does Shlomo HaMelech refer to righteous men? Why does the Gemara refer to righteous men as women? So it's interesting because in the eyes of Chazal, a woman is like the paragon of highest.
10.
Did
you send me an invite?
Describe righteous
Do you
men.
want one?
You want one? Describe in the feminine, which is really quite fascinating. So Palpi Ben Laish,
No,
is going to be the fundamental distinction to a Boaz and Yosef. All three are righteous, and all three overcame the Yetzer Hara. The difference is that a Yosef and the Boaz went at it on their own, and because they went at it on their own, they were successful.
You know
But
what?
their
I played
success was a
eight
marriage
ball this morning,
with someone,
and they on the break hit the eight ball.
Because when you collect things on your own, their state power is
It
limited.
just made them
Palpi Ben
re-hit,
Laish, on the other hand,
like
enlisted
re-break.
the help of the
But I'd never seen that where it said eight
a
ball
war,
was
a
put
war
in
against the
person
Yetzer
needed
Hara.
to do it again.
And because he had enlisted God as a partner, he was able to successfully combat the Yetzer Hara.
How often do you think that happens in real life?
So we'll have to stop over here for today. We'll pick up in Yetz Hashem.
Probably as we're speaking, someone just out there just got that.
But I will say the lesson of the subject is extremely out loud and clear, which is the ability to engage in long-term success.
How many people do you think are playing April in real life?
Fundamentally predicated on one's willingness to enlist.
How many people do you think playing
as
April on their phone?
Hashem is not a partner. You can be successful
What was that
on a
shot?
short-term level, but you can't be successful in an ongoing effort. All right, well, so stop here. We'll spend one more day.
What do you think of Justin Bieber's Coachella set?
Bullshit. All I do is pay attention to amazing shots like this. Bullshit.
What did you think of Sabrina Carpenter's Coachella show?
She can get it. Are you proud of that shot?
I'll give it a 7.
That's a cool story. Did you know that you just scratched?
All right, Jumbles. Good morning. Let us begin. We are picking up. We are session this morning.
Dude, look at this. Dude, are you watching this shot?
So a new
Dude, are you watching this performance?
Although there was still a little bit more to go through in
I'll give it a 9.
we really
This is a hard shot.
This idea of the Sheker Achim, the Hevel Hayofi, Isha Yiras Hashem Hit is Hello. Yosef and Boaz model versus the Mainish model, where very incredible lesson being that if one wants to go ahead and truly be successful,
Nice job, dude. All right, we're done.
What'd you say? Against their own challenges.
So, no effort.
Well, you won.
That'll
Get the best shot.
Doesn't surprise me.
Some level of moral success. However, again, long-term success requires the partnership of the HaKadosh Baruch Hu to fight against the Yetzer Hara. So remember again, that was the distinction between Boaz.
You're terrible at bowling.
Boaz and Yosef on one end, who had challenges, but whose challenges was of a limited duration, because the Rabbi Rothschild saw that since they were going at it on their own, their staying power would only be so long. Versus Palpi Ben Laish, who was able to resist more than 2 decades.
Dude, what's your highest bowling score?
Because he enlisted the help of the Rabbi Rothschild. The lesson, of course, incredibly obvious and self-evident. That whenever we go out to meet our challenges in life,
400.
we need to
That's
invite
not
Baruch Hu to
That's
be our
not
partner
possible.
in those
No,
endeavors.
that's 59.
I know that we're guaranteed success. There's no guarantee of
When
success.
you get
this is a heightened
80, we
probability
can
of
start
success
playing
in
again.
this.
How about
So
that?
So we're going to begin by taking a look at the introduction.
Miss Aquarius jumping.
Whatever I say.
What about Miss Aquarius?
She
jumped in.
Right-hand column.
If she jumps in, what do you mean?
What do you mean?
Oh, well, we can play. If she wants to play, then I'll play with you.
Supposed to remember again in Osnun,
Go play bowling right now.
Go play bowling right now
and see how you do.
Hey, Rama, how many people on your stream have you talked to that have passed away?
At least I went to his.
Remember again, on a messianic level, what that teaches me is there is a
He was
time
a
by which
streamer who came to my stream.
no matter what we do or what
I
we
went
don't,
to his
that
funeral virtually. He had a Jewish ceremony. It was beautiful. And he brought a lot of people into my stream, including Caspian Sea. That's why I'm Caspian Sea. And he died. No.
Everyone ultimately again
And he
thirsts
died.
for
And
the
he died.
this guy died
About this time last year or so.
this time last year or so.
Maybe a little earlier.
Maybe a little earlier.
Did you talk to him?
Did you talk to him?
So Tzaddik is kind of giving us a little bit of a summary. So in Os Nun, we saw the
Talk to Larry
Yeah.
regarding
That's
the
a good
different
point.
stages.
That's a good point.
In the
Yeah, I did
previous
talk to Larry.
Os Mendalit and Mentes, what Tzaddik spoke about, which was an incredible idea, is the
So I'm
concept
sure I've
that
talked to a lot of
So I'm
people
sure I've talked to
struggle
a
with
lot
the
of people
most,
who
in
have
fact,
since passed.
turn
who
out
have
to be
since
my
passed.
greatest source of strength. Meaning what? If I struggle in a particular area and it's an ongoing struggle, my ability to overcome
Let's see who
that
else.
particular
Let's
struggle,
see who else.
in fact, shows what my greatest source of koach truly is. So the Rebbe goes on, he says, "Lo or kol zeh." So now, if we
follow
read all of these concepts
I had one
together,
friend, I didn't know if he
I had one
died,
friend, I didn't know if he
but
died,
he did not.
but he did not.
Unfortunately. But where he worked
But
got
where
bombed.
he works got bombed.
the Daros HaAchronim. So the Rebbe says, now we can begin to see.
Harry Shop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now we can begin to see.
But he lost his
Ultimately, again,
job.
how
But he lost his
everything is
job.
embedded,
You know,
Like,
how
you
everything
know,
is
like
embedded
they
in the latter
blew up
generations.
they blew up his
Hanira,
place of work. Yeah.
place of work. And
He,
Berishto
he-
Shalei Tzara, Abba
What are you saying?
Alinu Litzapos.
what are you saying?
I'm gonna get a strike.
Okay, Zoo.
Okay,
What's your score?
What's your score?
So Tzaddik says sometimes we go ahead. Sometimes we go ahead and we look at the generation, and sometimes it appears that the generation in which we live in is so
I ended on 22.
You got 22 points.
and
You
already?
got 22
has so many dramatic and difficult
Yeah.
challenges. And sometimes we look around
That's
and
terrible.
wonder to
That is
ourselves,
awful.
are we
That is
actually ever
awful.
going to be worthy of salvation? So Tzaddik says we're going to see now how even sometimes when things don't look so great,
I should say how hard the person I'm playing against is.
What did they get?
What did they get?
From a compromised generation.
We just started.
I don't know if that introduction was helpful or not, but Lamais again, essentially, the Tzaddik is going to say, and this part of the beauty of the Sefer is that as much as each owes, often
Why don't you think they're real?
Why don't you think they're real?
Message. What the Tzaddik often
Oh,
does
no.
is
I think they're a group person.
is go ahead and kind
I
of
just
merge
don't know the
individual
voters.
messages
Really of
into
them.
one greater, larger message as well. So with that we begin. So left hand
You don't know
column.
if Plato's really a
You don't know if Plato's really of them.
A person shouldn't wonder to himself.
That doesn't make sense.
That doesn't make sense.
So I'll say sometimes a person looks around and he says to himself, there are a lot of Rishon. There's a lot of evil in the world. A lot of negativity. Sometimes it seems that the evil in the world is so dramatic, and there's no countermeasure. There's no countermeasure.
The kid wants me to do an acting role for him.
Who wants you to do
And
that?
sometimes
Who wants you to do that?
like
The kid.
Ra in
Who?
this world
Who?
seems
The
to
kid.
intensify.
Who? I don't know what that is. What
I
is
don't know
that?
what that is. What is that?
With each given day. The Nira Ha'op.
This person.
Okay, why aren't you going to do the acting role?
Okay, why aren't you going to do the acting role?
The podcast I was on.
Isn't it really an incredible?
Oh, that guy, he wants you to do an acting
Oh,
role?
that guy, he wants you to do an acting role?
I think,
Okay, why aren't you going to
it's
do it?
very
Okay, why aren't you going to do it?
Right? Sometimes we look around And there's so much good in the world. There really is. But there's also so much
apathy.
On so many different levels.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So Tzaddik says, look around.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about. Sometimes the world looks like it's hefker. Avala MSC, Shavada Eno.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? It's not like that. Sometimes, even though the world looks hefker, the world is not actually hefker. The Ola
asked me to do a sketch for him, like gravity on his.
Klal Yisrael. So remember here, Rav Tzaddik is also talking about even just the matzav of Klal Yisrael. There's sometimes when you look at Klal Yisrael,
are you going to do it?
And again, everything seems
Why not?
I think we live in such different times, but you understand how historically the Jew could have looked around, especially at the matzav of Klal Yisrael, and felt ne'ezav b'nefar umufkar.
Why aren't you going to do it, Zoo? Why aren't you going to do it, Zoo?
Totally hefker. Ki yeda adam v'yasim libo sh'Hashem yisparach u'nimsha balakan. This is so beautiful. It's important for Jews to remember that the Ribono Shel Olam is always the one who is in charge of the vineyard. V'yam Yisrael in Karmo Shel HaKadosh Baruch Hu. This is absolutely beautiful. The Ribono Shel Olam is a vineyard. The vineyard. Klal Yisrael is a vineyard.
Okay, why don't you want to? Okay, why don't you want to?
And who tends to the vineyard? Who is in charge of the vineyard? None other.
Does it pay?
Does it pay?
No. Doesn't pay anything. Doesn't pay anything. Why not? Why not?
So it's the marshal. Why does the marshal of a vineyard?
Okay, that's not an answer.
The message is clear that even though sometimes if our circumstances look as a guard, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is always in charge. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu is always running the show. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu always tends to us. So why does Rav Tzaddik give the example of a vineyard? There's something interesting about vineyards. I would say vineyards, each type of vineyard produces a different type of grape. Right? So for example, if you have a vineyard, that produces Cabernet Sauvignon, that's different than a vineyard that has grapes that produce Merlot, which is different than a vineyard which produces grapes for a late harvest.
So what's the next comedy tournament that's available to you?
In different ways. And each of those
tournaments.
Yeah, like you had raw comedy. That was big. And then they did whatever the Melbourne thing was.
It's so beautiful. Sometimes we look around and things may appear to be so to see ne'ezav.
There isn't going to be one.
So you're not eligible for anything Adelaide anymore.
And he is my balak.
I could do it for much.
As the person in charge of the vineyard, it doesn't simply mean that he's in charge of the events.
But there aren't any more tournaments or anything?
That's obvious that he's in charge of the events. What it means is he knows exactly what the grapes need in order to grow and thrive. And he also knows, by the way, see, here's the difference. That for a regular balak carrot, so the whole vineyard might be dedicated to this. The whole vineyard dedicated to and the Ribono Shel Olam
come out just before the movies. Come out saying that
there's a vine of this and a vine of that. There's this type of grape, there's that type of grape. And the
why did she say that?
Balak Karen knows how to nurture and sustain each grape
alleged victim.
with what it needs. It's such a beautiful imagery. Let's just finish this paragraph as Chazal say.
Do you think you did it?
Adam Liskav Ladas the bearer, Shedia Kalish Baruch Hu Estiva Umahuso Shal Kerem Chavim Zeh Yosef Mimenu. The person has to believe that the Ribono Shel Olam knows what the grapes of the vineyard needs even more than the grapes.
I'm not be trying to get money.
What does she need money for?
What does she need money for? In order to thrive. The tongue that Kalish Baruch Hu Metakin the Doy Kotzracham Shal Karmel. And the balak carrot, Ribono Shel Olam, is taking care of the needs of the vineyard at every single moment.
I mean, she's a very wealthy woman.
The Romim is carrying Yisrael. Got me Shefel Hamadregos ad Rom Hamal. So we'll get to the Geula piece of Hashem tomorrow. I will say, but the point that Rabbi makes here, which is really incredibly profound, that in those moments when the world,
to my knowledge, she was not at the premiere of Michael in Berlin. No, Michael in Berlin. No, people were
like those moments when I feel Ve'ezav and Mufkar, either on a personal level or I look around on a national level, and I just feel what Klal Yisrael maybe looks Ve'ezav and Mufkar in those moments. Just always remember, I am the Keren, I am the cluster of grapes in the Ribono Shel Olam's vineyard.
Did you know that?
And the Bala Keren not only knows how to produce award-winning wine, but ultimately, again, he knows what every sug of grapes need in order to go ahead and actualize and maximize his potential. The Bala Keren knows exactly how to take care of his vineyard. Even in those moments when I look, when I feel Ne'azav Mufkar, have belief that the Baal HaKerem knows what he's doing. So stop over here. We're going to continue in this theme. Again, this is not a chiddush. We're going to see that the power of this message lies in the metaphor, ultimately, of the vineyard. Mir Hashem to continue tomorrow.
Athleticism.
All right, I will say good morning. Let us begin. We are continuing this morning in Mir Hashem in Osnim days in Tzidkas Hazad. So the Rebbe, let's just pick up where we left off. We left off on page Kuf Chav Gimel, Osnun Beit. Page Kuf Chav Gimel, the Uri HaChasidus, the left-hand column in the bottom. So let's say, so this is actually quite beautiful. The Rebbe writes as follows: So remember again, Rabbi Tzadok was developing a theme which is not novel, because we've learned this concept before, but you're going to see that what Rabbi Tzadok is going to do it today, I think is actually quite novel. So Rabbi Tzadok spoke about the idea about messianic redemption. Mashiach could come either to a generation that is deserving or to a generation that's kulochai, that's undeserving. But the incredible thing is that the generation that's undeserving often could be transformed into a deserving one through the process of tshuva, as we'll discuss. And Rabbi Tzadok could be highlighting the idea. Well, actually, let's speak. So remember, actually, we left off. I think page Kuf Chav Daled. Excuse me. So let's pick up page Kuf Chav Daled. The Rebbe says, "V'hari Amru Chazal, Eizu Dar Chaviv Mikol Hadaros." This is actually a very beautiful idea. In the eyes of the Ribono Shel Olam, what is considered to be like the most, when Ribono Shel Olam looks at the generations, which generation is considered to be the most beloved of all the generations? The Rebbe says, quoting over here the Yerushalmi, Eizu Dar Chaviv Mikol Hadaros, Zeh Dor HaMidbar. Generation of the desert, which is really quite interesting. That Allah think about this, and the timing of this is quite amazing. Parshas Kisis, obviously, Chita Ego, obviously, one of the worst committed in the history of the Jewish people. Was, if you think about the top two Averos committed by the Jewish people, Chita Ego, well, quite memorable. Committed by the same generation. So I think that again, I also want to be clear, in general in life, you never stand in the judgment of someone else. Of judging other people is never really a beneficial exercise, especially given the fact that we truly never understand the circumstances. We don't understand what it means to live under transitive periods of servitude, and then suddenly be emancipated, we recognize that there's a residual impact on being a slave for so many generations. So us shalom, no level of judgment. But nevertheless, it's fascinating to see a statement like this, that the most beloved generation in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu is the Dor HaMidbar, the generation that still objectively committed so many dramatic actions. Well, doing major dramatic averos. So the Rebbe says, "V'atala ma'alasim shadra migami, mipnei shezachu l'kabalas haTorah." They will say, but on the other hand, as much as Dor HaMidbar committed the Chita Egel, Chita L'Ravim, they also need a generation who brings Kabbalas HaTorah. Kabbalas HaTorah is an Eidik revelation which represents the Torah. The Gamla Acher Madrigasim HaNemucha B'Golos Mitzrayim is Alu Lios Hadar HaChavit Yosim Chaladoros. So the Rebbe says something absolutely amazing. What does it mean when the Yerushalmi says that the most beloved generation in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu is the Dor HaMidbar? Because the Rebbe posits that if you look at the generation, the Dor HaMidbar, perhaps there has been no other generation who has undergone such a dramatic transformative change as the Dor HaMidbar. It's possible that's what Chazal is doing, that's what Tzaddik is trying to bring out. Think about this one first. It's true, they committed some significant averos. But where else did you ever find a generation who could go from slaves to Nasa Nishma in 49 days? Where else did you ever see an entire generation who could undergo such cathartic, transformative change in such a relatively short amount of time? The Rebbe says, in the eyes of HaKadosh, this is the thing that the Tzaddik is going to highlight over here. Number one is the power of change, or the ability to make a change. Number two, how in the eyes of the Ribono Shel Olam, when we exercise that ability to change, that is the most beloved thing in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Kimokin, ala doro shel Shamayim melech ala Rothschild. Let's actually skip a little bit. Skip to the bottom on page 2 of Dalit in the Orei HaShivos. Skip to the bottom of the right-hand column. Here's the question. The subject now asks on a different level. And I think that this is a question that many of us that we ask ourselves many times when we learn the stories of the Dor HaMidbar. How can you have a generation? How can you have a generation who could exhibit the worst kinds of behavior? The worst kinds of behavior. Right? So they can go ahead and they could build the ego. They can go ahead and list the people in our life. And those are, by the way, those are just the two major ones, right? Remember, again, there's a lot of other small stuff which unfolds over the course of 40 years in the desert. How could it be that you can have the same generation engage in all of this negative activity and yet also say Nasa V'Nishma? How does that? It almost appears to be an inherent personalistic contradiction, which the Rebbe says something amazing. וזה מפני שאפשר שיהיה הדר ההוא מקודם כולו חייב ולאחר מכאן לפני הגאולה יסחפו also מני הדר ויסעלו עד שיהיה דר שיוכל יוסף. So again, the Tzaddik brings in the Dor Shlomo Melech, which I want to read out for today. But the Tzaddik says in general, how could it be you could have a generation that essentially is what he calls kulo chayiv, or is committing the worst kind of activity, and yet again could then in the next moment raise themselves to the pinnacle of holiness and spiritual accomplishment. This is so beautiful. Ayidei Masha Shemi Saki the Elu Shom the Bogashi. Ba'Karka Chadivas Yiserazu Himipnei Sheresh B'Shmasan B'Mimakom Gavoa Yosem Shaladoros. So the Rebbe says, because you have to understand something, that the Neshama of a Jew comes from a place that is Gavoa Yosef. The wording is so profound. The Neshama comes from a place that is Gavoa Yosef. Gavoa Yosef, not just high, but more high. The highest of the high. You skip down a few lines. Because the MS, Kol Chatoi Yisrael, Einom Chata, those are the perhaps one of the most important lines in Kala Torah Kula, because this is the well, he says the MS, because in reality, Kol Chatai is in the back. We'll say when a Jew sins, it's not the essence. When I sin, it's not my essence. It's not my essence. When I sin, I'm making a dramatic mistake. I'm abusing my koach habachira, my power of free choice. And when I sin, ultimately, again, I'm making a poor decision. But that sin does not reflect who I am in my essence. Rak, listen to this. Rak nafshos Yisrael l'chatei v'shivon l'seinu. So he quotes a very beautiful Gemara in Sanhedrin that when a Jew sins, what is this comparable to? La'asa v'koi bein guilty. So he says it is comparable to a hadas, a myrtle branch that is growing amongst a southern road, bad grass. Not just, I don't know, weeds. It's like a myrtle branch that is growing amongst weeds. Klomar, shepnimius nafsham, not nishares b'kdushasam, v'achatoim mastirin u'mechasim osim rak mibachutz, ve'inam povnim es pinimiusam. So we'll say the topic over here is discussing the very essence of the Jew. How is it that one generation could engage in such deleterious activity, such terrible chatan, egon, raglan, and a lot of other stuff? We'd also say Nasa in the show. How does that happen? We'll say it's the same about remember how Tzaddik went back. How is it that a generation could be so bad, and yet Hakadosh Baruch Hu could bring about circumstances, and they do tshuva and could transform themselves into a generation that's really to be Makara from Industria? How does that happen? So it says because you need to understand the essence of the dynamic of the Jew. The essence of the dynamic of the Jew is number one, Shoresh Nishmasam Mimakom Gabor. Remember that phrase. Shoresh Nishmasam Mimakom Gabor. The essence of my soul is from the highest of the high. I come from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I am a Nitzutz Elokim Mima'aman, as the Balatanya writes. I am a spark from the Ribono Shel Olam. That's what I am. And that is my essence. I sin, I do things wrong. That's true. But those sins, those averos, as the Tzaddik says, they are not Inam the Etzem. They're Inam the Etzem. They're not my essence. They're bad things I do. The Tzaddik says, I am like the myrtle branch that grows amongst the trees. There's a lot of weeds. Those weeds represent my bad decisions. Those weeds represent my wrong turns. Those weeds represent all the negative things I do in life. And sometimes there's a lot of weeds. So many weeds that you can't even see the myrtle branch. But at the end of the day, the myrtle branch is always there. The fate never impacts my essence, never impacts my essence. Rabbi goes on, he goes on, if you turn the page for just a moment. Okay, so he says, Aval Mizem Muvan, Shekarshei Agiyah Zmana, as a Kishnisukla Cholkin, Shestilos and Nefesh, and himself with Shoshana, as Tishar HaShoshana, Hainu HaNefesh, Bishleinusa B'Kursha. He uses the metaphor from Shir Hashirim as well. Tishoshana Ben HaCholkin, like a rose amongst the thorns. So what does that mean, like a rose amongst the thorns? That statement is the ultimate essence of the Jews. A lot of times, I create a lot of thorns through my negative activities. But just because there's a lot of thorns doesn't negate the fact that there's a beautiful rose. That's my etzem finuso, the essence of who I am. The hados that grows amongst the weeds. So we'll say, why is this important? Because the topic is describing over here why change is possible. Someone says, why assume that change is possible? Now, why is that? Why not say that after you make certain bad decisions, you've locked yourself into a certain way, and that's who you are. That's what you are. You've gone down a particular derech. That's what it is. And he said that change is possible. Why do you assume that? To which the Rebbe says, because of all, I'm not going to repeat everything again, but because of everything you said, when I sin, it's not the pain of the etzem. Because when I sin, the one thing I did change my behaviors, and I may change as a result of my bad decisions, certain realities in my life, but I never changed who I am. I never changed my communities. The communities remains, the role remains, the hadas remains. Because those things remain, therefore by definition, change is always possible. That's how a Dor HaMidbar goes ahead and builds the ego, commits Cheta Meraglim, but at the same time also goes ahead and says, I just still on the name of Beit it's not a contradiction, it isn't a contradiction. But Lamaisa, because the inner Hadas is never tainted, never compromised, therefore change always remains possible. There was a stop over here, but again you can see the power of the Tzadik's words. This entire Yisod, this is the key to tshuva, this is the key to optimism in life. Because if you don't believe this, if you don't subscribe to this, then the truth is, life is very depressing. Because every day is filled with dramatic mistakes, and if you don't accept this ideology of Tzaddik, this is not just a Tzaddik, an ideology of Yiddishkeit, and at the end of the day, I make mistakes, and since I have locked myself into an ongoing downward spiral. But if I believe in the inner rose, I believe in the inner hadas, then change is always possible.
Honestly, bigger than what your head would. And that's still a pretty bulky shirt.
It's just a shame you didn't have his body when you were in high school. You would have been nice. Now that I think about it, you are jerking off to the right one. There he goes, everybody. You're on Weissman. Weissman Digital. We're already off and running.
You're funny, don't worry.
Oh, yeah, no, they love it. Next time we do the Tonight Show, I open with that joke. Just like, I rework it.
But I don't want him to think we're just roasting him.
No, he loves it. He's signed up for that.
I think he thought this was like stage.
It was. It was. That was 6 seconds. This is what better exercise than talking to your peers. That's at Weissman Digital on Twitter for those of you that are into people with 20-letter handles. At Weissman Digital with 2 S's and Weissman.
Honey, how do you get so many people on this show?
Because it's an awesome show. It's an awesome show.
Alright, good morning. Let us begin. Towards the end of Ocean days, we are picking up on page 4. Yesterday, Rabbi had taught us something incredibly amazing, which was based on the idea of the Yerushalmi. The Yerushalmi says, who was the owner of Olam? This generation, it was the Dor HaMidbar. The generation of the Dor HaMidbar. At first glance, it seems a little bit strange, especially given the fact that, again, when you mentioned this part, the Chita Egel, Cheta Meraglim, all of the tragic, sinful activities, nevertheless, what the Tzaddik is saying is, yet that's the same generation that said Nasa. But if you want to speak about a generation that is demonstrative of the contrast, the different extremes which man can reach, Dor HaMidbar is a wonderful example. And the reason why ultimately again, Dor HaMidbar is quoted with Kol HaDoros because Dor HaMidbar teaches us the power of change. The power of change. And that no matter what an individual has done, no matter how badly I've messed up in life, personal instinct redemption is always possible. As everyone quoted the beautiful passage from Shir HaShirim, Ki Shoshana ben HaChofim, like a rose amongst the thorns. Thorns, of course, representing the sins, the averos of life. The rose, nevertheless, the identity of the rose can be preserved even in the midst of all of the things. If you pick up on these books of faith, the Rebbe says something so beautiful. It is the Adarabah, it's the right-hand column. I'm reading in the Uliyah Hasidus, the right-hand column, 5 lines in. The Adarabah, Az Chashivos Nafshos Yisera. Achari Sheshapa Adam B'Tshuva Shlema Me'achim. It's like, this Rebbe is going to talk about certain concepts with which we are all familiar with, but the way he frames them is so beautiful. The Rebbe says, everyone knows that the Hashivos of the Neshama, the importance of the Neshama, is manifest, especially in the aftermath of sin. In the aftermath of sin. He says, Shahare, listen to this, Shoshana Shimitsuya ben Achochem, Yichashuvi Yosem Shoshana ben Shoshana. The Bible says that it's so beautiful. that there are different types of roses. Some roses grow amongst roses, and some roses grow amongst thorns. The most beautiful rose is the one that does not grow amongst roses. The most beautiful roses are the ones that grow amongst the thorns. It's so beautiful. The Rebbe says, "Kimu shekasani kocha b'Zohar, sheshashana shima'ale reach, u'mucheres mikol shar hagadim ba'olam." The most beautiful rose, the most fragrant rose amongst all of the roses in the world, Ein Olas Hahi Ha'olam Mibein Ha'Mitzvah, is the one which grows amongst the thorns. Is the one which grows amongst the thorns. So we'll say, here's the Rebbe saying over here. This is how the title of the Quran. The truest fragrance is not when you're surrounded all by thorns. The truest fragrance in life is when you're surrounded all by roses. The truest fragrance emerges when the rose is surrounded by thorns, but still manages to be a rose, which is a truly incredible and beautiful idea. So the Rebbe goes on and he explains, באים לשיטת כמאמר שבא לתשובה עדיפים גדולים במעלתם מצדיקים גמורים. And this statement of the Zohar is very much in line with the statement that Bali Tshuva are able to occupy a spiritual space that is much greater than tzaddikim gumurim. Now obviously, this notion of a tzaddik plumber and someone who never sins, we saw this in the Tzaddik. There's no such thing as someone who never sins. But you understand this point. Someone who struggles, so let's say we put the frame a little bit differently. Someone who is constantly struggling with ignorance, but still manages to preserve the rose, is so much greater than someone who is just always a rose amongst the roses. Which always tells you something so. I know you've heard these concepts before, it's nothing new. But the Tzaddik frames it is so beautiful. Tzaddik is saying is, you know what the essence of life, you know what Hakadosh Baruch Hu appreciates most in this world? The struggle. The struggle. When I am willing to engage in this struggle, when I say, there are so many thorns, and the thorns are always around me. It's talking about not only external adversity, that's true also. I will say, I think, there are moments in life, halavai, you have the bracha, and maybe there's no external adversity, but there's always internal adversity. There's always the internal thorns, and I'm always struggling with that. And then I see people who are roses who live amongst the roses, and I'm always surrounded by the thorns, right? And I'm always surrounded by the thorns, but often I'm going ahead and often getting pricked by the thorns, right? I'm getting cut by the thorns. I'm bleeding because of the thorns. And even today I avoid the thorns. Tomorrow I get stuck on the thorns. And yesterday I got stuck on the thorns. And the Tzaddik says, just understand two things. Number one, your rose is always there. The rose is always there. The rose never withers. The rose never dies. This goes back to what the Tzaddik said 2 days ago. He said a little longer than 2 days ago. But we learned this 2 days ago. Where the Rebbe says the reason why change is possible is because hate never impacts the nefesh hachumas. Sin never impacts the core identity of who you are. That always remains intact. Therefore, change is possible. So the rose is always there. And what HaKadosh Baruch Hu appreciates more than anything in life is not when I'm a Shoshana being a Shoshana. The truth is, it's easy to be a rose amongst the roses. The real challenge in life and the real success story in life is when you can be a Shoshana ben Achol. You need to be a rose amongst the thorns. You should preserve the beauty of your rose while battling your thorns each and every day. That HaKadosh Baruch Hu says is life success. Okay, so skip a little bit to the left-hand diagram. So now, Rebbe takes this concept, and really expands it a little bit. So look what he writes. On the left-hand column, Illuya Chasidus, Ya'ala Aladas, Sheitayat Ozezman. So remember, let's say, I'm sidestepping a little bit some of his other theme, which is Mashiach. Now, we're going to come back to Mashiach also. What the Rebbe really started this whole conversation is that the Rebbe was exceptionally intrigued by the concept that the generation of Mashiach may not initially be worthy, but then ultimately again they are transformed into being worthy. So the Gemara discusses, remember again, we saw this a number of days ago. How does this happen? Sometimes the Kadosh Baruch Hu goes ahead and is ma'amid, a malach she'gzeirosa, person the Kadosh Baruch Hu decides to spot us. The gzeiros motivate us to do tshuva, and the entire generation changes. So that was the springboard for this conversation. That was intrigued by that change model. If you could have a generation that begins being quote unquote unworthy, but then morphs into something incredibly good. He goes on, he says, this is incredible. The Ayala Aladas, so there's two things happening over here. There's a national conversation and a personal conversation. It's the same conversation. It's the conversation of change. Conversation of change. In the Messianic context, the conversation of change tells me that the generation be undeserving one moment and then be transformed into deserving in the next moment. That's the national conversation. On the personal level, the same thing is true. That I can be a Shoshana, I can find my rose, even though again I am surrounded by the thorns. So the Rebbe says something amazing. He says, don't think, Ayala aladas, Shei Sarech Lozez Mangal. Don't think that dynamic change has to go ahead and take a lot of time. Don't think that it has to take a long time until Klal Yisrael comes to the level of Tshuva Shlema. We'll say again, on a national level or on a personal level. Why? Tshuva Gimura Eino Oleches Zman Klal Ve'afshar Shiyeh Berega Echad. Wow. Let's say now we're beginning something that is transformative. Rebbe says, tshuva doesn't have to be a prolonged process. Real tshuva can happen in a moment. It can happen in a moment. Rega achad, ki demuchach beperek beis v'kedushin. As the Rabbi starts in entire days and so we'll say, let me show you his example, and then we're going to have to back up a little bit and understand this. What's his example? So the Gemara will say famous Gemara. Shanakadish as Haisha, Albanas Sha'ani Tzadik. If a man is Makadish and a man comes in the throat of the woman, conditional to this. I asked the Kudesh as leave. Albanas Sha'ani Tzadik. Man says, woman, becoming Kudesh as leave. On the condition that I'm absolutely righteous. What's the halacha says the Gemara? Afilu Rasha Gomer Mikudeshes. Even if the guy is mamish or Rasha Gomer, nevertheless, the condition is good. Why says the Gemara? Choshishin Shemehir Tshuva V'Daito. Because maybe the Tshuva. Now, also, we understand why that's a strange Gemara. Because again, the guy goes in and says, "Become a Kudesh on the condition of a Tzaddik Gomer." And now we say we're Choshish. Maybe he did Tshuva V'Daito. That means that externally, what does the guy still look like? What does he look like? A Russia, right? I don't mean it's really how he just. I mean, like externally, as far as we know, he's still a Russia. There's nothing to us that he has abandoned his wishes. The only thing that could possibly be happening is that internally something switched. Like Shemehir Tshuva V'Daito. Maybe he did Tshuva in his mind. So externally nothing looks different. But yet, also, what do you see? That ability to be now again, even in Lashon here, Shemehir Tshuva V'Daito. Here means what? Means what? A thought. He didn't do anything. He didn't change anything. The only possibility is that maybe he had a thought of tshuva. And yet, it's clear from the Gemara, that's enough. It's clear from the Gemara that is enough, again, on a halachic level, to allow the kedushin to take effect. Right? He's in the Kaddish with it tonight. You can in the Kaddish with it tonight. I'm going to marry you on the condition, give me $1 million. Okay, so when he gives me $1 million, then we're Mikudashas, not even on the condition of a tzaddik gomer, from a tzaddik gomer. Even though the guy person can look at tzaddik gomer, we brought him up until this point as a Rasha. Shana here, Tshuva B'Daita, that tells you two things. Number one, tells you the power of Tshuva, which we're getting to, but according to the tzaddik also tells us that Tshuva could be instantaneous. Tshuva could be instantaneous. We'll have to stop over here. How that works, how you can have instantaneous tshuva. When we almost say again, we know that tshuva is a process. Tshuva is a mahalet. So the dynamic of that, and there's the show we will see on Monday. All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin. We hope to learn something. First of all, continuing personal days, today in the subjects we are thinking about. Let's pick up in the Gemara Hasidus on the left hand side. Remember, we're going to began this discussion. Just how we focus for a little bit. So, topic in personal days is focusing on the ability of transformative change, or the concept of transformative change. And we'll be focusing again, the anchor of this discussion is the Sandra, and the idea being that the Rebbe highlighted this concept of Hakika Ahishana, that usually comes in one of two ways. Bikita, in its just simple and basic or Ahishana, expedited salvation, expedited salvation. So the idea of Bikita means that at a certain point in time, obviously appears, even if obviously undeserving, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is somehow doing the Shia anyway. If there were a point because the heaven was not really the way that it works. In other words, that even if obviously all this undeserving right now, but we set type of transformative change which will make Klal Yisrael deserving. So interestingly enough, so Tzaddik was focusing on his idea, how do you see that level of change? The ability to take a generation of undeserving and suddenly go ahead and make it deserving, which is a pretty dramatic idea. So Tzaddik says we see examples of this by the Torah having these bodies. But he gives other examples of during this time instantaneous transformative change. So let's pick up page 8, left-hand column, the same PDF from last week. So the Rebbe says, yeah, this is important. We mentioned this last week, we actually began this last week. The Rebbe says, lest we think that this concept of transformative change is impossible, remember I will say again the example with the mindset is Machine. And the Kaddish has said, Isha, Manas Shani Tzadik Lama. Right? The man says to a woman to come into Dashas to an condition, Ramchad, become an absolute righteous. The Gemara says that the Dashas is even if he's Mamish Rasha. Even if he's Mamish Rasha. Why? Shema here Tshuva B'Midbar. Because ultimately, Tshuva, maybe he did Tshuva. And the Rebbe says, you see him, and I wouldn't even do Tshuva. Yet being, even though externally the person did not change anything about his behaviors, and even though again a person maybe did not change anything about his lifestyle, but there is a huge tshuva, thought of tshuva, some type of cognitive function, cognitive shift. So that it says that also constitutes tshuva. So you see over here that transformative instantaneous change can take place, because often the greatest tshuva is not even something that occurs behavior. The greatest tshuva is the type of tshuva which occurs with a mindset shift, or a shift of a reorientation of the way one thinks about themselves, the way one thinks about life. So that goes on into the future. This is the Hari B'nai Yisrael. Shakal Adoros, Bevakshim Me'ashan Yisbara. Hashivinu Hashem Ilacha B'Nashiva. Hashivinu Hashem Ilacha B'Nashiva. Go to the pasuk in Eicha, and the pasuk in Eicha says, "Hashivinu Hashem Ilacha B'Nashiva." Hashem Bring us back to you, and we will return. Bring us back to you, and we will return. So also, who knows the meaning of this passage? The Rabbi says, "But who Yachol la'orelinu Yoshev b'shul Shema b'rega echad." When Klal Yisrael says to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, "Ribono shel olam, we have so much difficulty doing tshuva, so much difficulty coming back to you. But you could bring us back. You could awaken us to tshuva in a moment." It's a very strange concept. Hashem, you bring us back and we'll return. What does that mean? What does that mean? What we're certainly doing is we're shifting the responsibility of our tshuva to the Ribono Shel Olam. You know you can inspire us, you know you can awaken us, you know you can bring us back to you. And if you would bring us back to you, we would do everything we're supposed to be doing. So why don't you just go ahead and do that? It's an incredible chutzpah. It is incredibly profound. But who yachol lo ein lashum tzol shem echad? Rak she'Hashem yisbarach tzavach al bnei Yisrael. Yet the Ribono Shel Olam, he screams back, so to speak. Right? He calls back and he says, one of the pasuk in Zechariah, Shuva Elai Ne'em Hashem Tzavachos Va'ashuv Aleich. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says back to us, Shuva Elai, you come back to me. You come back to me. So there is this kind of, not kind of word, the wrong word, but there is this tension between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and Klal Yisrael. Klal Yisrael says to Hashem, Hashem Elecha v'Nashuvah. God, it's your responsibility to make us do tshuva. Bring us back to you, and you'll see that if you awaken within us the spark of tshuva, we'll do great things. And as the Baruch Hu says to us, Shuva Elai, what do you mean I should bring you back to me? You come back to me. You have bechira, you have free choice. You make the decision to return to me. I think about this. When it's done, I was almost like, so this of course, if you take a look at that footnote so far, it's very beautiful. It's basically the Medrash. The Medrash says, "I'm looking at this to show us the answer to the Shlomo Ribono Shel Olam, Shalchavu Hashivenu." So the Medrash says, "But Klal Yisrael says so for the Shlomo Ribono Shel Olam, we belong to you. We belong to you. So we belong to you. Bring us back. Bring us back. Amar lahem Shalachenu." And HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, "No, you belong to me." Okay, we say to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, "You belong to you." Right? So the power of our tshuva belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu responds to us and says, "No, the power of your tshuva belongs to you." Amar b'fanav Ribono Shel Olam Shalchavu Shneimar Shuvenu Elokei Yishenu V'kach Ne'emar Hashivenu Hashem Elecha v'Nashuvah. So this is the tension between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and Klal Yisrael. He says that I have something so fascinating. In the stomach, Kishiyagia Zman Hagula, B'dor Garua Mode, Ad She'yeh Kulo Chayiv Kidoel. Those I remember again. Going back to this messianic tug of war, the Ita Achishana. So Achishana expedited salvation occurs if the generation deserves it. The Ita sounds like even if it's a generation shekulo chayiv that is so fundamentally compromised, what's going to happen? Bari halochihi she'ein yisrael mig'alin ela in osin tshuva kiduel. So we'll say, so here's the problem. This is what Tzaddik mentioned in passing before, but now it comes to full light. With messianic salvation, so I understand Achishana. I understand expedited salvation if we are worthy of it. I understand that piece. The Ita sounds like that even if Klal Yisrael doesn't deserve it, there's a certain what's the right word? There's a certain time by which Mashiach has to come no matter what. There's like what's the right word? I'm sorry. Deadline, right? There's a messianic deadline, right? Mashiach must come by a certain time, which makes it sound like even if Klal Yisrael is not deserving, Mashiach will come. The problem with that, this is what Tzaddik is driving at, is we have other statements in Chazal of Ein Yisrael Nigalim Elim Osim Tshuva, which is Klal Yisrael can't do anything without Tshuva. So how does this all work? How can I have a deadline? Or we'll say a deadline makes it sound like Mashiach coming no matter what to say the Klal Yisrael is. But yet Chazal tell us that Klal Yisrael will be redeemed if we do tshuva. So how do you reconcile this? Listen, I watch this. This is incredible. So Tzaddik says it has to be al karka sheyihya az natzov shall be done natzov. The only way to reconcile these concepts is if you say we win. We win. What does this mean? Shalanu natzach. Kilomar shekneses Yisrael tinatzeach kiviyachol asa kadosh baruch hu bevakashasa hashivinu elecha sheyihya gam ha'isarusa b'tshuva me'Hashem Yisrael. This is actually quite beautiful. So the Tzaddik says the only way to reconcile it is as follows. The halacha l'maisa what's going to end up happening is we win. We win meaning what? That when that deadline occurs, when that deadline comes about, and mamish now, it is time to go ahead and bring Mashiach. The problem is, Klal Yisrael has not done tshuva, so they'll say what's going to happen. Klal Yisrael will win, and HaKadosh Baruch will ultimately again will be forced to Hashivenu Hashem Eilecha B'Nasi. Now what's going to end up happening? The Rebbe Hashem is going to have to bring Mashiach. Klal Yisrael will not have done tshuva. And the only way to ultimately bring Mashiach is for HaKadosh Baruch Hu to inspire us to do tshuva. He's going to have to take ownership over our tshuva. Hashivenu Hashem Eilecha. Yevon Hashem, light the fire, kindle the spark, bring us back to you, and you will see that we will do something absolutely incredible. Everyone say, isn't this amazing? So Tzaddik says also there's a number of things happening over there. And by the way, I just want to point out, all our HaKadosh Baruch Hu does is light the spark. We do the rest. But Lamaisa, I need the Ribono Shel Olam at times to take the responsibility for bringing me back. So this highlights a number of different things. Number one, once it gives us a fascinating window into Messianic redemption. Halavai will be focused on Akishena, to expedited salvation through positive dynamic activity. If not, if it's going to be B'ita salvation, so then one of two things happens. Either Klal Yisrael will do tshuva, or if we don't, then if we be done nasach, remember that phrase from the Rebbe, be done nasach, we win. There's always this ongoing tug of war. We say Hashivinu Hashem Eilecha v'Nashuva. Hashem, bring us back. Hashem says, Shuva Elai, come back yourself. So normally these three functional words except when the deadline on the Messianic redemption approaches, and Mashiach has to come, but we're still not doing tshuva, we win. Who we win? Hashivinu Hashem Eilecha v'Nashuva will have to go ahead and light the fire and kindle the spark. But the greater lesson that the Tzaddik is teaching us in the midst of all this is the ability and the power of transformative change. And sometimes that ability to even engage in instantaneous transformative change. Sometimes again there is the ability for a person to so fundamentally turn himself around. And yes, although sometimes it's gradual, and most times it's good for it to be gradual, at the end of the day, instantaneous, transformative, cathartic change is possible as well. That's the Gemara Masechus Kedushin. That's ultimately again Hari Atzmi Kedesh Daminashi inside the Gomer. And why is instantaneous, transformative, cathartic change possible? That goes back to Shoshana Ben Hafetim. Because at the end of the day, even when I commit Averos, the Rebbe says, that's not my panemius. My panemius is Kaddish. My panemius, my inner essence is tahar and remains untainted forever. No matter what happens in the rest of my life, I am the Kishoshana Ben Hafetim. I am the rose amongst the weeds. True, the weeds are there, but Lamaisa, the rose never loses its rose identity. So because I never lose my panemius, because I never lose that, therefore again, even when I sin, I don't fundamentally alter who I am on the inside, and because of that, instantaneous, transformative, cathartic change always remains possible. Alright, so let's go stop over here. We pick up in Yad Hashem with this Gimel tomorrow. Alright, so let us begin. We are picking up in Yad Hashem with this Gimel.
Does anybody know when is the last time Mitzi was at this club?
in Rabbi Tzaddik. So we're gonna continue in this piece that Shimon is maybe will start from the other piece out. Here Rabbi Tzaddik is really on this depth. Take a look. We're page Kuf Chaf Vav. Let's pick up with the Uri HaChassidus on the left-hand column. So Ra'el, he's Baer. Echad Mikol Etikot Shebonis Yachton Nasher B'Das. Kind of style. So remember, in postman test, what the Tzaddik said is that every person is created in order to go ahead and literally fix, to remedy, to address one specific thing that is highlighted in his Neshama. One of the way that Tzaddik demonstrated this was every person, although many of us struggle with many things, often most of us have one thing which we struggle with. That one struggle is the very purpose, of my existence, and I'm able to be able to go ahead and address that struggle. That actually can become my greatest strength. So it goes on, it says, kind inspired, Shemiyuchados, Shemiyuchados, Nikeres, Gram, the signal, and Nibor Shekol HaChadas. So it's going to posit that an individual's singularity, a person's singularity, uniqueness, comes out ultimately again through his speech as well. So it's on, we'll take, if you also continue from the previous posts, in those days, Tzaddik provided the idea that a person has a certain innate kedusha, which is not subject to change. Or there's innate kedusha which cannot be damaged or tarnished as a result of inappropriate behavior. The idea that there is a kedusha atzmis, it's just a personalistic holiness which we possess, which by definition is there no matter what wrong decisions we make. We're going to see now in Gimel that the Tzaddik is really going to build on that theme as well. So look what he writes. Afilu Dibur Shalchov is really a beautiful observation. Afilu Dibur Shalchov even just what he calls Dibur Shalchov, general speech, which a person, which people talk every day. There he goes on, he says, Hainu, Piskam Dibur Chulun Ba'alma, She'bo Divrei Torah. He's talking about general speech, right? The way a person talks each and every day, not words of Torah, just general, what he calls sichas chulus, regular mundane talk. And Shal Isa to me is Rabbi Rothschild. Now he's literally talking about something. There was sometimes each of us has things that are our common adages, right? Our common phrases, our common statements that we often share. He says, Moshe Chazal, Machmin is something going back, Margala B'Pune. So in the Gemara often has the expression, Margala B'Pune. Margala B'Pune literally means Margala is a jewel or a gem, B'Pune, in the mouth of. So that's the Chazal. So Margala B'Pune means common expression. That is when Chazal uses it. They often use it not just as a common expression, but a common expression which possesses much wisdom. So Margala B'Pune, a jewel in the mouth of people, a common expression which contains much wisdom. Davar Zeh Raga B'Piv, so as a quote from Chazayin. So a tzaddik quotes from Rashi and Brachos. What does it mean, Margala B'Pune? This means something that a person is accustomed to say. Al-Ach Shidvar Hurin, B'Chozos, Nechshav L'Divrei Torah Mamish. Suppose here the Tzaddik says something absolutely amazing. He says sometimes when Chazal will quote this idea of Margala B'Pune, right, a jewel, a common expression, so Chazal aren't quoting Divrei Torah, right? They're not per se quoting Divrei Torah. They're just quoting a common expression. Yet the quoting common expression in the context of the Gemara, they're quoting a common expression, and they're using that quotation in a halakhic discussion or in a hashkafic discussion. So what you see is something amazing. You see a common everyday expression that is becoming included in the Gemara and often being used to go ahead and highlight or bolster or bring out a halachic point, a static point, giving Musar, he says an amazing. Alaf Shukula, even though again the statement that the Gemara is quoting is Chulin, it's not the statement that's being quoted is not Torah, nevertheless, Nefshak L'divrei Torah. Ultimately, again, it's being quoted as almost like when again we actually just had this. We had just everything else in that journey. The Gemara quoted what was the context? What was the context? Was before Aved Tzachim, where the Gemara said that if if a word is worth one salah, then shtika is worth two. It was the case, it was the last Mishnah. So for Aved Tzachim, like the last Mishnah, we spoke about the individual. If you remember again, this was the case. Yes, this was the case. They lost the Karban Pesach. Right? One of the Chevra went out to go ahead and find the Pesach.
Don't let it fool you.
Anyway, so we're speaking about the idea that you have a chavura, and the chavura goes ahead and uses the Pesach. They send out one of the members of the chavura to go ahead and look for it. So remember, we had this whole Mishnah. There was a discussion, but then they end up finding a replacement animal, shechting a replacement animal. So there's a whole discussion about which animal is used for the Karban Pesach, who uses what. So the Mishnah being the case, let's say again the chavura has the Karban Pesach. They lost the Karban Pesach. Reuven goes out to find the Karban. In the interim, the chavura appoints a new Karban. Identifies, sets aside a new Karban. And then Mishnah said, if neither party said anything to the other, right? Reuven didn't say anything to the chavura, right? Pretty much he acted unilaterally. The chavura didn't say anything to Reuven. So what's the halacha? Reuven uses the Karban Pesach that he found. The chavura uses the replacement Karban Pesach, and Shalom Yisrael. So the Gemara points out the idea that there's something very profound when people don't talk to each other. There's a profundity when people talk, and there's a profundity when people are silent. So the Gemara goes on side of section down and said, right? So from here the wise men said, so silence is good for wise men, all the more so for fools. Here's a perfect example of this, where you see, now again, is that a statement of faith? Is that a religious statement? It's a life statement. It's very fascinating about this, and you find this all the time. Where the Gemara will quote something, sometimes it'll quote it with the margul of the Gumei, a jewel, right? Or a gem in the mouth of people. So you see, the Gemara will quote statements, and again, that's not a statement of Torah. That's a statement of life wisdom. Yet, interestingly enough, remember, it's brought down in the midst of a halachic discussion, and it's brought called as a proof to a halachic discussion. So the brother says, what do you see from here? He says, Afilu Dibor Kazeh, Hayod Yochitza Ishmahamoni. God, Pashut Yosem Yisrael. See again, a statement. That is a simple statement. It's not, it happens to be in this kind of law, quoting the sages. But many times when the Gemara does this, it's not quoting a sage, it's not quoting anyone of particular piety. Often, Margot of the Kumei B'Inshi is just a thing that people say all of the time. He goes on and he says, you find this very often throughout the Gemara. Maybe the Gemara is not the only Inshi, where the Gemara will quote that which regular people say. Russian Regilian Logos. Torah, and ultimately again when it's quoted by the Gemara, is quoted in the context of the quotation after Mitzvah Tishri. Like Torah, Mechliva Pasha Komin Chachma Dahami Inchi Yakshu Chachma Amitis Uspas Hanes Yuram Zabato Ukimoki Muban Tarakama de Sanhedrin Hadei Iskamin Shall Halhu Zahava Kahama Va'azia. So for example, quotes over here, we'll see some examples of this. But the Gemara Masechet Sanhedrin quotes the idea of quotes many sayings. Just quotes sayings in the name of people. Like this is something that people were accustomed to say. Adam Achad Haya Rogel Lomar Tiskam Kach Bekach Va'amar Shmuel Al Tiskam Ahu Krog Siv Hari Sha'av Speaks to my life Hari Sha'av Shabala Tiskam Lo Yoda Shidish the Dvarav Korban Torah Apa Pikin Gila Shmuel Shem Divrei Torah Beish Lahar Yisma U'Mekod Dvar Min HaTorah. This is fascinating. So the quotes over here, we'll see this inside a bit more tomorrow, that are clever quotes from the Gemara Masechet Sanhedrin, and the Gemara Masechet Sanhedrin quotes just a number of pitgamim, right? A number of sayings of just regular people. Like regular people used to say this, used to say that. And what Shmuel would then do is something fascinating. Is he would take these regular sayings of ordinary people, and he would say, oh, there's a pasuk that supports this idea. So Tzaddik says, so also see something fascinating developing over here. You see Chazal taking quotations of ordinary, everyday people, what we call margul of the Pule, a jewel, right, a gem in the mouth of an individual. We see again Gemara Masechet Sanhedrin quoting in the Gemara statements of regular, everyday people, and then we find Shmuel going ahead and saying, oh, by the way, those statements that you thought was an ordinary statement, there's a Gemara, there's a Pasuk, there's a Mishnah, there's different, again, sources of Halacha and Hashkafa, that support these very assertions. So we'll say, what does this mean? Right? What's the deeper meaning of this? What does this mean? Ultimately, again, the Gemara is quoting from regular people, and Rabbi Rothschild will be able to pick up with this idea tomorrow. So we'll understand that Tzaddik is going to develop this quite beautifully and dramatically as a continuation of that which was said in the previous oath, as well as building what I think is just an incredible paradigm for us going forward. So we'll stop over here. Alright, so we'll say let us begin.
Yeah, we can just tell people in Detroit that we can just tell
We are picking up the American section of in the Trump. So this is now we're going to continue this section of the community with church. Here, the Tzaddik continues really on this fascinating trajectory. Take a look. We're page Kuf, let's pick up with the people we have to see those on the left hand column. This is La'el, his buyer. כל אחד מכל התיקון איזה דבר חשוב, שבו נפגח לא נפשו בגח. Kind of guy, so remember in Osman past, Tzaddik said is that every person is created in order to go ahead and thoroughly fix, to remedy, to address one specific thing that is highlighted in his neshama. Remember again, we were Tzaddik illustrated this was every person, although many of us struggle with many things, often most of us have one thing which we struggle with acutely. That one struggle is the very purpose of my existence, and how able to be the pattern, able to go ahead and address that struggle, that actually can become my greatest strength. So if Tzaddik is going to kind inspired, should be שמיוחדות ניכרס בזם בסגנון הדיבור של כל החברה. Says Tzaddik is going to posit that individuals singularity. Person singularity, uniqueness, comes out ultimately again through his speech as well. Listen, like Yosef, we should be also consumed from the previous inland days where Tzaddik highlighted the idea that a person has a certain innate kedusha which is not subject to change, and there is innate kedusha which cannot be damaged and tarnished as a result of inappropriate behavior. Yes, that there is a kedusha atzmius. There's just a personalistic holiness which possess, which by definition is there no matter what wrong decisions you make. We're going to see now in the Gimel that the Tzaddik is really going to build on that theme. So look what he writes. Afilu Dibur Shalchol is really a beautiful observation. Afilu Dibur Shalchol Amorga B'Kiyad. Even just what he calls Dibur Shalchol, general speech, which a person, which people talk every day. Okay, he goes on and says, Hainu, Iskam Dibur Shalchol. It's talking about general speech, like where a person talks each and every day, not words of Torah, just general, what he calls sichas kulim, regular mundane talk. He said to me, so that he's specifically talking about something. There was sometimes each of us has things that are common adages, right? Are common phrases, or common statements. That's the often shares. He says, Moshe Chazal, Machim Kistam Tigunja, Margola B'Tumei. So in the Gemara often have the expression, Margola B'Tumei. Margola B'Tumei literally means Margola is a jewel or a gem, B'Tumei, in the mouth of. So that's the Chazal say, Margola B'Tumei means a common expression. A common expression. That was when Chazal used it. They often use it not just as a common expression, but a common expression which possesses much wisdom. So Margola B'Tumei, a jewel in the mouth of people, a common expression which possesses much wisdom. Davar Zeh Ragil B'Fiv. So I'm going to take of Zion. So the Tzaddik quotes from Rashi and Berachos. What does it mean, Margola B'Tumei? This means something that a person is accustomed to say. Al Af Shu Dvar Chulin B'Chol Zos Nechshav L'Divrei Torah Mamish. Now, but see here, the Tzaddik says something absolutely amazing. He says sometimes when Chazal will quote this idea of Margola B'Tumei, right, a jewel, a common expression, so Chazal aren't quoting Divrei Torah, right? They're not per se quoting Divrei Torah. They're just quoting a common expression. Yet the quoting common expression in the context of the Gemara, they're quoting a common expression, and they're using that quotation in a halachic discussion or in a hashkafic discussion. So what you see is something amazing. You see a common everyday expression that is becoming included in the Gemara and often being used to go ahead and highlight or bolster or bring out a halachic point, a hashkafic point, different Musar. He says something amazing. Alaf Shuchulin, even though again the statement that the Gemara is quoting is Chulin, it's not necessarily the statement that's being quoted is not Torah. Nevertheless, Nechshav L'Divrei Torah. Ultimately, again, it's being quoted as I was like, remember again, we actually just had this. We had this just a week ago or so in that Yomi, where the Gemara quoted what was the context. What was the context? It was before Avid Tzachim, where the Gemara said that if silence, if a word is worth one selah, then shtika is worth two. Oh, it was the case, it was the last Mishnah. It's Avid Tzachim. Right, the last Mishnah, where we spoke about the individual. Sorry, let me just find it, because it's a good illustration. If you remember again, this was the case. Yeah, this was the case where we had a Chavura, they lost the Kabbal Pesach. Right, one of the Chevra went out to go ahead and find the Pesach.
Snap them apart, though, you can tell it's silly. It's just this giant forcing this giant spoon. It's just giant spoon.
Please tell me your text messages at 5:15. Right. So we're speaking about the idea that if you have a chabura and the chabura goes ahead and loses the tzach, they send out one of the members of the chabura to go ahead and look for it. So remember, we have this from the there was a discussion, but then they end up finding the replacement animal, shechting the replacement animal. So there's a whole discussion about which animal is used for the Korban Pesach, who uses what. So the Mishnah gave a case where, let's say, again, the Chabura has the Korban Pesach. They lost the Korban Pesach. Reuven goes out to find the Korban. In the interim, the Chabura appoints a new Korban. Identifies sets aside a new Korban. And then the Mishnah said, if neither party said anything to the other, right? Reuven didn't say anything to the Chabura. Pretty much he acted unilaterally. The Chabura didn't say anything to Reuven. So what's the halacha? Reuven uses the Korban Pesach that he found. The Chabura uses the replacement Korban Pesach and Shana Yisrael. So the Gemara points out the idea that there's something very profound when people don't talk to each other. There's a profundity when people talk, and there's a profundity when people are silent. So the Gemara, this was on Shabbos Castle Down, said, "Mikana l'chachamim, yafesh tika l'chachamim, kabachama l'tipshu." Right. So from here, the wise men said, so silence is good for the wise men. Kabachama halachas come also more so for fools. Here's a perfect example of this, where you see now again, is that a statement of faith? Is that a religious statement? Is that so it's a life statement. What's quite fascinating about this is when you find this all the time, where the Gemara will quote something, sometimes it'll quote it with the introduction of Margul of the Dinei, a jewel, right, or a gem in the mouth of people. So you see the Gemara will quote statements, and again, that's not a statement of Torah, that's a statement of life wisdom. Yet, interestingly enough, remember, it's brought down in the midst of a halakhic discussion, and it's brought as a proof to halakhic discussion. So Tzaddik says, what do you see here? He says, Zavai, Afidu Dibor Kazeh, Halagil Eitzal Ishha Hamoni, Pashut Yosem Yisrael. See again, statement. That is a simple statement. It happens to be in this time the Gemara is quoting the sages. So many times when the Gemara does it, this is not quoting a sage, it's not quoting anyone of particular piety. Often Margul of the Kumei D'inshu is just a thing that people say all of the time. He goes on, he says, you find this very often throughout the Gemara. Maybe the Gemara is Madda Amri and Shi, where the Gemara will quote that which regular people say. Sha'anoshim Regilim Loma. When it's Divrei Torah, and ultimately again when it's quoted by the Gemara, it's quoted in the context of the quotation, actually makes it into Divrei Torah. Nechlivan Shakom Min Chachma Da'ami Inshi, Rakshu Chachma Amitis Ustas Hanes, Hiram Zabatorah. Ukimoki Muban Parakama de Sanhedrin, Harbe Iskamin, Shall Hahu Lahavak Amaga Azra. So, for example, those of you will see some examples of this. That the Gemara Masechet Sanhedrin quotes the idea of quotes many sayings. This quotes sayings in the name of people. Like this was something that people were accustomed to say. Adam Echad Haya Rodio, Lomar Kiskam Kaxikach, Ra'amar Shmuel Ala Kiskam Ahu, Kroksiv. So, Hari Sha'ad Nishid Shmuelai, Hari Sha'ad Shabala Kiskam, was Yokosh reached the Gemara of the Torah, Apa Pikin Gilush Shmuel Shem Divrei Torah, Deish Lahan Yismach U'Mekadu Dvar Min HaTorah. This is fascinating. So the quote over here, we'll see this inside a bit more tomorrow, but it's Tzaddik quotes from the Gemara Masechet Sanhedrin, and the Gemara Masechet Sanhedrin quotes just a number of pitkamim, right? A number of sayings of just regular people. Right? Regular people used to say this, used to say that. And what Shmuel would then do is something fascinating. Is he would take the regular sayings of ordinary people, and he would say, oh, there's a pasuk that supports this idea. So Tzaddik says, so both I see something fascinating developing over here. You see Chazal taking quotations of ordinary, everyday people, what we call margala bekume, a jewel, right, a gem in the mouth of an individual. We see again Gemara Masechah Sanhedrin quoting in the Gemara statements of regular, everyday people, and then we find Shmuel going ahead and saying, oh, by the way, those statements that you thought was an ordinary statement, there's a Gemara, there's a Pasuk, there's a Mishnah, there's different, again, sources of Halacha and Hashkafa, Torah, that support these very assertions. What does this mean? Right? What's the deeper meaning of this? What does this mean? It's ultimately, again, the Gemara is quoting from regular people, and we'll pick up with this idea tomorrow. So we'll understand the Tzaddik is going to develop this quite beautifully and dramatically as a continuation of that which was said in the previous host, as well as building what I think is just an incredible paradigm for us going forward. So we'll stop at the earth.
Next time you 60 seconds. I have more jokes. It's okay, go sit down. Do I have to get the paint trade on you, bro? Scott K, everybody, there you go. With Thor. You got the new Thor. You don't want anyone to ever do less than
All right, that is a good
morning.
let us begin. We are picking up Amir Hashem and the host of
Why wouldn't you just like fucking
we started this yesterday. Section 53 in the Tzaddik group.
whether the mic was on like everybody else is.
You know what I'd like to know from the company is how many of them actually use a clock and how practicing.
So they introduced us to the idea that after the Gemara uses the phrase Margala.
Sometimes when I know I'm only doing 60 seconds, I don't know.
Of the Kume.
One thing I did try out before I went on stage.
It would be a beautiful tool, or a beautiful idea, expression, and often what the Gemara will do is go ahead and cite an expression or cite a form of speech. Regular expression, a mundane expression by someone. It doesn't even have to be someone of incredible reputations, and yet the Gemara will derive some significant and meaningful life lessons from this statement. So Tzaddik on his own, Tzaddik is intrigued by this dynamic. He actually brought down a number of examples of it. He quoted the Gemara in the Masechah Sanhedrin back in Zayin that the Gemara uses Lashon Harbe, Dahahu Dahavaka Amar Ba'akim, or the person or people used to say the following statement. The Gemara went on to quote a number of different statements that were said by the individuals, and then something very interesting happened, which is after the Gemara reported the statement, then the Gemara would quote the pasuk in order to back up that statement. So I'll just show you one example of this, which is fascinating. If you look in the Makoros, if you look on the footnotes on the bottom, so you'll notice in the left-hand column, it's footnote Kuf Beis, but in the left-hand column, which is still the continuation of Kuf Beis, about 2, 4, 6, 7 lines in. So we quote to read the following. Quote from this Gemara Masechah Sanhedrin. And the Gemara says like this: there was a certain individual who used to say. Now the individual they're quoting is just a regular guy. Just a regular guy who used to say as follows: Kirakamisif hava aziza. So he writes, when the love between myself and my wife was intense and passionate, we say this. He said we could have slept together on the edge of a sword. Meaning that when the love was passionate between myself and my wife, we didn't need any distance between us. Right? We could simultaneously together occupy the same space. The edge of the sword, obviously, again, is a very narrow space. He says, Hashta, the law Aziza. Now, the Hashta, the law Aziza, Rachamisim. Now you think, but the passion is not that intense, the love is not that intense. Huya Bashisin Gamidilo Sagila. See, he says, little of you again, even a very large bed is not enough for us. was a man who used to say this. Then the Gemara goes on. Rafuna said the truth is this is a pasuk. What's the pasuk? Ultimately, again, when the Mishkan is first created, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I will speak to you from on top of the lid of the Aron. And we know again, the lid of the Aron itself is only 10 tefachim high. The Danya, Aron v'tisha v'kaporas v'acharei kan asara. So the height of the lid of the Aron is 10 tefachim of the ground. Covered in a karka, Hari HaKadosh Baruch Hu masher shinaso b'asar tefachim samach l'karka. But Baruch Haba, so we see over here in the Mishkan, that the Rebbe Shalom would go ahead and rest his Shekhinah within 10 tefachim of the ground. But yet, interestingly enough, it says, "Ha'bayis asher bana hamelach Shlomo la'Hashem, shishin ama argo, te'es rachbo, u'shoshim ama kamaso, u'lebasot tzid, kol ama Hashem hashamayim kisi, va'aret elimah." This is actually very interesting. What Rabbi said was an interesting dynamic that happened in the relationship between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and Klal Yisrael, which is in the beginning, Hashem said, I'll speak to you from on top of the Kaporas, which means I'll be within 10 tefachim of the earth. Then what happens? Shlomo HaMelech builds a much larger structure than that. And then what happens? The Beis HaMikdash is destroyed, and the pasuk says, Hashamayim kisi, the heavens is where I reside. You see the progression? In the beginning, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is right here with us on the top of the Aron. Then things change a little bit. There's a much bigger structure to house the Shekhinah. Then things change a bit more, and the Shekhinah retreats ultimately into the Shamayim. So Rav Huna understood that this guy who was just making this statement about life, that when we were young and our love was passionate and intense, we could sleep together on the edge of the sword. That's where a little bit larger. Even a very large bed is not large enough to accommodate us. There's a similar dynamic to the Shekhinah. Relationships change. As soon as what between us is exceptionally passionate and close proximity to one another, this intimacy was a interesting example of what the tzaddik is referring to. Here you have an individual who just says a statement. He's not quoting a pasuk. He's not quoting a brisa. He's not quoting all his quoting. He says dynamic in life, a dynamic in life, just the way kind of relationships go. And the Buddha says, wow, because that simple statement of a Jew so certainly captures the essence of the relationship between Shekhinah and the Ribono Shel Olam. So back up top to the topic. Listen, just if you're looking at footnotes, by the way, footnotes put your days. It's a whole bunch of examples from this Gemara, really, really wonderful examples. Fascinating. So Rav Tzaddik goes on, he says, so what's the pshat? So if you take a look, we're at Osman Gimel, on page Kuf Zayin, the left-hand paragraph, in the Be'orei HaChasidus. So the Rebbe says, what do we learn from here? He says, Ki kol nefesh mi Yisrael, afilu ha'adam ha'adoni ba'aposhet yoser, yesh lo b'shoresh nafshar l'chis, achiza b'divrei Torah miluchayas. So this is so incredibly beautiful. So this is what we learn from here, that every Jew, even the simplest Jew, the essence of his soul is rooted in Torah. In other words, the notion that regular people, says Rav, are espousing wisdom, and then that wisdom, the great Rabbanim, the great Chazal, go ahead and say, oh, by the way, that statement, that's a pasuk, that's a dynamic, that's a brisa. Tells you that even the simplest Jew is rooted in Torah. He doesn't realize he's speaking Torah. He doesn't think that he's quoting Torah wisdom, but what he says is Torah. So listen, again, I want to point out, when Rav Tzaddik over here is doing this is a progression from what we said before. Remember again, Rav Tzaddik said, in Osman days, why is instantaneous change possible? Why is instantaneous change possible? Why is there the ability for a person, even who has made catastrophic life mistakes, to turn himself around? Remember, so they said, because the nefesh hakeminus, the inner nefesh, which is, according to like the Baal Tanya says, the spark of the nitzos elokim ma'alam, the spark of Baruch Hu is untainted. There's a piece of us that is the Ribono Shel Olam. There's a piece of me that literally is a derivative from God. That's why, again, no matter how badly I mess up in life, change is always possible, because that one piece is never tainted. Tzaddik says, by the way, even the simplest Jew talks Torah. Maybe he never learned Torah. Or maybe if he learned Torah, he didn't pay attention to Torah. Or maybe he just never. So how is Tzaddik says that's because again the nafsho, yeshlo b'shorish nafsho, this achizah the divrei Torah and yichagas. The nefesh, the soul of the Jew, has an achizah as a whole is rooted in Torah. They say what? And an incredibly powerful yisod. That's why the Gemara is full of examples. Oh, the Havaragil Inish, the Amri Inish. Right? People say, who cares what people say? Because it's important to hear what a Jew says. Because at the end of the day, a Jew's soul is rooted in Torah. And therefore, the Torah that comes out of his mouth, even if he doesn't realize that it's Torah, but it's so profound. Kanoda, turn the page. Kanoda, move on the Mela. Shedvar Torah has come into people who piskam shemargula bekumei shuragula omra befiv ushagar alishona. So Dvar Torah zeh zehu shoresh nafsho be'elokim chayim. So I'll say, so this is really, really an incredibly beautiful yisod. He says that Tzaddik, this is like Chazal referred to this as Margula Bekumei, right? Margula Bekumei means a jewel, right? A precious gem in a person's mouth. But again, the phrase of the Amri ancient people say, understand that we're quoting what people say. It's different what people say. But this idea of Margula Bekumei, we'll say the jewel in the mouth, that the Jew has been a pizza, has a hold in Torah. Obviously, probably you see this all the time. But sometimes it's rough. So let's talk to them. So Shabbat says this so that the Jew has an pizza, has a hold in Torah, is reflective of the innate holiness of the Jew. The Jew has the ability to speak words of wisdom that are reflective of the Rebbeinu Shalom, all of wisdom, without even realizing what it is that he is saying. There's an achizah, there's a hold, there's a root. He goes on, the Tzaddik says, Be'er Darazeh, he could call Chadiba, what's it, right hand column, which is good, and why no one has to stop for today. He says, Be'er Darazeh, he call Chadiba Shava Adam, who Yisod HaNefesh, Va'afiyus Shalom. So the Tzaddik says that the Koach HaDibur, right, the power of speech that is within a person, is the soul HaNefesh, is the essence of his soul and the essence of his speech. I'm going to say, if you know this concept, because remember again, the Torah itself, when it speaks about the fact that a Baruch Hu created man, so what does the Torah say? Vayipach ba'apaz ruach hayim. The Torah says the Baruch Hu threw life into the nose, into the nostrils of man. Remember again, Okulus, in his commentary on Ruach Hayim, says Ruach Memalama, speech. Speech, that speech is the greatest manifestation of the ruchniness of man. In fact, again, this idea that speech, right, this is speech, right, this speech is ultimately what differentiates man from the rest of the Bria. That's reflective of man's neshama. That's reflective of man's soul. Man's soul, a spark of the Rebbeinu Shalom. So therefore, it makes sense. Well, we'll stop here. I'll pick up with this tomorrow. But therefore, because it makes sense that man's innate kedusha is expressed through speech. That's why the Margula Bepume, sometimes a person will say something, not even realizing that what it is that they're saying is words of Torah, but it's almost as if the Divor has the ability to express the most innate kedusha manner. But so we'll stop over here. We'll pick up with this idea tomorrow. Of course, conversely, what's fascinating is that one of man's greatest abilities to debase himself is through speech as well, which makes sense. Because remember, again, wherever there is the greatest capacity for holiness, there is also the greatest capacity for tumah or for debasement. So if Dibur is going to be the way that I can articulate and I can express my most innate kedusha, it's also the way that, unfortunately, again, I could express my most innate tumah as well. All right, well, we'll pick up Emir Hashem with this piece tomorrow. It's not just the pshat that a person's speech, that a person's speech is what distinguishes him from the animal kingdom, but rather, again, it's the fact that a person's speech is the very manifestation of his life. In other words, my ability to speak is the actual manifestation that I am a living being. That's what that represents. He goes on, he says, Ein bein tzadikim achayim lemesim, elo hadibar b'divrei Torah bilvad. This is incredible. There's no distinction between the tzadikim who are alive and the tzadikim who are dead, except for speech. And we'll say, that says that tzadikim are called living even in their death, which makes sense because the tzaddik leaves behind the legacy. The tzaddik leaves behind Torah. The tzaddik leaves behind certain things in the world of the living, even when his biological life has come to an end. So that's the case that the tzaddik is always considered alive. What's there between a living tzaddik and a dead tzaddik? Speech. Deeper b'divrei Torah bilvad. Zeu yisod hachiyus. This is the essence. This is the foundation of life. Ki divrei Torah in chaya adam. V'chivan sha'adibor hashagar al lishono ha'adam. Uragil la'omro nova mishar shnasho. So now that I understand, it's not just the pshat that speech is what distinguishes me from the animals, but it's speech that represents the very manifestation of my life force. My speech is what is my chiyus, is my life. Then at the end of the day, says the Rebbe, it makes sense. So what it turns out is speech is the very essence of my life, and speech is the very manifestation of my life force. Therefore, when I speak, and this is incredible, when I speak, especially things that I'm accustomed to say, those come, the Rebbe says, mishoresh nafsho, from the essence of my soul. From the essence of my soul. Hari nimsa in kain, kini dibor zayotze tamin nitiv, yuchal ha'adam litchon v'la'amol al malhus shoresh nafsho. Therefore, listen, this is incredible. It turns out that if there's a margale bapume, or diragil inish lanima, something you normally say, something you customarily say, something you often say, so that gives a person a window into their holiness, into their almost their inner ruchnius, their shoresh nafsho, the essence of yourself. There's something that is normally said, something you normally say. That means that speech, which in and of itself is the manifestation of your soul, of your holiness, that speech is coming from somewhere ruchni, which means, and it's again, let's say I want to be clear. The Rebbe is not saying that every single thing we say is a manifestation of our ruchnius. I mean, all of us know this very well. There's plenty of stuff I say that not ruchnius. That's not ruchni. He's talking about many of us we have our adages, right? We have the things that we say. Just ask your kids; they'll tell you the things that you always say. So Tzaddik says it's interesting that many of us have the things that we often say. So what's the pshat of that? So the Rebbe says, speech, again, it's the progression. Speech is the manifestation of my internal holiness. And therefore, when there's something that I commonly say, that means that is like a principle that is emanating from my neshama, which means that by definition, it has almost a Torah holiness to it. But maybe I don't even know any Torah. You might not consciously know any Torah, but Kala Torah Kula is embedded in your subconscious. Kala Torah Kula is embedded in your soul. And Kala Torah Kula sometimes finds its way out in the interesting adages that a person says. He goes on, he says, and this is incredible. In Cain, the deeper Zayoti Tamin Mipid, left hand column, page Kopchas Bure Hasidus. Therefore, we'll say if there's something that a person says often, Yuchal Ha'adam Nitchon V'La'amod Al Malchus Shoresh Nafsho. Sometimes that daily adage, right, or that common adage that a person says, is an incredible way for a person to see the essence of his spirituality. Ladas ma'inyano b'safkido hamiyuchad ba'olam hazeh. To know what is my purpose, what is my inyan, and what is my purpose in the world. I will say that now this is now something else. Now the Rebbe is introducing another dynamic, which I just think is so incredible. The Rebbe is saying sometimes not only is the Margala Bepume, not only is the common statement a manifestation of my inner holiness and my inner Torah, but sometimes that which I often say can also be a little bit of a remez, to be a little bit of a hint to what's my purpose in this world. I'll say, isn't this incredible? Sometimes the thing, which makes sense, because the things that I always talk about, or the adages that I often discuss, they represent what's coming out of my soul. You said something is highlighting over here. See, we often think people just talk, and that is true. People do just talk. But sometimes when a person is often anchored in a common saying, or a person often expresses a certain sentiment over and over and over, what Chazal would call margalei bepume, hadragil inish laneimar. Why are you always saying that? So Tzaddik says that's coming from inside of me. That's coming from inside of my neshama. That's a manifestation of my inner Torah. To which Rabbi Tzaddik says, first of all, it tells me I have inner Torah, but now he's saying on a deeper level, it may also represent my mission in this world. If I'm always talking about the same thing, then maybe says Rabbi Tzaddik, that's necessary. Ladas ma'inyono b'safkido hamiyuchad ba'olam hazeh. That can help me understand what is my inyan, what is my saf, what is my tafkid, what is my purpose in this world. Ki kol echad u'medugal u'menusa be'inyan miyuchad b'fnei atzma. She'avar zeh kol ha'olam kula b'shvilo u'tzrichim lo bazeh. Because we all have a mission. So its words are very powerful over here. Every single person has a mission, and every person has a mission in a particular area. So of course, we all have one could argue we all have a same shared general mission. So Rabbi Kadosh Baruch Hu, to do mitzvos, to be Bali Chesed. Okay, so that's a shared general mission that each of us has. But then each of us also has a specific mission. Sha'avar zeh kol ha'olam kula b'shvilo tzrichim lo. This mission, the world needs me to do. So I need to do the mission for me, and the world needs me to do it as well. And I will say it's pretty incredible. He goes on, he says, Ukahai Gavna. So we'll stop here for today. But I just want to point out what Reb Tzaddik is highlighting in this, because I think it's truly amazing. So there's a number of things that's happening. Number one, remember, why is it that Chazal speak about, often quote, Margala bepu with the inchi? This is what people normally say. And they just quote like a regular adage. Who cares? Right? Or Havadiragil inchi Meir, people normally say, because what Tzaddik says, that which we say is a manifestation of our inner holiness. Because speech, libor in and of itself, is not just what distinguishes us from the animal kingdom, but speech is the way, says Rav Tzaddik, that we articulate an innate sense of Torah, an innate sense of ruchnis. It is how we communicate our innate holiness. And what Rav Tzaddik is introducing now, so what about the stuff that I say over and over, right? This I always say, like, it's always interesting to note that after 120, when you go to a levaya and you hear how people reflect on a loved one. And to me, it's always fascinating, especially when children are able to go ahead and say, my father always used to say this. My mother always used to say this. So sometimes what they quote is a little bit sad and pathetic. But sometimes, a child remembers a real sense of parental wisdom. And it's dramatic. It's dramatic when you hear that, because that's the legacy. That's the legacy. And the Tzaddik says, where did that adage come from? The fact that children remember it. Okay, it could be because the father said it a million times. But on a deeper level, what the children are recognizing is our father, our mother, our parent, it doesn't matter, grandparent, was articulating a truth. And that truth stemmed from their inner ruchnius, from their inner holiness. What Rav Tzadok now introduced, which we'll have to stop with today, but we'll continue with tomorrow in Mirz Hashem, is that inner truth sometimes also is reflective of a personalistic mission. That when you always talk about the same thing, and you always talk about the same concept or the same ideal or the same issue, says Rav Tzadok, you might not even realize it, but you're articulating to yourself what your mission is in this world and what the world truly needs for. So we'll stop over for today. We'll pick up in Mirz Hashem with the rest of it. We'll conclude Osnim Gimel and Mirz Hashem tomorrow. All right, Joe, we'll say good morning. Let us begin. So we are going to finish up. But you can get, I think, a few minute head start on the daf, just to advance Hashem. Long daf today. Wow, beautiful daf. Thank you. All right, so we're finishing off Os Nun Gimel. Now we are leaving off on, or we're picking up on page Kuf Chav Ches. Kuf Chav Ches. So remember again, the Rebbe was highlighting this incredible idea, this really beautiful idea, that when a person speaks, or that which a person says is often an expression of their inner spirituality. And on a specific level, when a person commonly says something, that can often refer to a particular aspect of their ruchnius, a particular aspect of their personalistic kedusha. Because what differentiates us from the animal world and from the rest of creation is the ability to speak. But it's not just the ability to dialogue, it's the ability to articulate an inner or innate holiness in a way that the rest of nature cannot. That's the gadlus of man. So that when a person constantly says something like Gemara said, Margala Bapume, or Ragil Inish Tahavila Neymar, something that people constantly say, that was often understood to be, according to Rebbe, an expression of a person's inner ruchnius. And what we left off with yesterday is not only an expression of my ruchnius, but an expression of my core identity. And not only an expression of my core identity, but sometimes in and of itself, an expression of my core life mission. What is it that I have to accomplish? What is it that I have to do? Who is it that I am in my essence? So we'll just end off this os with two interesting examples. He says, so I'm on page Kuf Chav Ches in the Be'urei Hasidus, left hand column. Ukahai Gavna, still in the middle of the column. Ukahai Gavna, and in this manner, Kein Zed Chinu Chazal as Miyuchadus Ha'adam Al Yedei Diburo, that you could see the singularity of man through his speech. Now again, I will say it one more time. Not just seeing the singularity of man in his place and nature through his speech, but the singularity of man in terms of seeing his essence, who he is, what he is through his speech. He gives an example. This is great. Quotes the Gemara Mesechus Pesachim. So it's not so long ago. The Gemara says, "Bereish Pesachim al Hahuda Hava Amar Adam Echad Shahayra Gimama." There was a particular guy who always used to say, Donu Dini. Whenever he would have an issue, he would always say, okay, let's go to Beis Din. And I was like, now, the Gemara is not trying to paint an issue of a canker. Everybody has disputes. And most times people try, hopefully, to settle their disputes amongst themselves. This particular guy never felt the real need to settle his dispute amongst him and his disputing. But rather, again, his kind of reflexive reaction was, let's just go to Beis Din. We'll settle it in Beis Din. We'll have others go ahead and help us. So the Gemara says, anytime he had a business dispute with someone, Haya Omer Tomid Bolidin. He would say to someone, why don't you come to din with me? Come to din And in general, this individual would never be satisfied unless, of course, a particular ruling was delivered by a dayan. So what happened? What does the Gemara say? Amru Chazal, Shmamina Midan Kaasi. Gemara says, what do you see from here? That this individual came from Shevet Dan. Came from Shevet Dan, right? Dan Yadin Amo. So Dayanim, like the pasuk says, like Dayanim come from Shevet Dan. So the Gemara understands that this individual's need for constant adjudication, right, and his need ultimately to resolve everything through the mechanism of the Beis Din, the Gemara understood meant that he was from Shevet Dan. If you take a look in footnote Kuf Tes Vav on the bottom, so footnote Kuf Tes Vav, says Hahuda Amar Don Dini, Amishmami not Midan Kas, Chsev Don Yadin Amo, Ke'echot Shiftei Yisrael. So the Gemara tells another story. How who the Hava Ka'aza Va'amar Akip Yama Asisni Yarasa. But Kuvash Kehud Mizvulun Kasi. The Gemara tells another story that there was another guy whose lifelong dream was always to travel the seas. Right? They just want to travel the seas. So they looked into his yichus, and it turned out, sure enough, who was he from? He was from Shevet Binyamin. He was from Shevet Binyamin. Let's see, have on Zoom, you hear me all right? Okay, so someone posted the sound is on. But all right. So they found out that he is from the Shevet Zvulun. Remember again, Zvulun, as the pasuk says, Zvulun lechol yamim yishkov. So we'll say this always ends off just with this last piece, where the Rebbe explains that these individuals, through what they were constantly saying, ultimately gave you a little bit of a hint into who they were. So if we kind of bring this all together, what comes out from this sip, which I think is really incredible, is remember how the journey began. Let's sum this up in a minute. So the Rebbe said he was intrigued by the fact that often in the Gemara you'll find Margalot de Pume, right? The Chazal will often quote just a common saying of an individual. And Tzaddik was intrigued by that. Why does a common saying, or why does something that people commonly say, why does that find its way into the Gemara? To which ultimately, again, to which Tzaddik said, step one is to understand that the nefesh, the soul of a Jew, ultimately, again, his wording was, Yeshlo achiza b'divrei Torah miyuchades. The neshama of a Jew has a particular connection to Torah. Torah is embedded inside of the neshama of the Jew. And that's, according to Rav Tzaddik, the chiddush of this is, even if a person isn't learning Torah, right? Even if a person hasn't been learning Torah, at the end of the day, Torah is embedded in my neshama. How does that innate Torah express itself? So Rav Tzaddik posits, it often expresses itself through our deeper, through the way we speak. That when we talk, it gives us a little bit of a window into our innate spirituality. So Rav Tzaddik says, and that manifests itself in a couple of different ways. Either it manifests itself in a window into my core identity. That was the last two examples of the guy from Dan, the guy from Zvulun, or it can manifest itself in an articulation of my core challenge, my core mission, my core beliefs. What Tzaddik ultimately highlights is that one is able to go ahead and get a window into their core ruchnius, into their innate ruchnius, by how they talk. And I will say it's an incredible lesson for us because, we all have things that we constantly say, or we all have things that we constantly talk about. So it's interesting to kind of take a step back and look at what are the things we constantly talk about. What are the things we're constantly verbally focused on? And if we look at those things, it's an interesting way to kind of see what is our innate ruchnius, what is our innate spiritual identity. I think sometimes it paints a good picture, sometimes it paints a challenging picture, because sometimes we're not always focused on the right things. But what Rav Tzaddik tells me is that even if my dibur kind of highlights a little bit of a broken internal spiritual dynamic, the fact that the neshama is constantly rooted in Torah indicates to me that I have the ability to spiritually rehabilitate. So stop over here for today. I think in Meretz Hashem, what we're going to do come Monday, Meretz Hashem, days Nisan. What we're going to start doing from the next 2 weeks leading up to Pesach is Emet Hashem, probably a little bit of Inyane Pesach. We use this 10-minute seder before the daf to Emet Hashem focus on a little bit of Inyane Haggadah, a little bit of Inyane Nisan. I haven't chosen the sefer yet that we're going to do. I'll provide you with copies. I don't provide anything. Provide you with copies, or maybe we'll skip around a little bit. That's going to be eyeballs. So that's good. So we ended up over here in Eretz Hashem at Os Nun Dalid, and in Eretz Hashem will pick up with Tzidkas Tzadik after Pesach. All right, Rabbi, good morning. Let us begin. So we are going to Eretz Hashem complete Os Nun Zion this morning. So remember again, yesterday we began and the very profound last piece of this Os. David HaMelech telling us, Gam Keilech Begev Salmoves Lo Ira Rakit Kiato Imadi. So Reb Tzaddik introducing us to the idea that the Begev Salmoves is actually a reference to Gehenna, which is an incredibly dramatic idea. Reference to Gehenna. And David HaMelech saying, even though I'm going to go to Gehenna, I'm not scared for you are with me. To which Reb Tzaddik said, David HaMelech, why do you think you're going to go to Gehenna? How can you say with such certainty you're going to go to Gehenna? After all, again, David, even if you've done things wrong, David HaMelech ultimately, again, is the paradigmatic example of the koach, of the power of tshuva. Furthermore, maybe you're concerned, Shema Yigro Machet, maybe you'll do something terrible in the future. Al tiftach peh satan. That's not the way the Jew speaks. That's not the way the Jew thinks. Not the way the Jew approaches life. Which Reb Tzaddik said, the Gehenna, which David HaMelech refers to, is the Gehenna of Olam Hazeh, the Gehenna that one experiences as a result of the Admas Nefesh, as a result of the turmoil, of the inner stress, of the pain, of the embarrassment of fate. So David HaMelech says, Gam ki elech begeitz almaves. I have experienced my Gehenna in the general. I was thinking about this. The Gemara says that David HaMelech, when he was walking to the base measures, they would always ask him, they were taunting. David HaMelech suffered from the taunting and from really the abuse from his enemies, both internal and external, for many years. And when he would walk into the base measures, they would say to him, David, what is the punishment for adultery? What's the punishment for adultery? So David HaMelech would say, the truth is, the punishment is Nisa, but if he does tshuva, he has Olam Haba. But Hamavayish as Havero Berabim, but one who embarrasses his friend in public, has no portion in the world. This was David HaMelech's life. This is what he contended with when he went to the base measures. Forget about the external enemies that he faced. He said, Gam ke'elech begetz almaves. I walk in Gehenna each and every day. This is the nature of my life. And I will say what Reb Tzaddik began to speak about yesterday a little bit was again page Kuf Lamites. Look at the bottom right of the Be'orei Hasidus. He says, Hari al-yedei atzmos she'ish belibo. Hashchina mistalekes mimenu. And we began, I believe, to speak about this dynamic yesterday. On the one hand, the tzaddik has been extolling the power ultimately of Husha and the power of Agmas Nefesh and the power of inner turmoil. He's been extolling these things because they are representative of a person's status of tshuva. But at the end of the day, says Rav Tzaddik, there's another part to this, which is the possibility that as a result of the depression, of the sadness, one doesn't have the Shekhinah in their life. Because as Rav Tzaddik said, left hand column, page Koflam, it has Share'ina Shekhinah Shore Elamito Simcha. The Az Machmas Tzaragal. So this is really this incredible, almost profound dialectic. That on one hand, the Agmas Nefesh, the busha, the sadness that is the result of sin, is so powerful and cathartic because it represents tshuva. That emotional reaction to sin tells me this is not part of me. This is not who I am. I am not a chote. I am a good person who sometimes does bad things, but I'm not a bad person. V'haraya, look how I feel in the aftermath of doing something negative. That's the profundity here. Yet, Tzaddik says, on the same hand, sadness is the very emotion which drives away the Ribbon Shalom. A person needs simcha in order to go ahead and forge a relationship with Hashem. So David HaMelech says something amazing. Gam ki elech begate sanloves. Even though I walk in Gehenna in this world, I experience profound sadness in this world as a result of the averos that I've committed. Lo irara. If you look in Reb Tzaddik, he says over here, skip down in the middle of the paragraph, on left-hand paragraph, in Berach Hasidut. Spialza Amar Davar HaMelech, Gam Keilech Begeit Salmaves. Hainu Ba'asvus Al Chatai, Lo irara, Ki Ata Imadi. So Davar HaMelech says, Ribono Shalom. Somehow, someway now, Reb Tzaddik here gets into different or more specific ideas as to what Ra represents. I don't think it's central for our theme right now. But Reb Tzaddik is saying over here something so profound. What David HaMelech is saying is, even though I experience the busha, the agmas nefesh, the visceral emotions of hate in this world, nevertheless, lo irara, I am not worried about a spiritual downfall. Why? Because somehow I've found a way to create this balance between the agmas nefesh and sadness of sin, yet the need to go ahead and maintain a positive simchadic disposition in life. Well, see, you know what's happening over here? This I think is perhaps one of the most profound. I think it's one of the most profound things I've ever learned in my life. The tzaddik is saying successful spiritual living requires this incredible dialectic balance. On one hand, I have to have the agmas nefesh and the sadness and the profound embarrassment, the busha, over what I've done wrong. The danger with that is you could lose yourself in it. You could lose yourself in it, right? I can become so overwhelmed by the sadness, by the embarrassment of what I've done. That's what? That I give up hope on myself. I just lose myself in that abyss of sadness. So that's why the other side of the coin is, yes, I have agmas nefesh, I have busha, I have charata, I have all of these things about hate, but I also possess optimism, hope, resolve for the future. I can do better. I can be better. I can live better. These are these two sides of the coin. The hope, optimism, promise for the future. And that says the Tzaddik is what David HaMelech is saying in this kapitel of Tehillim, in this one phrase, Gam ki elech begates lavas. I live in the Gehenna of Olam Hazeh, the Gehenna which is often the aftermath of Chait, where I recognize that I messed up so badly. It didn't need to be this way. This is not who I am. The busha, the agmas nefesh, the charata. But lo yirara. Lo yirara says, the Rabbi says, but I'm not scared that I'm going to lose myself in it. I'm not scared that I'm going to lose myself in it. Why? Ki ata imadi. Because I know, listen to what Tzavik says, I know that despite everything terrible that I've done, you don't leave me. You don't leave me. Why don't you leave me? Because you believe in me. Because you believe in me, because you see the good that I possess. And if you believe in me, that gives me the koach to believe in myself. So therefore, again, as much as I have to live with the busha, with the agmas nefesh, with the charata, because that's necessary and that's good. That's good. When I react that way to chait, that's a good sign. I won't lose myself in it. I won't lose myself in it. Because I realize you don't forsake me. You don't leave me. If you believe in me, ultimately that gives me the courage to believe in myself. So we'll stop it over here for today. We'll pick up with Oslo and Chas tomorrow. All right, Jabosai, good morning. Let us begin. So we are starting this morning a new Os in Zitkas Atzadik, Os Nun Kas. I sent it out yesterday on the WhatsApp chat. A truly beautiful piece we have ahead of us today. So let's begin. It's on page Kuf Mem Os Nun Kas. So the Rebbe writes as follows. Let's follow along in the Uriah Hasidus right-hand column. Me'achar Shetov La'adam Lehismarmer Uletztarer Becholi Bo Al Chata'on. So the Rebbe wrote, I skipped over. Well, I'm sorry, let's skip over. So after a person, good. After it's important for a person, we've established, let's remember again, in Nun Zayin, we spoke about the concept of Gehenna. We spoke about the idea that Gehenna, although we often understand Gehenna as referring to a place where we go after 120, but in fact, again, Gehenna can be experienced in Olam Hazeh when one has to live with the fallout, the turmoil, the agmas nefesh, the difficulty of recognizing the mistakes I've made in life. So after we've spoken about this concept, also we spoke about this idea that this Gehenna in Olam Hazeh actually has a profound cathartic impact as well. Allah Ladas, so this is a very profound idea. After a person does tshuva for a particular avera, kol michshol b'chet sheshav alav b'tshuva, hu siman ba'ochacha she'eno naki lechalutin mechet zeh. They will say, the Rabbi here says something very interesting, which we're going to have to kind of ponder a little bit. So listen to these words. He says, after a person stumbles and commits a particular avera, that's demonstrative that he is not fully cleansed of that avera. Well, one more time. After a person stumbles in a particular area, that's demonstrative. He says, Simin v'hochacha she'ino naki lechalutin mecheza. That's demonstrative that I'm not naki, I'm not cleansed. In other words, that I still struggle with this particular chait. Okay, so as I said, at first glance, the statement seems a little bit obvious. Of course, if I go ahead and I make a mistake in a particular area, of course that's demonstrative that I'm still struggling in that area. You'll see what he means in just a moment. Share bidvar avera, b'davar va'avera, sha'adam naki mimenu legamre. When it comes to a certain area or a particular avera, that a person is totally naki, that a person is totally cleansed from, ve'ein lo shum negia, mishicha nafshus, mishum taiva la'avera hagi. This is actually a very beautiful idea. Because if there's a particular Avera with which I have no struggle, if there's a particular Avera from which I am totally clean and pure, he says, Vishum Taiva la Averahi, I'm sorry, Vishum Taiva la Avera, and I have no desire for this particular Avera, Hari Nikra B'nechshav Adam Zeba Shamayim, L'tzadik, L'inyan Osa Davar V'osa Avera. See, this is such a beautiful idea. You'll see how the Rebbe develops this. If there's a particular Avera that I don't stumble in, a particular Avera that I don't transgress, and a particular Avera for which I have no desire, I am called a tzaddik in that area. So these are the two parts, says Rabbi Tzaddik, of life, of my personal life. There are the areas that I transgress, and by definition, any area that I transgress, and any area in which I make mistakes, I'm not a tzaddik in that area. Now, the chiddush of Rav Tzaddik is as follows. The chiddush is that even when I go ahead and I do tshuva, so let's say I commit an avera, and I do tshuva for that avera. What's my status now? What's my status? So what's my status? Right? So this is interesting. I'm not a tzaddik, says Rav Tzaddik. What I am is about tshuva. What about tshuva? I'm not a tzaddik because Rav Tzaddik says the definition of being a tzaddik is in an area which I don't mess up, which I don't stumble in, and which I don't have desires for. In that area, I'm called a tzaddik. In other areas where I mess up, either again, if I haven't done tshuva, I'm an avari, on a person who commits averos, or if I've done tshuva, I am a bal tshuva. But the Rebbe says not a tzaddik. Not a tzaddik. That term tzaddik is reserved for areas in life in which I go ahead and I have no desire, no pull, no inclination, and I have not transgressed those particular averos. Then we'll say, he goes on. You're going to see why this is a very exciting definition. He goes on, he says, I already said good. Ve'inyan zeh, v'choshi tzaddik l'davar tzaddik rak l'davar echad bilvad, gam im legabi sharnyan. So just to understand something. So what's the beautiful result of tzaddik's understanding? What's the beautiful reality that he creates for us? Think about this. We're all tzaddikim in many, many, many areas. In fact, I think one can make the argument that we are tzaddikim in many more areas in which we are chas v'shalom. I don't want to say rishon because that's much too strong. But in which maybe we transgress. So think about this for just a second. The Torah says, "Lo sita lecha asherah." Don't plant an asherah tree to worship it. Good news. Never did it. Have no desire for it. Fantastic. I'm tzaddik in the inyan of asherah. I will say the truth is, the amazing part is you can go through a whole list of this. Right? Think about this for another moment. Even in the areas of immorality or morality, where there are so many types, there are certain forbidden relationships which normal people don't have desires for. So, which means even within the same area, even within the same prohibitions, I could be a tzaddik in certain areas. So the tzaddik says, what this means is, in any given moment in life, listen to how profound this is. In any given moment in life, I am simultaneously a tzaddik and I may also be a Rasha. I may also be a Rasha. It's simultaneously a tzaddik and a Rasha. And Reb Tzaddik says, this idea, the inyan zeh, lihichoshev, לצדיק רק לדבר אחד בלבד, גם אם לגבי שאר עניין נחשב כרשע, and this idea that in one area I can be treated as a tzaddik, right? Even though in many other areas I am like a rasha, who could derech shekasav harashba b'chidusha b'nida, quotes over here, we'll say in a very interesting Gemara in the Masechet Nida, quotes over here, and we'll say, actually we're gonna stop over here for today. We'll stop with this because I want to be able to start that on time there, Hashem. But also, but just point out, Rebbe is introducing us this dramatic new idea that a person can simultaneously be a tzaddik and a rasha in the same time. But these are new definitions. A tzaddik, Rebbe will say, which if you think about it, is a very absolute term. So the tzaddik refers to, what tzaddik is also able to say is, tzaddik is not as much my definition of my entire persona as much as it defines my relationship to certain averos. So to certain averos, I'm a tzaddik. To certain averos, I'm a rasha. Certain averos, I'm a tzaddik. No taiba for it, no desire for it, no shaykhus to it. I don't do it. I don't struggle with it. I don't stumble in it. I don't desire it. I'm a tzaddik in those areas. Other areas I transgress. Active state of transgression, I may chas shalom be a rasha. But again, if I do tshuva, then I'm about tshuva. But also, what's also interesting about this is that we'll have to stop. According to this approach of the Rebbe, we'll say that a person after chait is almost like a person in recovery. You ever speak to a person who's in recovery? It's an amazing thing. The klal gadol a person in recovery is, he's never what? If you speak to people in recovery, people don't usually say, I'm recovered. I'm recovered. Instead, they say, I'm 365 months. Whatever. I'm sober this amount of time. It's an incredible yesod, and it's so profound, because what recovery from addiction really highlights is this idea: is this is my reality. This is something I will contend with the rest of my life. It's my reality. My goal is just to go ahead and stretch the sobriety for as long as I can. The Tzaddik says it's the same thing in Chait. It's the same exact thing in Chait. I'm in recovery. I'm in recovery. Why? Because my struggles are my struggles. That's it. The areas in which I struggle. Let's say, if you think about this in life, it's not usually the pshat that I struggle in one area, and then that struggle goes totally away, and panim chadoshos, ba'olakan, right? New struggle, nothing to do with the old struggle. That's not usually what happens. If we're honest with ourselves, the things we struggle with internally very often are the very things we've been struggling with since our youth. It's all the same stuff. It's all the same. It manifests itself differently throughout life, but it's all the same thing. So therefore says that tzaddik, in your areas of struggle, you've never really become a tzaddik. Because tzaddik means I have no shaykhus to this particular chait. I become Baal Tshuva. And that's okay. We'll say that's incredible. That's all I don't have to become a tzaddik in the areas of my struggle. All I have to do is go ahead and string together a prolonged amount of sobriety. That's my goal. All right, so we'll stop over here for today. This I'm going to tell you is this piece is life altering, just in the way we look at ourselves, we look at our struggles, and we look at our areas of weaknesses and strength. We're going to be continued tomorrow. That's what I'll say. All right, you want to say good morning? Let us begin. So we are continuing Mir Hashem this morning in Oslam Chas, in Sidkasa. Tzaddik, so remember again, the Rebbe began with this concept yesterday, a little bit of a definitional concept. That the definition of a tzaddik is one who does not go ahead and experience temptation in a particular area of life, versus we'll call it, I guess, for lack of a better term, I'm going to use the word Russia, but it's not really what the Rebbe is referring to, is the tzaddik and the non-tzaddik. So the tzaddik is the one who never experiences a temptation in a particular area, but an area in which I struggle, and an area certainly in which I fall, and I have failed, so one cannot refer to themselves or think of themselves as a tzaddik in that particular area. But the Rebbe says something amazing. That's why in life, in any given moment, I can simultaneously be struggling in multiple areas, having difficulty in multiple areas, yet at that same time be considered a tzaddik in multiple other areas. This ability to simultaneously be a tzaddik and a non-tzaddik in any given moment of life is the great dialectic of the Jew. So the Rebbe now gives an example of this. He says, picking up on page Kuf Mem, in the Vi'uriach Hasidus, the right-hand side, the bottom paragraph there, about 5 lines up on the bottom. The Inyan Zeh, the Choshev L'Tzadik Rak L'Davar Echad Bilvad, Im Gam L'Gabi Shar Ha'inyan Nechshav Kirasha. And this idea that I can be considered a tzaddik in one area, even if other areas I am a rasha, who Kidarach Shekasav Harashba B'Chidushav B'Nida. So he brings an interesting example of this. So what does the Gemara say? Le'inyan mash amru chazal al hal gimalim rochvei gimalim shekulam rishoyim. This the Gemara says camel drivers, all camel drivers are rishoyim. What does that mean? Mitnei she'obrin al isurei hotzaas zara levatala. As we'll say, what's the issue with the camel drivers? Camel drivers, right? If you look in footnote Kufnun above, so he says over here, "V'gimar rochvei gimalim asur nechal b'truma tanya red tanya hamyachi rochvei gimalim kulam rishon." The Gemara says those who camel riders are always shy. Why? Rashi rochvei gimalim eveirehem mischamim bebasar hagamal umotziim zera. So Rashi seems to understand over here the nature of riding a camel is that ultimately, again, the iver rubs against the camel, and it leads to constant, emission of zera, emission of semen. So because of that, they end up wasting an incredible amount of zera. Therefore, again, the Gemara says, because of that, all those donkey drivers are rishon. Okay. Now watch this. The Gemara goes on. He says, Maksha Rashba. The Rashba raises a kasha. What's the Rashba's kasha? But there's another Gemara Maseches Kiddushin, and what does the Gemara say? Left hand Kalam Birei Chasidus, Isa b'Mishnah, Shahagimalin Ruban Ksherim. Well, so listen to this. The Gemara Maseches Kiddushin says that the Gamalin, the camel drivers, the majority of them are Ksherim, righteous people. Why? Hainu mipnei sheparshim lemidbaros lemokum gidudei chayis belistin. V'yireim lenafsham u'mishabrim libam lemakom. Listen to this. So Rashi says, why is that? Because where do camel drivers have to travel? They have to travel to the deserts, right? And in the desert, they are very much dependent on the Ribono Shel Olam. In the desert, they are exposed to all of the elements. In the desert, they have to deal with all of this uncertainty. See, interestingly enough, uncertainty is something which often brings a person closer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Because I realize at the end of the day, I can depend on no one except for the Ribono Shel Olam. So we'll say, see here these two contrasting Gemaras. On one hand, the Gemara says, camel drivers, they're all Rishon. Why? Because of the nature of their profession, nature of riding on the camel all day, so they experience Hotza'as Zar Levatala, a wasting of seed. Gemara Maseches Kiddushin, Ruban Ksherim, are the camel drivers. That is a from Chavra. Why? They're ma'aminim. They're real believers. Why? Because they have to be. Well, there's no atheists in the foxhole. So when you're traveling in vast deserts, right, and you have to rely on finding water here or civilization here, and you realize how fragile life is and how dependent on the Ribono Shel Olam you are, that engenders a certain level of frumkeit and personal piety. So ask the Rashba. So the Rashba says, so what's going on over here? How do you reconcile these two Gemaras? Are the camel drivers Rishayim or are they Ksherim? Motai Tarashba. Rashba says it's so profound. Shadvarn inam sosum zelazekla. The Rashba says it's not a contradiction. Sha'emesi delagabe inyan zeh shalashchasas zera nechshavim rochve hagimalim l'rishayim. In reality, says the Rashba, when it comes to ashchasas zera, wasting of seed, so the Gamalin are Rishayim. They're Rishayim. They commit this avera. However, the Gemara says u'ulam b'chozos legabe inyan zeh shemeshabrim libam l'makom inechshavim la'anashim kshirim. So the Rashba says it's a very simple answer. They are Rishoim in one area and Tzadikim in another area. So they're Rishoim with this issue of Hotzah Azal Vatala, but they're Tzadikim because they have incredible Amunah. They have incredible belief in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They dive into HaKadosh Baruch Hu, they supplicate, they petition God with a broken heart and incredible intensity. Mipnei Shahagdoras Tzadik O Rasha Eina Behefrich Koleles as called Prate HaMitzvahs. So I will say what the Rashba introduces to us is being a tzaddik or a rasha is not an absolute state. If you ask me in any given moment in life, am I a tzaddik or a rasha? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Yes, I'm a tzaddik and I'm a rasha. I'm a tzaddik in certain areas and I'm a rasha in other areas. So also what the Rashba is introducing to us and the Ratzah is really building out, I think, is one of the most life-affirming lessons. Being a tzaddik, being a rasha, is not an absolute state. It's not either I'm one or the other. Because Rabbi said the truth is, almost no one fits into that, or at least regular people like us don't fit into those categories. Am I tzaddik or rasha? First of all, it depends on the day. Second of all, it depends on the hour. And even in the same hour, if you look at my life, all the areas, there are areas that I'm doing great in, and then there are areas that I'm really profoundly failing in. So what does that mean? What's my status? Who am I? A Tuach Reb Tzaddik, really developing it from this Rashba. He said at the end of the day, the Rochvei Gimalim can be Rishoim and can be Ksherim in the same breath. How can you say that? Rishoim in this area, Ksherim in this area, and it's not a contradiction. It's a dialectic. It's a conversation. It's a balance. It's two forces that simultaneously find expression inside of me and inside of my persona, my personality. And I will say it's not a life-affirming idea because so many times we think that if we're imperfect, the good that we have is meaningless and insignificant. Like if I'm going to be a rasha in certain areas, then the fact that I'm a tzaddik in other areas, that means nothing. That means nothing. What is that good for? Right? What is my good matter for if I know that I'm a rasha in areas A, B, and C? What is that? So which says that's not true. That's not true. Everyone lives with this dialectic. Everyone lives with this balance. Yes, I could simultaneously be a tzaddik in certain areas in life, even though I know full well that unfortunately I'm a rasha in others. We'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up now again. At least we see where something gets this from. The concept finds its expression in the stira in the Sechas Nida, or between Nida and Kiddushin, and the teres of the Rashba, and Mir Hashem will develop it more in the days to come. All right, we'll say good morning. Let us begin. So we are continuing in Eretz Hashem this morning in Osnu class in Tzidkas HaTzadik, where the Rebbe introduced us to, I think, this incredibly novel and really life-altering idea that being a tzaddik or being a rasha is not an absolute state of being one way or the other, but rather, again, a person could simultaneously be a tzaddik and be a rasha, and can be a tzaddik. Now, remember again, the Rebbe's definition of tzidkos is very interesting as well. That I am a tzaddik vis-a-vis certain averos for which I have not only not performed, but also have no taiva. If a person essentially has no shaykhs, essentially no connection to an avera, one can be considered to be a tzaddik in that particular area. So again, the good news is, although we may transgress, I mean that's not the good news, but although we may transgress certain averas, at the end of the day, most of us, Baruch Hashem, have averas for which we have no desire for, and for which we have not, and which we have not transgressed in any meaningful way. So therefore, according to Rabbi Rothschild, that's an area in which I am a tzaddik. Versus the areas in which I actively transgress, or even the areas in which a person has a desire. In those areas, I cannot be considered a tzaddik. So we'll say, so incredibly enough, in any given moment in life, I am simultaneously a tzaddik and a rasha, all at the same time, in the same personality. So the Rebbe goes on, he says, I'm picking up on page Mem, the left-hand paragraph in the Biurei Hasidus, right in the middle of the paragraph after the brackets. Dahainu shemufta. I'm sorry, actually about 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 lines up from the bottom on the left-hand column on page Mem. So to which the Rebbe says, Ume'inyan zamucha shemikashel adam be'eza avera. From here you see that if a person indeed stumbles and commits a particular avera, yesh bekach simin b'hochacha avuro shu'eno naki legamri min ha'avera. We'll say this Rebbe highlights something which is incredibly profound. That if I end up transgressing an avera, now listen to these words. It says, if I transgress an avera, that's a simin, that's a sign, and the proof that I am not totally clean from that avera. I will say now what does this mean? This is incredible. So we'll say, let's imagine the following situation. A person transgresses an avera. Whatever the avera might be. I will say, so what does that say about the individual? So very often the way a person can look at it is, I made a mistake. Mistakes happen, and at the end of the day, it's a mistake. Is that avera a part of who I am, a reflection of where I'm holding? No, not necessarily at all. Just sometimes in life, mistakes occur. So it says that's not true. When a person commits an avera, even if it's accidental, that shows that there's an element of that avera embedded inside of me. And what's his proof to this? And this is incredible. He says, "Ulakach hashogeg shenichshol ba'avera v'lidas mikra b'torah b'kinui chotei." Therefore, we'll say, what happens? What does the Torah call an accidental sinner? A chotei. They will say, what's the name of a carbon that you bring for the accidental commission of an avera? Achatos. So then he says, what does that show you? He says, nefesh kitachta bishkaga. It's our kapara. And we see both said that a person requires atonement even for an avera committed accidentally. Moshe Matzinu shechayiv lekarban shechayiv lehabi karban chatas. Both said this is such an incredibly profound idea. Why is it? Think about it just from a hashkafic perspective. Why does the Torah hold me liable for accidents, for an accidental commission of an avera? Well, say just to give a very like contemporary example of this. A person flicks a light switch on Shabbos, right? Which again, I think it happens to everyone at some point. Well, not everyone. It happens to most of us. At any given point, we'll say if there was a Beis Hamikdash, what would be the halacha if you accidentally switch the light switch? It's going to haunt us. So what's the pshat with that? Right? It's an accident. Accidents happen. Or fill in the blank for any chatos that a person may have. Why is there liability for a chatos? Why is there liability for a shogeg? So Tzaddik posits because shogeg is part of who and what. Meaning, if I commit an avera b'shogeg, what that shows is that there's something deficient inside of me. There's something deficient inside of me. I was like, it's the same way. It's the same. Well, he goes on. Look at his example. He says, so we'll say, for example, the paradigmatic example of this is someone who kills someone else b'shogeg. Right? This is a very dramatic case. Remember again, Reuben's climbing up a ladder. He falls off the ladder. He falls on top of Shimon. He kills Shimon. What's the halacha? He has to flee to an air mikvah. We'll say for an accident. For an accident. Reuben does. He never met Shimon before in his life. He doesn't feel any level of negativity towards Shimon at all. At all. And now he falls off the ladder, falls on Shimon. Shimon dies. What's Reuben's halacha? Galus. I will say, we know what galus means, right? We know what galus means. We will see when we get to the second Malchus. Galus, your miklat, your family goes with you. And how long are you there for? Well, it depends on the Kohen Gadol. You hope and pray that the Kohen Gadol is of advanced age and is in ailing health, because it's only the Kohen Gadol's death that ultimately sets you free. So this individual's entire life upended. Why? Because of a mistake. Why is a mistake treated so severely? Which Rabbi Rothschild says, because mistakes are representative of some internal disconnect. If I commit a mistake, what that shows is that there's something amiss inside of me. There's something that's not right. There's something disjointed and disconnected. There's something in a profound state of disrepair. If a mistake could occur, I will say, and this is my sin b'chol yom. Whereas, this comes up very often. A person, I say something to someone. And then I realize afterwards, you know what? It was really inappropriate. It was just really inappropriate thing to say. It was hurtful, whatever it might be. It was just really the wrong thing to say. I said to myself, like, where did that come from? And then I will say, if I'm a self-aware enough person, I realize there's something wrong in me. Or when I say something wrong, there's a deficiency in me. There's a disconnect in me. There's something that's misfiring that would allow me to have acted this way. Maybe it's stress, or maybe it's some midah that's. But again, it's so incredibly important. Halacha, the Ribono Shel Olam holds us accountable for mistakes, because even though it's a mistake, it's not intentional. If I could commit this mistake, it's reflective of some dynamic that is broken inside of me. Mistakes don't occur in a vacuum. And I will say, by the way, it's the same thing going back to the Shabbos thing. The flipping the switch on Shabbos is the easiest example of this. I will say, what happens if I realize that I flipped the switch on Shabbos? There's something wrong with my Shabbos awareness. That's what it is. It's a mistake, absolutely. But somehow, some way, my Shabbos awareness is not absolute. Because if it was absolute, right? If it was absolute, so it was like there are other forms. Meaning, clearly, when I have a complete awareness, it's a complete awareness, right? No one goes ahead and at work gets up and lays down on their desk because, oh, I thought this was my bed, right? No one has that because I have an absolute work awareness. So when you have an awareness, you're present. If I do something wrong, it means there's a lapse in your awareness. So that's what Suffolk says. Also, this is such an incredible yesod. So therefore, even when I commit an avera b'shogeg, even when I commit an avera accidentally, the Suffolk says that shows that there's some dynamic that's broken inside of me. So the Rebbe goes on. He says, "Al derech zemavor." So he says, about this, it is said. Rabbi said, we'll stop over here. We'll pick up in Meretz Hashem with this last piece tomorrow. But I just want to point out what Tzaddik is doing. So the two layers so far. So layer number one is up until, I know personally, up until I learned Os Nun Ches in Reb Tzaddik, I always assumed that either you are a Tzaddik or a Rasha. Right? There's no para, there's no in between. The Tzaddik says that's unequivocally untrue. That he explains most of us are always a tzaddik and always a rasha. Right? I am a tzaddik in the areas in which I am not sinning and which I have no desire to sin, and I'm quote unquote a rasha. Although again, we're going to mitigate that term a little bit. I'm a rasha in those areas in which I am actively transgressing. or desire to transgress. That's level one, which I will say is an incredibly redemptive statement. Because what that means is no matter how badly I mess up in life, in any given moment, I still have at least the quasi status of a tzaddik. Lesson number two, Reb Tzaddik is teaching us now, is responsibility for shogeg. Why is it that the Torah Kedosha holds us responsible for accidental commission of averos? Because when accidents happen, they are reflective of some internal state of disrepair. And this is why when accidents occur, we must be ever vigilant. We must be ever vigilant about what that says about where I'm actually holding the life. Let's stop over here for today. We'll pick up in with that last piece for the conclusion of Osno and Tess. All right, Rabbi, say good morning. We are going to, in that session, conclude Osno Tess this morning in Sitkas outside because we are picking up, on page Kufmem Aleph, towards the end of Osno Tess. So we actually left off on page Kufmem Aleph in the Uriah Hasidus on the right hand column. And actually we're gonna skip this piece. He just brings another raya to his idea from Gemara Masechah Sota. But instead, I want to use our few moments that we have together this morning, focusing on the left-hand paragraph. So page Kufmem Aleph, left-hand paragraph. So that writes as follows. Let's remember again, what Rav Tzaddik introduced us to was this idea, first of all, that a person could simultaneously be a tzaddik and a rasha. That area, again, using the definitions that we established in the last week, that tzidkus and rishus is not an absolute state, but rather, again, in fact, they are kind of coexisting states. That in any given moment in life, I am both a tzaddik and build a rasha reflective of my spiritual standing in different areas of life. So Rebbe goes on and says, and that's why he says, again, remember that even if I commit an Adira B'Shoki, even if I commit an Adira accidentally, there's still going to be liability for that act, because any Adira that I commit is reflective of something which is in a state of disrepair inside of me. So because there is that disrepair, because there is that Pegama therefore there is liability and there is responsibility for that, as opposed to thinking that because it's an accident, therefore by definition there's no responsibility. No, even when there's a shogeg, at the end of the day that highlights that something is misfiring inside of it. So we'll say now let's pick up page Kufmem Aleph, the left-hand paragraph. According to what we've learned, יוכל הוא לדעת ולהבחין על ידם מהם הדברים האסורים שאיננו נקי לגמרי והם עדיין אינם גילויים. This is incredibly powerful. Rabbi here now discusses the incredible power of sin. Now, not the power of sin in a negative way, but it's going to sound strange, the power of sin in a positive way. You'll say, what does that mean? So this is something so simple yet profound. That when I make mistakes in life, when I commit averos, so I understand which things are still in a state of disrepair. In other words, we'll say it's kind of like the same way that when a person becomes physically ill, at times physical illness can be an incredible bracha. Why? Because if I would not exhibit the signs of illness, I would not know what was wrong internally. Right? Without becoming sick, I would never know what's going on. Meanwhile, something so compromising could be occurring internally, and had my body not presented with physical symptoms, I would have never known that. I would have never known to fix the problem. So Tzaddik says it's the same thing in Ruchnius. When I commit an Avera, what I am ultimately showing myself is that something is in a state of disrepair. But I will say, in general, we all know that something inside of us, from a Ruchni perspective, is in a state of disrepair. I know, sometimes I don't know what. It's interesting. I don't know, we all know we're not perfect. Hopefully, we all know we're not perfect. We all know that we need work, right? We all know that there's growth that has to be done. But sometimes the shaila is in what area? What should I be focusing on? And then a person commits an Aveira, and it's going to sound like a strange statement, but the beauty of an Aveira is that, oh, now I know my weakness. I know my weakness. I know where the problem is. The Aveira kind of highlights the chink in the armor, right? It goes ahead and it highlights what my weaknesses are. So now I know what it is that I have to work on. He goes on, he says, I will say it's not that you guys remember, often when I commit an Avera, this and this interesting exercise. The Avera is usually never just about the Avera. Right? We're good people and we want to do the right thing. So when I commit an Avera, usually what that does is it highlights some other dynamic that's occurring as well. Like maybe it's self-esteem, or maybe it's self-worth, or maybe it's addiction, or whatever it might be. An Avera opens my eyes to a lot of the internal processes which are occurring. He goes on, he says, therefore, again, once I become a bit more self aware as a result of the commission of the Avera, I can begin to address some of the things that are wrong. He goes on, al lot shenichshal b'nosav b'fnei shekom yishalohut achar bulmos ta'ivashal arayas sof shama'achilim osam b'sar. So he gives an interesting example of this. Lot, right? So Lot committed 2 repeated acts of incest. Now, how does that happen? How does that happen? You want to say he got drunk? A lot of people get drunk all the time, and they do stupid things. That's a far cry from incest. It's a far cry. In fact, again, what's interesting to note is Chazal, when they speak about drunkenness, there's shichrus and there's shichruso shalot. You can get drunk and you can get lot drunk, right? So lot drunk is what Chazal term for, like, when you're so drunk that you don't even know there's between right and wrong. Now, both sides. The truth is, those of us who have enjoyed a l'chaim, and maybe at times too many l'chaims, maybe on Purim or some other times. So let's say there are certain things where no matter how drunk you are, it would not be drawn on a normal person to do certain things. It just wouldn't. It just wouldn't. So Tzaddik says, how does it happen that a person becomes drunk, true, but then comes to engage in an act that is so off the charts in its wrongness, right? In its wrongness, in its offensiveness, to the point that we're saying it's very clear that this is not like a Jewish thing, right? That the concept of incest is just a basic part of a basic Noahide code of morality. How does that happen? So Tzaddik says that's what happened because inside Lot had issues with morality in general, right? In fact, again, the Mepharshim bring down that one of the reasons he wanted to move to stone was because of the lax moral code. So Tzaddik says when you are struggling with internal issues, those internal issues manifest themselves in all different kinds of unhealthy ways. So when Lot commits this sin, the world now knows what Lot's inner weakness truly is. And his inner weakness ultimately was this pursuit of arayos, this pursuit of immorality. Rabbi Tzaddik just using this as an example that a sin is not just a sin, but an avera is a manifestation of what's broken on the inside. Which I will say again, I just want to point out, according to Rabbi Tzaddik, again, This is why an Avera is a gift. I know that sounds strange, but an Avera could be a gift because just like it's only when I get physically sick that I know what's happening inside of me, and so the physical symptoms are a gift. They show me what's broken, what needs repair, what needs to be addressed. When I commit an Avera, not that we're encouraging it, but when I commit an Avera, I know what's wrong inside of me. I know what's broken. I know what needs to be repaired. Lot commits these acts of incest. It becomes clear that he needs to go ahead and work on his malk. By the way, I want to be clear. What immorality have we seen in Lot up until this point in time? Nothing. Right? I just want to be clear. Like this Lot hasn't done anything that would have indicated to us that he could have been nichshel, that he could have unfortunately committed these heinous acts. Nothing. But the tzaddik understands that Nisim speaks an internal state of disrepair. And he ends, "Below rakshim ino tzaddik l'gabe davar zeh lo yinishma min ha'mikshobo, elegam yesh l'pamim sha'miksholim mizdamnin la'adam min ha'shamayim b'mekuvan, v'tachlisan sha'akishlonos halalu v'letovas nafsho, כדי לעוררו על ידי כך שיושב בתשובה שלמה ויזכרת על עושה דבר." The Hebrew says, wait, where the tzaddik ends, he says something very interesting. He says, therefore, sometimes I will commit, differently. Sometimes the Ribono Shel Olam will choreograph and orchestrate certain circumstances which will dafka lead me to sin in order to get me to wake up to inner realities. So we'll say, so sometimes I commit Averis, ultimately again, because those Averis are representative of a state of inner dysfunction. And sometimes the Ribono Shel Olam causes me to sin, now puts me in difficult circumstances, or creates impossible situations, because HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and this is going to sound a little bit strange, HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants me to make this mistake. Don't misunderstand those words that I don't have free choice. I always have free choice. HaKadosh Baruch Hu Kiviyachol creates these circumstances because he wants me to experience the failure. Why does he want me to experience the failure? Because through the failure, I will discover what my true inner weakness is. Without the failure, I would never know. Without the misstep, I would never become aware. Without the fate, I would never truly look inside and try to figure out what is it that's inspiring. So we'll say that's the end of the oath. And again, in this one oath, like I told you, I think it's incredibly transformative. So in one oath, Rabbi Tzaddik teaches us that in any given moment in life, on both the Tzaddik and Rasha, which is such a life affirming, but such a life affirming precept, that nothing in life is absolute. We're not absolute. I'm both a tzaddik and I'm both a rasha, which is good and it's bad. It's bad because I'm also a rasha, but it's also good because I'm not a total rasha. And Baruch Hashem, I have elements of tzidkus inside of me. Ultimately, says Reb Tzaddik, a person only commits an avera in an area for which he has a predisposition. There's something on the avera is the manifestation of something which is in a state of disrepair, which is the gift of the avera. The avera tells me exactly what I have to work on, to the point that sometimes the Ribono Shel Olam himself will choreograph circumstances which will enable me to sin in order that I am able to see what is in a state of dysfunction, and so I know what it is that I need to repair. All right, we'll stop over here. Shkoyach, we'll pick up Mir Tashem on Monday.
What's up, babies? Hey, babies. Yeah. Are you sure? Are you sure? Sorry, God. How you living? Whatever. 3761. First Bottom, 3631, 137, son of Adam. First Bottom, 3526, 237, son of Adam. Son of 76. 3526. Add this motherfucker. Really?
All right, we'll say good morning. Let us begin. We are picking up today in a new oath, a new section in Sidkas Tzaddik, Oath Nun Tes, Page Kuf Mem Aleph. So let's begin in the bottom left-hand corner. of the Biuria Hasidus. So the Rabbi gives us a beautiful introduction to this Os. So he writes as follows. So Os Nun Tes is we're going to see a little bit of a
34,
it's
36,
an issue
24,
of Nun Tes.
36,
So
324.
here we go. V'chibun shechova ala adam ladas ma'im hapigamim sha'alav l'takim. The last part we left off with in Nun Tes was a really fascinating idea that Rabbi Rothschild explained that there is a certain element, there's a certain gift in Chait. What's the gift in Chait? And Chait exposes one's weakness. When I sin, I know exactly the area in which I am deficient. When I sin, I know exactly what needs to be fixed. When I sin, I now see what areas I need to address. So since there's an obligation upon a person to actively address the what we call the pagam, the blemishes, the internal blemishes that I have. And therefore, sometimes when I stumble, right, my stumbling, my actually there's actually a benefit in that. Because again, like I said before, those mistakes and those missteps help to highlight to me the areas in which I need to address and to fix. יש לו לדעת שעל ידי לימוד התורה בלבד יכול לברר את מה שצריך לתקן. So this is very interesting. It says there's another piece to this. See, a person must like to think to himself, well, then I guess maybe I have to wait until I sin in order to figure out what I need to fix. Now, of course, that's not exactly a very good way to approach self-improvement. Because again, the goal, of course, is avoidance of sin whenever possible. The Rebbe is kind of speaking in page Kuf Mem Aleph. The Rebbe is kind of speaking over here in terms of like, once I'm sinning, the benefit of sin is that I get to see my deficiencies, see what's broken, and see what I need to address. But of course, the goal is avoidance of sin. So if my goal is avoidance of sin, yet the benefit of sin is that it shows me my deficiencies, what's broken, what I need to address. How do I figure out all of that stuff without sinning? Isn't that the goal of life? Meaning, I want, it's going to sound strange, I want the benefit. I want the benefit of sin without sinning. Now, what does that mean? I want the benefit of sin in that I want to know what I have to fix without potentially having to make the mistakes, which is the ultimate goal. So, of course, part of it is, as we go on, you can't really do that, right? You have to make the mistakes in order to know what to fix. But on some level, is there the ability to kind of achieve the self-awareness
Timeline of Jewish history.
that sin
Jewish history spans
brings
nearly 6,000 years,
without
beginning with 3 years, approximately 4,000 years before the Common Era,
the
1,000 years before the
difficulties
of the
that
patriarchs,
sinning
the
itself
patriarchs,
creates. And the Rebbe says to a certain degree, yes, how can you accomplish that? And this is incredible. He says, now, what does this mean? What does this mean? He says, יש לדעת שעל ידי לימוד התורה בלבד יכול לברר את מה שנצרך לתקן. Through learning, we also have the ability to go ahead and shed light and come to an understanding as to what needs to be fixed. How does that work? This is incredible. זה על פי המקור בספר הקדמון. Most of the Shlach on this, he says, Torah Nikrati Milashon Mora Zera. Torah is called Torah. Why is Torah called Torah? He's going to discuss that Torah comes from the Lashon of Torah. We'll get into the etymology in just a moment. But he's speaking of Mora Zera. What's a Mora Zera? A Mora Zera is like a compass. Like a tour guide. Mora Zera, someone or something to teach you Mora, to teach you Zera, the way. He says, Hayni, sheep. Hayni sheep, Mora, Medes Radam, Eight the Halaso, the Pakin is speaking the Rebbe says something truly beautiful over here. Then what is the point of Torah? And he's going to develop this. The point of Torah is to highlight and to show a person how I can fix that which is broken or blemished inside of me. So this is incredible. Rabbi Rothschild essentially is going to go on to develop that we often sell Torah a little bit short. We sell Torah short. Because he says, רק במה שהתורה מלמדת אותנו, את החוקים והמשפטים, להורות את המעשה שיעשו. Many times, Shiva said the notion that Torah means Horah, means instruction. That's not a Kiddush. He said what people often misunderstand is they think that the only thing that Torah does for us is to teach us a series of do's and don'ts. Right? That's what Torah does. It teaches us chukim and mishpatim. You could do these things. You can't do these things. Do a lot of this. Don't do any of this. Engage in this and avoid this. Ella. So the Rebbe says, while of course that's true, that's only one element of Torah. That's only one aspect. Ella horas haTorah la'adam higam be'etzem halimut. He says there is something profoundly cathartic in the process of learning Torah. And I will say, what Rav Tzaddik is highlighting here is an unspoken dynamic that I think we have all experienced, but here Rav Tzaddik is giving verbal form to it. So I will say, do you know what the true power of learning? Why is it? Think about this just a moment. There's such like an emphasis on learning. Like, why? Why the emphasis? Why the emphasis on Talmud Torah in such a great degree? So of course, on one basic level, because in order to be a good Jew, you have to know what to do. Right? It's no different. You wanna get your license. You have to study the driver's manual because you have to know, how many car lengths you need in between you and the car in front of you, right? You need to know how many feet, how long you have to stop for the stop sign. You need to know the laws in order to pass the test. So I need to know the halachas in order to be a functional Jew. Tzaddik says, what happens when you learn Torah? What happens when you learn? The process of learning and engaging in the Ribono Shel Olam's Torah makes me a more thoughtful and introspective person. So I will say, we know this. You feel different when you learn. You just feel different. You just become a different kind of person. Now, is that because I know now what to do better in the world? I'm a better person because I know how to keep Shabbos better because I'm learning the halachos of Malabi. Is that it? Right? I know I'm a better person because now I'm learning Yuma. I'm going to know how to observe Yom Kippur. But is that what we're saying over here? Something saying there's something much more profound. When I engage in Torah, there's an unspoken dynamic that allows me to be more introspective. And it's that unspoken dynamic that allows for introspection, that allows me to seek out the root of the things which are in a state of disrepair. And I will say we know this. We know this because you feel different after you learn. He goes on and he says, he gives a proof to this, a quote-unquote proof. I'm going to show you that learning has an impact on you that allows you to be a more introspective and thoughtful person, even and not related per se to an enhanced knowledge of operational Judaism. What's the proof to this? This is incredible. Shahare gam kisha adam lomed as dine seder kodshim. Hamidaber ve'yin akravas hakarbanos. Mikra v'nechshav lo hadavar shu osek b'Torah. What's the proof? Let's say a person's learning kodshim. I know we've had experiences. We spent a lot of time on Masech Shkav. Right? Even in Yuma, we've had sugyas again of karbanos. So I'm learning karbanos. Right? And if I say in general, how do we relate to a sugy of karbanos? Hari shekam as haTorah mora as darko umadricha also keitza takin as nafsho. Av shadavar eino nogea ke'ez l'may sibapoel. See that both sides. When I learn a sugy of kachim, for example, what's the relevance of a sugy of kachim to me right now? What's the relevance? None. None of us, right? We saw this. We're learning sugyas in Yuma about today's Hamikdash. What's the relevance right now? Right now, today, it's Monday. What's the relevance this moment? And the answer is nothing right now. Again, we're going to have a third base Hamikdash. Hopefully, we're spending a lot of time on this. Hopefully, the blueprint is going to be similar. Right? That's what I hope. Right? So therefore, again, we will go ahead and get Mirza Hashem know the layout. Lamaisa. Is there a takeaway for me? Okay, sometimes there's a hashkafic takeaway, but is there a halacha l'maisa takeaway for me? And the answer often is no. But yet, I feel changed by the limit. I feel changed by the learning. I am a different person. And yes, I am more thoughtful. I am more introspective. How does that occur? How does that occur, says Abzadik? So if Torah was just operational, right, and if Torah at the end of the day was just to go ahead and teach me what to do or not to do, so then I would emerge from a sugyan kachim and I would say, all right. I mean, I just kind of feel like I spun my wheels a little bit, right? I didn't really do anything over here. But the fact that I feel changed, and the fact that I feel different, and the fact that I feel that there's something that's been sparked inside of me, even when I learn something that's not halacha l'maisa, indicates to me the power of Talmud Torah. He goes on, he says, Hari Shegam Az, we'll finish with this line. Hari Shegam Az HaTorah Moralo is Darko. Madricha also, because we'll say, even when I'm learning something that is not halacha l'maisa, or I'm learning something that doesn't have a quote unquote practical day-to-day application right in this moment. He goes on, he says, nevertheless, Morlo is Darko, Umajicho Sekitzel Takinis Nafsho, Al Shadavar Enu Nogia Leis Lamaisa Bapor. So I will say, something develops this idea, and I think this is really so incredibly profound because sometimes, all of us are used to this emphasis on learning. Learning. But sometimes it's not explained to us why learning is important. So, of course, there's an operational piece to our learning. The operational piece to our learning is I need to know what to do in life. So I have to learn Yiddishkeit in order to know how to be a good practicing Jew. But on a deeper level, David says the power of learning is that it awakens us to our deficiencies. The power of learning is that it causes us to be thoughtful. The power of learning is that it sparks a need for introspection. And that's irrespective of the material which is being studied. Even if what I'm studying has really nothing to do with my life, so to speak. The act of engaging in Torah, by definition, sparks a process of introspection. That's the process of introspection that's normally only sparked, right? Here's incredible. When is the only other time that it's normally sparked? When I sin. Right? Isn't this incredible? That's normally when this process is sparked. When I commit an Aveira, I realize, I'm deficient. I have shortcomings. I need to work on that. Tzaddik says there's a way to jumpstart that process of introspection, even without the chait, and it's called Torah. As we'll stop over here. We're going to pick up with this theme in Eretz Hashem tomorrow. Shkoyah. All right, John, we'll say good morning, but let us begin. So we are continuing in Eretz Hashem in Osman Tes this morning. So remember again, we began this particular piece yesterday. Here, the Rebbe introduced us to the idea of the power of Talmud Torah. Whereas we often think as Talmud Torah as the way in which we learn what to do with it. That Torah teaches us again mitzvos aseh, mitzvos lo aseh, positive commandments, prohibitions. The Rebbe introduced us to the idea that Torah is in fact so much more impactful and profound. The Torah from Lashon Hora'ah, from Lashon of instruction, or from Lashon of guidance, ultimately teaches us how to be introspective, and goes ahead and allows us, puts us in an introspective, contemplative frame of mind to be able to go ahead and look at ourselves and look at life in a critical way. So remember again, the Rebbe, this piece is coming on the heels of the previous piece where the Rebbe taught that there's a gift in sin. And the gift in sin is that sin has the ability to point out my deficiencies and shortcomings, which is incredible, which is wonderful, except it would Rebbe says, is there a way to learn about my deficiencies and shortcomings without sinning? To which the Rebbe says, yes, Torah. That when I learn, again, I become more attentive to myself. When I learn, I become more introspective. When I learn, I have the ability to go ahead and see my deficiencies and shortcomings, even in the absence of sin. So let's continue with this idea. So we're picking up on page Kufman Beis. Kufman Beis in the Biuria Chasidus, the right-hand column. So I think we may have read this. I can prove this matter, says the Rebbe, from the following idea. Shaharigam kisha odom lomeid as dini seder kodshim. So, for example, even when a person learns kachim, sacrificial matters that deal with kavanos, mikra v'nechshav b'hadavar shu osik b'torah, harishikam as hatorah moralo as dako, umatricha usolamaisa b'poel. Interestingly enough, so remember, we did mention this yesterday. Even when a person learns kachim, a person learning karbanos. So when I learn karbanos, there's nothing per se halacha l'maisa for me. So if you assume that the power of Torah is that it tells me what to do and what not to do. The entire value of Torah lives in the realm of being an instructive guide for what to do in everyday life, which of course is a major part of Torah. Then what exactly do I get from Kachim? What do I get? What do I get from that? Elamai says, Rabbi, you see that the power of Torah is such that even when I learn something that is quote unquote not halacha lemaisa, in terms of the do's and don'ts in life, it's halacha l'maisin that it forces me to become a more introspective, thoughtful person. I was saying this is truly beautiful what he writes now. The Ketzad Ha'adavar. Let me explain to you how this works, says Rav Tzaddik. He says, the Ketzad Ha'adavar, Rak ha'adrachihi, Rak kimo shomer v'sinu zal, the Medrash Eicha. Let's also say a beautiful and moving Medrash Eicha, where the pasuk says, Va'osi azu ve'estarasi lo shamaru. So the pasuk in Eicha says, Kosh Baruch Hu laments the fact, Klal Yisrael, they have left me, Osi azavu, they have left me, Sarasi lo shamaru. Sorry, this is in Yirmiyahu, not in Eicha. And they did not keep my Torah. So also, if you think about it, it sounds a little bit redundant, right? If you say Osi azavu, they left me, then of course that means they didn't keep my Torah. Same idea as if you say they didn't keep my Torah, that means they left me. So why does the Navi have to say both things? Why does it have to say, Osi azavu, they left me, that sorasai lo shamar, they didn't keep my Torah. So listen to this incredible Medrash because it says that Kivyachol the Ribono Shel Olam says, Halavai Osi azavu sorasi shamaru. Listen, this is wild. Medrash writes, Baruch Hu says, you know what? Halavai, I wish that they had just left me, but kept my Torah. And I would say, what does that mean? So can you imagine this? Baruch Hu says, you know what? If they don't want a relationship with me, okay, I can live with that. But at least they should keep my Torah. So I would say, what Shahare is asking for Hama'or Sheba Maxi Ha'ose Ba Kumuda. Rabbi said, this is incredible. What the emotional was saying was, if Klal would have just forsaken a relationship with me, I could have lived with that as long as they would have kept learning Torah. Because if they keep learning Torah, at least under those circumstances, Torah will awaken the light within them. Because when a person learns, as we were saying before, they become more introspective. When a person learns, they become more thoughtful. When a person learns, they're willing to encounter and they're willing to embrace their own shortfalls and deficiencies. Baruch Hu said, even if Klal Yisrael would have totally left me, if at least they would have kept learning my Torah, there would have been hope for personalistic rehabilitation. Baruch Hu laments the double tragedy. Osi azvu, they left me, sorasai lo shamaru, and they didn't keep my Torah. They stopped learning. And when a Jew stops learning, the entire vehicle for introspection and the entire vehicle for self-evaluation, it dissipates. He goes on, he says, Shama'or Shabbat HaTorah, Ve'or Chachmas HaTorah, Meir Bo, Lachkimo Mechashechas HaPsios, Shenipte B'Sichlos HaYitzara, Ad Shechozra La'avodas Hashem Yisbarach. It was very profound. Tzaddik writes, because the wisdom of Torah has the ability to go ahead and literally illuminate one from the foolishness of the Yitzhara, until ultimately one finds their way back to the Ribono Shel Olam. So we'll say, so herein lies the power of Torah, says Reb Tzadok. So we see, it turns out that according to Reb Tzadok, there's really two elements to learning. There's the functional utilitarian part of learning, which is I learn Torah. Why? How are you a functional Jew without Torah? Right? In other words, we'll say, how do I keep Shabbos if I don't know Hilchos Shabbos? And how do I keep Kashrus if I don't know Hilchos Kashrus? Right? And how do I wash my hands in the morning if I don't know the halachos of Netilas Yadayim? There's a functional piece. I need to learn Torah in order to be able to properly live as a Jew. This is an incredibly important yesod. But part two says Rav Tzadok, and of course we know this. This is one of these dynamics where I think we were explaining, or you could try to explain it in words, but at the end of the day, the words don't really do it justice because it's a dynamic that you just have to experience in order to really understand its realness. The second dynamic of Torah is ultimately, again, when I go ahead and I learn, it opens my eyes and it opens my heart to what? To me. I feel like a different person. I feel like a different person. And I'm willing to introspect and I'm willing to self evaluate and I'm willing to engage in the process of self judgment. And I'm willing to do all of these things so that I can really tackle my shortcomings and my deficiencies without having to sin. So I will say, so what Tzaddik is positing is there are two ways you come to the process of self evaluation. By possibility, one is I sin. And again, the great part of sin, I know it sounds strange, but the great part of sin is I know what my weaknesses are, I know what my deficiencies are, I know what I have to do. But then there's the process of learning. And when I learn, I have the ability to go ahead and engage in this process of self evaluation without the sin. So how does it work? Torah opens my mind. Let's say, herein lies the power of Talmud Torah. Torah opens my mind, allows me to be self-evaluative, allows me to introspect, and allows me to truly see me for who I am, both the good as well as the not so good. The learning of Torah fundamentally transforms us. The Rebbe goes on. He says, Amnam, Bahashba'as HaTorah, Ha'ala Ish Kama Madrigo Shana. So let's at least begin this piece today, and then the Meretz Hashem will go weiter. He says, in this process of learning Torah in a we'll call it self-evaluative or transformative fashion, there are different levels. He says, Ukidei Sharatorah Yofia Aisikba, Yodach Zilamutav, Va'ayidei Ar Zehatorah, Hu Agune Magina Mini Esurin, Umatli Minachit, Matli Mitzahar Shalo Yachshilanu Lechait. So we'll say, so this is actually a very interesting idea. Tzaddik says, he quotes over here the Gemara Masechet Sota, and the Gemara sees out the idea that Torah Migna Matzla. Torah provides these two different aspects to it. Migna means it protects us, or I should say like a magen, or it shields me, and Matzla, it saves me. Protects me and saves me. Although those two words seem synonymous, they in fact mean two different things. So Rashi, for example, says, right? Rashi says Migna Matzla. So he says Migna means it protects me from Yisur, from punishments, right, or from suffering. That Torah has the ability to protect me from punishment and suffering. Matzla saves me means it has the ability to save me from the Zerhara. Two different components. Torah has the ability to save me from suffering, Migna, Matzla from the Sahara. Which tells you, we're going to see, Rav Tzadok is going to say that these two aspects show you the two different dynamics within Torah. He goes on, he says, HaTorah madricha es ha'adam, kitzad yuchal l'takin es nafsho. V'zeu ha'perish, shamash amra ha'ma'ar sheba, machzias adam mutav. Or, we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up in Meretz Hashem with this piece. But again, just to look at these dynamics, when we see that the Torah Migna Umatzla, this is a phrase that's very often quoted about the power of Torah. Migna, it saves me from Yisurin, which can be punishment or suffering. Umatzla, and it saves me from myself. saves me from the Yitzhar. So we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up in Meretz Hashem with this dynamic tomorrow. All right, John, good morning. We are picking up the Meretz Hashem with OCO test in Zidkas HaTalit. If you remember again, Rebbe introduced us to the actually yesterday because of the Chodesh, the day before, Rebbe introduced us to the OCO test with the idea that although we learned that OCO test, that sin has incredibly profound effect on making us disrespect by identifying our shortcomings and shortfalls in our mistakes. When I commit an Avera, I now exclusively know what it is that I have to work on. That's the power of faith. Like it ever says, in addition to that, Torah has that same quality. When I engage in Torah, Torah makes me a more introspective, thoughtful individual. So I can have all of the power of introspection and the entire essence of introspection, but without having to go through the process ultimately of sin. So we're picking up with that theme first. We're thinking about the Chokman days in the Biblical Hasidus, the left-hand column. It says we actually began to read this on Tuesday. We'll pick up from here again. Amnam, Hashmas HaTorah ala Usikva, Ish Kama Madrigos Cholos. The truth is, Torah itself, when learning Torah, the impact of Torah is felt on a variety of different levels. He says, Ish or HaTorah Yokia ala Usikva, the Yola Hasilu the meaning the way even though Torah is true, you pointed out, when you learn, learning makes you more introspective, learning makes you more flexible, and therefore by